fellow fishing enthusiasts, come out and fish. The kind where you get non-stop bites from 100-pound giants. What? You're still not willing to come? So, 100-pound giants biting non-stop, possibly even exploding with spirit stones and magical treasures. Cultivating while fishing, and even gaining immortality. Now, are you coming or not? Chapter 1. Start with a rod. Unlock the unique SSS level talent. Welcome to the world of national fishing. Start with a rod. All resources come from fishing. Mo Xiaoyu was jolted awake by a mechanical voice. Before him stretched a vast expanse of water, sky and water meeting endless to the eye. Beneath him was nothing but a lone island. Have I traveled through time? Mo Xiaoyu was stunned, but he wasn't panicked. Instead, he recalled a common saying among fishing enthusiasts. To catch fish, go to the island. If you don't go to the island, you won't catch any. As a deeply obsessed fishing enthusiast, even though he found himself in an unknown environment, Mo Xiaoyu still felt the strong urge to cast his line a few times. After all, before crossing over, he was known as someone who would cast a line even on the Yellow Spring Road at the Naiha Bridge. Coincidentally, Mo Xiaoyu also found a set of fishing gear on the lone island. Fishing rod, line set, float, fishing platform, tackle box, and even the bait was already prepared for Mo Xiaoyu. Mo Xiaoyu picked up the fishing rod. Judging by his 16 years of fishing experience since he was 18, it should be a 5.4-meter rod with a 28-to-19 action ratio. The feel wasn't bad, but he had to suppress the strong impulse in his heart because there were still glaring golden characters on the fishing rod. One person, one rod. If the rod exists, the person exists. If the rod is destroyed, the person perishes. There was also a barrier over the lone island, covering an area of about 10 miles around it. That it seemed both to protect the waters near the island and to trap the person on the island within. There was also a countdown on the barrier. Time until barrier disappears. 23 hours, 55 minutes. At the same time, a screen appeared in his mind. On the screen were items like chat, mine, upgrade, transaction, etc. Mo Xiaoyu didn't rush to cast his line. Instead, he opened the chat room, wanting to see if he could gather any information there. What is this place? It's all water, not even a boat. How do we get here? Who knows? I had a meeting scheduled with a female netizen at 8 a.m. Well, she can't find me. Who is it? Who kidnapped me? I don't want to stay in this damn place for a single minute. Name your price. 10 million. Will 10 million do? Let me go back now. The chat room was in a panic. Clearly, everyone hadn't yet grasped the situation. There was even a rich second-generation heir who thought he had been kidnapped and offered 10 million to be released. It wasn't until a man appeared that they were interrupted. Stop arguing. There are no female netizens here, no live-streaming girls, and no one kidnapped you. We've all traveled through time. The lone island beneath us is our entire world. All resources must be obtained by us through fishing. I just caught a white-striped fish, and it dropped a legendary spirit stone. Really? Fishing can actually drop spirit stones? Hearing that fishing could drop spirit stones, the chat room instantly erupted. This brother is right. Fishing can indeed drop spirit stones and cultivation techniques. I've already caught 5 fish. 1 dropped the spirit stone, 1 dropped the cultivation technique. After absorbing the spirit stone according to the technique, I've already advanced to fisherman first order. My strength, speed, and all aspects of my body have improved by 1 level. They say that once you advance to the master realm, your lifespan can even double, reaching 200 years. Another man stepped forward and said to everyone, "Brother, you've already gotten a cultivation technique. Can you sell it to me? I'll trade it for the spirit stone I just got." The man who had just gotten the spirit stone quickly asked him, "We're all fellow anglers, and we're in this unknown environment together. Why talk about trading or not? I'll share the technique, and everyone can practice it as they see fit." The two addressed each other as fellow anglers, clearly indicating that both were fishing enthusiasts on Earth, just like Mo Xiaoyu. Fishing enthusiasts are naturally open-minded, and this one's understanding seemed to still be stuck on Earth, that he actually selflessly shared the technique in the chat room. Although Mo Xiaoyu didn't approve of his actions at this moment, he didn't refuse the opportunity to get something for free and quickly memorize the technique. Great! With the cultivation technique, we can start practicing. This fairy is born beautiful and talented, clearly a genius for cultivation. Hey, my dad often said, my son, Wang Teng, has the bearing of an emperor. What did I say? After obtaining the technique, most people's first thought was that they could finally cultivate. However, when everyone confidently sat cross-legged on the ground and started practicing according to the technique, they discovered a reality. There was no spiritual energy. Did you sense any spiritual energy? No, could it be that there's simply no spiritual energy here? Without spiritual energy, how do we cultivate? Could it really be that we must fish to get spirit stones, and only by absorbing the spiritual energy from spirit stones can we cultivate? They didn't feel the spiritual energy described in the technique. The previously boiling chat room once again turned into a panic. What should we do? I've never fished before. Me neither. Actually, my ex-boyfriend was quite nice. He didn't smoke, gamble, or visit prostitutes, had a monthly salary of over 30K, and his only hobby was fishing. At the time, I broke up with him because I disliked him going fishing whenever he had time instead of accompanying me shopping. Thinking about it now, if I had gone fishing with him, we wouldn't have broken up and I wouldn't be completely clueless now. Especially the girls. Very few girls like fishing female anglers are already rare. Most anglers are male. Even some who had never held a fishing rod boldly picked one up. It's just fishing, right? What's the big deal? Watch, I'll catch one for you right now. There was even a man who, while casually picking up bait and putting it on the hook, carelessly cast it into the water. And he was even live streaming in the chat room. Fish on. Haha, it's that simple. See, I've never fished before, but I caught one, didn't I? Soon, the man shouted, "Fish on," then started laughing heartily. Although Mo Xiaoyu hadn't cast his line yet, he knew things definitely weren't that simple. At the same time, some exclamations had already appeared on the screen. Careful, danger, both hands. Use both hands to hold the rod, squat down. Quick, hold the rod with both hands. However, it seemed everything was too late. A supersized white striped fish, over 1.5 meters long, appeared on the water surface. With just a flick of its head, the man's body was involuntarily pulled towards the vast water. Splash! A loud sound of someone falling into the water was heard. The screen turned dark and blurry. Finally, it stayed on a mix of blood and minced flesh in the water before going completely black. He seemed to have been attacked by something. In the chat channel, his name changed from color to grayscale. What happened? Was that the white striped fish you were talking about? How could a white striped fish be that big? What happened to that person? Everyone try to him, ask if he's okay. No need to him. The online count was 1,000 just now. Now it's 999. Did he just die like that? Without even a scream? That's too terrifying. I don't want to fish, I want to go home. To hell with fishing. To hell with cultivation. This fairy just wants to go back to Earth. Back to scrolling through videos, reading novels, shopping, buying bags. I'm Wang Sikong from Wanda. My dad is Wang Jianlin. Whoever can help me get back to Earth. I'm willing to pay 50 million. No, 500 million. 500 million is fine too. That man's blood made everyone face reality. The chat room was in a panic. Even Mo Xiaoyu's mood was very complex at this moment. Although he had already guessed that if a white striped fish could drop spirit stones and techniques, then the white striped fish definitely wouldn't be simple. But no matter what, he never imagined that the so-called white striped fish here weren't like the 4 major pests on Earth, where 2 ounces is considered a giant. Instead, they could grow to over 1 meter long, weighing dozens of pounds, easily capable of dragging a person into the water. Even more terrifying, it seemed there were still some unknown creatures in the water. A white striped fish couldn't be this terrifying. No matter how big, a white striped fish couldn't swallow a person in an instant. There must be some unknown terror in the water, Mo Xiaoyu thought to himself. However, he just felt complex. Soon, he picked up the fishing rod again. Should we stop fishing just because there's danger? Was fishing absolutely safe on Earth? Weren't there people dying every year from fishing lines tangling with high-voltage wires or being electrocuted while fishing in thunderstorms? And weren't there people every year who slipped and fell into the water or, relying on their good swimming skills, drowned while trying to retrieve a fishing rod? Besides, that barrier doesn't allow us to be afraid here. And Mo Xiaoyu looked up at the barrier again. Time until barrier disappears. 23 hours, 33 minutes. Another 20+ minutes had passed. His intuition told him that it would be even more dangerous when the barrier disappeared. IT might even be the real challenge. Time didn't allow him to think too much. He sat on the fishing platform, tied on the line set, adjusted the float, baited the hook. After a series of smooth operations, he cast his first line in this world. I've already memorized the technique. It would be great if I could get a spirit stone, Mo Xiaoyu thought to himself. Couldn't help but feel hopeful. The next moment, his float showed a major lift, then was pulled sideways. This was the standard bite of a white striped fish. Mo Xiaoyu quickly set the hook, and a white stripe over 1 meter long appeared mid-water. It could at least 20 or 30 pounds. At first glance, one might think he caught a meter-long mandarin fish, but looking closely, blue back, white belly, pointed head, without any characteristics of mandarin fish, definitely a white striped fish, no doubt about it. Mo Xiaoyu found it hard to imagine that in this world, white-striped fish could grow so huge. How terrifyingly large would other fish like crucian carp, and black carp become? Moreover, the fish in this world also had astonishing strength that a fish of 10 to 20 pounds felt like 40 or 50 pounds when fighting. With such large fish, even experienced anglers could easily be pulled into the water if they weren't careful, let alone that guy who was holding the rod with one hand while distractedly filming. The deceased is respected, and Mo Xiaoyu didn't feel right criticizing him too much. Fortunately, Mo Xiaoyu was a deeply obsessed fishing enthusiast before crossing over. His physique and fishing skills are both fairly good. He first squatted down, holding the rod with both hands, then made several rod-lowering moves to release the tension, quickly draining the white stripe strength. According to procedure, now he should find a landing net and scoop it up. But soon, Mo Xiaoyu discovered that there was not only no landing net here, but not even a fish keeper. What's going on? They even prepared a fishing platform. How could there be no landing net or fish keeper? Just as Mo Xiaoyu was worrying about how to land the fish without a net and how to store it without a keeper. That meter-long giant white striped fish transformed into a magnificent, radiant nine-colored light, shooting out from the water's surface, illuminating the entire small island. Congratulations on catching a white striped fish. Reward: unique SSS level talent. Every 10th multiplier. Chapter 2. 1,000 Spirit Stones. Congratulations, you have caught a white striped fish, earning a unique SSS level talent reward. Critical strike on 10s. Gazing at the dazzling radiance, Mo Xiaoyu was somewhat perplexed. He could not comprehend how a perfectly ordinary fish could transform into such brilliance. Moreover, he was bewildered as to why others were reeling in tangible items like spirit stones and cultivation methods, while he had merely summoned a beam of light. Nevertheless, the notion of an SSS level reward sounded rather impressive. With cautious curiosity, Mo Xiaoyu reached out to touch the luminous aura, which instantly morphed into a stream of light that penetrated his mind. Simultaneously, a prompt echoed in his consciousness. Talent level reward. There exists a 1 in 10,000 chance for a novice angler to receive a talent reward upon their first catch. SSS level talent. You have acquired the unique SSS level talent from the myriad anglers across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. What? 9 heavens and 10 earths? Does this imply the potential emergence of beings from the demon and monster clans? Mo Xiaoyu could hardly believe his ears. Who would have imagined that this world was far from simplistic? What could the demon and monster clans possibly offer? While it is true that our human race may not rival them in certain aspects, when it comes to fishing, we are their ancestors. With this thought, Mo Xiaoyu expelled the chaotic notions from his mind and hurriedly examined the talent he had just acquired. After all, in this unfamiliar realm, strength is paramount, and talent would be his assurance for rapid advancement. SSS level talent. Critical strike on 10s. Regardless of whether you are catching fish, upgrading equipment, leveling up, refining elixirs, crafting dwellings, or setting up formations, every 10 attempts will yield a critical strike ranging from 10 to 100 million times. Wow, this is utterly terrifying. Mo Xiaoyu gasped in awe, truly befitting of the unique talent across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He had initially assumed that critical strikes would only apply to fish catches, but it also encompassed upgrading equipment, refining elixirs, crafting dwellings, and more. With this realization, Mo Xiaoyu promptly grasped his fishing rod, glancing at the inscription. The rod is for the people, the fish for the rod. He immediately yearned to upgrade his fishing rod. However, upon accessing the upgrade menu, he discovered that certain prerequisites were required. Fishing rod upgrade requirements. Level 2 fishing rod blueprint X1, purple spirit bamboo X3. He needed a fishing rod blueprint and the elusive purple spirit bamboo, which sounded rather formidable. What on earth could it be? Mo Xiaoyu scrutinized his inventory, but found himself devoid of both the blueprint and the bamboo. So he reluctantly closed the panel and picked up his rod once more. Could the fish he caught possibly yield the blueprint and the purple spirit bamboo? Mo Xiaoyu pondered. Once more, he baited and cast his line for the second time in this world. As soon as the bait hit the water, the float abruptly plunged downwards. Mo Xiaoyu swiftly lifted the rod to hook the fish, the sound of splashing water erupting once again. This one's big. It's even larger than the last. The powerful tug invigorated Mo Xiaoyu with excitement. He couldn't help but wonder what treasures this catch might unveil. Congratulations. You have caught a white striped fish. You have received an A-level reward, 1 white shin stone. White shin stone, a level 1 building material. Usable for crafting low-tier dwellings, low-tier formations, etc. To Mo Xiaoyu's astonishment, upon drawing the fish from the water, it was indeed larger than the previous one. Yet it yielded neither a spirit stone for enhancing his strength nor materials for upgrading his rod. It was merely a construction material. However, As this was only his second cast, Imo Xiaoyu did not feel disheartened and proceeded to bait and cast his line for a third time. Congratulations. You have caught a white-striped fish. You have received an A-level reward, 1 white Xin stone. Congratulations. You have caught a wheat-spike fish. You have received an A-level reward, 1 gathering spirit stone. Congratulations. You have caught a ground tiger fish. You have received a jar of mature daughter's red. Imo Xiaoyu was left speechless. For casts, and yet again. He received 4 catches. Still no spirit stones or purple spirit bamboo. And on the 4th cast, he even unearthed a jar of mature daughter's red, without any quality whatsoever. While others had managed to reel in cultivation methods and spirit stones after 5 casts, here he was. Imo Xiaoyu shook his head. Upon glancing at his bait box, he realized that nearly half had already been consumed, with the bait dwindling. He began to worry that he might run out before obtaining any spirit stones. Simultaneously, he recognized that since arriving in this world, he had not had a drop to drink nor a morsel to eat. After wrestling with colossal creatures weighing as much as 40 to 50 kilograms, he not only felt an unbearable thirst, but also found his stamina waning. Back on Earth, after fishing for 2 consecutive nights, he had never felt such symptoms. He had hooked numerous massive creatures before, yet never had he felt this fatigued. Imo Xiaoyu was puzzled. At this moment, he decided to set down his rod and see if he could quench his thirst. The water's surface appeared remarkably clear, undoubtedly meeting drinking standards. Perhaps even cleaner than tap water on Earth. Imo Xiaoyu longed to scoop some up to satiate his thirst. However, as he approached the water's edge, the haunting image of the man who had turned into blood and flesh after falling in flashed through his mind. He quickly withdrew his hands. No. Best to endure the thirst for now. Beneath the tranquil surface, who knows what lurking dangers lay hidden. Imo Xiaoyu could only suppress his thirst and rest to recuperate. While resting, Imo Xiaoyu opened the chat channel. As soon as he did, he noticed the number had changed to 994. This meant that just moments ago, 5 more lives had been eternally lost in this realm. Everyone, please stay away from the water's edge. I was just suffering from thirst and meant to drink from the water, but as soon as I reached down, something bit me. Does anyone have medicine or bandages? I fear my wound is beginning to fester. Imo Xiaoyu felt a chill run down his spine upon reading the messages. He had been mere inches from the water's surface moments ago. What? We can't even drink the water? Does that mean we are doomed to perish from thirst here? Will those creatures emerge from the water and rush ashore to attack us? I was just about to try fishing again, but now I lack the courage. What about us girls? If the boys are in this predicament, what are we to do? No, when we crossed over, we brought nothing with us. How could anyone have medicine or bandages? In an instant, the chatroom descended into chaos once more, especially among the girls, who had finally summoned the courage to attempt fishing. Now, not only were they devoid of bravery, but they also faced the dire threat of dying from thirst. It is known that a person can survive for 7 to 8 days without food, but without water, one can hardly last 3 days. Are you all foolish? Without food and water, we have spirit stones. We don't need food or water. We simply need to absorb spiritual energy. A man stepped forward to reassure everyone. However, his attempt at consolation was met with a flurry of indignation. I see that you are the foolish one. Do you really need to tell us when you possess spiritual stones? You so-called fishermen have yet to unearth a single stone. And we girls don't even dare to cast our lines. How can we possibly find any spiritual stones? Despite the barrage of angry retorts, the fellow remained unfazed. Instead, he presented a photograph showcasing not 1, but 2 spiritual stones in his possession. Addressing those who had berated him, he declared, "Who says I haven't found any spiritual stones? I've obtained 2, one for my own cultivation and the other, I'm still contemplating its use." "Goodness, too!" exclaimed the onlookers, their envy palpable. Even Imo Xiaoyu couldn't help but marvel at this chap's extraordinary fortune. Meanwhile, those who had just scorned him quickly changed their tune. "Please, kind sir, grant me one. I'm 18 and quite sweet. Young lad, share with your elder sister. For I possess a waist that could slay. Oh, dear brother, if you could part with that stone, I, Wang Sitsong, will offer you 10 billion upon my return to Earth. I can procure any woman you desire." Even the long-silent young master Qiandao resurfaced in this moment of desperation. At this juncture, spiritual stones had transcended mere currency. They represented sustenance, survival, and hope. Imo Xiaoyu, not a girl and certainly not a wealthy heir, recognized his lack of leverage in this scenario. Thus, he silently grasped his fishing rod and returned to the fishing platform. "You have caught a white strip, a level reward. 1 by Xin stone. You have caught a loach, B-level reward, 1 Z-ling bamboo. You have caught a wheat spike, a level reward, 1 Ju-ling stone. You have caught a white strip, a level reward, 1 by Xin stone." After casting 4 lines, it seemed that Imo Xiaoyu's luck had improved slightly this time. At the very least, he had secured a B-level reward, acquiring a Z-ling bamboo to upgrade his fishing rod. Yet, his long-desired spiritual stones remained elusive. The critical moment arrived when he reached for the last morsel of bait from his box, only to hear the ominous notification. Your bait has been exhausted. It will refresh at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. No more bait. Staring at the final piece clinging to his hook, even the typically composed Mo Xiaoyu felt a pang of anxiety. Spiritual stones. This time, it must be spiritual stones. Thus, with a heart full of trepidation, he cast his 10th line into this realm. The bait sank into the water, and suddenly, his float plunged sharply. He watched as the tip of his rod bent dramatically downward. Realizing the magnitude of the catch, Mo Xiaoyu swiftly lifted the rod with all his might. The sound of water being cleaved echoed in his ears once more. This one was massive, at least 3 or 4 times larger than the previous catch. A tremendous force surged from the fishing rod towards him. He instinctively wrapped his arms around the rod and crouched low, adeptly maneuvering to control the fish. Yet, he remained anxious. After all, his second fish had been significantly larger than the first, yet it had only yielded an A-level reward consisting of a construction material. Soon, a golden figure emerged from the depths, gleaming like a golden crucian carp. However, it bore a long body and a slightly pointed mouth, maintaining the white strip's physique apart from its coloration. Could it be a mutated white strip? Would a golden variant still be referred to as a white strip? Gazing at the golden white strip, Mo Xiaoyu knew it would not be an ordinary catch. Yet, what transpired next was beyond his wildest imagination. As he drew the golden white strip from the water, a voice resonated in his mind. You have caught a mutated golden white strip, as it is your 10th catch. Congratulations. You have received a C-level reward of 10 spiritual stones, plus a 100-fold critical reward, totaling 1,000 spiritual stones. Incredible. A C-level reward. A 100-fold critical hit. 1,000 spiritual stones. Chapter 3. The third-tier angler 1,000 spiritual stones. I have struck it rich. Mo Xiaoyu, aware of his innate talent, had anticipated a surprise on his 10th cast. However, he hadn't fathomed that he would encounter a C-level reward, which should have originally granted him 10 spiritual stones, only to be multiplied to 1,000 through the critical hit. Finally, he would no longer be plagued by the absence of spiritual stones in the near future. Elated, Mo Xiaoyu reflected on his exhausting morning battling titanic creatures, particularly the last mutated golden white strip, which had left him utterly drained and parched. Every muscle in his body ached. He promptly seized a spiritual stone, seated himself on the ground, and began to cultivate according to the technique he had recently memorized. You have absorbed 1 spiritual stone, gaining 1 point of spiritual energy. Congratulations, you have advanced to the first tier of the angler. Strength increased by 100. Body strength increased by 100. Speed increased by 50. Endurance increased by 30. Angler, Mo Xiaoyu. Tier, first tier angler. Strength, 238. Body strength, 265. Speed, 113. Endurance, 56. Spiritual energy, 1. In no time, Mo Xiaoyu absorbed the energy from a single spiritual stone, acquiring 1 point of spiritual energy. Yet, this single point wrought a profound transformation within him. The fatigue that had overwhelmed him vanished entirely, and he felt no thirst whatsoever. His state of being was unprecedentedly invigorated. Remarkably, a chronic ailment, herniated discs from years of sedentary work, disappeared without a trace. Moreover, he had progressed to the first tier of the angler. Yet, the most significant change lay in the enhancements to his strength, speed, endurance, and body strength, all of which had doubled. Notably, his strength had soared to an impressive 238. With such immense power, even those who frequented the gym might find themselves eclipsed. He now felt confident that he could lift creatures even larger than the golden white strip he had just caught. However, Mo Xiaoyu was not content to rest on his laurels. In this perilous world, there surely existed creatures far larger than the golden white strip. Strength was paramount for survival. He retrieved more spiritual stones, resuming the process of refining them. You have refined 1 spiritual stone, gaining 1 point of spiritual energy. You have refined 1 spiritual stone, gaining 1 point of spiritual energy. Before long, Mo Xiaoyu had refined 8 more stones. As he grasped the 9th spirit stone, his cultivation had already ascended to the pinnacle of the first tier of the angler realm. Holding the spirit stone, Mo Xiaoyu couldn't help but ponder. Would this stone elevate him to the second tier of angler? Just as he completed the refinement of this spirit stone, the notification rang in his ears. You have refined 1 spirit stone. As this is the 10th spirit stone you have refined, congratulations. You have achieved a critical strike of 100 times your spiritual power, gaining 100 points of spiritual energy. Congratulations. You have advanced to the second tier of angler. Congratulations. Your strength has increased by 100. Congratulations. You have ascended to the 3rd tier of Angler. Congratulations. Your strength has increased by 100. Angler, Xiaoyu. Realm, 3rd tier of Angler. Strength, 438. Physical strength, 465. Speed, 213. Stamina, 96. Spiritual power, 100. What? Can refining spirit stones also yield critical strikes? Unbeknownst to him, Xiaoyu had already refined 10 spirit stones. Once again, he experienced the phenomenon of a critical strike upon reaching a multiple of 10, resulting in an astonishing leap in his cultivation from the pinnacle of the 1st tier of Angler, soaring 2 levels to the 3rd tier. This propelled his strength to a remarkable new height. Continue. I must further enhance my power. Feeling the exhilarating surge of strength, Xiaoyu was far from satisfied. He quickly picked up another spirit stone to refine. However, this time, his pace noticeably slowed. After absorbing 8 or 9 spirit stones, his cultivation barely improved. Could it be that to ascend once more, he required 100 points of spiritual energy? Xiaoyu mused. Yet, at this moment, he still possessed over 900 spirit stones, not to mention the potential for critical strikes. He remained unperturbed. It's perfectly fine, after all. I have the critical strike bonus. Even if I need 100 spirit stones, I can quickly ascend to the 4th tier of Angler. Xiaoyu reassured himself. However, what he did not expect was that upon refining the 10th stone, a critical strike did indeed occur. You have refined 1 spirit stone, as this is your 10th refinement. Congratulations. You have achieved a critical strike of 100 times your spiritual power, gaining 100 points of spiritual energy. Congratulations. You are at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier of Angler. Ascension failed. To advance to the 4th tier of Angler, you need to refine a medium-grade spirit stone. What? Ascension failed? Xiaoyu was taken aback. He had initially believed that continuous refinement of spirit stones would lead to uninterrupted advancement. Now, he realized that upon reaching a certain level, mere quantity alone would not suffice. Quality was also essential. It appeared that his cultivation would have to remain at the 3rd tier of Angler for the time being. Xiaoyu reluctantly abandoned the notion of further cultivation and stored the spirit stones in his warehouse. Inside the warehouse lay everything he had just acquired: 5 white xianxue, 3 spirit gathering gel, 1 purple spirit bamboo, 1 mature daughter's red, and 979 spirit stones. Gazing upon the bountiful contents, Xiaoyu felt immense satisfaction, especially considering that his collection of spirit stones likely surpassed that of everyone else in the entire region. However, after taking stock, Xiaoyu found himself at a loss for what to do next. Having exhausted his bait, he had no medium-grade spirit stones for further cultivation. Refining more would be futile. Particularly after such a significant enhancement of strength, Xiaoyu was itching to test his newfound power. Yet, when he cast his empty hook into the water, not a single fish came to bite. He even contemplated finding a rock to see if he could shatter it with a single strike. Alas, this isolated island bore not a single stone. What if there were individuals willing to sell bait? Surely, some would be inclined to do so, given that many were hesitant to cast their lines. Xiaoyu thought to himself. Upon reopening the chat channel, he quickly noticed that over 100 individuals had already departed. As he opened the chat, he found that the number of participants had dwindled from 994 to just 875. It seemed that many had realized that without casting their lines, they would likely suffer the dire fate of thirsting to death in this oppressive environment, prompting numerous individuals to muster their courage and fish. With so many having perished, what should he do now? Just the thought of picking up his fishing rod made his legs tremble. Who wasn't he feeling the same? Just moments ago, a companion had been encouraging him, only for her avatar to suddenly go dark. Not only her, but several male avatars had also vanished. The chat room remained a cacophony of fear, interspersed with pleas for spirit stones. Looking for a spirit stone. Does anyone have an extra spirit stone? I promise to return it double after I enhance my strength. Remote fishing, cool and aloof beauty, 170, 3060, will touch her belly button for 1 spirit stone a day. Is there no man with a sense of responsibility? This girl is truly a rare talent. Lend me a spirit stone today, and I'll repay you with a fairy in the future. Among these individuals, some promised to repay double or offer fishing services. Others, lost in their delusions of grandeur, sought to take advantage. Xiaoyu viewed this scene with exasperation. Meanwhile, some irritable souls began to vent their frustrations in the chat room. Get lost. Even if I have spirit stones to spare, I wouldn't give them to you. Women only slow me down when I'm trying to fish. I signed my divorce papers by the river, tossing the certificate into the water to bait. I've long since sworn off women. In this perilous world, it was evident that free lunches were a rarity. However, this situation seemed to present an opportunity for Xiaoyu. Buying bait, 10 portions of bait for 1 spirit stone. He typed and sent out. What? 10 portions of bait for a single spirit stone? Isn't that too exorbitant? If we fish ourselves, we could at least obtain a spirit stone every 10 tries. As soon as the message was sent, the chat room erupted in uproar. Xiaoyu pondered whether he had perhaps set the price too high. He considered adjusting it, but then realized that this business was a one-time deal. Once someone received a spirit stone and cultivated, they would possess the strength to fish for themselves, leaving no chance for repeat customers. Shouldn't he seize the opportunity while he could? Thus, he abandoned the idea of altering the price. Nevertheless, it was not long before individuals began approaching him. I'll trade with you. Having all this bait without daring to fish is pointless. It's better to use it to enhance my strength. You're right. Once our strength improves, we'll dare to fish. Otherwise, we'll be trapped here indefinitely. I can't take it anymore. I didn't have dinner last night. If I don't get some spirit stones to replenish my energy, I'll starve. As these voices arose, Xiaoyu soon began receiving notifications one after another. You have received a trade request from Yang Lingling. 1 spiritual stone in exchange for 10 fish baits. You have received a trade request from Chun Yiting. 1 spiritual stone in exchange for 10 fish baits. You have received a request from. In a fleeting moment, Xiaoyu found himself inundated with over 30 requests. With merely 30 spiritual stones required for these 30 individuals, Xiaoyu, without a second thought, swiftly accepted them all with a single click. He acquired over 370 fish baits. During this time, countless private messages flooded in. Hey there. Would you like a remote fishing companion? I possess a wealth of knowledge. I can accompany you for a day for just 1 spiritual stone. Bro, I only have 3 fish baits left. Could you please give me the spiritual stone first, and I'll provide you with the remaining baits later? Handsome. Give me 1 spiritual stone, and when I return to Earth, I'll introduce you to my sister. With no thoughts of women in his heart, he naturally focused on fishing. Faced with these messages, Xiaoyu quickly lost interest. However, just as he was about to close the private messages, one particular message captured his attention. Big brother, I have no fish baits, only a blueprint for upgrading a secondary fishing rod. Can I trade for it? A blueprint for upgrading to a secondary fishing rod. Chapter 4, The Lost Sect. Are you certain it's a blueprint for upgrading to a secondary fishing rod? Xiaoyu asked, somewhat incredulous. Having just advanced to the 3rd stage of chi refinement, he had the strength to effortlessly catch large fish weighing over 10 or 20 pounds. His only concern was the weight limit of the fishing rod. If he upgraded the rod, wouldn't that solve everything? Indeed. The commotion when he had just caught a fish was quite significant. He had been told it was a sea-level reward. But now, all he received was a piece of paper, which was of little use to him. The person in the private message complained to Xiaoyu. Yet, upon hearing this, Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile. He had just dropped 1,000 spiritual stones, which was indeed a sea-level reward. Even without a 10-fold critical hit, that still amounted to 10 spiritual stones. Thus, this blueprint for upgrading a secondary fishing rod was worth approximately 10 spiritual stones. And now, this person was only asking for 1 spiritual stone. Xiaoyu quickly agreed to the trade. After acquiring the blueprint, he hastily took up his fishing rod once more. Upgrade requirements. 1 secondary fishing rod upgrade blueprint. 3 purple spirit bamboos. Currently, Xiaoyu was merely 2 purple spirit bamboos away from upgrading his fishing rod. He quickly grasped the rod and returned to his fishing platform. You caught a white strip fish, earning an A-level reward, 1 white Xian stone. You caught a minnow, earning an A-level reward, 1 gathering spirit stone. You caught a white strip fish, earning a B-level reward, 1 purple spirit bamboo. On this occasion, Xiaoyu was fortunate. He obtained a purple spirit bamboo after just 3 casts. Only 1 more to go. He quickly cast his line again, hoping to secure another one. You caught a white strip fish, earning an A-level reward, 1 white Xian stone. You caught a wheat fish, earning a B-level reward, 1 sky blue stone. You caught a minnow, earning. However, after the next 6 or 7 casts, Xiaoyu failed to catch another purple spirit bamboo. Instead, he acquired a new B-level building material. Xiaoyu remained unfazed, for at present, he lacked nothing but fish baits. Moreover, it seemed he had reached the exhilarating 10th cast. What treasure might he unveil this time? Xiaoyu mused as he prepared to cast his bait into the water once more. Why is there no movement? After the bait sank into the water, Xiaoyu pondered, perplexed. Anyone who has fished for white strip fish knows they are particularly greedy feeders. Though the white strip fish in this realm were undoubtedly larger than those on Earth, their habits remained unchanged. Surely, I haven't fished them all out? Xiaoyu wondered. Yet, the next moment, he observed his float beginning to sway erratically. This was a sign that a big fish had entered the area. Xiaoyu suddenly snapped to attention. The abrupt stillness might indicate that a large fish had come into the vicinity. At that moment, Even his grip on the fishing rod tightened considerably. Indeed, the next instant, his float plunged sharply downward. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Xiaoyu yanked upwards with all his might. The sharp sound of slicing water rang out, a melody to the ears of any fisherman. This is huge. This is massive. The pull he felt in his hands was at least several times greater than that of the previous golden white strip fish. Mo Xiaoyu estimated this fish to weigh at least 100 pounds. If he had still been at his previous level, he would have faced one of two fates. Either the line would snap and the fish would escape, or he would be dragged into the water. 100 pounds of white strip fish? Mo Xiaoyu thought. While a large fish does not necessarily guarantee valuable spoils, he was nonetheless eager to see what kind of terror a 100-plus-pound white strip fish might unleash. Goodness, this doesn't seem like a white strip fish at all. Could it be a Christian carp? Yet, isn't this Christian carp a tad too large? Soon enough, the 100-pound fish surfaced before Mo Xiaoyu. Over 2 meters long and 1.5 meters wide, with a massive tail and silvery black scales, it was undoubtedly a colossal Christian carp. It had transformed from a mere palm-sized fish on Earth to the size of a door plank. Concurrently, the notification sounded once more. You have caught a Christian carp, because this is your 10th catch. Congratulations on receiving a sea-level reward, 10 purple spirit bamboos. With a 1,000-fold critical hit, granting you a total of 10,000 purple spirit bamboos. Another sea-level reward, and this time it was 1,000-fold. Truly, the 100-pound Christian carp had unleashed a sea-level reward upon surfacing. Even more astonishing was that this 10th catch had yielded a 1,000-fold critical hit, granting him an astonishing 10,000 purple spirit bamboos. 10,000 purple spirit bamboos threatened to overwhelm the 10-square-meter island beneath him. Mo Xiaoyu quickly stored all these purple spirit bamboos in his warehouse before retrieving 3 of them along with the blueprint. Primary fishing rod. Upgrade requires 1 secondary upgrade blueprint. 3 purple spirit bamboos. Upgrade conditions met. Are you certain you wish to upgrade immediately? Confirmed. Such matters required no further contemplation. Mo Xiaoyu decisively clicked. The next moment, the notification echoed in his mind once more. Congratulations on successfully upgrading your fishing rod to a secondary fishing rod. Length increased by 1 section. Weight capacity doubled. Next upgrade requires 1 tertiary fishing rod upgrade blueprint, 10 purple spirit bamboos. As the notification resonated, the fishing rod in Mo Xiaoyu's hands instantly transformed from 5 meters to 3 meters in length. The rod's diameter thickened noticeably, shaking it in his hands. He could distinctly feel its newfound sturdiness. With the length increased by 1 section, it now measured 3 meters. He could only wonder if the upgraded rod would allow him to catch the sizable white strip fish in this area. Upon reaching this point, Mo Xiaoyu hastily seized his fishing rod and returned to the fishing platform, once more casting his line into the waters. You have caught a white strip fish. You have received a B-grade reward, a spirit stone. Mo Xiaoyu's conjecture proved accurate, indeed. Even with a hefty white strip fish weighing over 10 pounds, he could now effortlessly lift it. This significantly enhanced his fishing speed. Perhaps due to the additional length of his fishing rod, which allowed for a greater casting distance, his chances of receiving B-grade rewards also surged. You have caught a white strip fish. You have received an A-grade reward, a white mysterious stone. You have caught a loach. You have received an A-grade reward, a gathering spirit stone. You have caught an ear of wheat. You have received a B-grade reward, a spirit stone. Almost every third cast yielded a B-grade reward, which made Mo Xiaoyu yearn to upgrade his fishing rod even more fervently. If only he could obtain a 3rd-tier upgrade blueprint, he mused. At this moment, he had an abundance of purple spirit bamboo, but he lacked only the coveted 3rd-tier fishing rod upgrade blueprint. You have caught a loach. You have received an A-grade reward, a gathering spirit stone. You have caught a ground tiger fish. You have received a B-grade reward, a spirit stone. You have caught. Even building materials occasionally yielded B-grade rewards, sometimes amounting to 10 at once. This only intensified Mo Xiaoyu's desire to upgrade his fishing rod. His fishing speed accelerated further. Within half a minute of casting, he would swiftly reel in the line and take flight. On Earth, Mo Xiaoyu had once experienced a similar thrill with white strip fish. After all, such small fish were plentiful there. Yet, the white strip fish of this world, weighing over 10 or even dozens of pounds, surpassed anything he had encountered. Such resources rendered wild fishing inconceivable. Even at exorbitant prices in large fishing pits, one could not expect a flurry of such giant fish. The thought of dozens of pounds of fish leaping directly into his grasp was beyond his wildest dreams. Furthermore, this world also allowed for cultivation. What sheer delight. An unprecedented thrill. It seemed that traversing to this world had its merits. No more tightening screws. No more grueling 9-to-6 work. No more enduring the scornful gazes of bosses and managers. He could catch dozens of pounds of fish freely until his arms grew weary. Mo Xiaoyu reflected. Having been an orphan with no romantic ties on Earth, he felt no lingering attachments. Thus, he swiftly embraced the reality of his transmigration and reveled in it. What wonders would he uncover this time? Each 10th cast was the most exhilarating moment. Soon, Mo Xiaoyu arrived at his 10th cast. He felt a surge of excitement. Carefully baited his hook and stood to accurately toss the bait into the spot. Once the float stood upright, he tugged the rod back slightly to avoid a tug-of-war with a large fish. However, to Mo Xiaoyu's astonishment, when the float sank, lifting the rod felt weightless. Not even the weight of a small white strip fish. Moreover, it bore no struggle whatsoever. What was happening? An empty hook? Had the fish slipped away? Mo Xiaoyu's heart raced, as this was his first encounter with such a situation. Yet, when he drew the hook from the water, he discovered something that appeared to be an ancient map hanging from it. The map, seemingly crafted from an unknown material, had been submerged for an indeterminate time. Yet it bore no mud and was not even damp. Instead, it radiated a profound and mysterious glow. Mo Xiaoyu instantly recognized it as something extraordinary. He hastily removed it from the hook and unfolded it for a closer examination. Level 1 Mysterious Dungeon Teleportation Map can randomly transport you to a certain mysterious Level 1 dungeon. Usage conditions. The angler must reach Tier 2. Conditions met. Does the host wish to use it immediately? A dungeon teleportation map? Mo Xiaoyu realized he had stumbled upon a treasure, as any dungeon offered rewards far superior to those from typical wild monster encounters. Of course, dungeons were also significantly more perilous, often inhabited by terrifying bosses. Should he take the plunge? Mo Xiaoyu pondered, noting that the requirement was Tier 2. While he was already at Tier 3, having upgraded his fishing rod once, he felt confident. He clicked to confirm. In the next moment, he felt his body, along with the island beneath him, begin to shrink, slowly being drawn into the map. Simultaneously, an urgent notification echoed in his ears. You are leaving the safe zone. Please prepare for all challenges. What? Leaving the safe zone? The voice made Mo Xiaoyu's heart race with anxiety. However, it seemed that panicking was futile. The teleportation had already commenced, and there was no way to interrupt it. Regardless, greater storms brought richer catches. Mo Xiaoyu steadied his mind and took out a spirit stone to absorb, striving to maintain his best state for the impending challenges. Welcome to the Level 1 Dungeon. The Lost Fishing Sect. Dungeon difficulty, hard. Dungeon description. Once a sect devoted to the art of fishing, one day, the senior brother caught a dragon carp and placed it in the sect's lotus pond. Unexpectedly, the dragon carp mutated into a Tier 3 water demon, the three-headed magic carp, bringing calamity upon the sect. The sect leader, along with 5 elder fishing kings, employed forbidden techniques to severely injure and seal the demon. Task: capture the three-headed magic carp before it regains its strength. Chapter 5, Skeleton, Pavilion, Chains, Three-Headed Magic Carp. Welcome to the Level 1 Dungeon, the Lost Fishing Sect. Dungeon description. Once a sect devoted to the art of fishing, one day, the senior brother caught a dragon carp and placed it in the sect's lotus pond. Unexpectedly, the dragon carp mutated into a Tier 3 water demon, the three-headed magic carp, bringing calamity upon the sect. The sect leader, along with 5 elder fishing kings, employed forbidden techniques to severely injure and seal the demon. Tasks: catch 30 golden big crucian carp, 10 ink dragon carps, and capture the three-headed magic carp before it regains its strength. Task time 1 hour. First kill task rewards: 3 level 1 treasure chests, 1 sect construction order, 1 mysterious beast bone fishing hook. What? 1 hour. I must catch 30 golden big crucian carp and 10 ink dragon carps? And what about the three-headed magic carp? Mo Xiaoyu listened to the notification in his mind, hardly believing his ears. It is worth noting that the largest fish he had caught previously was merely a big crucian carp. Now, however, he was being tasked with catching 30 golden big crucian carp and 10 ink dragon carps within just 1 hour. In other words, he requires at least 1.5 minutes to catch a single fish. This does not account for the fact that, once these are caught, a terrifying three-headed demon carp awaits him. Moreover, with each angler it devours, its strength increases and the seal binding it loosens. Such a daunting task. With the conditions indicating that only a second-tier angler is necessary, is this truly a task feasible for a second-tier angler? Mo Xiaoyu finds it utterly implausible. Fortunately, it seems that this instance does not impose a mandatory completion of the task, as he will be transported out once the time is up. Otherwise, he would likely be despairingly exclaiming, "This is simply inhumane, let it be destroyed at once." Accompanied by a series of notifications, Mo Xiaoyu gradually descends into a dilapidated sect's domain. It is unclear what kind of horrific battle transpired here. Not only have all structures been razed to the ground, But the earth is also riddled with fissures 1 to 2 meters wide and deep pits extending dozens of meters. Among the overgrown grass, countless skeletal remains lie scattered, telling tales of the once thriving sect. Is it truly this terrifying? Mo Xiaoyu cautiously steps towards the inner sanctum of the sect. Though apprehensive, he finds no reason to retreat now that he has arrived. He must proceed with utmost care, remaining vigilant and aware of his surroundings. Fortunately, the path presents no immediate dangers. Soon, he discovers a vast lotus pond, spanning over 1,000 acres. The lotuses within are no ordinary variety found on Earth. Each lotus leaf measures over 10 meters in diameter, rivaling the isolated island beneath his feet. The pond is adorned with blooming white lotuses, each bearing crimson streaks that mar their beauty. An octagonal pavilion, enveloped by immense lotus leaves and white blossoms, stands amidst this scene, reminiscent of Suzhou Gardens with its exquisite antiquity. Yet, 8 massive iron chains violently pierce through the roof, marring the elegance and rendering it a grotesque sight. From beneath the pavilion emanate terrifying roars, perhaps a sign that it has sensed Mo Xiaoyu's presence, growing increasingly boisterous. Each roar resonates, causing the chains to rattle incessantly, as if the pavilion itself quivers, on the verge of collapsing into ruin. Could the 3-headed demon carp be sealed beneath this pavilion? Mo Xiaoyu muses. Surrounding the lotus pond are 6 skeletal figures, each towering 5 to 6 meters tall, unmistakably not of ordinary human stature. They wield swords, tripods, and perform hand seals, preserved in their original poses despite the passage of countless years, standing resolutely by the pond's edge. Mo Xiaoyu surmises these skeletons must belong to the sect master and the 5 esteemed grandmasters. If such grandmasters can remain so formidable, enduring the test of time without succumbing, what terrors must lie in wait for the fishing kings, emperors, and more exalted beings? Gazing at the 6 colossal skeletons, Mo Xiaoyu cannot help but marvel. Indeed, his trepidation towards the sealed, 3-headed demon carp intensifies. He examines the swords and tripods held by the skeletons. Despite enduring the ravages of time, they bear no rust. Only a thick layer of dust that fails to conceal the faint glow emanating from them. Ancient and enigmatic. Could these be the legendary artifacts? Mo Xiaoyu contemplates. Yet, he dares not touch them, for these artifacts are likely the very treasures used to seal and subdue the demon carp. Should he disturb them, the failure of his task would be trivial compared to the threat posed by unleashing such a creature. Let it be. These treasures are beyond my reach at present. I must hasten to cast my line and see what fish I can catch, and what treasures may emerge from this instance. Mo Xiaoyu thinks resolutely. At this moment, his sole desire is to see if he can hook a fish and uncover some valuable items. As for the legendary artifacts, he wouldn't dare to lay a finger on them. And as for the 3-headed demon carp that could yield rewards, Mo Xiaoyu has no thoughts of it now. After all, even powerful fishing kings require forbidden techniques to seal it. He, a mere angler, would scarcely be enough to serve as a mere snack. With these thoughts in mind, Mo Xiaoyu swiftly seeks a safe spot, grasping his fishing rod and casting it into the water. No sooner has the bait touched the surface than a golden figure emerges from beneath the lotus leaves, lunging for his bait, measuring 3 to 4 meters in length. He estimates it to weigh at least 300 to 400 pounds. Its golden scales, each the size of a palm, shimmer with a mysterious glow. Could this be the fabled 3-headed demon carp? Mo Xiaoyu wonders, but he quickly dismisses the notion, for he sees no whiskers beneath its mouth, and its shape resembles more of a crucian carp. Most importantly, it possesses only one head. The sensation of a colossal creature biting the hook is unprecedented for Mo Xiaoyu. As soon as it bites, he hastily yanks upwards, only to find that the golden fish merely flicks its head, causing the hook to slip free once more. Disaster! The hook is too small. Mo Xiaoyu, exasperated, quickly retrieves a larger line, and even swaps the entire setup for a bigger one. At this moment, he realizes that his original bait cannot even cover the hook. Ultimately, he resorts to using 3 portions of bait. Curse it! Thankfully, he had just acquired hundreds of portions. Otherwise, not only would he fail to complete the task, but he might not even get the chance to catch a few large fish. Mo Xiaoyu thinks as he casts the bait into the spot once more. The next moment, the golden fish reappears, fiercely biting at his bait again, undeterred by his presence. It seems to have become extraordinarily aggressive, displaying none of the caution typical of crucian carp. Instead, it behaves more like an attacking species such as the blackfish. This time, you surely won't escape. Seeing this, Mo Xiaoyu swiftly jerks upwards with determination. The next instant, the sound of water being cut resonates in his ears. Simultaneously, the tip of his rod plunges downwards as the massive creature yanks it into the depths, as if intending to pierce through this tranquil space that has remained undisturbed for countless ages. Mo Xiaoyu quickly crouches down, bracing himself against the powerful force surging from the rod. The overwhelming strength rushes towards him like a tempest. Good heavens, this is astonishing. It possesses strength at least 3 times greater than that of a 200 to 300-pound creature on Earth. On Earth, Mo Xiaoyu once engaged in a challenge to catch a colossal fish with a hand rod. He had previously encountered a Russian sturgeon weighing over 200 pounds. Although he did not succeed in reeling it in, he gained some understanding of the immense strength possessed by such a creature. At this moment, the golden big-headed carp he faced undoubtedly matched the power of a 1,000-pound beast. Fortunately, Mo Xiaoyu's fishing rod had undergone upgrades. Otherwise, it might have shattered under the recent strain. Additionally, his own mastery had ascended through 2 levels, rendering both his rod and his strength incomparable to his earlier capabilities. With considerable effort, he gradually lifted the rod tip from the water's surface, resisting wave after wave of assault from the gigantic fish. After several rounds of struggle, he managed to pull it partially out of the water. Glancing at the time, he realized that it had taken a full 5 minutes to achieve this feat. In the realm of Earth, catching a several hundred-pound fish in 5 minutes would surely provide Mo Xiaoyu with a lifetime of stories. However, within this instance, a 5-minute catch of a golden big-headed carp meant that he could only reel in 12 within an hour. With still over half of the task to catch 30 golden big-headed carps remaining, not to mention the 10 dragon carps and the even more formidable 3-headed demon carp. The challenge loomed large. Simultaneously, a familiar notification chimed once more. Congratulations on catching a golden big-headed carp. As this marks your 10th catch, you have earned a sea-level reward, 30 times the quantity of cavern blueprint, gaining 30 cavern blueprints. Cavern blueprints? 30. Truly, as expected of a secret realm instance. The very first fish rewarded Mo Xiaoyu with a sea-level prize and triggered a 30-fold quantity critical hit, bestowing upon him 30 blueprints in one stroke. Yet, as he held the 30 blueprints, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. What use were so many? Did they expect him to distribute a set of cavern blueprints to every member after establishing a sect? He dismissed the thought. If being a caretaker-like sect leader was the role he was to play, he would rather not take on that responsibility unless they compensated him handsomely with spirit stones. To be frank, he felt somewhat dissatisfied. The rewards from this catch were neither the medium-quality spirit stones he needed for his advancement to the 4th tier of fishing nor the 3rd-tier blueprints necessary for upgrading his rod. Glancing at the blueprints, he noted, Cavern Blueprint can be used to construct a low-level cavern, requires materials, 20 white Xian stones, 30 spirit gathering gel, 10 sky blue stones. Low-level cavern, area of 50 square meters, consisting of 1 room and 1 hall. With a certain degree of defense capable of withstanding any attacks from 2nd-tier water demons or lower. Upon seeing the material requirements, Mo Xiaoyu's interest in constructing several caverns evaporated. At this point, he lacked the resources to build even one. He had only 40 to 50 white Xian stones, over 30 spirit gathering gels, and merely 1 sky blue stone. This was only because he had acquired some after successfully casting his line farther with his newly upgraded rod. However, at that moment, a thought struck him. Wait. Didn't I still have the critical hit on multiples of 10? If a quality critical hit were to occur, would it not mean that the low-level cavern could withstand any attacks from 2nd-tier water demons? If it were intermediate, wouldn't it then fend off 3rd-tier ones? And if it were advanced, wouldn't that mean it could resist 4th-tier threats? Even the legendary fishing king would be challenged. Completing the task of catching the 3-headed demon carp might not be an impossibility after all. With this realization, Mo Xiaoyu felt a surge of clarity. He finally had a plan on how to catch the 3-headed demon carp. Onward. Even if the materials were insufficient this time, next time, or the time after, he would eventually gather enough resources. He refused to believe that he, Mo Xiaoyu, could be thwarted by a mere 3-headed demon carp for a lifetime. With a plan in mind came motivation. He quickly seized his rod once more, baited it, and cast it into the water. As the bait barely touched the surface, another golden, big-headed carp sprang forth from beneath the lotus leaves. Moreover, it was not alone. A large group followed closely behind. They swam towards the spots where Mo Xiaoyu had just cast his line, which barely counted as a fishing area. Goodness, were these golden, big-headed carps starved? It felt as though they were about to leap ashore to bite him. Mo Xiaoyu thought to himself. In the next moment, he witnessed a golden, big-headed carp lunging towards his hook. With no alternative, he had to act swiftly. The water was too shallow, only 2 to 3 meters deep, while the golden, big-headed carp measured 2 to 3 meters in length and over a meter in width. There was no way he could ignore their bites. As soon as he saw it latch onto the hook, he quickly yanked upward. The ensuing sound of splashing erupted. Due to the shallow water, this large carp leaped out, thrashing and splashing as it broke the surface. The ferocity of its struggle made Mo Xiaoyu worry that it might leap at him with jaws bared. However, He was not without a strategy for dealing with such a frenzied fish. He simply needed to reverse the rod's direction as it soared through the air. The impact at that moment would be exponentially more devastating than in the water. Thus, as it soared out of the water, Mo Xiaoyu decisively reversed the rod. In the next moment, the golden big-headed carp fell back into the water, choking on several mouthfuls of water, and flipped onto its back. You have caught a golden big-headed carp. You receive a B-level reward of 10 white Xian stones. The speed of this catch was incomparably quicker than the last. However, Mo Xiaoyu noted that this time it had taken 3 minutes. It seemed significantly faster than before. Yet even so, he could only manage to reel in 20 within an hour. And that was just the golden big-headed carp. This was already his limit. Considering these were 200 to 300-pound creatures, he lacked the strength to reel in a fish that could fly off. Even if he possessed the strength, he would not dare to attempt it. The golden words, "If the rod breaks, a man perishes," constantly reminded him of the risks involved. How he wished his rod could level up again, and his mastery could rise to the next tier. Mo Xiaoyu pondered. At this moment, he could only hope for a medium-quality spirit stone to drop, allowing him to advance to the 4th tier of fishing, and perhaps a 3rd-tier rod upgrade blueprint to materialize. You have caught a golden big-headed carp. You receive a B-level reward of 10 spirit gathering stones. You have caught a golden big-headed carp. You receive a B-level reward of 1 sky spirit stone. You have caught a golden big-headed carp. You receive a C-level reward of 1 medium-quality spirit stone. It must be said, there were indeed an abundance of golden big-headed carps here, and one could only wonder how many years they had been starving, like a ravenous beast. The moment Mo Xiaoyu cast his line, the fish voraciously seized the bait. Moreover, the catch rate was exceedingly high. Each cast yielded at least a B-grade reward. In fact, before Mo Xiaoyu could even reel in his 5th catch, he had already unearthed a piece of medium-grade spirit stone. At last, he had obtained a medium-grade spirit stone. Time for cultivation. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood, he mused. Only by enhancing his abilities could Mo Xiaoyu fish more proficiently. The moment he grasped the medium-grade spirit stone, without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to elevate his strength to the 4th tier. You have absorbed a piece of medium-grade spirit stone, gained 1 medium-grade spiritual power. Congratulations, you have advanced to 4th tier fisher. Congratulations. Your strength has increased by 100. Speed increased by 10. Body strength increased by 100. Spiritual power increased by 100. Congratulations. You have acquired the qualification to practice spells. Qualification to practice spells? Truly worthy of a medium-grade spirit stone. Albeit it granted Mo Xiaoyu only a modicum of spiritual power, its quality was incomparable. The moment he absorbed it, he ascended to 4th tier fisher. Moreover, he gained the qualification to practice spells. Regrettably, at this moment, Mo Xiaoyu lacked the techniques for spell cultivation. He could only hope that he might soon acquire a spellbook. Onward, Mo Xiaoyu thought fervently. If only he could procure a spell cultivation technique. You have caught a golden big carp. Gained 10 B grade by Xian stones. You have caught a golden big carp. Gained 100 C grade ordinary spirit stones. You have caught a golden big carp. Having advanced to the 4th tier, Mo Xiaoyu's strength surged by another 100. Now, even if he encountered a 300 to 400-pound big carp, his might surpassed that of 1,000-pound creatures on Earth. At this moment, he could effortlessly handle them. Almost in just a round or two, he could successfully bring them under control. He was now just 1 upgrade away from effortlessly reeling in 300 to 400-pound golden big carps. If the fishing rod were to be upgraded as well, Mo Xiaoyu was absolutely confident he could reel in the 3 to 4-pound golden big carp with ease. Before long, Mo Xiaoyu had caught another 8 or 9 golden big carps. Not only had he satisfied his craving for fishing, but he also reached the exhilarating 10th cast. If he could procure a blueprint for a level 3 upgrade this time, it would be splendid. Mo Xiaoyu thought, casting his line with hope, using bait larger than before. There was no alternative. The level 2 upgrade blueprint was a C-grade reward, while the level 3 blueprint should be a D-grade reward. Mo Xiaoyu needed to encounter a critical hit in quality. Soon, a golden big carp bit the hook. Whether by fate or the principle of what you seek is seeking you, when Mo Xiaoyu drew the fish from the water, the familiar notification sound rang out. You have caught a golden big carp. As this is your 10th catch, congratulations. You have received a C-grade reward. A level 2 fishing rod upgrade blueprint with 10-fold quality critical hit. A level 3 fishing rod upgrade blueprint. By coincidence, Mo Xiaoyu had indeed encountered a quality critical hit this time. Simultaneously, he had just earned the reward of a level 2 upgrade blueprint. He had truly obtained the long-desired level 3 upgrade blueprint. At last, he could upgrade his fishing rod. I shall reel in the golden big carp with ease. Holding the fishing rod, Mo Xiaoyu laughed with exhilaration. What you seek is seeking you. Whether it was a response to Mo Xiaoyu's fervent wishes or merely a stroke of good fortune, he had indeed procured a level 3 fishing rod upgrade blueprint. To upgrade to a level 3 fishing rod, you require 1 level 3 upgrade blueprint, 10 purple spirit bamboo. Conditions met. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Upgrade? Without a doubt. Mo Xiaoyu chuckled, feeling a mix of excitement and impatience. The notifications were rather tedious. Upgrade successful. Congratulations. Your fishing rod has been upgraded to a level 3 fishing rod. Length has increased by 1 segment. Fishing power has doubled. To upgrade to a level 4 fishing rod, you require 1 level 4 upgrade blueprint, 100 purple spirit bamboo, and 10 wind spirit jade. You have upgraded your fishing rod twice, and you are 7 upgrades away from achieving a critical hit. In an instant, Mo Xiaoyu's fishing rod had grown another segment, and its fishing power had doubled. Furthermore, a prompt indicated that after 7 upgrades, a critical hit would occur. Mo Xiaoyu was eager to upgrade his fishing rod 7 times consecutively, curious about what the critical hit would entail. Surely, it would be a quality critical hit that would elevate his fishing rod 10-fold or even 100-fold. However, that was not guaranteed. Perhaps he might even procure 100 fishing rods. If that were the case, it would mean that while others possessed but 1 life, Mo Xiaoyu would have 100. Mo Xiaoyu gazed at the golden characters inscribed on his fishing rod. 1 man, 1 rod. With the rod, the man shall not perish, and could not help but ponder. Yet, this was certainly unrealistic. It was even less likely that he could upgrade his fishing rod 7 times in reality. The only thing to verify now was whether he could indeed reel in a 300 to 400 pound golden big carp. Just as Mo Xiaoyu prepared to cast his line again, he noticed an influx of trading requests. You have received a trade request from Chun Wei, 10 portions of bait for 1 spirit stone. You have received a trade request from Zhang Chong, 10 portions of bait for 1 spirit stone. You have received a total of 40 to 50 requests. Mo Xiaoyu had just consumed considerable bait, and in this instance, the bait consumption was immense. He still had a fair amount of ordinary spirit stones. So without a second thought, he agreed to these requests and acquired 500 to 600 portions of bait. However, alongside these trade requests, there were some additional ones. Hey handsome, can I trade 3 portions of bait and spend a day with you for a spirit stone? Sister Wei said you just traded with her for that price, and she used it to advance to first tier fisher. I want to do the same. Bro, I have a level 2 fishing rod upgrade blueprint, a genuine C-grade reward, just 10 spirit stones, a bargain for you. Little brother, I have no bait. Can I trade my virginity for a spirit stone? With no thoughts of women clouding his mind, Mo Xiaoyu simply wished to fish in peace and had no interest in spending a day with any woman. Moreover, he certainly had no intention of trading with that Sister Wei, who seemed to think he was a fool trying to deceive him. Regarding the level 2 fishing rod upgrade blueprint, Mo Xiaoyu's fishing rod has already been upgraded to level 3, showing no interest in the trivialities of a man's advantages. As for her precious virtue, judging by her seductive movements, it seems that she has long lost not only her chastity, but perhaps even her dignity. Mo Xiaoyu glanced at her and felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Meanwhile, the chatroom was exceptionally lively. Haha, I finally exchanged for spirit stones. You were right. Mo Xiaoyu really has an abundance of spirit stones. Is that so? I just told you, but you didn't believe me. Thinking I was trying to deceive you. To tell you the truth, I've already advanced to the first tier of fishermen. Once the bait refreshes tomorrow, I can fish and earn resources. I truly did not expect that it only takes 1 spirit stone to advance to the first tier of fishermen. I was worried my talent might be insufficient, fearing 1 spirit stone wouldn't be enough. But I owe my gratitude to Mo Xiaoyu. By the way, does anyone have some bait to lend me? Once I catch fish and gather resources, we can share. It turns out that someone, after exchanging for Mo Xiaoyu's spirit stones, began to show off in the chatroom. No wonder so many people sought Mo Xiaoyu for spirit stone exchanges. Observing the various comments in the chatroom, Mo Xiaoyu never imagined that one day, this humble fisherman would be so revered, with people addressing him as Big Boss. At this moment, he had no time to linger. The dungeon time was limited to half an hour, and Mo Xiaoyu needed to swiftly fish for resources. Chapter 8. The 200 to 300 pound golden crucian carp were biting incessantly. He had already spent nearly half an hour. After all, the cave he wished to build required at least 10 foundations. Yet he currently possessed only 5 sky blue stones, 3,500 mysterious stones, and 25 spirit gathering stones. He lacked even the materials to construct a single cave. The road ahead was long, and he needed ample resources. In an instant, Mo Xiaoyu's fishing rod lengthened once more, and its fishing power doubled. Moreover, it indicated that after 7 more upgrades, a critical hit notification would appear. This thought made Mo Xiaoyu yearn to upgrade the rod consecutively 7 times to see how the rod would react to such a critical hit. Surely, A critical hit would elevate the quality of my rod tenfold or even 100-fold. Yet, it could also yield 100 rods. If that were the case, while others had but one life, I, Mo Xiaoyu, would possess 100. As he gazed at the golden letters inscribed on his rod, one person. The rod is the man, the rod's power is lethal. He couldn't help but ponder. However, this was undoubtedly unrealistic. It was even less likely that he could truly upgrade the rod 7 times. The only thing he could verify was whether he could reel in the 200 to 300-pound golden cushion carp. Yet, just as Mo Xiaoyu prepared to cast his rod again, he noticed a flurry of trade requests flooding in. You have received a trade request from Chunwei, 10 portions of bait for 1 spirit stone. You have received a trade request from Zhang Chong, 10 portions of bait for 1 spirit stone. You have received. There were easily 40 to 50 requests. Mo Xiaoyu had already consumed quite a bit of bait, and the bait consumption in this dungeon was immense. He still had plenty of ordinary spirit stones. So without hesitation, he agreed to these requests, acquiring another 500 to 600 portions of bait. However, in addition to these trade requests, there were others. Hey handsome, how about I give you 3 portions of bait and accompany you for a day in exchange for 1 spirit stone? Sister Xiao Wei said you just traded with her at this price, and she used it to advance to the first tier of fishermen. I want to do the same. Brother, I have a level 2 fishing rod upgrade blueprint, an authentic sea level reward, for just 10 spirit stones. I'm offering you a good deal. Little brother, I don't have any bait. Can I exchange my virtue for 1 spirit stone? With no thoughts of women in his heart, Mo Xiaoyu simply wished to remain a quiet fisherman, utterly uninterested in spending a day with any woman. Moreover, he had no intention of trading with that Xiao Wei. She seemed to think he was a fool trying to swindle him. As for the level 2 fishing rod upgrade blueprint, Mo Xiaoyu's rod had already reached level 3, showing no interest in the trivial advantages it could offer a man. Regarding her supposedly precious virtue, given her provocative gestures, it seemed she had long since misplaced not just her chastity, but her very integrity. Mo Xiaoyu glanced at her and felt utterly repulsed. Meanwhile, the chat room continued to buzz with excitement. Haha, I finally managed to exchange for a spirit stone. You were right. Mo Xiaoyu truly has an abundance of spirit stones. Is that so? I just told you, but you didn't believe me, thinking I was trying to deceive you. To tell you the truth, I've already advanced to the first tier of fishermen. Once the bait refreshes tomorrow, I can fish and earn resources. I truly did not expect that it only takes 1 spirit stone to advance to the first tier of fishermen. I was worried my talent might be insufficient, fearing 1 spirit stone wouldn't be enough. But I owe my gratitude to Mo Xiaoyu. By the way, does anyone have some bait to lend me? Once I catch fish and gather resources, we can share. It turned out that someone, after trading for Mo Xiaoyu's spirit stones, began to flaunt in the chat room. No wonder so many people sought Mo Xiaoyu for spirit stone exchanges. Observing the myriad voices in the chat room, Mo Xiaoyu never anticipated that one day this humble fisherman would be so revered, with people addressing him as Big Boss. At this moment, he lacked the time to ponder further. The dungeon time was limited to half an hour, and Mo Xiaoyu needed to swiftly fish for resources. Mo Xiaoyu picked up his fishing rod and got to work. Soon, the sound of water splashing echoed once more. However, with the upgraded rod, Mo Xiaoyu would no longer hesitate before reeling in these 200 to 300-pound golden cushion carp, raising his rod to strike. The splash of water was barely heard before he yanked it clean out of the water. Yes, it was a direct descent. If not for the fact that these fish would transform into rewards upon capture, Mo Xiaoyu could have easily lifted them onto the shore. You have caught a golden cushion carp, earning a B-level reward, 10 white mysterious stones. You have caught a golden cushion carp, earning a B-level reward, 1 green sunstone. You have caught a golden cushion carp, earning a C-level reward, 100 white mysterious stones. Before long, Mo Xiaoyu had reeled in 7 or 8 golden cushion carp, and he received 2 additional C-level rewards, one being a mid-grade spirit stone and the other an astonishing 100 white mysterious stones. This was what one called a bountiful catch. To think that on Earth, catching a 1 or 2 pound golden cushion carp would be enough to boast about for a year. Yet here, he was experiencing a direct bonanza with hundreds of pounds of golden cushion carp. Had he not lived through it, Mo Xiaoyu would never have believed that one day he would reel in hundreds of pounds of golden cushion carp, let alone with such ease. The sheer thrill of the catch left Mo Xiaoyu feeling utterly fulfilled. However, the physical exertion of flying the fish also took a toll. Soon, Mo Xiaoyu found his stamina waning, and fatigue washed over him once more. Mo Xiaoyu promptly took out a spirit stone to absorb and replenish his spiritual power. However, even after the absorption, he did not feel invigorated. At this moment, he was merely a 4th-tier angler. A single ordinary spirit stone was insufficient. He hastily consumed 3 more stones before barely restoring his stamina. Mo Xiaoyu speculated that upon reaching the 5th tier of angler, even ordinary spirit stones would fail to rejuvenate his energy, necessitating the use of medium-grade spirit stones. Yet, what puzzled Mo Xiaoyu was the apparent lack of consumption of his spiritual power. It remained unchanged from its initial state. Was it only during the casting of spells that spiritual power was expended? Mo Xiaoyu wondered internally. However, he was currently unable to invoke any spell techniques to verify his suspicion. With his energy restored, he grasped his fishing rod and resumed his endeavor. As soon as the bait touched the water, fish rapidly bit at it. Mo Xiaoyu swiftly reared back. Within mere seconds, he had landed a golden crucian carp. Congratulations! You have caught a golden crucian carp, earning a C-grade reward, a blueprint for constructing a spirit spring. A parchment exuding an ancient aura appeared in Mo Xiaoyu's hands, depicting a clear spring that, although yet to be constructed, emitted a mist of ethereal energy. Merely gazing at it could invigorate one's weary body. Low-grade spirit spring blueprint, capable of constructing a low-grade spirit spring. Low-grade spirit spring can produce 3 barrels of spirit liquid daily, which swiftly replenishes spiritual power. Each barrel contains 100 cups, with 1 cup equating to 1/10 of the spiritual power found in a low-grade spirit stone. Warm in winter and cool in summer, a beneficial remedy for alleviating fatigue and warming the body. Can be used for bathing, enhances strength while improving physical resilience, restoring fatigue, and treating hidden injuries, among other benefits. Can produce a drop of spirit liquid every 3 days. Chapter 9. Taking notes diligently. Mo Xiaoyu's hook had barely touched the water's surface when the fish leapt from the depths, directly snatching at the bait, even surfacing to seize it. Indeed, the golden crucian carp here exhibited such wild behavior. With just a slight disturbance at the bottom, they floated up to Mo Xiaoyu's bait. It is worth noting that back on Earth, Mo Xiaoyu had attempted to float crucian carp numerous times, employing various methods such as scattering bait, using bubble balls, and specialized floating bait, yet had never succeeded. Not to mention, these were hefty golden crucian carps weighing several hundred pounds. With the carp floating, Mo Xiaoyu's hook barely touched the water before it was snatched away. He didn't even need to watch the float or the hook. He simply waited for the hook to drop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Counting silently, he swiftly lifted the rod to spear the fish. Before these colossal creatures could react, he had already hauled them ashore. In this manner, even factoring in the time for baiting, Mo Xiaoyu only required 20 to 30 seconds, barely half a minute, to land a fish. Within half a minute, he could pull one in. It seemed plausible to catch 30 golden crucian carps and 10 ink dragon carps within an hour, bringing him one step closer to completing his initial task. Mo Xiaoyu mused. Considering that at his current pace, he could potentially catch 30 golden crucian carps in as little as 15 minutes. You have caught a golden crucian carp. As it is your 10th catch, congratulations on receiving a C-grade reward, a 100-fold critical hit of spirit stones, totaling 10,000 spirit stones. You have caught an ink dragon carp. As it is your 10th catch, congratulations on receiving a C-grade reward, a 100-fold critical hit of medium-grade spirit stones, totaling 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Before long, Mo Xiaoyu had successfully caught 19 golden crucian carps and 1 ink dragon carp, earning 2 critical hits. He acquired 10,000 spirit stones and 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Had the last catch not been the troublesome ink dragon carp, he might have managed to reel in 30. Nevertheless, this ink dragon carp did not disappoint, granting him an additional 100 medium-grade spirit stones. With only 2 to 3 minutes remaining, Mo Xiaoyu realized that even if he cast his line now, he would not be able to catch 10 more fish. Thus, he ceased fishing and gazed toward the pavilion nestled among the lotus flowers. Should he go take a look? Mo Xiaoyu pondered. Yet he quickly shook his head. No. Curiosity killed the cat. Better to wait until he had constructed a dwelling before exploring. With that thought, Mo Xiaoyu reluctantly packed away his fishing rod, awaiting the time's conclusion. Ding! The instance time has ended, the task has failed, and the angler will be teleported out of the instance in 3 seconds. Ding! You have returned to the safe zone. Soon, Mo Xiaoyu heard the prompt sound once more, and his surroundings brightened as he returned to his original location. The familiar waters and the countdown barrier above his head welcomed him back. Finally, he was back. Mo Xiaoyu glanced at the countdown barrier. 18 hours and 36 minutes remained until it disappeared. His taut nerves finally relaxed. However, just as he began to feel at ease, Mo Xiaoyu immediately sensed something amiss. Why was it so hot? It felt at least 2 to 3 degrees warmer than before he entered the instance. He had only been gone for a little over an hour. What was going on? Mo Xiaoyu wondered. He quickly opened the chat channel to see what was happening. Goodness! Why was it so sweltering? He felt as though the temperature was above 70 degrees. Just recently, He had been in a place with temperatures over 60 degrees. And it had not been this severe. Damn it. He could hardly endure it any longer. He decided to stop fishing. The fish had ceased biting, and now, with this oppressive heat, he felt as if he might be roasted alive. Had he known, he would have cast his line earlier in the morning. Now, not only had he spent half the day without a single bite, but he was also parched and famished, feeling dizzy under the scorching sun, seriously doubting whether he was suffering from heat stroke. Thankfully, he had exchanged a spirit stone with the great Mo Xiaoyu in the morning and advanced to the first tier of anglers. Although he still felt uncomfortably hot, at least he didn't have to fish himself. Sitting was somewhat more bearable. Upon entering the chat room, Mo Xiaoyu noticed everyone was frantically complaining about the unbearable heat while lamenting the lack of bites. Those who had exchanged spirit stones with him fared better. Although they had run out of bait, they didn't have to endure the blazing sun, watching their rods without a nibble, and their abilities had increased, along with their physical strength, making it somewhat more comfortable. Conversely, those who had not exchanged spirit stones were in dire straits, suffering from both thirst and hunger, and, according to their accounts, enduring temperatures of 60 to 70 degrees. Was it really 70 degrees? That seemed unlikely. It seems that the heat is not as intense as I imagined. Mo Xiaoyu mused inwardly. He found it hard to believe that the temperature could truly reach 70 or 80 degrees here. However, he quickly reminded himself that he was no longer an ordinary person. He had ascended to the 4th tier of fishing mastery. His physical resilience far surpassed that of an average individual. Such extreme heat would surely cause anyone to suffer, even if they were sheltering indoors. Moreover, on this desolate island, devoid of any shade, the situation was even more dire. The sun-drenched waters around him were beginning to evaporate, creating an atmosphere akin to being inside a steam chamber. It was evident that not even the strongest of men could withstand such conditions. Does anyone have spiritual stones to trade? I feel as though I'm about to combust. Mo Xiaoyu exclaimed in desperation. The chat was flooded with pleas for spiritual stones. Some young women even declared that they would be willing to do anything for just one stone. As for the bikini-clad girls, their attire likely came off due to the unbearable heat. Why on earth did that scoundrel Mo Xiaoyu possess so many spiritual stones? It seemed he had produced 70 or 80 stones for trade. Who knew? Perhaps he had even more hidden away. With so many spiritual stones, he could have shared them, alleviating our plight instead of watching us suffer from hunger and thirst, or even perish under the relentless sun. What a heartless individual. Not only did he refuse to share, but he wouldn't even trade 3 bait pieces for his stones. Soon, someone recalled Mo Xiaoyu's earlier generosity, only to be met with a chorus of curses, accusing him of ignoring the suffering of others and inciting the group to refrain from trading with him. Hearing their vitriol, Mo Xiaoyu chose not to engage in a verbal battle. After all, one does not retaliate against a dog that bites. He simply noted their names in his mind for future reference. When the time came, they would understand the consequences of their actions. With that thought, Mo Xiaoyu exited the chat room. It was not that he was heartless. Rather, he could hardly endure the searing heat any longer. He needed to construct a refuge quickly, somewhere to escape the sun's relentless rays. Chapter 10. Esteemed Sir, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Upon opening his storage, Mo Xiaoyu was greeted with a trove of materials. White Xian Stone, 531. Blue Spirit Stone, 1,000. Gathering Spirit Stone, 10,000. Medium-grade Spirit Stone, 105. Low-grade Spirit Stone, 1,390. He was elated, truly prosperous. Although he had not completed the quest or received any first kill rewards from this dungeon run, he had nonetheless amassed a fortune. Just from the medium-grade Spirit Stones, he had acquired 105. Not to mention the additional 3 to 400 low-grade stones and the 30 cave blueprints, along with a blueprint for upgrading to a 3rd-tier fishing rod. Even the coveted materials for constructing his cave, the elusive white Xian stones, numbered over 500, almost 600. This would allow him to create at least 30 caves. Moreover, he had obtained a blueprint for a spiritual spring. It was time to build the cave. Mo Xiaoyu, overwhelmed with excitement, barely took a moment to admire his newfound resources before hastily accessing the construction interface. The temperature seemed to rise by the minute, making it unbearable to remain under the sun. To construct a cave, 1 blueprint is required. 30 white Xian stones, 20 gathering spirit stones, and 10 blue spirit stones. Conditions met. Would you like to proceed with the construction? Yes. Mo Xiaoyu eagerly confirmed, without a second thought. Construction successful. Congratulations on acquiring a low-tier cave. In an instant, a cave appeared in Mo Xiaoyu's hands, palm-sized and resembling a small hill. Below it lay a stone cavern, seemingly adorned with some sort of enchantment. Appearing rather rudimentary, with a mere thought, the cave expanded dramatically. Within moments, it grew to a width of 3 to 4 meters and a length of 5 to 6 meters, featuring a large chamber and 2 smaller rooms. essentially a two-bedroom suite. Simultaneously, a protective barrier materialized above the cave. Although it did not cover the entire island, extending only a few meters around the cave, it was far more solid than the barrier encasing the island, which made it significantly more effective. This must be the cave's inherent defensive array, sturdy enough to withstand any attack from water demons of the second tier or lower. Mo Xiaoyu marveled at the barrier, which contracted back to its original palm-sized form. Unlike traditional caves that required a fixed location, this one resembled a tent that could be easily carried and deployed anywhere. Huh, what a splendid feature, Mo Xiaoyu thought, delighted that this cave was tailor-made for fishermen like himself, and even more portable than a tent. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If it could be moved, could it also be traded? Would it mean that he could sell the cave to others? The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Initially, he had feared that the cave would be of no use beyond his own residence, even if he were to establish a sect, as it would only benefit the disciples who joined. But now, it seemed he needn't worry at all. With this realization, Mo Xiaoyu burst into laughter, clutching the cave. He had intended to examine it further, but the sun had become unbearably scorching, raising the temperature yet again. He quickly enlarged the cave and stepped inside. While this cave was not a traditional one, fixed in place, it was nonetheless built from stone, making it incredibly sturdy. Inside, he found stone benches, tables, beds, pots, and pans, all the essentials. The floor was polished smooth, devoid of the dampness and mustiness typical of natural caves. It was refreshingly dry and tidy. As soon as Mo Xiaoyu entered, a wave of coolness enveloped him, instantly providing relief from the heat. The refreshing sensation was several-fold more invigorating than abruptly stepping from the scorching sun into an air-conditioned room. Mo Xiaoyu was so overwhelmed by the relief that he couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, this is absolutely delightful." At that moment, he mused that a chilled beverage would elevate his enjoyment even further. However, he quickly recalled something of great significance: his spiritual spring. How could he have forgotten it? This miraculous spring possessed the wondrous ability to provide warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Just gazing upon it could dissipate one's fatigue entirely. With this thought in mind, Mo Xiaoyu hastily retrieved the construction blueprint for the spiritual spring. Low-grade spiritual spring construction blueprint requires 5 pieces of azure spirit stone, 5 pieces of white profound stone, and 3 pieces of gathering spirit stone. The materials needed were fewer than those required to construct a cave abode. Naturally, Mo Xiaoyu was not one to be stingy with such trivial resources and promptly set about the construction. Construction successful. You have acquired a low-grade spiritual spring. Low-grade spiritual spring produces 3 barrels of spiritual water daily. This water can swiftly restore spiritual energy, alleviate fatigue, and quench thirst. 1 barrel yields 100 cups, with each cup equivalent to 1/10 of the energy of a low-grade spirit stone. Winter warmth and summer coolness, a veritable tool for relieving heat and fatigue, as well as warming the body and replenishing energy. Can be used for bathing, enhances strength while improving physical resilience, restoring fatigue, and healing hidden injuries, etc. Can produce 1 drop of spiritual liquid every 3 days. 1 drop is comparable to 10 medium-grade spirit stones, useful for rapid restoration of spiritual energy and advancing cultivation. In the next moment, a spiritual spring materialized within Mo Xiaoyu's cave abode. The spring was modest in size, occupying merely 1 or 2 square meters. Adorned with 8 stone-carved dragon heads, it seemed to continuously absorb spiritual energy from an unknown source, refining it into a continuous flow of crystal-clear water that cascaded from the dragon mouths. The refreshing coolness was palpable, and even just after its construction, the temperature within Mo Xiaoyu's cave abode dropped several degrees, rendering it even more comfortable. Simultaneously, it released waves of spiritual energy. Upon closer inspection, Mo Xiaoyu noticed the water was imbued with numerous transparent ice crystals. Wasn't the notion of winter warmth and summer coolness a bit excessive with ice present? He gazed at the spring in disbelief, realizing that even merely inhaling its essence could wash away all fatigue, providing an unparalleled sense of comfort. Without hesitation, Mo Xiaoyu cupped his hands and drank deeply. The spiritual water was pure and sweet, akin to sipping dew, far surpassing any earthly cold beverage. After several hearty gulps, he finally paused. He had not consumed a single drop of water since morning. Although the spirit stones had replenished his energy, it was not the same as the parched thirst one experiences without them. Who wouldn't want to indulge in a refreshing drink of ice-cold water during such heat? Especially one as beneficial as this spiritual spring. After drinking a few more sips, Mo Xiaoyu felt completely revitalized, the weariness melting away. At this juncture, he reopened the chat channel. Is anyone still fishing? The divine fish are elusive at noon. Perhaps it's time to reel in and take a break. Mo Xiaoyu typed in the chat room. Wow, it's Mo Xiaoyu. The Great One has finally appeared. We also want to reel in, but what good would it do? This cursed place has no shade. It's better to keep an eye on the bobber in case a bite comes. The chat erupted upon his arrival. Many were eager to trade spirit stones with him, and numerous individuals were particularly attentive, receiving notifications as soon as he spoke, flooding into the chat room. Is that so? I could potentially order some cave abodes, perhaps bringing some relief to everyone. Mo Xiaoyu continued in the chat room. He was indeed preparing to craft a large number of cave abodes. While he knew that few could afford to trade at this time, he had no intention of truly selling them. What he sought in exchange were merely the spiritual spring and spirit stones. The cave abode was merely a gimmick, a way to advertise in advance. Wow, a cave abode. Truly, the Great One is remarkable. While we are being scorched under the blazing sun, enduring sauna-like temperatures, here you are, reclining in your cave abode, sipping cold drinks. Are we not in the same world? Great One, please allow me to call you that. Chapter 11. Cave abodes and priority in choosing a partner. The clean, well-equipped cave abode instantly captured everyone's attention. There was no blinding sun, no oppressive humidity. Just gazing at it evoked an indescribable sense of coolness. Not to mention, Mo Xiaoyu held a cup of the tantalizing spiritual spring, making it all the more desirable. What can I trade for this? What conditions must be met to acquire this cave abode? Great One, I'm a fighter live streamer. If you give me a cave abode, you shall be my #1 benefactor, and I will be eternally grateful. Such audacity. A #1 benefactor and eternal gratitude for just a cave abode? How many of those have you charmed with your flattery? Great One, do not be deceived by such women. Great One, my sister has also traversed here. She was still in her senior year of high school and has never been in love. I shall introduce her to you. Youthful ignorance. Mistaking a young girl for a treasure. Great One, what value lies in a pure little sister? An older sister is far better. She seeks only to accompany you in dual cultivation, for she knows how to cherish others, especially among the young women. Upon seeing this, their eyes sparkled with desire. Some directly implored Mo Xiaoyu for a gift. Others, feeling bashful, contacted their brothers to act as intermediaries. Besides the self-important fighter, the other women did not even demand gifts. They merely wished to cohabitate with Mo Xiaoyu. In an instant, Mo Xiaoyu found himself endowed with the privilege of choosing a partner. It was no surprise. Women are inherently drawn to dwellings, especially when such abodes are far more precious than mere houses. However, at this moment, Mo Xiaoyu considered that enhancing his strength far outweighed any allure of companionship. Thus, in response to the declarations of affection from these young women, he could only repeat silently to himself, with no thoughts of women in my heart. I shall naturally catch the fish and cast aside these temptations. Did you see that? Did you see that, brothers? As long as you possess a cave abode, you will have the privilege of selecting a partner. Now, you only need 2 medium-grade spirit stones, or 2 pieces of C-grade materials. A premium cave abode eagerly awaits your return, allowing you to marry your beloved. Additionally, this cave abode comes equipped with a defensive array capable of repelling any attacks from second-tier water demons, ensuring complete safety, Mo Xiaoyu proclaimed to the crowd. He not only ignored the advances of the young women, but turned their attention into an advertisement for his offerings. Although at this moment Mo Xiaoyu had not contemplated the prospect of selling a cave dwelling, the price was nonetheless announced. After all, revealing the price would provide others with a target to strive towards, wouldn't it? What? 2 mid-grade spirit stones? What even are mid-grade spirit stones? We've never even heard of them. 2 C-grade rewards? My highest achievement to date has only been a single B-grade reward. 2 C-grade rewards are excessively costly, aren't they? Indeed, upon hearing the demand for 2 mid-grade spirit stones or 2 C-grade rewards, the chat room erupted in a frenzy. After all, each of them possessed merely 10 baits, having managed to fish at most 10 times. While it was possible to occasionally obtain a B-grade reward, and even then, not all B-grade rewards were spirit stones. As for C-grade rewards, they were even rarer. However, while everyone lamented the exorbitant costs, one individual stepped forward. Expensive? Surely you must know that the blueprint required to forge a cave dwelling is itself a C-grade reward, a man stated in the chat room. Blueprint? C-grade reward? How do you know this? His words immediately aroused suspicion among the crowd. Yet, the man responded with palpable frustration, because I too acquired a cave dwelling blueprint. But do you know how many materials are needed to construct a cave dwelling? As he spoke, he displayed the blueprint for building a cave dwelling in the chat room. Upon seeing it, the crowd could only gaze with envious eyes, for it was indeed a C-grade reward. Wow, yet another big shot flaunting his status. Are you all ready? Quick, bestow upon the big shot your reverent gazes. Why wasn't it me who acquired the cave dwelling blueprint? Because I am not a big shot. But, Angler, you've just revealed a blueprint. Why does your tone lack even a hint of excitement? Of course, while the crowd envied him, they also puzzled over why he appeared so dejected. What a pretentious big shot. What a load of nonsense. It requires 30 white mystic stones, 20 gathering spirit stones, and 10 azure spirit stones. I'm tempted to trade it for other resources. What? So many? I currently possess only 3 or 4 white mystic stones and have never even heard of azure spirit stones. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to gather such materials for 10 to 15 days. Upon hearing this, everyone displayed expressions of shock. There was no helping it. Each of them only had 10 baits. They lacked any critical hit talents. Even if they used all their baits, they could muster at most 10 materials. They also had no surplus spirit stones to trade for baits, nor could they possibly acquire a dungeon teleportation map to enter a dungeon. To obtain a C-grade cave-dwelling blueprint was already a stroke of outrageous luck. I can't afford it. I can't afford it. I can't even come up with that many materials, let alone buy a cave dwelling. Damn it. I was a mortgage slave for decades back on Earth. And I still haven't finished paying off my mortgage, only to find myself here. Now it seems I'm not even worthy of being a mortgage slave. Spirit stones. Mo Xiaoyu, do you still have spirit stones? I believe spirit stones hold more hope for us. Am I the only one who noticed the cold drink in Mo Xiaoyu's hand? Cold drink. Didn't they say there were dangers in the water? Where did the water in Mo Xiaoyu's hand come from? No. I must go try it and see if I can have a sip. Damn it. I'm about to die of thirst. Upstairs, I advise you to calm down. Have you forgotten? At such high temperatures, the water is nearly boiling. And the water in Mo Xiaoyu's hand has ice crystals and even emanates a faint spiritual glow. Cold drink, spiritual glow. Could that not be a special effect? Soon, it became apparent to everyone that, given their current financial capabilities, acquiring an entire cave dwelling was utterly beyond their reach. Thus, the conversation shifted back to spirit stones, with everyone's attention focusing on the spiritual spring in Mo Xiaoyu's hand. To be frank, I did indeed add some special effects, but I absolutely did not employ any extraordinary enhancements. You have not misjudged. This is indeed a cup of cold drink, and it possesses spiritual energy. Although the amount of spiritual energy contained within is merely 1/10 of a low-grade spirit stone, this spiritual spring also boasts the ability to rapidly restore spiritual energy, alleviate fatigue, and quench thirst. Mo Xiaoyu reiterated to the crowd, finally revealing his true intention behind wanting to sell the spiritual spring. Indeed, after the recent build-up, as soon as Mo Xiaoyu introduced the spiritual spring, the chatroom erupted once more. Stop talking. I was already parched, and now that you mention it, I feel like my throat is on fire. Mo Xiaoyu, quickly tell us the conditions to exchange for a cup of spiritual spring. Mo Xiaoyu, please. I need a cup to survive. I'll trade you 3 gathering spirit stones. 3 gathering spirit stones for a cup of spiritual spring? Dream on. Mo Xiaoyu. I'll offer you 1 azure spirit stone. Chapter 12. The slap to the face was timely. Wah, I only have 6 baits left. I wonder if I can exchange for a cup of spiritual spring from the big shot? Before Mo Xiaoyu could finish speaking, the crowd frantically sought to make exchanges. Some were willing to offer 3 gathering spirit stones, others 1 azure spirit stone, and even some feared that with only 5 baits remaining, they wouldn't be able to secure a cup of the spiritual spring from Mo Xiaoyu. There was no choice. Although this spiritual spring contained merely 1/10 of a spirit stone's worth of spiritual energy and could not elevate anyone to the first tier of anglers. In their current dire environment, thirsty, hungry, and enduring temperatures of 60 to 70 degrees Celsius, akin to a sauna, this cup of spiritual spring might just enable them to persevere. Perhaps even serve as their solitary hope for survival. This time, Mo Xiaoyu did not set an exorbitant price. No need for 3 gathering spirit stones. And certainly not 1 azure spirit stone. Only 2 baits will suffice, or alternatively, 2 gathering spirit stones of equivalent A-grade materials. Additionally, my spiritual spring is quite limited. To allow more people to obtain it, I must impose a limit, with each person only able to exchange for 1 cup. This was not out of a surfeit of compassion, but rather a practical consideration. If Mo Xiaoyu were to seek exchanges afterward, who would he trade with? Thus, he was merely cultivating a market. Upon hearing that only 2 baits or 2 gathering spirit stones were required, the chatroom erupted once again. I'll trade. Mo Xiaoyu, you are my savior. Your great kindness, I, Jiang Feng, shall never forget in this lifetime. Wonderful. With this cup of spiritual spring, we can survive this intense heat. Wah, it turns out there are still good people in this world. Mo Xiaoyu is one of them. The chatroom was filled with cheers and expressions of gratitude. Some even wept openly in the chatroom. However, more individuals were hastily sending trade requests to Mo Xiaoyu. You have received a trade request from Zhaoingzi. 2 baits for 1 cup of spiritual spring. You have received a trade request from Chengdong. 2 spirit stones for a cup of spiritual spring. You have received a trade request from Wang Xizong. 2 portions of bait for a cup of spiritual spring. Most individuals adhere to the rules. After all, Mo Xiaoyu has stated that in order for more people to survive, only one cup is available. However, there are still quite a few who attempt to play tricks. You have received a trade request from Li Hong. 5 portions of bait for 2 cups of spiritual spring. You have received a trade request from Wang Dongmei. 6 portions of bait for 3 cups of spiritual spring. You have received a trade request from Su Fei. A pair of original stockings for a cup of spiritual spring. Some are reasonable, wishing to offer more bait for 2 cups, while others play the emotional card, claiming to be alumni. In such cases, Mo Xiaoyu merely declines the trade, insisting they exchange for 1 portion. After all, saving even one more person at this juncture means an additional share in the market. 1 portion of bait is certainly insufficient to sway him. Some go too far, directly offering a pair of stockings in exchange for a cup of spiritual spring, claiming they are doing him a favor. Even in this life and death situation, they still possess such a sense of superiority. Mo Xiaoyu surmised that such individuals, if saved, would likely become a burden, and without a moment's hesitation, he declined and blacklisted them. Of course, Mo Xiaoyu would at least glance at the trade requests from such women. However, for those who had just berated him in the group for being unfeelingly wealthy, he simply declined and blacklisted them. Wait, what? Mo Xiaoyu declined my trade request and then blacklisted me? One exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that you were too greedy and wanted to exchange for an extra cup? Impossible. I merely wished for an additional cup. Mo Xiaoyu just rejected my request and even reminded me that he only had over 200 cups of spiritual spring left. If I continued to play tricks, it would no longer be my turn. What heinous act did you commit to earn such wrath? Not only was I rejected, but I was also blacklisted. I did nothing. I only offered 2 spirit stones for a cup of spiritual spring. I too offered 2 portions of bait for a cup of spiritual spring. Why was I rejected and blacklisted as well? What a farce. I see him as nothing more than a fool. Soon enough, some individuals began to stir up confusion in the chat room. Some even resorted to cursing Mo Xiaoyu once more, although he couldn't be bothered to engage with them. The others in the chat were not so easily appeased. In the minds of the crowd, Mo Xiaoyu had become a savior figure. It seemed that just moments ago, they had been berating him for his wealth, suggesting that in the future, they should refrain from trading any good items with him. I remember when they were cursing Mo Xiaoyu. They never anticipated that he was secretly watching. What? They insulted Mo Xiaoyu and then turned around to beg him for spiritual spring? How shameless. Just moments ago, they said they wouldn't trade with Mo Xiaoyu. Their hypocrisy is simply too timely. Let us raise a glass in solidarity for Mo Xiaoyu's triumphant rebuttal. Some cursed even more harshly than those who had initially insulted him. Others directly showcased the spiritual spring they had just traded for from Mo Xiaoyu, raising their cups in the group to invite everyone for a toast. This is exhilarating. It feels absolutely refreshing. 1 sip, and I feel as if I could soar. No, I must conserve this. With this cup of spiritual spring, I can at least survive through this noon. To those who have been blacklisted by Mo Xiaoyu, are you not salivating? Faced with the crowd's contempt, the blacklisted individuals felt both angry and anxious. They longed to retaliate, but having incurred the public's ire, they were unable to retaliate against so many. Yet, more disheartening than the insults was witnessing those individuals in the group flaunting their pictures and videos after consuming the spiritual spring, each one eliciting their envy and regret. Damn it, it's all my fault for speaking thoughtlessly. Why did I let my mouth run wild? They were so regretful that they even slapped themselves a few times in frustration. Before long, Mo Xiaoyu had traded away over 200 cups of spiritual spring, leaving only a small portion for himself. Although there were still at least 200 individuals who had not managed to secure any, the capable must ensure their own survival first. Mo Xiaoyu needed to ensure he had enough spiritual spring for himself. After selling the spiritual spring, Mo Xiaoyu exited the chat room amid a wave of admiration and gratitude. After all, he had more pressing matters to attend to. From this transaction, you have acquired 150 portions of bait, 175 spirit stones, and 180 white Xian stones. Upon leaving the chat room, Mo Xiaoyu reviewed his earnings. At that moment, his white Xian stones had accumulated to 780, more than sufficient for constructing 30 cave abodes. He quickly resumed his construction. Construction successful. Congratulations. You have obtained a first-grade cave abode. Construction successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a first-grade cave abode. Construction successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a first-grade cave abode. In the blink of an eye, Mo Xiaoyu had constructed 9 first-grade cave abodes and began work on the 10th. Quality crit, quality crit. It must be a quality crit, Mo Xiaoyu silently chanted. However, when the notification for the successful construction of the 10th cave abode arrived, a plethora of cave abodes appeared before him. Construction successful. As this is your 10th cave abode, congratulations on receiving a 10-fold quantity crit, obtaining 10 first-grade cave abodes. Wow, a quantity crit. I wanted a quality crit. What on earth am I to do with so many cave abodes? Mo Xiaoyu lamented helplessly as he gazed at the multitude of cave abodes. Chapter 13. Even when hitting a wall, I shall not turn back. When I reach the Yellow River, I will only wish to. Mo Xiaoyu gazed at the pile of cave abodes, feeling exasperated. After all, among the vast expanse of the 3,000 in Guangxia, he could only inhabit one. Moreover, the small island beneath him was merely a few dozen square meters, barely accommodating a single cave abode. Forget it, forget it. I shall store them away for now. Let us see if anyone would be interested in purchasing them later. If not, I suppose I shall reward them to those who join the sect. Mo Xiaoyu shook his head helplessly. Although he was well aware that in this perilous and unfamiliar environment, everyone would prioritize enhancing their strength instead of considering cave abode purchases. His cave abode blueprints were a C-grade reward, requiring a substantial amount of materials. Even if someone wished to buy them, they would not offer a high price. And selling the cave abodes would inevitably result in a loss. Nevertheless, in pursuit of high-quality cave abodes, Mo Xiaoyu could only begrudgingly store them away and continue his construction. Construction successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a first-grade cave abode. Construction successful. Congratulations. You have obtained a first-grade cave abode. Construction successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a first-grade cave abode. In no time, 9 more caverns were crafted, and once again, Mo Xiaoyu's heart began to flutter with trepidation. Quality. Quality. Avalokiteshvara, God, Supreme Taoist Lord, I implore you, grant me a quality critical hit this time. Mo Xiaoyu fervently prayed within, virtually beseeching every deity he could think of. However, when the 10th cavern was successfully constructed, he was met once more with a quantity critical hit. Construction successful. As this is your 10th cavern, congratulations on receiving a 30-fold quantity critical hit, resulting in 30 first-grade caverns. It was still a quantity critical hit, but this time, it was not 10-fold, but 30-fold. Merely an increase of 20 first-grade caverns compared to the last. Mo Xiaoyu couldn't even be bothered to look, and simply tossed them into his storage. Only 10 blueprints remained. The materials could only yield 10 more. If that too proved insufficient. At that moment, Mo Xiaoyu felt a flicker of despair. Yet, he quickly reconsidered. Was he truly going to give up if this did not work? What about the first kill of the dungeon? What about the rewards? Damn it, if it doesn't work. I shall continue tomorrow. I refuse to believe that I can never achieve a quality critical hit. Who is Mo Xiaoyu? He is someone who would charge headfirst into a wall without turning back, someone who would cast aside his fishing rod when reaching the Yellow River. With his temperament, not only would he not give up today without a quality critical hit, but even if it took tomorrow, the day after, or even a month or a year, he would never relent. Construction successful. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 first-grade cavern. Construction successful. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 first-grade cavern. Construction successful. With these thoughts, Mo Xiaoyu felt no lingering anxiety. Only an unwavering conviction remained. He firmly believed that one day, he would achieve a quality critical hit. Little did he know. At the very moment his confidence solidified, the heavens seemed to take heed of his resolve, as he once again heard the announcement of the 10th successful construction. What appeared in his hands was not a multitude of caverns, but merely one. A cavern far surpassing the first-grade ones, extraordinarily vast and exquisitely crafted, materialized before him. Construction successful. As this is your 10th cavern, congratulations on receiving a 1,000-fold quality critical hit, resulting in 1 third-grade cavern. Third-grade cavern, area of 300 square meters, featuring 5 rooms and 2 halls, possessing strong defensive capabilities, able to withstand any attack from water demons of level 4 and below. Third grade. Ha ha ha, third grade. A third-grade cavern. The moment Mo Xiaoyu heard the notification, he leaped for joy. He had initially thought that obtaining a second-grade cavern would be remarkable. After all, a second-grade cavern could withstand any water demon below level 3. The 3-headed demon carp was indeed a level 3 water demon. Moreover, it was sealed, which meant that when facing that creature, Mo Xiaoyu would possess a certain degree of defensive power. Who could have imagined that this time? The critical hit would grant him a 1,000-fold boost, allowing him to construct a third-grade cavern, capable of withstanding any attack from water demons of level 4 and below. With this, not only would he not fear the 3-headed demon carp even if it were unsealed and fully restored, but he would also stand confidently against its assaults. Splendid. Splendid. With this cavern, Mo Xiaoyu could finally cease worrying about being attacked by that 3-headed demon carp. If only he had a dungeon teleportation map, right now. He was nearly consumed with excitement, eager to re-enter the dungeon and test the power of this cavern. Fishing, fishing. Let us continue fishing. Perhaps he could conjure another dungeon teleportation blueprint. Mo Xiaoyu pondered. Just as he stepped out of the cavern, a scorching wave enveloped him. He glanced up at the barrier above and noticed the timer had changed to countdown 15 hours 02 minutes. In this unfamiliar world, after his traversal, Mo Xiaoyu had not brought a phone. Only the countdown provided a rough estimate of the current time. Over 8 hours had passed. If they had traversed at 6 in the morning, it should now be around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Oh well, in such sweltering heat. Even a person falling into water might be boiled alive, let alone a human being. Mo Xiaoyu reluctantly stowed his fishing rod and returned to the cavern. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by a refreshing breeze. The temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees. It felt as though he had stepped into an air-conditioned room under the blazing summer sun. He relaxed completely. Thank goodness for the cavern. Otherwise, resting or even taking a nap would have been impossible. Perhaps it would be wiser to sleep until the evening when it cools down and see how things go then. It might be that after fishing so many large creatures throughout the day, he was utterly exhausted. Or perhaps, after the tension of his traversal, he finally found a safe haven to breathe a sigh of relief. As soon as Mo Xiaoyu lay upon the stone bed, he was soon snoring away. He slept soundly until the sun was nearly setting. Upon waking, he stepped outside and checked the timer on the barrier, 11 hours 05 minutes remaining. Was it around 6 or 7 in the evening? He looked up at the sky, where the sun was gradually setting, lacking its midday ferocity. A gentle evening breeze swept in, relieving the heat, though it still carried a hint of warmth. Mo Xiaoyu estimated the temperature had dropped to around 30 degrees. Meanwhile, the shadows of enormous creatures began to frolic upon the water's surface. Dozens of pounds of whitebait, hundreds of pounds of crucian carp, and several hundred pounds of carp appeared. And Mo Xiaoyu even spotted, far in the deep water, a massive black creature, easily 8 to 9 meters long and no less than 1,000 pounds. It was evidently a variant of the colossal bluefish found on Earth. However, it seemed to have perceived something terrifying, leaping desperately from the water towards the sky. Yet in the next moment, it was engulfed by a colossal wave, revealing a gaping abyssal maw. In an instant, the 1,000-pound black creature was left with only half of its body floating on the water, the other half having been brutally severed, presumably devoured by that abyssal mouth. As for what had consumed it, throughout the entire ordeal, Mo Xiaoyu only glimpsed that terrifying abyssal maw. The wind had picked up. Ha ha ha, we have finally survived. Surviving brings hope. Mo Xiaoyu opened the chat room, discovering that the number of participants had dwindled to only 635. From noon until now, over 200 individuals have permanently left their lives in this world. This unfortunate toll was mitigated by the generous provision of abundant spiritual springs from Mo Xiaoyu. Our heartfelt gratitude goes to the esteemed Mo Xiaoyu. Had it not been for that cup of spiritual spring, we might have faced an even greater loss of 200 to 300 lives. Indeed, once we survive this night, as soon as the bait arrives tomorrow, we shall swiftly exchange it for spirit stones with Mo Xiaoyu. Although he has not appeared in the chat room for quite some time, the expressions of gratitude toward him have not ceased. Beyond the expressions of thanks, the surface of the water reveals the emergence of colossal creatures, and those with some degree of strength are beginning to stir with anticipation. I still have some bait left. Are any of you interested in night fishing? I have a couple of portions as well. Let us give it a try. Laughter erupted, as they believed the evening's catch would be plentiful. For fishing enthusiasts, night fishing is far more captivating than the allure of nightclubs. Unfortunately, each individual is limited to a mere 10 portions of bait. Aside from Mo Xiaoyu, those courageous enough to cast their lines have long since exhausted their supplies. Those hesitant to fish have exchanged their resources for spirit stones and spiritual springs to ensure their survival. Now, only a scant few possess bait. They either procured it while Mo Xiaoyu was napping or intentionally saved it from the morning's catch. These individuals are likely experienced anglers who have reaped some rewards in the morning, significantly enhancing their skills. Just then, a warning sound reverberated in their ears. Caution, the waters at night will be increasingly perilous. Not only will first-tier water demons attack the barrier, but larger deep-water creatures will also venture into shallow waters in search of food. Unless absolutely necessary, do not approach the water's surface, including for fishing. Chapter 14. First-tier water demon, the facehead eel. What? Water demons are venturing into the shallow waters to forage? How can this be? One lamented. I toiled this afternoon to exchange for 2 batches of bait, only for it to be in vain. Another replied, you're fortunate. At least you traded for yours in the afternoon. I've been saving mine since morning, reluctant to use it until tonight. The aspiring night fishers felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Despite their experience and enhanced abilities, they had only managed to secure 1 or 2 spirit stones at most. Even at their peak, they could only boast about having 10 spirit stones, elevating them to the second tier of anglers. They dared not confront the titanic creatures thrashing in the deep waters. Not even the enormous blue fish that Mo Xiaoyu had just witnessed, nor a giant carp weighing hundreds of pounds, would they risk their lives against. "Ah well, it seems we must wait until tomorrow morning to cast our lines," one sighed. "I heard the bait will refresh at 6 in the morning. I wonder if it will disappear right after?" Several anglers expressed their helplessness in the chat room. Upon hearing their despondent voices, Mo Xiaoyu also felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, he still possessed a staggering 1 to 200 portions of bait. If they were refreshed tomorrow morning, it would all be for naught. He had exchanged a considerable amount of resources for them. Most importantly, Mo Xiaoyu yearned to obtain a dungeon transfer map to challenge the three-headed magic carp. Wait, first-tier water demons. The three-headed magic carp is a third-tier water demon. If I cannot even handle a first-tier water demon, encountering a three-headed magic carp would surely spell my doom. The thought of the three-headed magic carp reminded Mo Xiaoyu that tonight's assault would only involve first-tier water demons. If he could not contend with the first tier, facing the third tier would be tantamount to a death sentence. Even though he now possessed a third-grade cave dwelling capable of withstanding any attacks from fourth-tier water demons or lower, the risk remained. I must test my abilities. Without a proper understanding of my strength, I dare not challenge that third-tier water demon. Mo Xiaoyu resolved internally. With this thought, he suppressed his fear and decided to take a leap of faith. He stowed away his first-grade cave dwelling and unleashed his third-grade cave dwelling. The moment it appeared, a palpable barrier enveloped the small island, fortifying the existing shield manifold. However, Mo Xiaoyu remained cautious. Though he no longer had to fear water demon attacks beneath the dual barriers, he could not forget the peril of being at the water's edge. If he encountered a creature as massive as that earlier blue fish, weighing over 1,000 pounds, he might still have a fighting chance. But what if he faced something even larger, weighing several thousand, or even tens of thousands of pounds? After all, in this world, even small fish like the white bait can grow to weigh over 10 pounds. Mo Xiaoyu was determined not to meet a tragic end, nor did he wish to be dragged into the depths. The line setup must also be considered. Choosing a suitable configuration is imperative. After some contemplation, he resolved to switch to a safer line setup, one that would allow him to cut the line and let the fish escape rather than risking a broken rod. After all, in this world, colossal creatures roam freely, and there will be ample opportunities in the future. Once a rod breaks, it would all come to an end. Meanwhile, the fishing gear provided to Mo Xiaoyu and his companions was relatively adequate. Not only did they have wild fishing lights and bait lights, but they were also equipped with luminous floats and headlamps, enabling anglers to utilize night fishing lights as well as daytime floats. Just as Mo Xiaoyu was preparing for all this, panic erupted in the chat room. "Ah, a snake. So many snakes. Mermaid snakes. There are so many mermaid snakes. They are attacking our barrier." Especially for the girls, who had never witnessed such a terrifying scene, some managed to scream in the chat, while those with weaker nerves fainted, and some even perished from fright. Simultaneously, the barrier on Mo Xiaoyu's isolated island began to tremble violently. Crackling sounds filled the air as dark yellow figures twisted their corpulent bodies, relentlessly charging toward the barrier. They collided with the shield as if they were heedless of their lives. These are not snakes. Snakes have scales. These are eels. Yet, what could have caused such terrifying mutations, growing heads like humans? Mo Xiaoyu observed the dark yellow figures, each as thick as a bowl and several meters long. They indeed resembled snakes, but unlike the inexperienced girls, he quickly recognized the difference between those with and without scales. This, indeed, resembles an eel, akin to the moray, but regarded as a rather rudimentary species of aggressive fish. Typically, they conceal themselves in shallow waters or even within the muddy banks, lying in wait to ambush smaller fish and shrimp. To reach a weight of around 1 pound is quite an achievement for them. Yet now, they have grown to the thickness of a bowl and stretched 4 to 5 meters long, likely weighing in the hundreds of pounds. At this moment, they seem to have gone mad, launching themselves from the water surface in a frenzied assault on the barrier surrounding the isolated island where Mo Xiaoyu and his companions are situated. Even more horrifyingly, these eels have sprouted human heads, their hair disheveled, and their faces smeared with mud and slime, presenting a sight that is both terrifying and repulsive. They have no relation to the beauty of nature. Even someone as audacious as Mo Xiaoyu, who has fished all night atop graves, could not suppress a shiver coursing through his scalp. He was also reminded of the scene from the morning when a man was dragged beneath the water, instantly becoming a mere mass of flesh and blood, and the bite wound from drinking water, marked by a neat row of teeth impressions, unmistakably appeared as if it had been inflicted by a human. Could it possibly be them? Chapter 15 offers rewards this easily. Could it truly be them? Mo Xiaoyu pondered with rising trepidation. He once again raised his night fishing light to illuminate the water's surface, revealing a multitude of these slimy, grotesque creatures. Blood continuously bubbled up from the depths, unmistakably indicating that these beasts were attacking other fish. Mo Xiaoyu even witnessed a wrinkled creature seize a younger, slightly smaller eel by the head, exposing a row of gleaming white teeth as it slowly swallowed its prey whole. Good heavens, cannibalism! Mo Xiaoyu exclaimed in shock at this sight. It is not uncommon for eels to consume their own kind. He had previously seen undigested smaller eels within the bellies of larger ones. However, these particular eels, now adorned with human faces and rows of pristine teeth, filled him with an overwhelming sense of dread. It was no wonder that the group of girls was screaming in sheer panic. Should he even cast his line? Prepared for the night, Mo Xiaoyu found himself hesitating. After all, with these eels present, other fish would undoubtedly be deterred from approaching. The thought of fishing for such horrifying creatures made him uneasy. Yet, soon enough, he steeled himself. Mo Xiaoyu, oh Mo Xiaoyu, has a single eel frightened you? Is it merely because it possesses a human head? Let us not forget, this world is home to myriad races across the heavens and earth. What is so strange about a creature with a human head? Who knows how many might eventually sprout 10? After all, they are just first-tier water demons. What is there to fear? Furthermore, despite their currently fierce demeanor, crashing against the barrier that sways precariously, they cannot breach it. Moreover, Mo Xiaoyu is safeguarded by a third-tier barrier that repels any attacks from water demons below the fourth tier. With this thought, Mo Xiaoyu felt no further hesitation. He grasped his fishing rod, baited his hook, and cast it into the water. At the very moment he cast his line, a voice resonated powerfully through the air. Congratulations to angler Mo Xiaoyu from Zone 9485 for overcoming his fear of the human-faced eel, becoming the first novice to cast his line for wild fishing. Reward: Level 1 Treasure Chest X1, Level 4 Fishing Rod Upgrade Blueprint X1. Goodness, there are rewards. The first night fishing session during the novice period comes with rewards. This voice was not heard solely by Mo Xiaoyu. It echoed to all, not just his zone, but to everyone. Whether it reached all beings across the heavens and earth, Mo Xiaoyu could not ascertain. Nevertheless, in Zone 9485, with at least 9,000 zones and hundreds of anglers, the news spread rapidly. Mo Xiaoyu. Could it be our esteemed Mo Xiaoyu from this zone? It is quite possible. Let us not forget, he is the one who crafted the cave dwelling. His dwelling can withstand any attacks from water demons below the second tier. Soon, the chatroom buzzed with speculation, confirming that they were indeed in Zone 9485. And the one receiving the reward was none other than Mo Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, those who had considered night fishing but lacked the courage to cast their lines were filled with regret. Damn it, had I known, I would have cast my line too. I had everything ready, and that cursed prompt went off, followed by the appearance of these human-faced eels. I pulled my rod back. Fellow anglers, you are not alone. I was just about to bait my hook and hesitated for ages before daring to cast it. Yet, despite their collective remorse, as they glimpsed the horrifying scene in the water and the barrier that appeared ready to collapse at any moment, they hesitated once again. There was no denying that the human-faced eels were spine-chilling. The barrier above them looked alarmingly fragile. Is there truly a reward for this? Mo Xiaoyu, hearing the announcement of his reward, felt a mix of astonishment and skepticism. After all, his hook had only just touched the water. However, in the next instant, a shimmering light surged toward him, landing right beside him. A golden treasure chest and a fishing rod upgrade blueprint. A level 4 fishing rod upgrade blueprint. How splendid. With this blueprint, I possess several hundreds of purple spirit bamboo, and with just a few more wind spirit jades, I can upgrade my rod to level 4. With a level 4 fishing rod, I will be far more capable when facing those three-headed magic carps. Mo Xiaoyu thought joyously, feeling that he was one step closer to successfully catching the three-headed magic carp and obtaining the first kill reward for the instance. He then glanced at the golden treasure chest, adorned with exquisite patterns and runes, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. Level 1 treasure chest. Open to obtain rare resources of level 1. The description was succinct, yet the term rare indicated that this chest was undoubtedly special. However, at this moment, Mo Xiaoyu had no time to delve into its contents. He had just seen his bobber plunge sharply beneath the surface. Quickly, he jerked the rod upward. In the next instant, an immense force surged toward him, and the sound of water being cut through began to resonate ominously, a deep, thunderous noise. Mo Xiaoyu felt that he was not reeling in a fish, but rather a submarine. Although he did not sense violent struggles, the rod bent downwards, its tip gradually sinking below the water's surface. Simultaneously, Mo Xiaoyu's body was propelled forward. Is this the strength of a human-faced eel? This is terrifying. Truly worthy of being a first-tier water demon. Although these human-faced eels appear to weigh only dozens to hundreds of pounds, however, the force exerted was considerably greater than that of the several hundred pounds of golden carp and black dragon carp he had caught in the afternoon's instance. Fortunately, Mo Xiaoyu's fishing rod had undergone an upgrade, and his fishing prowess had ascended to the fourth tier of anglers. He swiftly stabilized his stance and began to lift the rod incrementally. Had it not been for this, he might have found himself either experiencing a catastrophic break or being dragged into the water. Yet, just as the tip of Mo Xiaoyu's rod was about to breach the water's surface, a sharp whoosh echoed. In the next instant, with a sudden snap, the rod tip jerked violently upwards. Mo Xiaoyu, caught off guard, lost his balance and tumbled from the fishing platform, landing squarely on the ground. "Damn it, the line snapped," he exclaimed, rising and rubbing his backside while surveying the rod, which now bore only a fragment of fishing line and a float. Unable to contain his frustration, he vented a string of expletives. The creature's strength was formidable, and its teeth were alarmingly sharp. It was no wonder it could rend a person into pieces in an instant. Flying was out of the question. Switching to a heavier line would likely result in it being bitten through as well. What to do? If only he had some bite-resistant line like that of a powerful horse. With that thought in mind, Mo Xiaoyu hurriedly rummaged through his fishing gear. To his delight, he discovered indeed that he had such a line, made of steel, no less. He quickly unearthed a leader line whose hook shank was several times longer than a standard hook, and the line itself was steel. Upon inspection, it seemed to be many times more resilient than the steel found on Earth. The only drawback was that the hook shank was excessively long and the leader line too rigid, which might obstruct the catch. Nevertheless, it appeared to be just the right tool to tackle these fierce and grotesque face eels. "Come on, if your teeth are so sharp, then bite down hard. Let us see if you can sever steel," Mo Xiaoyu grumbled as he replaced the leader line, still wincing from the pain of his recent fall. Having fished for a lifetime, this was the first time he had suffered a setback at the hands of a fish. The hook was significantly larger, necessitating a greater amount of bait. What had begun as 3 portions was now increased to 5, sufficient to cover the hook's tip. With the bait prepared, Mo Xiaoyu cast his line once more. Soon enough, he observed the float plunging decisively beneath the surface. He promptly yanked the rod up again. In the next moment, that formidable force surged back towards him. The muffled sound of water being cut echoed once more as the tip of his rod dipped downward again. However, Mo Xiaoyu understood that in such instances, allowing the fish to swim into deeper waters would only amplify its strength. Thus, he resolutely gripped the rod, preventing it from being dragged under, engaging in a battle of wills. The face eel seemed to sense the peril, and it began to thrash violently. The muffled sounds of water splashing grew more pronounced, creating waves that crashed around him. Seeing it struggle, Mo Xiaoyu crouched down, then lowered the rod to release some tension. After several rounds of this tug-of-war, he managed to haul a 4 to 5 meter long face eel weighing over 100 pounds out of the water. "You have caught a face eel. Reward be level wind spirit jade." "Haha, wind spirit jade. Truly, it appears that what one desires is readily delivered." Upon hearing the notification, Mo Xiaoyu erupted into joyous laughter. He had been fretting over where to find wind spirit jade to upgrade his fishing rod, and now it had just materialized. Elated, he swiftly baited his hook once more and cast his line again. "You have caught a face eel. Reward be level earth spirit jade." "You have caught a face eel. Reward be level fire spirit jade." "You have caught a face eel. Reward sea level medium spirit stone." In the subsequent 3 casts, although he did not acquire more wind spirit jade, each catch yielded at least a B-level reward, including a C-level reward that granted him another medium spirit stone. Night fishing is truly exhilarating. Let us keep going. Though he was uncertain of the uses for fire spirit jade and earth spirit jade, Mo Xiaoyu was filled with excitement. Unable to suppress his glee. "You have caught a face eel. Reward be level wind spirit jade." "You have caught a face eel. Reward be level earth spirit jade." "You have caught a face eel." After more than half an hour, Mo Xiaoyu had successfully caught 9 face eels and obtained 3 pieces of wind spirit jade. He was just 7 pieces shy of upgrading his fishing rod again. Now he was approaching the thrilling 10th cast. If only he could land a few hundred pieces of wind spirit jade this time. Mo Xiaoyu thought eagerly as he cast his 10th line. In the next instant, a large black float materialized before his eyes. The sudden whoosh of water erupted in his ears before he could even raise the rod. The entire fishing rod plunged into the depths, not merely the tip, but the entire rod itself. "This is bad. It's a tug-of-war." Mo Xiaoyu quickly clutched the rod tightly. The rod was the lifeline of anglers. Should it snap, it could mean their demise. Moreover, even if it didn't cost him his life, he dared not plunge into such treacherous waters to recover it. Fortunately, as he clung desperately to the rod, the immense force transmitted from it began to wane gradually. Seizing the moment, he painstakingly lifted the rod once more. This creature was undoubtedly twice as large as the previous one. Such strength could not be typical. What would he uncover this time? Mo Xiaoyu felt a surge of trepidation. Such immense power surely indicated something extraordinary. Yet, he had also encountered instances where larger fish yielded lesser rewards. As he wrestled with his anxiety, the colossal creature beneath the water surged again. The frantic splashes returned. accompanied by towering waves crashing against the barrier of the solitary island, threatening to shatter it. Even the other face eels, previously attacking the barrier, were startled into a frenzied flight. In the face of such a terrifying spectacle, all Mo Xiaoyu could do was grip the rod fiercely and repeatedly lower it to relieve pressure while intermittently lifting it to reinsert the hook. After all, if such a massive creature were to flee, it could easily cause him significant harm. Not to mention, there was always the chance of a critical hit on a 10th cast. Damn it, I'm going all in. Today, either you come ashore, or I'll plunge into the depths. Mo Xiaoyu thought, glancing at his rod, which had bent into a pronounced arc. However, it could still withstand the strain without breaking the rod. Mo Xiaoyu glanced at the curve of the fishing rod, feeling reassured, and decided to engage in a fierce battle with this creature. Such is the nature of fishing. As long as one's technique for reeling in the fish is sound, one must not falter, especially when contending with such a colossal beast. If one were to yield, the deeper the fish plunges into the abyss, the greater the force one must endure. Therefore, Mo Xiaoyu granted no opportunity to this creature, steadily dragging it out of the water. Goodness, it's enormous. Soon, a gigantic face emerged before Mo Xiaoyu's eyes, resembling a small millstone. Its body extended an impressive 10 meters. It was no wonder those human-faced eels had fled in terror. A single bite from this creature could likely swallow several other human-faced eels whole. Simultaneously, a mechanical voice echoed in Mo Xiaoyu's ears. Congratulations, you have caught a human-faced eel king. As this marks your 10th successful catch, you have triggered a critical hit bonus. Congratulations on obtaining a D-grade reward, the 100-fold quality spell, Song High Strike. Song High Strike. Each use requires 100 spiritual energy, condensing into a blade of oceanic sword energy for a lethal strike against the enemy. There is a 30% chance of stunning the enemy for 30 seconds. A cooldown period of 1 minute is required for subsequent uses. Chapter 17. This power is astonishing. Ha 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 spell. And a profound one at that. Upon hearing the notification, Mo Xiaoyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although he didn't receive hundreds of wind spirit stones this time, he finally obtained the spell he had eagerly anticipated all day. Time to cultivate. He could hardly contain his excitement as he eagerly picked up the technique for Song High Strike to begin his studies. You possess the profound spell, Song High Strike. Would you like to cultivate it? Yes. Congratulations, you have successfully cultivated Song High Strike. In the next instant, a torrent of information flooded Mo Xiaoyu's mind, as if a seal within the depths of his memory had been lifted, rendering him intimately familiar with it. Is this the spell Song High Strike? No step-by-step cultivation required? Upon successfully cultivating it, it felt as though it came naturally, with a mere thought. A long sword radiating a brilliant azure light manifested before him, despite having no prior practice. It felt as if it was ingrained in his muscle memory, just a thought, and he could unleash it directly. But how powerful is it? Mo Xiaoyu pondered, controlling that Song High Strike. However, he couldn't just carelessly swing a sword, as it was forged from 100 points of spiritual energy. It required 10 spirit stones to yield that much energy. Wasting it would be a flagrant squandering of resources. Thus, he cast the bait back into the water, wishing to test the might of Song High Strike on a human-faced eel. Before long, a human-faced eel took the bait. As Mo Xiaoyu swiftly raised the rod to strike, he simultaneously waved his hand, sending the Song High sword energy hurtling toward the eel. Boom! With a resounding crash, the surface of the water erupted in a cloud of blood mist. A human-faced eel slowly surfaced amidst the crimson haze, sporting a gaping wound in its belly, as if it were utterly lifeless. Concurrently, a notification chimed in Mo Xiaoyu's ears. You have caught a human-faced eel, earning a B-grade reward, 1 wind spirit stone. Is it really that powerful? A single strike to obliterate it. Mo Xiaoyu stared at the gaping hole in the eel's belly, still in shock. That Song High Strike is truly formidable. Even a ferocious water demon like the human-faced eel could be slain in an instant. He hadn't even utilized the 30 stun effect yet. If it could be used indefinitely, wouldn't that mean he could catch a human-faced eel every 30 seconds? Considering the 1-minute cooldown, he could reel in a new one every 2 minutes. However, when he examined his attribute panel, he found Strength, 538, Body Strength, 465, Speed, 223, Stamina, 196, Spiritual Energy, 200. He realized he only possessed 200 points of spiritual energy. This meant he could only unleash the spell twice before needing to pause and absorb spirit stones to replenish his energy. Alas, it seemed that catching a human-faced eel every minute or two was currently unattainable. Just then, another notification rang out. You have a new private message. Please check. A private message? At such a late hour, who could be messaging me? Mo Xiaoyu mused. Recalling that since he had blocked several individuals in the afternoon and exchanged a substantial number of spiritual springs, it had been ages since anyone had contacted him. After pulling the human-faced eel from the water, he opened the private message. Mo Xiaoyu, big shot. This is Cheng Dongli. Do you remember me? Cheng Dongli? Could it be an acquaintance from before his journey to this world? This person, Cheng Dongli, seemed not to have ever sought resources from him before. Mo Xiaoyu had no recollection of him, initially believing he was someone from Earth. However, the next moment, he recalled. Cheng Dongli? Wasn't he the one who shared the fishing techniques in the chat room this morning? It's Brother Dongli. If it weren't for the techniques you shared, how could we possibly cultivate? How could I forget you? What matters do you have, Brother Dongli? With this thought, Mo Xiaoyu hastily replied to Cheng Dongli. To be honest, while he didn't entirely approve of Cheng Dongli's methods, he was genuinely grateful. After all, even he, Mo Xiaoyu, had fished countless times without yielding any cultivation techniques. The spell technique he had just acquired could only be used to cast spells, and not for any advancements. Cheng Dongli responded, well, there is something I need to discuss, but it's a bit difficult to bring up. Cheng Dongli spoke to Mo Xiaoyu. Honestly, as a fisherman, he was quite open-minded. But he often found it hard to ask others for help. Yet the temptation before him compelled him to speak. After much hesitation, he finally got to the crux of the matter. To be frank, seeing my brother receive rewards, I also decided to cast my line. The haul was quite good. I caught a human-faced eel and obtained a C-grade blueprint for crafting a flying sword. Mo Xiaoyu was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Cheng Dongli would have the audacity to fish at night. He knew that even with the best luck, he couldn't upgrade his fishing rod to level 3 or reach tier 4 in cultivation. After all, each person had only 10 portions of bait. Without an upgraded fishing rod and improved strength, catching a human-faced eel would solely rely on skill and perseverance. One false move could result in being dragged into the water or having the rod snap and meet an untimely demise. What astonished him even further was that Cheng Dongli, this fellow, managed to catch just a single fish, and not only did he receive a C-grade reward, but he also acquired a crafting blueprint for a flying sword, something he himself had yet to obtain. Brother Dongli possesses remarkable fishing skills and extraordinary luck. Mo Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim, what remarkable skills and luck. It's merely an act of reckless daring. Cheng Dongli retorted, after reeling in that one fish. He no longer dared to cast his line again. The barrier on this isolated island was exceedingly fragile, instilling a sense of anxiety that the next moment might provoke those terrifying human-faced eels, causing the barrier to shatter. Thus, he sought out his brothers, hoping to exchange for a cave dwelling for his elder brother. Cheng Dongli helplessly confided in Mo Xiaoyu. He wasn't afraid of slowly wearing down the human-faced eels. Having caught one, he believed he could catch a second. However, with the cacophony of sounds and the swaying barrier, Cheng Dongli found himself in a constant state of trepidation, unable to engage in a serious struggle with the eels. So you wish to exchange for a cave dwelling? That's splendid news. Why are you still hesitating? Mo Xiaoyu inquired of Cheng Dongli. The only C-grade reward I possess is this one. However, if you, my dear brother Mo, are willing to exchange the cave dwelling with me first, I solemnly swear that by tomorrow, well, perhaps not tomorrow, but at the latest the day after, I will repay you with the 2 C-grade rewards I owe. Cheng Dongli spoke with a heart full of apprehension. After all, it was a cave dwelling. The crafting blueprint alone accounted for 1 C-grade reward, and it required a plethora of materials. Such a precious item, in this perilous and unfamiliar environment. He hardly had any rapport with Mo Xiaoyu, having never even met face-to-face. It was difficult for him to believe that Mo Xiaoyu would grant him such a favor. Yet, as soon as he sent his message, Mo Xiaoyu replied, sure, I can exchange it with you right now. Use it first, and we can sort out the rest later. With that, he promptly sent Cheng Dongli a trade request. Ding! You have received a trade request from Mo Xiaoyu. Cheng Dongli was astounded upon seeing the trade request. To be honest, he had no expectations at all. After all, Mo Xiaoyu was not known for his amiability. He had blocked quite a few people by noon. He genuinely feared that Mo Xiaoyu would not only refuse him, but would also scold him before blocking him outright. Who would have thought that Mo Xiaoyu would so readily agree without a second thought, and even reassure him not to rush to repay his debts? All of this left Cheng Dongli feeling somewhat unreal. Aren't you afraid I might default on my debts? He asked. Yet, Mo Xiaoyu replied, perhaps with others. But I trust the character of someone who can openly share such vital techniques in the chat room. Mo Xiaoyu assured him. Cheng Dongli's integrity was undoubtedly beyond reproach. Moreover, even if he were to renege, Mo Xiaoyu had expended a C-grade crafting blueprint and a considerable amount of resources to forge the cave dwelling. Yet, let us not forget that Mo Xiaoyu had crafted 30 cave dwellings, triggering 2 quantity critical hits, the first yielding 10 and the second yielding 30. The materials for 30 cave dwellings had produced nearly 68 to 90 dwellings. No matter how one calculated it, he was certainly not at a loss. Furthermore, it was a crafting blueprint for an attack-type flying sword. Thank you so much, dear brother Imo. I shall remember this kindness and repay you when the opportunity arises. Cheng Dongli expressed his heartfelt gratitude, deeply moved by Mo Xiaoyu's trust. He quickly finalized the exchange for the cave dwelling. Brother, did you really manage to acquire a cave dwelling? At that moment, his sister Cheng Sini messaged him. I did. You were right. Brother Mo would definitely repay me. Cheng Dongli replied excitedly. It seems that even in this world, there are still many good people. Do you have any bait left? He asked his sister eagerly. Unlike others, in this unfamiliar world, both he and his sister Cheng Sini had traversed together. Even more fortunate was that they had arrived in the same district. Moreover, when he announced the techniques in the chat room, his sister recognized them immediately, leading to their reunion. I have 5 left. You know I've always been timid and never dared to cast my line. Cheng Sini replied. No worries, I'm here. I'll protect you. Send over the bait. And take these spirit stones for your cultivation. Cheng Dongli reassured her, simultaneously sending her 3 spirit stones. So many? Brother, did you give me all your spirit stones? Aren't you going to cultivate? Cheng Sini asked, astonished at the number of spirit stones. How could that be? Don't forget, I'm someone who has activated a talent. I'm a rare genius. Cheng Dongli replied. Indeed, you're the best. You'll definitely catch up to and surpass that fellow Mo Xiaoyu in no time. Cheng Sini praised him. Surpassing him seems unlikely. If I'm not mistaken, he must have activated a talent as well, and one that is even more formidable than mine. Cheng Dongli shook his head. What? How is that possible? Wasn't it said that the probability of activating a talent is only 1 in 1,000? How could our district possibly have 2 individuals with activated talents? Cheng Sini asked incredulously. Who knows? In a world where even white strips can grow to dozens of pounds. What is truly impossible? Trade completed. You have obtained a crafting blueprint for the 5 elements flying sword. 5 elements sword, low-grade spiritual weapon, inherently possesses 5 elemental attributes. Can absorb and store elemental energy from the environment, reducing spiritual energy consumption by 50 when casting spells, and increasing power by 15. Crafting requires 1 of each elemental spirit, jade. The 5 elements sword. It can save 50% of spiritual energy when casting spells. Mo Xiaoyu thought, exhilarated. Although the 5 elements sword was merely a low-grade spiritual weapon, it could indeed save 50% of spiritual energy, meaning he could cast spells 4 times with his current 200 points of spiritual energy, effectively doubling his casting capabilities. Not to mention, it would also enhance his power by 15%. With this in mind, combined with the spell he had just acquired, Songhai Strike, Mo Xiaoyu felt he was 1 step closer to completing the task of slaying the 3-headed demon carp, and indeed, a significant step closer. Thank goodness I took the risk of wild fishing tonight. Otherwise, such rewards would have been unattainable. He resolved to forge the sword without delay. With this thought in mind, he promptly opened the crafting interface. 5 elements sword. Crafting requires 1 5 elements crafting blueprint, 1 earth spirit jade, 1 fire spirit jade, 1 wood spirit jade, 1 water spirit jade, and 1 metal spirit jade. Conditions met. Shall we proceed with the creation? Indeed. Upon seeing the prompt, Mo Xiaoyu hurriedly pressed the affirmative option. In the next moment, a flying sword materialized in his hand. 5 elements sword has been successfully forged. Please collect it. The flying sword measured merely 3 or 4 inches. Its 5 colored gemstones harmoniously intertwined, exuding a faint luminescence of spiritual energy in 5 distinct hues. With a mere thought, it gracefully suspended itself before Mo Xiaoyu's gaze. Another thought sent it gliding around him with ease, precisely striking wherever he directed it. However, it was limited to a range of merely 20 to 30 meters. Beyond that distance, it would lose its control. Nevertheless, for Mo Xiaoyu at this moment, that was more than sufficient. After all, his fishing rod measured only 7 meters too, and even upon upgrading to a level 4 rod, it would extend to a mere 8 meters 1. Including the fishing line, the maximum reach would be around 15 to 16 meters. With the emergence of the flying sword and its enchantments, Mo Xiaoyu's confidence surged, and his fear of the humanoid eels dissipated entirely. He swiftly baited his hook and cast his line once more. Before long, his float abruptly plunged beneath the water's surface. Mo Xiaoyu quickly yanked upward, striking the humanoid eel. Simultaneously, the 5 elements sword, imbued with the might of the ocean strike, swiftly shot towards the creature. Chapter 19 cleaved it in twain. You have caught a humanoid eel, rewarded with a B-level wind spirit jade. In an instant, Mo Xiaoyu felt the once hefty humanoid eel become surprisingly light. Upon retrieving it from the water, he discovered it had been effortlessly severed in 2 by his sword, leaving only half of its body. The remaining half plummeted into the water, where it was instantaneously devoured by other humanoid eels. How astonishing. This was merely a low-grade spiritual weapon. What if it were a medium grade, or even a high-grade one? Furthermore, he noted that his spiritual energy remained at 50. Originally, he should have been entirely depleted. Yet he found himself unexpectedly with a surplus of 50. With significantly lesser energy expenditure, the weapon's efficacy had increased tremendously. Such occurrences left Mo Xiaoyu yearning for even more formidable medium, high, or even top-tier spiritual weapons, as well as more powerful magical artifacts. If only he could acquire a wealth of forging blueprints for the five-element sword, perhaps he could forge a medium, high, or even a top-tier spiritual weapon. However, at this moment, Mo Xiaoyu could only entertain these thoughts. After all, the sole blueprint for the flying sword he possessed had been traded from Chengdongli. Never mind. It was imperative to focus on fishing. After all, the evening bite was only fleeting. Once the opportunity passed, such favorable conditions would not present themselves again. Mo Xiaoyu mused. Based on his experience, the best time for evening fishing was just after dusk, within the hours of 7 to 9. He had no intention of squandering such an opportune time frame. He quickly cast his line once more. You have caught a humanoid eel, rewarded with a sea-level medium-grade spiritual stone. You have caught a humanoid eel, rewarded with a B-level wind spirit jade. You have caught. Soon, Mo Xiaoyu successfully reeled in 7 or 8 humanoid eels again. However, this time, he refrained from employing spells with every catch. Given his limited spiritual energy, only 50 remained. He reserved his magical prowess for the larger, more formidable humanoid eels that proved challenging. Nevertheless, even under these constraints, he managed to maintain a catch rate of approximately 1 every 3 to 4 minutes. Within half an hour, he found himself exhilarated at the prospect of his 10th rod. First, he needed to replenish his spiritual energy. Mo Xiaoyu refrained from casting immediately. His spiritual energy was entirely depleted. He required a full restoration. He feared encountering a humanoid eel king or an even greater entity. Consequently, he retrieved several spiritual stones and began to absorb their energy. You absorb a low-grade spiritual stone, gaining 1 point of spiritual energy. You absorb a low-grade spiritual stone, gaining 1 point of spiritual energy. You absorb a low-grade spiritual stone. Before long, Mo Xiaoyu had absorbed 3 or 4 low-grade spiritual stones. However, the increase in his spiritual energy amounted to only 3 or 4 points. Surely, this cannot be. Last time he restored his energy, he had only needed 3 or 4 stones. Mo Xiaoyu lamented, disheartened at the minuscule increase in his spiritual energy. He had anticipated that 3 or 4 stones would suffice for complete restoration. Who would have thought that such a quantity would yield only a drop in the bucket? Could it be that he needed to absorb medium-grade spiritual stones for a more substantial recovery? Or perhaps 200 low-grade stones? Wasn't that excessively extravagant? Mo Xiaoyu pondered ruefully. Unfortunately, despite possessing a fair number of medium-grade spiritual stones and hundreds of low-grade ones, he felt the disparity between input and output was utterly disproportionate. Never mind. It seemed he would have to, but just then, a thought struck Mo Xiaoyu. No, I have the critical strike at every 10th absorption. Don't I? Perhaps I only need to absorb 10 low-grade stones to fully restore my energy. With this notion revitalizing his confidence, Mo Xiaoyu recalled that he had once gained 1,000 points of spiritual energy upon absorbing the 10th stone. If he could achieve such a feat again, it would be more than sufficient to replenish his 4 200s. With renewed determination, he quickly resumed absorbing the spiritual stones. You absorb a low-grade spiritual stone, gaining 10 points of spiritual energy. You absorb a low-grade spiritual stone. Since this is your 10th absorption of spiritual stones, a critical strike is triggered, granting you 1,000 points of spiritual energy. This time, Mo Xiaoyu only absorbed 2 more stones before triggering the critical strike. After all, during his previous session in the instance, he had absorbed 4 stones, and with the recent 4 added, he had already consumed 8. It indeed works. It seems I must exchange some medium-grade spiritual stones for low-grade ones. This way, I can save a considerable amount of spiritual stones. Mo Xiaoyu, satisfied with his replenished 400 points of spiritual energy, contemplated. However, a new dilemma arose. The previously accrued 1,000 points of spiritual energy had now dwindled to a mere 200. Regrettably, given his current 4th-tier status, the maximum limit for his spiritual energy was only 200. He could only watch as a substantial portion of his energy dissipated into nothingness. It was evident that he needed to elevate his cultivation level. Continuing to waste energy was unsustainable, Mo Xiaoyu thought to himself. However, he certainly could not afford to squander time on cultivation during the peak fishing hours. He even neglected to upgrade his fishing rod. As soon as his energy was restored, he hastily baited his hook and cast it back into the water. What was happening? Why had the bite ceased again? Could it be that a colossal creature had invaded his fishing spot once more? As Imo Xiaoyu's bait sank into the water, 2 to 3 minutes slipped by without so much as a ripple disturbing the surface. However, this time, Imo Xiaoyu felt no concern that he had exhausted the fish in the area. Rather, he wondered if a colossal creature had invaded his fishing spot. Indeed, the very next moment, his float began to sway erratically. Simultaneously, the human-faced eels in the vicinity leaped from the water in a frantic bid to escape, as if they had encountered a mortal enemy. Was it truly so ferocious? It hardly seemed like a human-faced eel, Imo Xiaoyu mused. The commotion was far greater than that caused by the previous king of the eels. Neither in size nor in the reactions of the other eels was there such a tumult. Then, the water calmed once more, and Imo Xiaoyu's float lay still again. Nevertheless, he dared not let his guard down, gripping his fishing rod with increased determination. For he understood that the larger the creature, the more cautious it would be. This situation was merely the prelude to a significant bite. As anticipated, after a few minutes of tranquility, the float began to show a series of rhythmic movements. Albeit subtle at first, suddenly, a powerful jolt sent the float plunging beneath the surface, followed by another heavy dip. Upon witnessing this, Imo Xiaoyu recognized it as a clear sign that a behemoth had taken the bait. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the rod with both hands and pulled upward with great force. It was as if muscle memory had taken over. Chapter 20. What a farcical abyssal giant catfish, easily dealt with. He instinctively crouched down, and simultaneously, a swift strike raced toward the massive creature lurking below. The sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, as though rehearsed countless times. Then came the dull, piercing sound of water being sliced. A torrent of bright red blood erupted from beneath the surface, spraying forth like a fountain, staining a vast expanse of water crimson. Haha, I struck true. Imo Xiaoyu laughed heartily, observing the blood gushing upwards. He knew that his mighty blow had inflicted serious damage upon the creature lurking beneath. Meanwhile, he felt the creature thrashing violently below, its immense strength surging through the fishing rod, causing his hands to feel as though they were being torn apart. The tip of the rod had submerged halfway into the water, leaving less than a third above the surface. At that moment, Imo Xiaoyu yearned to land another blow. Unfortunately, he was still bound by the cooldown period for his powerful strike, which required a full minute to reset. Thus, he could only cling to the rod, bracing himself against the creature's relentless struggles. How he wished he had a safety line. He could simply let it thrash about until it bled out, then reel it in without a care. Imo Xiaoyu's mind raced with possibilities. Just then, he felt the force from below diminish significantly. In fact, he could scarcely sense any struggle at all. What was happening? Could it be that the creature had developed sentience, realizing that struggling would only hasten its blood loss? Imo Xiaoyu thought. Yet, he did not relent. He diligently began to pull the rod upward, and as he drew it from the water, he felt as if he were reeling in a lifeless fish. To his astonishment, it appeared that the creature had been rendered unconscious by his strike. Imo Xiaoyu was elated, for this was the first time he had witnessed such a phenomenon. The probability of stunning the creature was only 30%, and in his previous encounters, the human-faced eels had either been mortally wounded or cleaved in two. Thus, he had never truly known if they had been stunned or not. However, this time, he could distinctly feel that it was incapacitated. He continued to pull with fervor. In the next instant, a massive head broke the surface, stretching 3 to 4 meters in length. Its enormous mouth, equally as long, nearly eclipsed its eyes and nose. Within that cavernous maw were rows of menacing, barbed teeth, gleaming white. This was the very creature that had recently bitten off a significant portion of the enormous blue fish's body. It turned out to be a mutated giant catfish. No wonder the human-faced eels had fled in terror. A single bite from this beast could easily consume dozens of them. Giant catfish can grow to over 100 pounds on Earth. Here, in a realm where even the slenderest fish struggled to reach 2 ounces, they had evolved into titanic beings. Imo Xiaoyu estimated this one weighed at least 1,000 pounds, if not more, potentially nearing 2,000. Its head bore a gaping wound the size of a bowl, from which blood poured forth like a fountain, staining a large area of the water. Yet, despite its grievous injury, the leviathan remained eerily still, akin to a creature under the influence of anesthesia. For even if intoxicated, such a severe wound would typically rouse it, inciting wild thrashing. However, this creature lay motionless, save for the gentle rise and fall of its gills, barely resembling a living being. Seizing the opportunity, Imo Xiaoyu exerted all his strength to drag the creature entirely from the water. 2,000 pounds, without a doubt, exceeded that weight. The enormous body emerged, measuring over 10 meters in length, its girth betraying the countless fish it had devoured. Truly, it surpassed 2,000 pounds, if not considerably more. Had Imo Xiaoyu encountered such a creature before honing his skills and crafting his flying sword, even the best outcome would have been a narrow escape. A moment's inattention could have led to him being dragged beneath the waves or meeting a grim fate. Yet now, with a mere flick of his wrist, he had rendered this behemoth unconscious and effortlessly pulled it from the depths, despite its size and strength being leagues beyond that of the previous human-faced eel king. The act of fishing had become a trivial endeavor. From the moment he set the hook to dragging it from the water, less than a minute had elapsed. Should this information ever escape, it would not only bewilder others. Even someone like Mo Xiaoyu, who has personally experienced it, would find it somewhat surreal. The strike of the vast ocean was utterly formidable. Yet, he pondered whether such an effect would also apply when confronting those three-headed demon carps. Excitement surged within Mo Xiaoyu. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, you have caught an abyssal giant catfish. As this is your 10th fish catch, you are awarded a D-grade reward, a 1,000-fold critical hit of mid-grade spirit stones, totaling 10,000 stones. Goodness gracious, a D-grade reward with a 1,000-fold multiplier. What astonished Mo Xiaoyu even more was that, alongside the 10 mid-grade spirit stones, he had also received a 1,000-fold quantity critical hit, culminating in a staggering acquisition of 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Gazing at the impressive collection of mid-grade spirit stones, Mo Xiaoyu felt that even if it required 20 stones to replenish his spiritual energy, or if utilizing one stone would only allow him to execute a couple of strikes from the vast ocean, the loss would not sting as much. This bounty was simply too grand. With 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones now in hand, Mo Xiaoyu promptly picked up one stone, indulging in its absorption to restore his spiritual energy and alleviate his fatigue. He then seized his fishing rod once more, casting it again into the water. After he had caught the abyssal giant catfish, the human-faced eels began to gather around again. Perhaps it was due to Mo Xiaoyu having disturbed their lair. These creatures became increasingly frenzied. The moment the bait touched the water, they began to scramble wildly. Mo Xiaoyu, unperturbed by their antics, decided to strike down those that resisted for more than 2 rounds. Even though some of the human-faced eels appeared quite decent and displayed alluring expressions, the genuine allure of a woman would only hinder Mo Xiaoyu's speed in reeling in the fish, let alone these mutated monstrosities. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a decisive blow. A strike from the vast ocean shot forth, resolving the matter with alacrity. Chapter 21. The Allure of Night Fishing. A strike from the vast ocean shot forth, swiftly eliminating the target. After all, the time for evening bites was limited. As the clock edged past 8 or 9, it was likely that the bites would cease. Mo Xiaoyu was not inclined to waste a single moment. You have caught. Congratulations, you have caught. Soon enough, Mo Xiaoyu had reeled in 30 to 40 human-faced eels, and even a few human-faced eel kings, garnering 3 critical hits. 3 quantity critical hits, 1 quality critical hit, resulting in a wind spirit jade of 1,000, a gold spirit jade of 1,000, and an additional 20 armor crafting blueprints. The final reward was a 100-fold quality critical hit from a D-grade reward, yielding a level 5 fishing rod upgrade blueprint. This exemplified the allure of night fishing, mysterious, perilous, yet perpetually brimming with surprises. This nocturnal excursion yielded even greater rewards than the midday dungeon. As for the abyssal giant catfish, Mo Xiaoyu did not encounter it again. He surmised that even in such a world, these terrifying behemoths were likely scarce in number, predominantly residing in deep waters with few venturing into shallower regions. As the clock approached 9:30, the bites began to dwindle. The once volatile human-faced eels, which had previously fought for food with reckless abandon, seemed to retreat as if called home by their mother. They withdrew like a receding tide. Even when a bite did occur, it was merely a few small catfish or loaches. Not a single large fish graced his line, not even a white strip. There were several instances where the hook was too large for them to swallow, resulting in wasted bait. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaoyu's bait supply had nearly been exhausted. Although he could collect some from the chat room, as a seasoned angler accustomed to reeling in hundreds or even thousands of pounds of colossal creatures, he found little interest in catching a mere dozen pounds of small catfish or loaches. Enough is enough. I have other matters to attend to. Today shall conclude here. Mo Xiaoyu chuckled as he stowed away his fishing rod. By 9 in the evening, it was already late, and having battled formidable creatures all day, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, even with the constant replenishment of spiritual energy. Upon returning to his dwelling, he poured himself a generous cup of spirit spring and drank deeply. It must be said, nothing alleviates fatigue quite like this chilled spirit spring. In an instant, the refreshing sensation banished all weariness, revitalizing him to his peak condition. He felt capable of engaging in another 300 rounds without issue. However, there were no more opportunities at present, so he poured himself another cup and opened the chat room to check. Collecting bait, 5 portions for 1 spirit stone. Is anyone selling? Where old Pong, who was just encouraging me. His name had turned black. He must have fallen victim, the sixth one already. It seemed that while the rewards for night fishing were indeed substantial, the risk had escalated exponentially. Upon entering the chat room, Mo Xiaoyu noticed many seeking bait, with prices plummeting from the previous rate of 10 portions for 1 spirit stone to 5, or even less. After all, few remained within used bait at this hour, and the dangers of night fishing were considerable. At least 6 or 7 individuals in the group had reported their names turning black after their night fishing endeavors. This was merely the visible count. Mo Xiaoyu suspected there were even more who remained silent about their fates. For instance, Cheng Dongli, with whom he had just exchanged dwellings. The real statistics could very well be doubled. Unfortunately, they were not Mo Xiaoyu. They lacked his critical hit talent. At most, they possessed the strength of a first or second-tier angler. With such capabilities, they would struggle against even ordinary human-faced eels, let alone the formidable abyssal giant catfish or human-faced eel kings. A slight misstep could lead to either a shattered rod or being dragged beneath the water. Moreover, many young ladies in the chat room had initiated live streams, some even offering one-on-one paid sessions at steep prices, the highest asking for a spirit stone, while the lowest demanded a cup of spirit spring or 3 to 4 A-grade materials. With such exorbitant prices, it was evident that many were merely speculating, but few were willing to part with their goods. Mo Xiaoyu, however, was not lacking, whether in spirit stones or spirit springs. Even if he wanted to engage a dozen or 20 one-on-one live sessions, he would feel no remorse. Yet, it must be reiterated, women would only hinder his speed in reeling in fish. Tomorrow, I must rise early to go fishing. Mo Xiaoyu sighed, not wishing to expend his energy on trivial matters. It was rather mundane. He preferred to swiftly upgrade his fishing rod, absorb some spirit stones for cultivation, and then retire for the night. Tomorrow would require an early start. He shook his head, choosing to ignore the plethora of private messages that appeared to be predominantly from girls, and instead opened the upgrade channel. First, he set about enhancing his fishing rod. Level 3 fishing rod requires 1 level 4 fishing rod upgrade blueprint, 100 purple spirit bamboo, and 10 wind spirit gems. You have upgraded your fishing rod twice. You are 7 upgrades away from a critical upgrade at 10. Upgrade conditions met. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Upgrade successful. Your fishing rod has been upgraded to level 4, doubling its weight capacity and increasing its length by 1 segment. Level 5 fishing rod upgrade requires 1 level 5 fishing rod upgrade blueprint, 300 purple spirit bamboo, 50 wind spirit gems, and 10 fire spirit gems. You have upgraded your fishing rod 3 times. You are 6 upgrades away from a critical upgrade at 10. Before long, Mo Xiaoyu's fishing rod had ascended from level 3 to level 4, its weight capacity doubling once more, nearing 100 kilograms. Those acquainted with the art of fishing would know that a weight capacity of just 4 to 5 kilograms suffices to reel in fish weighing 40 to 50 pounds, or even over 100. The greater the weight capacity, the longer the rod, enabling the capture of increasingly formidable fish. For instance, a rod with a weight capacity of only 7 or 8 kilograms could easily handle a creature weighing 200 pounds. Now, with his rod approaching a weight capacity of 100 kilograms, Mo Xiaoyu mused that even a beast weighing 4 to 5,000 pounds would pose no challenge. However, this seemed insufficient, as he anticipated facing a Tier 3 water demon, the 3-headed magic carp. Even the esteemed masters, towering 5 to 6 meters tall, could only seal it rather than completely subdue it. This hinted at the true terror of such a creature. Mo Xiaoyu estimated that it must weigh at least 10,000 pounds. No, this won't do. I still possess a level 5 upgrade blueprint. I can enhance it once more. With this thought, Mo Xiaoyu quickly retrieved the level 5 upgrade blueprint. Level 4 fishing rod requires 1 level 5 fishing rod upgrade blueprint, 300 purple spirit bamboo, and 50 wind spirit gems. Level 4 fishing rod upgrade requires 1 level 4 fishing rod upgrade blueprint, 100 purple spirit bamboo, and 10 wind spirit gems. You have upgraded your fishing rod 3 times. You are 6 upgrades away from a critical upgrade at 10. Upgrade conditions met. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Upgrade successful. Your fishing rod's weight capacity has doubled again, reaching 200 kilograms, and its length has extended to 9 meters. With such length and weight capacity, Mo Xiaoyu speculated that he could manage even a creature exceeding 20,000 pounds. As for the abyssal giant catfish he had encountered recently, weighing over 2,000 pounds, while it might not be easily reeled in with a net, he could certainly capture it without issue. Next, Mo Xiaoyu produced the treasure chest. Level 1 treasure chest, capable of yielding level 1 rare resources. Would the host like to open it? The chest appeared to be crafted from pure gold, its weight heavy in his hands, adorned with intricate and exquisite runes. If brought to Earth, its mere existence would be worth a fortune, enough for Mo Xiaoyu to live comfortably for a time. Added to the description that it could yield rare resources heightened his anticipation. What treasures might this chest unveil? Open, he commanded. As he uttered the word, the chest's lid began to slowly lift, a dazzling golden light bursting forth, enveloping the entire island in a gilded hue. Such a commotion? The brilliance momentarily blinded Mo Xiaoyu, and it took some time for the radiance to dissipate. Only then could he peer into the chest. No way. After such a spectacle, it yields but a rope? To his astonishment, Mo Xiaoyu discovered that the magnificent chest contained merely a rope, slender as a pinky finger. It appeared unremarkable, dark as pitch, and coiled in several loops, seeming to measure 400 to 500 meters. Ancient runes adorned its surface, leaving him to ponder if the treasures had been whisked away by some entity, leaving only this rope to confound him. As he grasped it and gave it a tug, he found its elasticity quite commendable, yet it was still just a rope. What use would it serve? I am not jumping rope. Mo Xiaoyu expressed his disdain. At that moment, a notification chimed in his ear. Level 1 premium slip rope, 500 meters in length, can extend up to 1500 meters. Capable of withstanding any pull from Tier 2 water demons. A slip rope. Mo Xiaoyu burst into laughter upon hearing the notification. He recognized it at first glance, but as an avid angler with 16 years of experience by the age of 18, he had utilized slip ropes frequently, particularly when reeling in large fish. However, this slip rope seemed rather thick, even though the fishing rods in this realm could handle several hundred or even thousands of pounds. The pinky-thick slip rope felt somewhat excessive. Yet, given its excellent elasticity and extendability, Mo Xiaoyu managed to thin it out enough to pass it through the slip ring. It fits. Ha! With the slip rope now threaded, Mo Xiaoyu laughed heartily once more. With this newfound tool, he would no longer fear losing his rod to the depths or facing dire consequences. Moreover, when confronted by formidable beasts, he could combine it with the spell Ocean Strike. He could first strike with a blade to incapacitate the creature, and if it remained unfazed, he could simply let the slip rope handle the struggle until it was exhausted and bled sufficiently, allowing for Ocean Strike to cool down adequately. At this moment, he raised the fishing rod once more and struck again. This cycle continued. Just this single maneuver was sufficient for Mo Xiaoyu to, with the same fishing rod and at the same realm, catch colossal creatures exponentially more powerful than those he had previously encountered. Indeed, it brought him significantly closer to reeling in 3 giant carps and claiming the first kill reward of the dungeon. Moreover, it was a substantial leap forward. The sea strike, the flying sword, the barrier of the cave, and this newly acquired first-grade exquisite miscast rope, coupled with my realm and fishing rod, I should have no trouble dealing with entities exceeding 10,000 caddies in weight. Mo Xiaoyu began to take stock, yet after his inventory, an air of unease lingered in his heart. After all, this was a third-tier water demon. Even after countless years of demise, it could still stand, leaving behind a massive skeleton towering 5 to 6 meters high. The Grandmaster, alongside 4 or 5 others, could only seal it rather than eliminate it directly. Mo Xiaoyu dared not let his guard down. He felt an undeniable inadequacy in strength. It seemed he needed to elevate his power further. With this thought, Mo Xiaoyu pulled out one middle-grade spirit stone after another, even though it was already 11 or 12 at night, and he envisioned an early rise for the morrow. He persisted in his cultivation despite his fatigued body. You absorb a middle-grade spirit stone, gaining 1 point of middle-grade spiritual energy. You absorb a middle-grade spirit stone, gaining 1 point of middle-grade spiritual energy. Soon enough, Mo Xiaoyu had absorbed 4 or 5 middle-grade spirit stones. Yet, his realm showed no signs of movement. His spiritual power remained stagnant at 200 points, without any increase. Alas, the upper limit of a 4th-tier angler's spiritual power was merely 200 points. The only discernible change was that the additional middle-grade spiritual energy felt remarkably pure, not entirely dissipating. Instead, it slowly diffused from his dantian, spreading through his meridians. Guided by his cultivation technique, circulating gradually. With each cycle, his meridians grew a tad stronger and broader. It was only upon absorbing the 9th stone that a surge of raw spiritual power erupted from his dantian, crashing forth like a tumultuous tide, surging into his extraordinary meridians, rampaging through them. Crack! The bottleneck that had plagued him shattered under this overwhelming spiritual force. You have absorbed 10 middle-grade spirit stones. Congratulations on triggering a 10-fold critical strike from the middle-grade spirit stones. Congratulations on receiving 100 points of middle-grade spiritual energy. Congratulations on advancing to the 5th tier of angling. Your strength increases by 100. Your physical intensity increases by 100. Your endurance increases by 100. Your speed increases by 10. Your spiritual power increases by 100. Do not be deceived by the seemingly modest increase of 100 in each attribute. with speed only rising by 10. At this moment, Mo Xiaoyu's power had multiplied several times over. While he could not claim to be capable of effortlessly taking down the abyssal catfish, he was absolutely confident in his ability to soar above the man-faced Eel King. This was merely the enhancement of strength and physical intensity. The augmented 100 points of spiritual power allowed him to cast the Sea Strike 2 more times, which would elevate his prowess even further. Yet, despite this, Mo Xiaoyu remained unsatisfied. After all, he was about to confront 3 demonic carps. Chapter 23. This night would undoubtedly be a sleepless one. He once again resumed absorbing middle-grade spirit stones. You absorb a middle-grade spirit stone, gaining 1 point of middle-grade spiritual energy. You absorb a middle-grade spirit stone, gaining 1 point of middle-grade spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, Mo Xiaoyu absorbed another 9 middle-grade spirit stones, acquiring 9 points of middle-grade spiritual energy. This spiritual energy, aside from a small portion stored in his dantian, predominantly diffused within his meridians, further strengthening them. It felt as though he was preparing for something grand. This sensation of spiritual energy reinforcing his meridians was utterly enchanting, a delightful tingling, as if he was being perpetually enhanced. Beyond the meridians, the transformation within his dantian was even more pronounced. It too seemed to be nurtured by this spiritual energy, growing increasingly powerful. When Mo Xiaoyu examined it inwardly, he could distinctly perceive that his dantian was expanding at a visible rate. Finally, he reached the 10th stone. He pondered how much middle-grade spiritual energy he would unleash this time. Based on prior experience, transitioning from 3rd to 4th tier required merely a point of middle-grade spiritual energy. Although he had manifested 100 points upon advancing from 4th to 5th tier, the actual requirement was only 10 points. Now, to ascend from 4th to 5th tier, he likely needed 100 points of middle-grade spiritual energy. If he could trigger a 100-fold critical strike, he would leap directly to the 6th tier of angling. As for the subsequent 7th tier, it would probably require 1,000 points of middle-grade spiritual energy. However, as Mo Xiaoyu absorbed the 10th stone with a heart full of trepidation, an unexpected sound reverberated. Congratulations on absorbing a middle-grade spirit stone. As it is your 10th absorption, a critical strike is triggered. Congratulations on receiving a 100-fold quality critical strike of middle-grade spiritual energy. Congratulations on acquiring 1 point of upper-grade spiritual energy. Congratulations on advancing to the 6th tier of angling. Your strength increases by 100. Your physical intensity increases by 100. Your endurance increases by 100. Your speed increases by 10. Your spiritual power increases by 100. Upper-grade spiritual energy, just 1. Mo Xiaoyu thought in disbelief. Yet, the notification did not cease. It continued to chime incessantly. Congratulations on advancing to the 7th tier of angling. Strength increases by 100. Spiritual power. In a mere instant, that single point of upper-grade spiritual energy propelled him directly from the 5th to the 7th tier, catapulting his spiritual power, strength, physical intensity, and endurance all by over 200. His speed also increased by 20. Simultaneously, his meridians and dantian expanded several-fold at that moment. If previously his dantian resembled a tranquil spring, it had now transformed into a pond. If his meridians were once a gentle stream, they could now be likened to a cheerful brook. This allowed him to store more spiritual energy and facilitated a smoother flow within his meridians. Such a vast dantian should surely accommodate more than 500 points of spiritual energy, Mo Xiaoyu mused, gazing at the seemingly half-full reservoir of spiritual energy within his dantian. Yet, he glanced at his attribute panel. Angler, Mo Xiaoyu. Realm, 7th tier angler. Strength, 838. Physical strength, 865. Speed, 173. Stamina, 656. Spiritual power, 500. He picked up a mid-grade spirit stone to absorb its energy. Yet, the figure representing his spiritual power remained unchanged. It appeared that his maximum capacity for spiritual energy was indeed 500. This perplexed Mo Xiaoyu, leaving him utterly bewildered. He could not fathom why. Despite having a vast dantian, his absorption of spiritual energy yielded no increase whatsoever. Nevertheless, a spiritual power of 500 was sufficient for Mo Xiaoyu to unleash the sea-crossing strike 10 times. Even when replenished with low-grade spirit stones, 1,000 points of spiritual energy would merely result in half being wasted. This reality left Mo Xiaoyu quite satisfied. After completing his cultivation, Mo Xiaoyu refrained from further practice. He understood that, based on previous experiences, to advance to the 8th tier of fishing adept, he would minimally require 10 points of high-grade spiritual energy. Thus, he would need 10 high-grade spirit stones. At the very least, he would have to absorb 100 mid-grade spirit stones, hoping for critical hits in quality each time. During this process, he could not afford a single occurrence of quantity critical hits. Fortunately, Mo Xiaoyu was not lacking in mid-grade spirit stones. However, he could not control the outcome of each absorption to ensure a quality critical hit. Moreover, based on past experiences, quantity critical hits were evidently more frequent than quality ones. 3 instances of quantity critical hits might not even yield a single quality critical hit. Contemplating this, Mo Xiaoyu glanced up at the countdown displayed on the barrier. 4 hours and 39 minutes remaining until its disappearance. This meant, by his estimation, it was likely already 2 o'clock in the morning. Sleep. He needed to rest quickly. By morning, he would rise early. Having transformed from an ordinary person into a 7th-tier fishing adept, what more could Mo Xiaoyu desire? With this thought, he lay down on the stone bed and closed his eyes. The stone bed was surprisingly cool, albeit rather hard. However, as a fishing enthusiast, Mo Xiaoyu was no stranger to sleeping in challenging conditions, whether in tents or vehicles. Coupled with the fact that his physical strength had increased several-fold, he felt no discomfort in his slumber. Soon, he was snoring contentedly. This day had been exceedingly exhausting. Meanwhile, the chat room remained lively. I'm so tired. I really want to sleep. Who isn't? I only had a cup of Spirit Spring at noon and Haven tea, even closed my eyes since. Now I'm both hungry and sleepy. When will this day end? What is it to you? At least you had a cup of Spirit Spring. I didn't even get that. That bastard Mo Xiaoyu wouldn't trade with me. Do you know how miserable I feel right now? I can hardly breathe. My heartbeat is erratic, and I feel as though my vitality has been completely drained. Just then, the chat room finally quieted down as a young lady began her dance livestream. After all, she too was exhausted and hungry. Those who danced well had already been sought out for one-on-one sessions, while those who danced poorly simply lacked the energy to continue. All that remained were the sounds of complaints and lamentations. You must be wondering, if everyone is so tired, why don't they just sleep? They have no caves. And certainly no stone beds. They are stranded on an isolated island, and even finding a flat spot to lie down is a challenge. Even if they were to endure the discomfort and find a place to collapse, would they dare to sleep? The barrier above their heads diminishes every moment. It constantly reminds them of its impending disappearance. What if they fall asleep and the barrier vanishes before they awaken? What if something unforeseen occurs when the barrier disappears? What if water demons arrive at that moment? It could very well mean that once they close their eyes, they may never open them again. Furthermore, even though the human-faced eel swarm had dispersed, there were still instances when one would dart out, inexplicably slamming against the barrier with great force, causing it to tremble precariously. Moreover, even more formidable beings than the human-faced eels occasionally prowled near the island, stirring up tumultuous waves. These creatures were even larger, stronger, and more aggressive, and each visit sent their fragile barrier into a state of impending collapse. Tension and fear accompanied them at all times. Therefore, not only was it impossible for them to dare sleep soundly, but even the slightest closing of their eyes would quickly rouse them from slumber. Only Mo Xiaoyu, fortified by 2 barriers, one of which could withstand attacks from water demons below the 4th tier, could find solace in sleep at this moment. The barrier is about to vanish. 5 minutes remaining. 3 minutes. Only half a minute left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Chapter 24. Anomaly emerges, the future unknown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thus, they all endured with weary, bloodshot eyes, anxiously fixated on the numbers displayed on the barrier, until dawn broke. The sky was painted crimson as the sun rose. In the end, they found themselves involuntarily counting down in the chat room. At this moment, they were so bewildered they could not discern whether they were filled with fear or anticipation for the countdown's conclusion. As the countdown reached 0, a pure, crisp sound echoed. The barrier, already on the verge of collapse, seemed to fulfill its purpose and shattered with a sharp crack. It fragmented like tempered glass into tiny shards. Many sought out larger pieces to shield themselves in case of danger, yet none could find a single sizable fragment. A familiar mechanical notification resonated once more. Congratulations to everyone for completing the novice task and successfully surviving until the barrier's disappearance. At this moment, the isolated island beneath your feet will no longer confine you to this body of water. You may now navigate it and venture forth on any exploration. At this moment, you need not worry about lacking spirit stones for cultivation. The spiritual energy of the world is now yours to absorb at any time and place. Of course, at this moment, the colossal beings afar are eagerly awaiting your arrival. Although the notification expressed congratulations, the expressions on the faces of the people revealed no joy, for the barrier that had long protected them had vanished in this instant. People had yearned for freedom, yet none desired this limitless freedom devoid of security. The absence of the barrier heralded a multitude of crises. Within a single day, The entire region had dwindled from 1,000 individuals to merely over 500, nearly half gone. Now, without the barrier, they could hardly fathom the challenges that lay ahead. Would they face water demons that could surge from beneath the waves at any moment? Or the unbearably sweltering weather? Not to mention the horrifying and repulsive human-faced eels they would have to confront at night. Silence. A prolonged silence. At long last, the entire chatroom fell into a profound silence, a silence that marked the first moment of stillness since everyone had traversed into this new realm. It lingered for what felt like an eternity, until an incongruous voice shattered the tranquility. Spiritual energy. Ha ha ha. I can sense the spiritual energy. We can cultivate now. Thank goodness I didn't trade my bait to that bastard immortality yesterday. With spiritual energy, I can cultivate, and once I reach the first tier of the fisher, I can fish for myself. This boisterous proclamation echoed through the chatroom, the speaker seemingly oblivious to the imminent dangers that awaited him. Not only did he laugh heartily, but he also hurled insults at immortality, feeling fortunate for not having exchanged his bait. Could this fool truly believe that reaching the first tier of the fisher would empower him against the menacing face eel? Such ignorance was staggering. The collective irritation among the group escalated, especially with this individual flaunting his limited intellect and berating immortality, who had saved them all just the day before. Immediately, someone countered his foolishness. However, what surprised everyone was that the deficit in intelligence was not confined to just this one person. Another voice soon resonated in the chatroom. Ha! Indeed we can cultivate. I, the celestial being, have always been a once-in-a-millennium genius. You didn't believe me, did you? After merely 10 minutes of cultivation, I can already feel myself on the brink of breaking through to the first tier of the fisher. Everyone, hurry and sit down to cultivate. 10 minutes? A genius? How laughable. Just as these two were parading their supposed intellect, a message captured everyone's attention. Have you all felt that? A tremendous pressure. Pressure? Of course. In this unfamiliar environment, danger lurked at every corner. And now even the protective barrier that shielded them had vanished. Who among us is not feeling the weight of pressure? Everyone was overwhelmed. Upon hearing the word pressure, some mistakenly assumed the speaker referred to psychological stress. Yet, the individual clarified, I'm not talking about mental pressure. I mean a palpable, overwhelming force bearing down on me, as if I were carrying several hundred pounds. Indeed, I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. I feel as though my body has become several times heavier. Another added, I just tried to jump, but I couldn't even lift off the ground. And my fishing rod feels heavier than it did yesterday. I could at least lift it then, but now I can barely manage. I'm fine. I've already advanced to the first tier of the fisher, and I can still lift my rod. Another chimed in. I can even jump 3 feet high. After hearing these comments, the group began to sense the pressure, experimenting in various ways. Some who had exchanged spiritual stones to advance to the first tier of the fisher were still able to move freely, while those who hadn't even reached that tier struggled to jump under the oppressive weight. Some couldn't even lift their rods. In that moment, the self-proclaimed celestial being, who had just moments ago considered herself a genius, suddenly cried out in alarm within the chatroom. Oh no, I can't stand up. What should I do? I can't even rise to my feet. Someone please help me. Despite her lofty claims of being a one-in-a-million genius, she was, in reality, a deluded individual who had languished at home, indulging in videos and snacks, completely lacking in physical activity. Now, with the immense pressure bearing down upon her, she was rendered incapable of even crawling. Ha ha ha, truly a celestial being. Weren't you just claiming that you were close to reaching the first tier of the fisher? Keep going. Perhaps once you cultivate further, you will be able to stand again, provided you pray that no water spirits attack you in the meantime. The group burst into laughter at this. Yet, the celestial being, undeterred, replied, so what? Even if I can't stand, I still have 10 portions of bait left from yesterday, and when today's refresh occurs, I'll have another 10, totaling 20. That is still 10 more than any of you. For a moment, her assertion left the group speechless, as none had anticipated her resilience or the fact that she had not utilized a single portion of bait since yesterday. Moreover, no one could ascertain whether the leftover bait would simply vanish upon the refresh. At that moment, the individual who had felt the presence of spiritual energy piped up. Ha! You're absolutely right, beautiful. Although we didn't trade anything yesterday, we saved our bait. Unlike some who foolishly exchanged precious bait for that scoundrel immortality's so-called spiritual spring. 2 portions of bait for 1, huh? Some fools in the group were so pleased with themselves. But weren't you all just toasting yesterday? Why the silence now? Chapter 25, 80 portions of bait, 5 mudfish, 5 large shrimp. Didn't you all just toast yesterday? Why the silence now? This individual had been blacklisted by immortality after insulting him in the chatroom, leaving him without even a cup of spiritual spring to show for it. Later, he was ridiculed and felt the sting of regret as he slapped himself several times in frustration. Now, with the emergence of spiritual energy, he felt as though a storm had passed, and he was invigorated once more. What did it matter that Mo Xiaoyu had blacklisted him? Just then, another notification rang out. Ding! Your bait has been refreshed. Please check your inventory. Bait has refreshed. Everyone, check now. Huh, I have 20 portions. Ha. I also have 20 portions. What is this? I've got 30. Upon hearing the notification, everyone immediately began checking their inventories. Soon, it became apparent that their bait had not replenished to 10 portions, but to 20. Some even found they had received 30. Wait, are you perhaps a second-tier fisher? Indeed. Ha! During last night's risky night fishing, I caught a face eel and scored 10 spiritual stones, so now I'm a second-tier fisher. I had no idea the bait refresh for second-tier fishers would yield 30 portions. So, we have a second-tier expert among us. We bow in reverence. Ha. But we haven't lost out either. While we exchanged 10 portions of bait for a spiritual stone to advance to the first tier of the fisher, today we replenished with 20 portions. Brother, you have somewhat betrayed your conscience. What do you mean by not losing out? You did absolutely nothing. You merely replenished the 10 portions you contributed yesterday and even gained a first-tier angler for free. Is this not considered a significant profit? Ha. Splendid indeed. The esteemed one speaks with such wisdom. Not only did we endure considerable hardships yesterday, but we also acquired a first-tier angler without any cost. I envy those who exchanged for spirit stones. Had I known yesterday, I would not have cast my line. I risked my life only to catch nothing, but today, I have replenished my portions. Damn it, I shall not cast my line today. Instead, I shall exchange my bait with the remarkable Mo Xiaoyu. At this moment, whether they had exchanged spirit stones yesterday or not, everyone in the chat room engaged in fervent discussions. Those who had exchanged were naturally elated. As for those who had not, they not only envied those who had exchanged yesterday, but were also resolute in their decision to trade their bait with Mo Xiaoyu today. Although they still had to contend with the menacing eels later, a first-tier angler was still better than their current predicament of having nothing. Yes, indeed. We shall all trade with the esteemed Mo Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, the two individuals who had been boasting moments ago fell into an uncomfortable silence. By the way, what happened to that little fairy who claimed she had 20 portions of bait? Why is she silent now? And what of that fellow who called us fools for trading precious bait for spirit stones? Why is he not speaking now? The little fairy remained mute. Having realized that the bait she had painstakingly saved yesterday had vanished after the refresh, she still possessed only 10 portions, while those she had previously looked down upon now boasted 20. The one who had denounced everyone as fools was now somewhat disgruntled. Did I say something about trading for spirit stones? I distinctly mentioned trading for spirit springs. However, despite his attempts to defend himself in the chat room, he privately slapped himself a few times for his loose tongue. How dare you speak so carelessly? Did you think you could say whatever you wished? His bait too had been refreshed, leaving him with merely 10 portions. Observing the plight of these two, the others felt a complex mix of emotions, though they knew full well that peril awaited them. Yet, inexplicably, their spirits were lifted. As they mocked the two, they began to send trade requests to Mo Xiaoyu. After all, they could not be certain how many spirit stones Mo Xiaoyu still possessed. Acting swiftly might afford them an opportunity. Delaying could mean missing out entirely. Yet, whether in the chat room or in private messages, Mo Xiaoyu was nowhere to be found. At that moment, Mo Xiaoyu was blissfully asleep, utterly exhausted from the previous day's trials. He had slept soundly, missing the early morning rush and not awakening until nearly 10 o'clock, when the sun was already high in the sky. What on earth? Why are there so many private messages? And why is the chat room buzzing with my name? Upon awakening, Mo Xiaoyu was greeted by a flood of private messages and hundreds of mentions in the chat, leaving him bewildered as to what had transpired. He first opened the private messages to find, Mo Xiaoyu, why have you ignored us? Did we do something wrong? Whoa. Esteemed one, it's me, Wang Sikong, the one who promised you 100 billion. Do you remember me? Mo Xiaoyu, did my brother say something unkind that caused you to ignore me? I've already scolded him. Please don't blackball me as well. With thousands of messages to read, it would take Mo Xiaoyu several hours to catch up. Thus, he skimmed through only a few important ones, which could easily fill a lengthy novel filled with entangled emotions and drama. What had happened? Why did it feel as though he had suddenly become the center of attention? Mo Xiaoyu chuckled, somewhat helplessly closing the private messages and entering the chat room. Everyone, what on earth has transpired? He inquired. Wow, you finally appeared, esteemed one. We thought you had abandoned us. Do you have any idea how we spent the last few hours? Each moment of anticipation felt like an eternity. Though only a few hours had passed, it felt to them as if several centuries had gone by. The crowd, upon seeing Mo Xiaoyu, all spoke at once. Mo Xiaoyu felt a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks. Ahem, everyone, it's all right. From their enthusiastic responses, Mo Xiaoyu gleaned a rough idea of what had occurred. He opened his bait box to find that the bait he had exhausted last night had transformed into 80 portions, along with 5 half-meter-long loaches and 5 half-meter-long prawns. The 80 portions of bait were understandable, given that second-tier anglers typically required 30 portions. However, as for the loaches and prawns, the 26th chapter had over 4,000 portions, filling several large boxes. Were these loaches and prawns intended for barbecuing? One must admit, the loaches and prawns in this world are remarkably plump. Although anglers do not require food after absorbing spiritual energy and are never hungry, the sensation of absorbing spiritual energy is exponentially more delightful than consuming food. Nonetheless, upon seeing such succulent loaches and prawns, Mo Xiaoyu could not help but swallow hard. However, he knew that these were certainly not meant for his consumption. Could they be live bait? Mo Xiaoyu pondered. He opened the notification to find, "Your bait has been refreshed," gaining 80 portions of ordinary bait and 10 portions of live bait. Indeed, they were live bait. Although Mo Xiaoyu had anticipated this, he was still quite astonished. Using live bait for fishing is not only prohibited on Earth, but it is also detested by anglers alike, whether one is into traditional fishing or lure fishing. As soon as they hear about loach enthusiasts or prawn enthusiasts, they either report them or directly pelt their spots with stones. Especially the loach enthusiasts. Their destructive capacity is immense, as they can quickly deplete a vast water area of aggressive fish species, delivering a devastating blow that causes severe ecological imbalance. In areas they have fished, there will be no predatory species such as yellow perch to control the population of small bait fish. The overpopulation of these bait fish is one issue. They also consume substantial amounts of carp and crucian carp eggs, leading to situations where one can fish for several days and only catch a few small bait fish. Of course, in this world, with only a limited amount of live bait, there is no such concern. However, considering that he had managed to catch over 2,000 pounds of abyssal giant catfish even with ordinary bait last night, one can only imagine the frenzy that would ensue when the live bait hits the water. Moreover, there were eels measuring 1 to 2 meters in length and prawns half a meter long. Even Mo Xiaoyu found the prospect of grilling these live baits for himself quite tempting. He decided to store them away for now, as these live baits would prove extraordinarily effective come nightfall. Mo Xiaoyu carefully placed these live baits into his cave dwelling, for the temperature outside was soon to soar to 60 or 70 degrees. The extreme heat might prevent these creatures from enduring until night. He even fed them some spiritual spring water. As for the disappearance of the barrier, Mo Xiaoyu felt no trepidation. Rather, he was filled with exhilaration. After all, without the constraints of the barrier, he could maneuver his solitary island into deeper waters for fishing, no longer confined to this shallow area to catch mere white strips. After assessing his haul and understanding the situation, Mo Xiaoyu returned to the chat room. "Dear friends, I indeed have quite a few spiritual stones available for exchange," he announced to the group. Although he had refreshed his supply, acquiring 80 portions of fish bait and 10 portions of live bait, one must not forget that he had expended 400 to 500 portions just yesterday. Upon hearing that Mo Xiaoyu still possessed spiritual stones, the chat room erupted with excitement once more. "Fantastic, fantastic. This means we have hope. Mo Xiaoyu, will it still be 10 portions of fish bait for 1 spiritual stone today? Or is it 10 portions? What do you take me for?" "Mo Xiaoyu, I'll offer 15 portions for 1 spiritual stone." Some even began to bid higher. There was no denying that those who had exchanged spiritual stones yesterday had done nothing, and yet reaped rewards surpassing many who risked their lives to fish. The ease of these gains was almost surreal. Furthermore, they were unaware of just how many spiritual stones Mo Xiaoyu had in his possession. By raising the bar for exchanges, he effectively eliminated those who had not yet advanced to the first tier of fishers, affording them greater chances to obtain what they desired. However, Mo Xiaoyu outright declined their generous offers. "Rest assured, the prices remain the same as yesterday, and as for quantities, I still possess 400 to 500 stones, which will certainly satisfy everyone, allowing each to exchange for 1. Upon hearing Mo Xiaoyu's words, the chat room erupted once again. "What? For the 500 stones? Mo Xiaoyu, do you run a spiritual stone mine? While we struggle to even find one, you're claiming to have 400 to 500. Are we truly living in the same world?" Mo Xiaoyu's statement sent shockwaves through the chat room. Many had fished 10 lines yesterday. The unfortunate ones managed to find just 1 stone, while the fortunate might have found 2. Indeed, there were those who cast 10 lines and returned empty-handed. Only a select few, those experienced and powerful, braved the dangers of night fishing, managing to yield more than 10 stones. Yet, compared to Mo Xiaoyu, who had exchanged dozens yesterday and still had 400 to 500 today, the disparity was immeasurable. What they did not realize was that the 400 to 500 stones Mo Xiaoyu mentioned were merely the quantity they needed. In reality, he possessed over 200 more, which he intended to use to replenish his spiritual energy. Meanwhile, many had already begun sending him trade requests. You have received a trade request from Zhao Huan. 10 portions of fish bait for 1 spiritual stone. You have received a trade request from Lin Mimi. 20 portions of fish bait for 2 spiritual stones. You have received a trade request from Yang Hao. 20 portions of fish bait for 2 spiritual stones. Naturally, among these individuals, some sought to acquire additional stones. There were even those who proposed a long-term collaboration with Mo Xiaoyu, offering to exchange daily. Mo Xiaoyu chose not to respond to each request individually. After declining, he remarked in the group chat, "It would be best for everyone to exchange for just 1 spiritual stone. Once you enhance your strength, you can fish for yourselves," allowing for quicker growth. It was not that Mo Xiaoyu was uninterested in the surplus fish bait. Rather, he aimed to cultivate the market. Only by nurturing their growth could he exchange for more precious items rather than perpetually relying on fish bait. Nonetheless, even with each individual exchanging for just 1 stone, Mo Xiaoyu managed to acquire 435 spiritual stones, trading for 4,350 portions of fish bait. This was more than tenfold compared to yesterday. He filled several large boxes to the brim. Such a quantity, would it not be too much? Mo Xiaoyu pondered, gazing at the abundant fish bait. After all, any surplus bait would reset by tomorrow. However, having already made the exchange, he felt no regret. As he often said, it was merely an investment in market development. Once the spiritual stones were exchanged, the chat room fell into a quieter state. Everyone began their cultivation with their newly acquired stones. Only scattered messages continued to emerge. Has old Huang returned? He is back. What about old Zhu? Has he returned? I'm back too. It was a dungeon run, absolutely exhilarating. 1 golden bighead carp yielded 10 spiritual stones, and it wasn't nearly as dangerous as those slippery eels last night. Indeed. Too bad I only had 12 portions of bait and caught just 3 fish. Chapter 27. Someone had already perished in the dungeon. 3 fish, and you're not satisfied? Did you manage to obtain a C-grade reward? Ha ha ha. How did you know I got a C-grade reward? Because I did too. It turned out that some had already acquired the dungeon's teleportation map, and after some discussion, they entered the dungeon together, returning with significant rewards. The requirement to enter the dungeon was that one must be at least a second-tier fisherman. These individuals were all either skilled or possessed ample fishing experience. They had not exchanged spiritual stones with Mo Xiaoyu, but had instead used their own to advance to the second tier. As one of the few second-tier fishers in the area, they held strong confidence in their abilities. Mo Xiaoyu had nothing to say about their actions. After all, the dungeon was there. It could not be that only he, Mo Xiaoyu, was allowed to partake, could it? However, at that moment, he heard some disconcerting news. Where is Xiaosong? Why hasn't he spoken? Could it be that he is still inside, waiting for his bait to be used up? That is improbable. We only have so much bait, and it's unlikely to take long before the fish bite. Is it possible that he really went to observe the 3-headed demon carp? That fellow has already been marked. He mentioned wanting to see what kind of creature could grow 3 heads and annihilate an entire sect. We all cautioned him. Yet it seems he ultimately ventured forth, risking his life. Seeing this, Mo Xiaoyu could not help but feel grateful that he had suppressed his curiosity and refrained from going. Simultaneously, a sense of urgency began to creep in. After all, with each fisher consumed by the 3-headed demon carp, the seal would weaken, and its power would gradually restore. Time can no longer be delayed. If this continues, inevitably, these individuals will unleash the 3-headed magic carp. Curiosity may indeed kill the cat. This wisdom is universally acknowledged. However, for a group of deranged anglers capable of any audacity, the allure of a large catch is undeniably lethal. Moreover, it is a colossal creature with 3 heads. Little Song will certainly not be the last. Even with prior warnings, I fear others will still venture forth. After all, on Earth, there are scarcely any anglers unaware that high-carbon rods conduct electricity, making fishing during thunderstorms or under high-voltage lines perilous. The warning electrical hazard is even inscribed prominently on fishing rods, yet every year, there are still unfortunate souls who succumb to electrocution. With this thought in mind, Mo Xiaoyu hurriedly sought to purchase a dungeon teleportation map in the chat room, offering a high price for dungeon teleportation maps, 1 map in exchange for a cave dwelling, or 3 mid-grade spirit stones. The dungeon teleportation map is merely a C-grade reward, and those who enter can only bring a dozen or so baits, at most securing 1 C-grade reward while sacrificing over 10 baits. Thus, the price Mo Xiaoyu offered is undeniably generous. To be frank, this marks the first time Mo Xiaoyu has engaged in a financial loss. However, upon hearing of the possibility of catching several hundred pounds of golden crucian carp within the dungeon, along with rewards exceeding tenfold what is available outside, his messages garnered little interest. Only a handful of individuals responded. Really? One teleportation map for a cave dwelling? Once I catch it, I will definitely trade it with the great Mo Xiaoyu. Alas, if I do not obtain it, I would gladly gift it to the great Mo Xiaoyu. Naturally, Mo Xiaoyu could not place his hopes on such individuals. Most of them had exchanged spirit stones with him, whether yesterday or today. Collectively, they had not even caught a single fish, let alone drop a dungeon map. It seems Mo Xiaoyu can only rely on himself now. He picked up his fishing rod and approached the fishing platform. He hoped that the map would not be limited to one drop per person. Mo Xiaoyu pondered. Even though the day was already quite warm, you have caught a white strip, earning an A-grade reward, 1 white shin stone. You have caught a crucian carp, earning a B-grade reward, 1 wind spirit stone. You have caught. Soon enough, Mo Xiaoyu had reeled in 20 or 30 fish. With his rod reaching 9 meters in length, he occasionally managed to catch a sizable crucian carp. During this time, he experienced 3 critical hits, 1 resulting in a mid-grade spirit stone and 2 yielding materials in quantities 100-fold. Yet, the sought-after dungeon teleportation map remained elusive. Surely not. It had dropped when he caught 20 or 30 fish yesterday. Mo Xiaoyu began to recollect the circumstances of obtaining the dungeon teleportation map the previous day. It seemed to have appeared right after catching the 29th fish, as he was preparing to reel in the 30th. Moreover, the individuals he had just encountered were only at the second tier of fishing, possessing 30 baits, and had caught merely 20 or so fish yesterday. Yet here he was, still awaiting any sign of a response. An ominous premonition surged within Mo Xiaoyu's heart. Could it be that a single person can indeed obtain only 1 teleportation map? Mo Xiaoyu mused. Truly, what one fears often comes to pass. He had prepared for everything, only to find himself stymied by the absence of a teleportation map. Mo Xiaoyu felt as if he had meticulously arranged a wedding, only to discover that the bride was a man. At that moment, he lost all desire to fish. Just as despair enveloped him, a private message notification chimed. Who is it? I have no spirit stones left. Mo Xiaoyu was in a foul mood and hesitated to check the private message. Perhaps it was someone wishing to exchange for the teleportation map? Nevertheless, he clung to a glimmer of hope and opened the message. To his astonishment, someone truly had sent him a teleportation map. Little Mo, I have a dungeon teleportation map here. Brother Chung, is it you? What surprised Mo Xiaoyu even more was that the sender was Chung Dongli, who had exchanged for a cave dwelling from him the previous night. He was a figure of both strength and experience, possessing considerable courage. Furthermore, having acquired a cave dwelling from Mo Xiaoyu, he was unlikely to encounter danger in the dungeon as long as he did not provoke the 3-headed magic carp. Mo Xiaoyu could not fathom why he would offer the map. Brother Chung, do you not wish to try entering? Mo Xiaoyu inquired, his desire for the map evident. Ha. To be honest, I already possess one. This one was just obtained by my sister. It turned out that Chung Dongli and his sister, Chung Sini, had reunited after the barrier dissipated, and they had gone fishing together. While Chung Dongli had secured one map, Chung Sini had just acquired another. Oh, so it was Miss Chung who obtained it. What about her? Does she not want to explore? This dungeon teleportation map might grant only 1 chance per person. Mo Xiaoyu questioned Chung Dongli. I think I'll pass. Since childhood, I've been rather foolish. I wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken. If my brother hadn't accompanied me through, providing me with spirit stones, I likely would have met an untimely demise long ago. Chung Sini chimed in, explaining to Mo Xiaoyu. I can give you this map, but you must promise to share your experiences from the dungeon with my brother once you emerge, she added. So, she wished to exchange experiences for her brother. Mo Xiaoyu, considering this, couldn't help but wonder if the girl was truly as dim-witted as she claimed. Nonetheless, given the duo's open-mindedness, Mo Xiaoyu was not one to be stingy. Very well, as for the experience, consider it shared among friends. We can all benefit from it. Additionally, I can offer you a cave dwelling. Mo Xiaoyu proposed to the Chung siblings. However, the siblings insisted. No, we are content with 1 cave dwelling for the 2 of us. We still owe you 2 C-grade rewards. How could we possibly accept another cave dwelling? Hearing this, Mo Xiaoyu conceded. All right, then after you give me this teleportation map, our debts will be settled, and you need not owe me any C-grade rewards. The siblings, being generous souls, accepted this arrangement without further objection and proceeded to trade the teleportation map. Upon acquiring the teleportation map, Mo Xiaoyu dared not delay for even a moment and promptly activated the teleportation. Simultaneously, a notification chime resonated in his ears. Welcome to the Level 1 instance. The Lost Fishing Sect. Instance difficulty, hard. Instance description, once a sect dedicated to the path of fishing. It fell into calamity when the senior disciple caught a dragon carp and placed it in the sect's lotus pond. Unbeknownst to them, the dragon carp mutated into a 3-headed water demon, the demon carp, leading to the sect's destruction. The sect leader, along with 5 esteemed elders, utilized forbidden techniques to severely injure and seal this malevolent creature. Quest: catch 30 golden bighead carps and 10 ink dragon carps before the three-headed demon carp regains its strength. Time limit: 1 hour. First kill quest rewards: 3 level 1 treasure chests, 1 sect construction order, and 1 mysterious beast bone fishing hook. Simultaneously, a familiar mysterious aura enveloped Mo Xiaoyu. The dark gray sky no longer bore the scorching heat of the outside world. Ruined walls once again came into view, revealing immense fissures, with desolate bones scattered amidst the overgrown weeds, and gigantic lotus leaves towering several meters high alongside enormous skeletons. A pavilion, brazenly pierced by massive iron chains, reappeared before him. However, unlike the last time, numerous chaotic footprints adorned the ground. Even the skeletons exhibited signs of having been touched, or even climbed upon. Mo Xiaoyu's gaze fell upon one particular skeleton, where an imbecile had dared to carve the words, "So-and-so visited this place." There was no denying that fishermen were inherently reckless. They had the audacity to use coffins as fishing platforms and wreaths as umbrellas. They even dared to fish overnight atop graves. Yet, the unhinged nature of these fishermen caused Mo Xiaoyu no small amount of distress. The only silver lining was that these individuals retained some semblance of rationality, refraining from pilfering the treasures from the skeleton's grasp. However, this restraint was likely only temporary. It could not be said how much longer such sanity would prevail. These individuals were utterly mad. Determined to succeed this time, Mo Xiaoyu solemnly vowed to himself. He quickly made his way to the lotus pond once more. Clink, clink. The sound of iron chains clashing echoed incessantly, accompanied by the mechanical whirring of apparatuses. Mo Xiaoyu recalled that there had not been such a commotion during his last visit. Gazing at the chains, he noticed several streaks of blood, along with a torn and bloodied garment hanging from them. The blood had begun to dry, while a swarm of flies buzzed frantically around it. That must have been left by that fellow, Xiao Song, a second-tier angler who had distinguished himself among 1,000 others. In his quest for a mere glance, he had met his demise. These reckless individuals. What level of power had the three-headed demon carp regained after devouring him? Mo Xiaoyu pondered as he stared at the chains. Yet, he knew this was not the time for melancholy. The instance allotted only 1 hour. To accomplish the task, he needed to catch at least 30 golden bighead carps and 10 ink dragon carps within the next 45 minutes, leaving the remaining 15 minutes for the three-headed demon carp. Thus, Mo Xiaoyu merely surveyed the changes in the instance before hastily setting about his task. You have caught a golden bighead carp. You have received 10 B-grade spirit gathering stones. You have caught a golden bighead carp. You have received 1 B-grade purple spirit bamboo. You have caught. The lotus pond brimmed with an unknown number of golden bighead carps. With each cast of his line, they surged into his territory, allowing Mo Xiaoyu to reel in one after another. Unlike yesterday, today he had upgraded both his leader line and main line significantly. After all, his fishing rod had reached the 5th tier, boasting several additional segments and an increased weight capacity. Mo Xiaoyu no longer worried about breaking his rod due to excessive force, avoiding the fate of losing his rod and life. Moreover, his rank had ascended to the 7th tier of anglers. Once a 300 to 400 pound golden bighead carp took the bait, it would be yanked from the water without a moment's chance to resist. In the blink of an eye, Mo Xiaoyu had caught 9 golden bighead carps. Now, he was ready for the 10th. What surprise would await him this time? Chapter 29. Could this fellow be trapped beneath the mire? Although Mo Xiaoyu was not new to fishing in this instance, he still felt an involuntary surge of anticipation. As he prepared the bait, he unconsciously opted for a larger size. His hands gripped the fishing rod a bit tighter, awaiting the moment when a golden bighead carp would bite. As soon as he felt a tug, he yanked with fervor. However, he was utterly unprepared for the surprise that the instance had in store for him. Congratulations. You have caught a golden bighead carp. As this is your 10th catch, you have received a C-grade reward, a high-quality spirit stone with a 100-fold quality crit. Astonishingly, his first critical hit yielded a high-quality spirit stone. Splendid. With just 9 more high-quality spirit stones, I shall ascend to the 8th tier of anglers. Holding the spirit stone, Mo Xiaoyu felt a thrill of excitement. The stone was no larger than a fingertip, crystalline and translucent, devoid of any impurities. While he had previously acquired some high-quality spiritual energy, this was his first encounter with a high-quality spirit stone. The aura emanating from the stone was intoxicating, enough to invigorate anyone who inhaled it. Simply holding it in his hand filled him with an urge to sit down and absorb its essence immediately. Yet, time was of the essence. After a brief glance, he hastily stored it away in his inventory and resumed his fishing. You have caught a golden bighead carp. You have received 1 B-grade purple spirit bamboo. You have caught a golden bighead carp. You have received. Soon, Imo Xiaoyu caught another 9 golden bighead carps, arriving at his 10th line. This time, the catch was not a golden bighead carp, but rather an ink dragon carp. However, for Imo Xiaoyu at this moment, even a 2,000-pound abyssal giant catfish could be effortlessly reeled in. A mere few hundred pounds of ink dragon carp posed no challenge whatsoever. He even refrained from employing his signature move, the sea strike, and simply dragged the ink dragon carp out of the water with sheer strength. You have caught a black dragon carp. Since this is your 10th catch, congratulations. You have received a B-grade reward of a wind spirit jade, along with a 1,000-fold quantity critical strike of another wind spirit jade. This time, Imo Xiaoyu did not obtain any high-grade spirit stones. However, he did receive a 1,000-fold quantity critical strike, yielding a total of 1,000 wind spirit jades. Not too shabby, although they were not spirit stones. The demand for wind spirit jades had increased significantly with the enhancement of his fishing rod, and his current stock was running low. Imo Xiaoyu remarked with satisfaction. At this point, he was merely 11 catches away from reeling in a total of 13 golden bighead carps. Simultaneously, he had also caught a black dragon carp. Remarkably, barely 10 minutes had elapsed, just around 7 or 8 minutes. He was able to successfully catch a fish in less than half a minute. At this moment, Imo Xiaoyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this pace, he should be able to complete the task of 30 golden bighead carps and 10 black dragons in less than 45 minutes. Imo Xiaoyu thought to himself. He promptly resumed fishing. You have caught a golden bighead carp. You have caught. Time flew by swiftly. Imo Xiaoyu's speed increased correspondingly, particularly towards the latter part. After casting more than 30 times, the golden bighead carps in the area had become frenzied due to his relentless fishing. In fact, as soon as Imo Xiaoyu's bait touched the water's surface, those wildly eager golden bighead carps surged towards it. However, faced with the overwhelming number of golden bighead carps, Imo Xiaoyu's joy began to wane. There were simply too many of them. Stop bringing me golden bighead carps. Give me a black dragon carp. Imo Xiaoyu began to pray fervently. Little did he expect that yet again, it was another golden bighead carp. You have caught a golden bighead carp. Since this is your 10th catch, congratulations. You have received a C-grade reward of a 100-fold quantity critical strike of mid-grade spirit stones, totaling 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Although the reward was decent, 100 mid-grade spirit stones, it did not bring a smile to Imo Xiaoyu's face. He had caught over 30 fish, yet only managed to reel in a single black dragon carp. At this rate, even if he caught 300 golden bighead carps, he would still fall short of the required 10 black dragon carps. 300 fish, even at half a minute each, would take more than 150 minutes. The crux of the matter was that there were simply too many golden bighead carps. They had established a crowd dominance. At this moment, even the black dragon carps, which were several times larger than them, had been driven away from the area. The depths of 2 to 3 meters were now teeming with the shadows of golden bighead carps. Just moments ago, he could still see a few black dragon carps mingling among them, but now they had vanished. Well, this is just great. The bighead carps have scared off the carps. Imo Xiaoyu lamented, staring at the overwhelming swarm of golden bighead carps. If this were on Earth, fishermen hearing about the bighead carps causing a ruckus would likely be overjoyed, especially considering their weight could easily reach 2 to 300 pounds. Yet here, Imo Xiaoyu wore a face of disdain. It seemed the only option left was to venture into deeper waters. Imo Xiaoyu mused. If he could find any, he might even consider using a larger hook and a firmer bait, making it difficult for the golden carps to consume it, thus providing an opportunity for the black dragon carps. However, with the current situation, what could Imo Xiaoyu possibly do? He speculated that even if he moved to another shallow area, the outcome would remain the same. Now, he had no choice but to take the risk and venture into deeper waters. The solitary island began to slowly navigate through the lotus pond. This solitary island did not appear to be fixed. Rather, it resembled a floating island, capable of moving in any direction at Imo Xiaoyu's command. However, as soon as the island shifted, a series of thunderous roars erupted, a woo, a woo. The sounds resembled that of a tiger and a starving wolf, each roar resonating with a clang of chains. The pavilion trembled incessantly. Imo Xiaoyu could scarcely fathom what kind of monster was responsible for such terrifying sounds. Yet, in that moment, he did not falter. He summoned the 3-tiered cave from his storage and boldly steered the solitary island towards the center of the lotus pond. He even halted once he encountered those massive iron chains. Gazing beneath the pavilion, he yearned to glimpse the 3 demonic carps and discern what manner of being they were. Yet, he still could not catch sight of the 3 demonic carps, despite the fact that the sounds emanated from directly beneath the pavilion. Only a couple of 100 meters away, he could even see a few black dragon carps mingling among the lotus leaves, and the sediment on the pond's bottom was clearly visible, yet the 3 demonic carps remained elusive. Could it be that they were suppressed beneath the silt? Chapter 30. The Arrival of the Strong Ones. Were they indeed trapped beneath the mud, only to appear after he caught 10 black dragon carps? Mo Xiaoyu pondered as he stared at the sediment beneath the pavilion, wrestling with the frustrating reality that the roar was right in front of him. Yet he could not see the creature. Resigned, he decided to focus on catching the 10 black dragon carps first. Let us reel in those 10 black dragon carps. Meanwhile, numerous solitary islands were gradually making their way towards Mo Xiaoyu's 9485 district. Powerful figures stood tall upon these islands, each at least at the 3rd or 4th tier of fishing prowess, with many being 7th or 8th tier, and even some reaching the pinnacle of the 9th tier. Is this the infamous 9485 district where someone dared to fish in the wild on the first night? It doesn't seem particularly special, scoffed a young man named Wu Zhong, the leader of a sect from the nearby 9363 district. The water depth is around 10 to 20 meters, and I haven't seen any massive creatures. The resources here are lacking. This district indeed seems nothing extraordinary. Wait, why are there so many people here? He exclaimed in surprise. Beside him stood another sect leader, a middle-aged man named Han Tianxing from the nearby 9327 district, who initially shared Wu Zhong's disdain, but now wore an expression of disbelief as he entered the chat room of the 9485 district. Isn't it a good thing that there are many people, old Han? Why the sudden shock? Wu Zhong inquired, puzzled by Han Tianxing's reaction. Why have they all traveled such a distance to the 9485 district? Aren't they simply trying to take advantage of the district's recent reopening, seizing the opportunity to capture a few individuals amidst the ensuing chaos? After all, in this vast and unknown world, many from their sect perish daily. Personnel has become the most critically scarce resource. However, when he also entered the chat room of District 9485, he was equally astonished, unable to believe his own eyes. 632. How could there still be 632 individuals here? What on earth had transpired, allowing such a large contingent to remain? Moreover, there were so many first-tier fishers. Wu Zhong finally comprehended why Han Tian was so astonished. Despite the fact that only a day had elapsed since this District 9585 had commenced. That very first day along with the second day had been the most catastrophic in terms of attrition. In a typical district, retaining 200 or 300 individuals at this juncture would be considered fortunate. Yet, in their 2 districts, after the first day, only a little over 100 remained. This was not even the worst scenario. The most unfortunate district had dwindled down to merely 20 or 30 individuals by the end of the first day. Aside from a few who had been taken by other older districts, by the second night, they had been completely annihilated. After all, not every district had a Chung Dongli willing to share the techniques he had acquired. It was even less likely for every district to have a Mo Xiaoyu, who not only produced 1,000 spirit stones, but also managed to create a spirit spring. In other districts, let alone exchanging bait for spirit stones and springs, one would first need to acquire a set of techniques before even beginning their cultivation. Consequently, those who dared not cast their lines could only watch helplessly as they were sun-scorched or overheated. Even those bold enough to fish and secure spirit stones were compelled to relinquish their hard-earned treasures in exchange for techniques. Yet, here in District 9485, there were still over 600 individuals, and even more alarmingly, more than 500 were first-tier fishers. There were only a scant few, perhaps 20 or 30, without any cultivation. Little did they know that these 20 or 30 had offended Mo Xiaoyu and been blacklisted by him. Otherwise, they might have seen an ordinary person. How wonderful it is to have a multitude of people. With so many individuals, could we not easily deceive a few of them? Han Tian looked at the chat room, brimming with information, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Ha 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 indeed. Furthermore, we can be selective. We shall take only those who are first-tier fishers and disregard anyone who has not reached that level. Wu Zhong laughed heartily in agreement. They had not even cast their lines during the prime fishing hours, having braved the scorching heat to traverse a great distance to District 9485. All for the purpose of luring a few individuals away, right? This trip was undeniably worth it. Of course, at this moment, there were not just the 2 of them in District 9485 sharing this sentiment. At least 20 or 30 isolated islands were slowly making their way towards District 9485. When they entered the chat room of District 9485, their expressions mirrored shock followed by sheer delight. Mo Xiaoyu, of course, was oblivious to all that was unfolding. Had he known that the market he had painstakingly cultivated was about to be coveted and divided by this group, he would likely have burst forth from the instance to confront them fiercely. After all, if the instance task remained unfulfilled, there would always be another opportunity to return, perhaps with even greater peril. However, if his people were taken away, there would be no possibility of reclaiming them. You have caught Mo Longley, receiving a C-grade reward of a cave blueprint. He thought, just one more tail, and he would have the 9th Mo Longley. At that moment, He was drawing the 9th mo long Li out of the water. Only one more, and he could officially challenge the three-headed demon carp. Simultaneously, he was once again filled with excitement as he prepared to cast his 10th line. What treasures would the final mo long Li yield? With a heart full of anticipation, Mo Xiaoyu cast his 10th line. This cast felt distinctly different from the previous ones. The once tranquil water began to churn with waves. As the waves surged, a massive black creature slowly swam towards Mo Xiaoyu's spot, 7 to 8 meters long. Its length nearly rivaled that of Mo Xiaoyu's fishing rod, 3 to 4 meters wide. Its plump body was adorned with metallic glossed black scales, each scale edged with a ring of golden circular patterns, as if crafted with gold. It resembled a robust armor forged from mysterious iron and gold, exuding an air of nobility and mystery. Were it not for its lack of 3 heads, Mo Xiaoyu might have mistaken it for the three-headed demon carp. How leisurely it appeared, it would soon be hooked. Mo Xiaoyu observed the creature's unhurried demeanor, waiting for it to bite the bait before he would sharply pull upward. The next moment, the sound of water splashing echoed through the air. This was the first time today that Mo Xiaoyu had heard the sound of water cutting. Previously, whether it was the 200 or 300-pound golden crucian carp or the 400 or 500-pound magic dragon carp, Mo Xiaoyu had effortlessly pulled them from the water with a single cast. Even if he occasionally failed to do so, they would still be dragged from the water's surface with ease, at most struggling briefly along the surface. However, Mo Xiaoyu had no intention of lingering with this creature. It had only struggled a few times before he unleashed a mighty strike, charging toward it. Splash. Chapter 31. Superior Spirit Tool, Tian Wu Hook. Splash. The next moment, a stream of crimson blood erupted from the water's surface. A gaping hole, the size of a bowl, pierced through its massive head. After a mere few struggles, Mo Xiaoyu had dragged it out of the water. You have caught a Mo Longli, as this is your 10th catch. Congratulations on receiving a D-grade reward of a mid-grade spirit tool with a 10-fold quality critical hit. The superior spirit tool, Tian Wu Hook. Tian Wu Hook, an exceptional spirit tool, consuming 100 points of spiritual power to ensnare the opponent. It will never come loose before the user exhausts their spiritual power. Truly befitting of a Mo Long Li weighing 700 to 800 pounds, it had indeed yielded a D-grade reward. This marked the second time Mo Xiaoyu had received such a high reward. Although this time it was merely a 10-fold quality critical hit, it had directly bestowed upon him a superior spirit tool, not just a blueprint. Mo Xiaoyu would not need to gather materials to forge it. It was a genuine finished product. Upon receiving it, he could directly refine and use it. A hook more than a meter long and half a meter wide, reminiscent of a massive ship anchor, materialized in Mo Xiaoyu's hand. The tail was connected to a hefty iron chain. With a slight refinement, he focused his mind, and it soared into the air, sweeping toward the location he envisioned. With a resounding crash, it plunged into the water, creating a tremendous splash. Beneath the surface, it left behind an abyssal hole measuring over a meter in length and half a meter in width. Moreover, akin to an intangible sword, it required only spiritual power for control, without the need for physical handling. Its power far surpassed that of the 5-element sword. Ha ha ha, this is splendid, truly splendid. With the Tian Wu hook in hand, I shall no longer fear. When the time comes, one head will be hooked with a fish hook, and another with this Tian Wu hook. I eagerly anticipate how the remaining head will struggle. Mo Xiaoyu laughed heartily. Having already devised a strategy for confronting the 3-headed demon carp with his Wu Tian hook. However, he was utterly baffled by the stillness beneath the pavilion. What was the matter? Why had it not yet appeared? He scratched his head in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Hadn't he already caught enough fish? Who could enlighten him as to why there was still no sign of life? Could it be that he had miscounted? Was he still short of his quota? Doubt crept into Mo Xiaoyu's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. After all, he had meticulously counted each catch upon entering, practically using his fingers to keep track of every single one. Moreover, he had experienced 4 critical hits at multiples of 10. There was simply no way he could have made a mistake. Was it necessary for him to stand atop the pavilion for the creature to emerge? Mo Xiaoyu pondered again, glancing at the pavilion. Yet, the very next moment, he discarded that idea. The pavilion was scarcely 4 or 5 square meters in size. Even if he wished to ascend, there was no way he could do so without leaving the protective barrier of his 3rd-tier cave dwelling. To abandon the shield of his 3rd-tier cave dwelling was akin to standing in a thunderstorm beneath high-voltage power lines, swinging a whip. The bloodstained garments on the iron chain were all too vivid in his memory. This was no matter of courage. It was a clear invitation to self-destruction. He picked up his fishing rod and switched to the largest line setup, casting a massive bait toward the pavilion below. Eager to see if the 3-headed demon carp was lurking in the shadows, hoping to lure it out. Yet, as the bait fell, it only attracted a swarm of demon dragon carps to snatch it up. The three-headed demon carp remained utterly unresponsive. Even the roars he had heard moments ago had vanished in an instant. Only the iron chain continued to rattle, clanging with a persistent metallic sound. Damn it! Was he truly required to ascend the pavilion? Mo Xiaoyu mused again. This accursed quest had provided but a single objective, without any hints to guide him on how to catch the three-headed demon carp. After pondering for a considerable time, he was still at a loss. His gaze drifted back to the bloodied garments on the iron chain. Yet this time, as he beheld the chain, an unprecedented notion sparked in his mind like a flash of lightning. What if the chain was tethered to the creature? Should he give it a tug? Perhaps he could draw it out. Admittedly, this thought demonstrated a remarkable audacity. After all, that pavilion might very well be the key to suppressing the three-headed demon carp. Given its dilapidated state, having endured countless years, it appeared on the verge of collapse, as though it would crumble into ruins the very next instant. Tugging on it could not only fail to extract the three-headed demon carp, but could also destroy the pavilion, breaking the seal and unleashing the creature. Yet, with no other ideas arising in his mind, Mo Xiaoyu clung to this notion. Damn it! Fortune favors the bold. Surely this pavilion wasn't made of tofu and gas. Collapsing with just a tug, time slipped away, second by second. Although Mo Xiaoyu had caught 30 golden crucian carps and 10 ink dragon carps in less than half an hour, a significant portion of his time remained. Yet, he understood that the longer he hesitated, the more unfavorable the situation would become. He could no longer afford to dally. Ultimately, Mo Xiaoyu resolved to give it a try. However, instead of using his hands to pull, he summoned his Tianwu hook, sweeping it toward one of the iron chains. The timing of acquiring this tool was nothing short of fortuitous. Utilizing it now was simply perfect. With this implement, Mo Xiaoyu could at least maneuver with some distance from the pavilion. Simultaneously, a surge of energy coalesced into a mighty strike, with the 5 elements sword hovering before him. Crack, crack. As he began to drag, the sounds of snapping echoed, resembling the breaking of the pavilion. Concurrently, Mo Xiaoyu distinctly sensed fierce struggles emanating from the other end of the chain. It felt akin to reeling in a colossal creature thrashing wildly beneath the water, exactly as he had imagined. This seemed to confirm his suspicion that the three-headed demon carp was indeed bound at the other end of the chain. Yet, once more, uncertainty gripped Mo Xiaoyu. It wasn't indecisiveness on his part. The pavilion was simply too rickety. The moment he stepped onto it, he would be face to face with a three-headed demon carp. Even a grandmaster standing at 5 or 6 meters could only seal it, not kill it outright. Should he try once more? Yet, the thought of giving up filled him with resentment. He had prepared so much for this moment and faced numerous dangers. Would it all be in vain? He felt that if he relinquished this opportunity, he would forever regret it. At that moment, Mo Xiaoyu truly wished for a coin to toss as a decision-maker. For he was utterly indecisive. Eventually, he resolved to make one last pull. Just one more tug. If this still proved fruitless. Chapter 32. Was he fishing for humans, or were the fish fishing for him? If this last attempt yielded no results, Mo Xiaoyu thought to himself. Though even he was uncertain whether he would dare to attempt it again afterward, there was no avoiding the fact that the reality was terrifying. Each step felt like walking a tightrope before the gates of hell. A slight miscalculation could lead to irrevocable disaster. Yet, the unwillingness to abandon the pursuit remained ever present. Once more, Mo Xiaoyu wielded the Tianwu hook, tugging on the iron chain. If he was to perish, so be it. Bit by bit, it was more tormenting. He let out a mighty roar and pulled with all his might. Yet, what he never anticipated was that this very pull would cause the pavilion to sway violently. It was not a mere collapse, but a frenzied thrashing, as if it were undergoing torture, writhing in agony. Then, to Mo Xiaoyu's astonishment, he witnessed an unimaginable sight. The pavilion began to transform amidst its tumultuous shaking. Gigantic fish heads emerged from the top of the pavilion, while the structure itself morphed into a colossal fish body, stretching over 100 meters long. Indeed, it had transformed. It did not collapse, nor did it turn into a heap of rubble. The pavilion itself was the three-headed demonic carp. Or perhaps it was the three-headed demonic carp that had transformed into this pavilion to entice anglers to come and gaze upon it. Good heavens! Is it truly within the realm of possibility for a mere fish to accomplish such a feat? Are we, in fact, the ones fishing? Or is it the fish that is fishing for us? Mo Xiaoyu stared in disbelief at the three-headed demonic carp, which had revealed its true form before him. At last, he understood how that unfortunate Xiao Song had met his demise. Driven by curiosity, he ascended the pavilion, unwittingly offering himself to the gaping maw of the three-headed carp. Yet, Mo Xiaoyu had nearly made the same fateful decision as Xiao Song on several occasions. In that moment, he couldn't help but feel grateful that he had ultimately restrained himself. Simultaneously, a series of frenzied roars erupted once more, far more ferocious than those that had greeted Mo Xiaoyu as he approached the pavilion. The entire dungeon trembled beneath the weight of its thunderous howls, as if the lotus pond itself were quaking in an earthquake, threatening to overturn the very waters. In that moment, Imo Xiaoyu also discerned that the 6 iron chains were not bound to him, but rather pierced directly through the creature's body. Despite the passage of countless years, the wounds where the chains had traversed seemed far from healed. Instead, they bled profusely with each violent struggle of the demonic carp, as if the chains were a perpetual source of torment. His entire form, pierced by the iron chains, appeared no better than the dilapidated pavilion itself, as if it too were on the verge of shattering. The furious roars that reached Imo Xiaoyu's ears carried not only rage, but also a hint of sorrow, a sense of helplessness, and a silent suffering. Witnessing all this, a flicker of compassion ignited within Imo Xiaoyu, even evoking a pang of sympathy. You have endured much, he mused, trapped here for countless ages, subject to endless torment. A peculiar thought surged within him, compelling him to approach the 3-headed demonic carp. Fortunately, Imo Xiaoyu collided violently with the barrier of the 3rd-tier cave, jolting him back to consciousness with a resounding thud. What am I doing? Am I truly feeling pity for it? Am I actually contemplating rescuing it? He thought, drenched in cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly sensed that his thoughts had been manipulated by the creature. He had nearly become a willing sacrifice to the beast, and had he not been roused by the barrier, he might have willingly thrown himself into its cavernous jaws, potentially assisting it in breaking free from its confinement. Realizing this, Imo Xiaoyu was gripped by a chill of terror. He finally understood why an entire sect could be annihilated by this creature, and why the 6 grandmasters had only succeeded in sealing it rather than destroying it outright. This creature was not only immensely powerful, but also exceedingly cunning. He could not afford to linger in its presence. Every passing second was a gamble with his very life, he mused. With resolve, he seized his fishing rod and cast it towards the 3-headed demonic carp, targeting its 3 heads with the largest hook and line available. The creature's gaping maw, spanning 7 or 8 meters wide, posed no threat of obstruction. Naturally, he eschewed bait. The enormity of its mouth rendered such a consideration unnecessary. Any angler could easily cast into its cavernous throat without the need for bait. With a gentle flick, the hook found its mark deep within the beast's gullet, and he pulled back with all his might. Am I not becoming the very thing I once condemned? He thought, recalling the many times he had reported those who fished illegally back on Earth. Was he now a dragon-slaying youth turned dragon himself? He shook his head in self-deprecation. Simultaneously, an excruciating pain surged from the depths of the demonic carp's throat, driving it into a frenzy of thrashing and roaring. The volume of its howls intensified, causing sharp pain to radiate through Imo Xiaoyu's ears as if his eardrums might shatter at any moment. At that moment, the other 2 heads lunged toward his fishing line. Ah, so that's why you have so many heads, to bite the line, Imo Xiaoyu realized. In a flurry, he unleashed a powerful strike, aiming for the left head, while simultaneously targeting the right head with a deadly hook. In an instant, the left head fell prey to his attack, a gaping hole appearing as blood sprayed forth like a fountain. The right head fared even worse, although he had not employed any spells. The force of his strike surpassed that of the 5-element sword, piercing cleanly through the head and anchoring the hook firmly in place. Imo Xiaoyu could even see the creature's pallid brain matter mingling with its blood. Such a grievous injury would have incapacitated any ordinary being, rendering the right head utterly non-threatening. Yet, for the 3-headed demonic carp, the damage seemed to have no effect. It struggled even more violently, undeterred, as it lunged for Imo Xiaoyu's fishing line. With the hook still embedded in its right head and his powerful strike still on cooldown, Imo Xiaoyu could only watch helplessly as the creature prepared to sever his line. Just then, the 6 skeletal remains, long since fallen into oblivion, erupted with a blinding luminescence. It was as if they had come to life once more. The skeletal figures began to chant incantations, their voices resonating with a vigor that belied their decayed forms. Despite the passage of eons, their voices rang out clearly and forcefully in Imo Xiaoyu's ears. As they chanted, the massive iron chains tightened, pulling in all directions, particularly the chains binding the heads of the creature. Though the movement seemed slow, inch by inch, it steadily drew the heads away from Imo Xiaoyu's fishing line, ultimately redirecting them entirely. I thought we were powerless against you. It seems our predecessors had anticipated this moment, Imo Xiaoyu exclaimed. Come on, everyone, let us vanquish it. Imo Xiaoyu observed the unfolding scene, bursting into hearty laughter. With the addition of these 6 formidable allies, he could scarcely believe he wouldn't be able to catch these 3-headed creatures. However, to his astonishment, the 6 skeletons, after prying apart the 2 heads, began to lose their radiance, and the incantations faded into oblivion. Was that it? What about the vendetta promised? Imo Xiaoyu felt a twinge of disappointment. He had not anticipated that these skeletons, now devoid of flesh, would engage in such lackadaisical efforts. Meanwhile, the three-headed demon carp began to thrash violently, drawing closer to Mo Xiaoyu. The jarring sound of water being sliced through erupted fiercely. In that moment, not only Mo Xiaoyu himself, but even the floating island beneath him began to be dragged closer to the creature. It was important to note that this was the very throat that Mo Xiaoyu had hooked, piercing its most sensitive spot. Yet, despite the excruciating pain, it still managed to unleash such tremendous power. Fortunately, the 6 skeletons not only thwarted the other 2 heads from biting the line, but also bought Mo Xiaoyu precious time, allowing his oceanic strike to complete its cooldown. Swiftly, Mo Xiaoyu concentrated, channeling the oceanic strike into his flying sword, which hurtled toward the demon carp. Whoosh! The flying sword, accompanied by a piercing sound that sliced through the air, struck with unimaginable speed, plunging deeply into the center of one of its heads. Thud! A crisp sound echoed as flesh tore apart. In the next instant, a vibrant fountain of blood erupted from the center of its head. The injured creature writhed even more frantically, emitting furious roars. Yet, this time, the roars were fleeting, abruptly ceasing. What was happening? Why had it stopped? Mo Xiaoyu pondered in confusion. But in the next moment, he beheld the 3 heads of the creature droop down simultaneously, their mouths agape, sharp teeth bared, eyes filled with bloodlust. Yet, it remained utterly still, as if a pause button had been pressed. It was stunned, and the attack had only struck the central head. Yet all 3 heads had succumbed to the daze. What use were 3 heads under such circumstances? Mo Xiaoyu chuckled to himself. He quickly raised his fishing rod, gently pulling back to maintain a safe distance from the creature. Simultaneously, he retrieved the Tianshu hook and swung it toward the left head once more. The window of dizziness lasted only 30 seconds. He had to inflict maximum damage within that brief span. Bang! Another resounding impact reverberated against the left head. Just like the right one, it was pierced through, creating a half-meter-wide gaping hole. Blood and brain matter flowed toward the water's surface, staining a large expanse of the lotus pond. Yet, the 30 seconds had elapsed, and at that moment, the creature regained its senses. A chorus of frenzied roars erupted once more. Mo Xiaoyu understood that he was about to face an even more chaotic struggle from the creature. He swiftly produced the loss prevention rope and secured it to the fishing rod. Indeed, in the next moment, a tremendous force surged toward Mo Xiaoyu, overwhelming him. He felt the fishing rod tighten in his grasp, and in an instant, what had once been a bow was pulled taut. It became a tug of war. Then, Mo Xiaoyu's hands slipped, and the fishing rod was yanked into the water. There was no choice. It was not that he didn't want to confront the creature directly. It simply afforded him no opportunity to resist. Had it not been for the loss prevention rope he had recently acquired, he would have already lost his fishing rod. Not to mention the possibility of being dragged under. He would have been obliterated in an instant. Fortunately, Mo Xiaoyu had no such worries now. He merely needed to hold onto the loss prevention rope, leisurely trailing behind the creature as it rampaged through the lotus pond. He could even draw out spirit stones to replenish his spiritual energy. After all, the 2 recent oceanic strikes and 2 uses of the Tianshu hook had cost him 300 points of spiritual energy. Now, he was down to just over 200 points. Mo Xiaoyu hurriedly replenished his reserves. The 3-headed demon carp was nearly driven to madness by it all. Not only was it severely injured, but as it struggled wildly, blood gushed forth relentlessly. This fellow was leisurely recovering its spiritual energy atop the floating island. How could it endure this? If it could speak, it would surely be cursing Mo Xiaoyu's ancestors to the 18th generation. Nevertheless, the creature possessed considerable cunning and intelligence. Realizing that its frantic thrashing would only hasten its own demise and drain its strength further, after a final roar, it abruptly ceased, glaring at Mo Xiaoyu with a vengeful intensity through its 6 eyes. Mo Xiaoyu surmised that the creature was contemplating how to devise a scheme against him. He dared not be complacent. Quickly, he stowed the loss prevention rope and lifted the fishing rod. At the same time, his spiritual energy had nearly been fully restored. The oceanic strike had cooled down once again, ready to be unleashed. Now, he only needed to wait for the fishing rod to be firmly in his grasp before launching another assault on the 3-headed demon carp. He must not allow this creature any time to formulate a counterattack. However, to Mo Xiaoyu's surprise, the 3-headed demon carp seemed to be anticipating this very moment. The instant the fishing rod settled into his hands, just as he prepared to strike again, it lunged like a missile, crashing furiously into the barrier of Mo Xiaoyu's 3rd-grade cave dwelling. Chapter 34, The Giant's Assault. Indeed, it was akin to a missile, with astonishing speed. It traversed several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. Mo Xiaoyu barely had time to register what was happening, let alone prepare for the impact. Bang! It was only when a thunderous roar reverberated that Imo Xiaoyu finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. The barrier began to tremble violently, and the island he occupied quaked beneath him. It was a testament to the resilience of the barrier surrounding his cave dwelling that it ultimately withstood the onslaught. Otherwise, at that moment, for Imo Xiaoyu, there would have been no means of defense or evasion. He could only watch as the creature collided with him, potentially resulting in his own obliteration. Nevertheless, it ultimately remains merely a third-tier water demon. The barrier only trembled violently for a brief moment before ceasing as if nothing had happened. Instead, this creature collided headlong into it, injuring itself in the process and leaving it dazed and disoriented. Although it did not suffer the same stunning effect as from the sea strike, it certainly lost its sense of direction. At this instant, it was undeniably in a befuddled state. Imo Xiaoyu was unwilling to forfeit another chance to attack. Swiftly, he unleashed another sea strike aimed directly at it, while simultaneously maneuvering the floating island to maintain a safe distance. After a considerable time, the creature finally regained its senses from its stupor and began to roar furiously at Imo Xiaoyu, its eyes filled with a murderous intent to devour him alive. However, this time, despite its furious roars, it refrained from attacking once more, instead fixing its gaze intently upon Imo Xiaoyu, as if preparing for something. Imo Xiaoyu dared not be complacent. Hidden behind the barrier, he watched the creature closely, seizing the opportunity to draw upon spirit stones to replenish his spiritual energy. He also retracted the Tianwu hook, making all necessary preparations for both defense and offense. Indeed, in the next moment, the creature's three enormous jaws snapped shut simultaneously with a forceful clamor, ceasing its howling. Then, it opened its maw once more. With a deafening roar, three plumes of black smoke erupted from its gaping mouths, surging towards Imo Xiaoyu. The smoke was evidently laced with potent toxins. Wherever it spread, even the lotus flowers and leaves withered away, and the larger fish beneath the water desperately leaped to the surface in a frantic escape. Those that lagged behind found their bodies rotting the very next instant upon contact. This time, the creature's movements seemed to slow considerably. Nonetheless, Imo Xiaoyu still could not maneuver the floating island to evade the toxic smoke. He watched helplessly as the smoke enveloped the entire barrier of the third-tier cave dwelling. Even when it settled upon the barrier, it began to emit a hissing sound, as if it were on the verge of being corroded by the black mist. Goodness! How toxic! Imo Xiaoyu exclaimed, his heart racing in terror. He harbored serious doubts that the 6 massive skeletons were merely remnants of decay. They likely had been afflicted by this venomous toxin even in life, reducing them to mere bones. Although he possessed great confidence in his third-tier cave dwelling's barrier, Imo Xiaoyu did not dare to let it withstand the assault unyieldingly. He hastily maneuvered the barrier to retreat from the encroaching black smoke. Fortunately, that creature was sealed, meaning the toxic fumes could not be released indefinitely. Otherwise, it truly could have corroded the barrier of his third-tier cave dwelling. Moreover, after unleashing that cloud of poison, it appeared to have exhausted its long-stored spiritual energy, becoming noticeably lethargic. Though it opened its mouth once more to emit an angry roar, the sound was considerably diminished, and the bloodthirst in its gaze had lessened, replaced by a hint of confusion. It seemed to ponder, how could a mere 7th-tier angler, an insignificant insect, possess such bizarre magic capable of stunning me? Not only that, but it has such formidable defenses. My attacks cannot breach it, and my poison cannot affect it. What manner of creature is this? Observing the creature's bewilderment, Imo Xiaoyu chuckled heartily. Haha, it seems you've run out of tricks. If that's the case, then witness my prowess. With a flourish of his hand, he unleashed yet another sea strike, along with the Tianwu hook, aimed at the creature. Simultaneously, he grasped his fishing rod and yanked it upward with great force, bending it into a formidable arc bang. Splurt! 2 massive wounds opened up, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Particularly, the strike from the Tianwu hook, while it did not pierce through entirely, struck the spine, creating a gaping hole that revealed the stark white of bone beneath. In response to Imo Xiaoyu's renewed assault, the 3-headed demon carp let out furious roars once again. Yet, this time, it could only roar in anger. Sealed as it was, it had exhausted all its means, rendering it powerless against Imo Xiaoyu. The only thing it had left was brute strength, which it could still use to contend with him. It thrashed and roared with all its might. However, Imo Xiaoyu did not grant it any opportunities. The moment it struggled, he simply discarded the fishing rod and released the entangling rope. Then, leisurely, he retrieved spirit stones to restore his spiritual energy. Once his energy was sufficiently replenished, and the creature ceased its struggles, he unleashed yet another fierce strike against it. After several exchanges, the 3-headed demon carp seemed to succumb to despair. In a final act of defiance, it plunged into the water, attempting to stake itself against Imo Xiaoyu. Utilizing the carp's most primal instincts to resist him, It allowed Mo Xiaoyu's attacks to land upon it without any response. This staking tactic was a desperate attempt to counteract the onslaught. Mo Xiaoyu had encountered numerous large carp before, but never had he faced one that resorted to this tactic. Especially one as massive as this with 3 heads. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not budge it in the slightest. On Earth, when dealing with large fish that stake themselves, the usual methods included gripping the rod tightly while twitching it to alter direction and jab, inducing pain to disrupt their stance. In dire situations, one might even resort to throwing rocks into the water to startle the underwater giant. However, here, the creature resembled a colossal nuclear submarine, impervious to all of Mo Xiaoyu's attempts to alter its course or jab. As for throwing stones to frighten it, Mo Xiaoyu dismissed the notion entirely, considering that even his Sea Strike and Tianwu Hook had proven ineffective against it. What to do? What to do? Time was slipping away, minute by minute. In the blink of an eye, over 10 minutes had elapsed. Chapter 35, Premium Bait Stones. With less than 10 minutes remaining, Mo Xiaoyu's frustration mounted. He never anticipated that he could easily handle the creature's violent thrashing and frantic charges. Even the toxic smoke had been thwarted by the barrier of his third-tier cave dwelling. Yet, in the end, he found himself stymied by the carp's instinctual staking behavior, rendered utterly powerless. Instinct. That's it. Instinct. Just as the thought of instinct crossed Mo Xiaoyu's mind, a sudden flash of inspiration surged forth in his mind. Indeed, instinct. It confronts me with instinct. Why then can I not respond in kind? With this thought, Mo Xiaoyu retracted the Tianwu Hook once more. If that is your approach, then allow me to demonstrate the true essence of instinct. As he spoke, the Tianwu Hook was thrust toward the center of the creature's massive head, but this time, the target was its enormous pair of eyes. Is it not endowed with high intelligence? Is it not meant to harness instinct? The eyes are its most primal instinct. For any creature, the eyes represent their most vulnerable point. When faced with peril, most creatures instinctively shut their eyes. Yet this creature, a carp, lacks eyelids. Despite having evolved into a third-tier water demon capable of conjuring pavilions, it still possesses none. Thus, when it beheld the approaching Tianwu Hook, terror manifested in its gaze. A surge of primitive instinct compelled it to flee, desperate to evade Mo Xiaoyu's strike. Mo Xiaoyu awaited this very evasion. He yanked the fishing rod upward, severing its anchoring grip and dragging it from the water once more. Simultaneously, the Tianwu Hook, having bypassed its eyes, veered dramatically to strike its fin, targeting precisely where the swim bladder was situated. Drawing upon his extensive experience from Earth in vanquishing numerous fish, Mo Xiaoyu knew that was the critical spot. He struck down with tremendous force once more. In the next instant, a resounding crack echoed. The resilient fin shattered, revealing the ruptured swim bladder within. I refuse to believe that without a swim bladder, you can still anchor. It can only gasp for air, struggling to breathe. Ha ha ha, success. At last, triumph. Mo Xiaoyu erupted in laughter. In this moment, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. By now, this creature was undoubtedly at its limit. Gaining rewards was merely a matter of time. Indeed, in the following moment, a notification chimed in Mo Xiaoyu's ears. Congratulations! You have successfully captured the dungeon boss, the 3-headed demon carp, completing the first kill mission. Congratulations! You have received the first kill mission reward. Level 1 treasure, chest X3. Mystical beast bone, fishing hook X1. First class sect construction order X1. Mission complete. Do you wish to exit the dungeon immediately? As the notification resounded, 3 golden treasure chests appeared before Mo Xiaoyu. Additionally, there was a sect construction order and a beast bone fishing hook. With 3 to 5 minutes remaining until the dungeon concluded, Mo Xiaoyu was not in a rush. Instead, he began to assess the rewards he had acquired. The most eye-catching, of course, were the 3 level 1 treasure chests. Like the previous ones he had obtained, they were crafted entirely of solid gold, adorned with intricate patterns. What lay within could not be trivial. Mo Xiaoyu mused. The last time he opened a chest, the fishing line he received had proven invaluable in his battle against the 3-headed demon carp. He could not help but feel a growing anticipation for these 3 chests. Open them, all of them. He eagerly began to unseal the treasure chests. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a set of premium anti-bite line, capable of withstanding the bites of any second-tier water demon. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a fishing rod defense rune, which doubles the strength of your fishing rod. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a premium bait stone, which effectively attracts any massive creature within a 10-mile radius, reducing their intelligence by 10%. Ha! Truly, as a level 1 treasure chest, it yielded nothing but exquisite treasures, especially the bait stone. I have been pondering how to refresh my bait daily without replenishing the bait materials. It turns out there exists a bait stone that can be used long-term. Moreover, it can lower intelligence, Mo Xiaoyu laughed heartily as the notifications continued to resonate in his ears. Indeed, all 3 treasure chests had yielded remarkable treasures, not to mention the line capable of withstanding the bites of second-tier water demons, or the rune that would double his rod's strength. Just the premium bait stone, which could effectively attract massive creatures within a 10-mile radius and decrease their intelligence, was enough to render Mo Xiaoyu ecstatic. Fishermen know well, without baiting the area, one catches little. Although resources in this world are exceedingly abundant, allowing one to casually reel in dozens of pounds of large white strips or sizable crucian carp. What about the larger beasts? For instance, the abyssal giant catfish Mo Xiaoyu caught last night was exceedingly rare. He only managed to snag a single one. However, with this bait stone, he could attract all the massive creatures within 100 miles to his baited area. The mere thought of all the colossal beings within a 10-mile radius frantically competing for food at his bait, and their intelligence being diminished to boot, sent Mo Xiaoyu into a frenzy of excitement. He yearned to deploy the bait stone immediately to reel in a great catch. Yet, that was impossible now. He was still within the dungeon, and the largest creature had already been hooked. To fish with abandon would have to wait until he exited the dungeon. Mo Xiaoyu collected all these treasures before picking up the sect construction order. First-class sect construction order can construct a first-tier sect. Required materials: 100 white mysterious stones, 100 azure spirit jades, 100 gathering spirit stones. The required materials were quite similar to those needed for constructing a cave dwelling. However, what exactly constituted a first-tier sect? Did second and third-tier sects exist as well? And what was the significance of the tier? Mo Xiaoyu pondered over the sect construction order. Yet, he merely contemplated, storing the order away. After all, constructing a sect would require significant resources. Once established, he was uncertain what benefits it would confer upon him. For the moment, Mo Xiaoyu did not seriously consider building a sect right away, more than the sect construction order. He was far more intrigued by the seemingly inconspicuous beast bone fishing hook. Beast bone fishing hook, crafted by a powerful being from antiquity. Material: unknown. Purpose: unknown. This fishing hook. Chapter 36. The mysterious fishing hook. It was small, measuring only an inch in size, resembling a number 9 or 10 hook from Earth. Furthermore, it was remarkably unadorned, crafted from beast bone, devoid of any intricate designs. Its simple and plain description further emphasized its inconspicuous nature. Yet, as Mo Xiaoyu gazed upon it, an inexplicable thrill coursed through him. It felt as if a deep-seated memory was stirring, whispering to Mo Xiaoyu that this fishing hook was far from ordinary. He picked it up for a closer inspection. Indeed, in the next moment, as the hook rested in his hand, an aura of deep yellow began to envelop him. This is... Suddenly, an enigmatic yellow aura surged towards Mo Xiaoyu. Instinctively, he sought to evade it. However, unbeknownst to him, an inexplicable force within his body seemed to generate a powerful suction, actively drawing in the entire essence of the yellow aura. In the next instant, he heard a notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired a heavenly blessing fish hook, and your SSS level talent has been upgraded. A heavenly blessing fish hook? An SSS level talent can be upgraded? Mo Xiaoyu could hardly believe his ears. Even he, who had long suspected that this fish hook was extraordinary, now questioned whether he had misheard. He had never encountered a scenario where an SSS level talent could be elevated. Hastily, he opened his talent interface to investigate. SSS level talent, 10-fold critical strike. The owner will achieve critical strikes ranging from 10 to 100 million times every 10 attempts. Whether in catching fish, upgrading equipment, leveling up, refining elixirs, or constructing caves and formations. Level 1. Critical Strike Multiplier, 100, 10, 0, 0, 0. Oh, so that is how it is. Upon reading this, Mo Xiaoyu finally grasped the situation. This SSS level talent indeed promised critical strikes of 10 to 100 million times. However, it did not mean that he could unleash 100 million times immediately. He had been puzzled as to why the maximum critical strike multiplier he had achieved recently was merely 1,000 times. It turned out that the talent required further upgrading. Following this enhancement, not only had the upper limit of his critical strike multiplier escalated to 10,000, but even the lower limit had reached 100. This meant that now, whenever he encountered a critical strike, he would achieve at least a 100-fold increase. The days of experiencing only 20 or 30 times, or the occurrence of 30 cave formations, were over. Reading this, Mo Xiaoyu felt an immense sense of relief, grateful that he had taken every possible risk to complete the dungeon's first kill task. Setting aside everything else, this fish hook alone justified the peril he had faced. Had it fallen into someone else's hands, he would have regretted it for a lifetime. He even contemplated pulling out some spirit stones to absorb, or perhaps taking out his fishing rod to see just how many times he could multiply his catch. Just then, However, a series of notification sounds echoed in his mind. Dungeon time has ended. Teleportation will commence in 5 seconds. 54,321. The hour-long dungeon session had concluded. And in the blink of an eye, Mo Xiaoyu found himself enveloped in darkness, only to reappear in the familiar waters. The oppressive heat enveloped him once more. It was still so sweltering. No, it felt even hotter than yesterday. Mo Xiaoyu gazed at the colossal sun overhead and the steaming waters, pondering the cause. Perhaps it was due to the disappearance of the barrier, but today's temperature seemed at least 10 degrees higher than the previous day. Such heat, while not particularly harmful to someone of his 7th-tier fishing prowess, was still quite unbearable. With this realization, Mo Xiaoyu reluctantly abandoned the idea of continuing his fishing and retreated into his cave. There, he opened his private messages. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had received thousands of private messages. What was going on? Hadn't he exchanged spirit stones with everyone? Why were there still so many people reaching out to him? Confused, he began to read through the messages. Brother Mo, did you emerge from the dungeon? A group of players from another district is here to recruit. The first message was from Chung Dongli. Recruit? Recruit what? Mo Xiaoyu pondered, puzzled by the message. He then opened the second one. Mo Xiaoyu, are you there? Are you there? Please respond. They claim to be the strongest district nearby and want to recruit disciples from our district. We're uncertain. Could you come out and say something? Great one. Which district are you planning to join? I'd like to accompany you. They said that joining their sect would allow us to fend off the water demons' attacks together tonight. Should we join forces? Hundreds of messages flooded in, some merely asking if Mo Xiaoyu was present, while others expressed unwavering trust in him, seeking his opinions and even wishing to follow him. From this barrage of messages, Mo Xiaoyu finally comprehended the situation. It turned out that several sects from other districts were visiting their 9485 district to recruit players. Moreover, they promised to assist in fending off the water demons' assaults that night. Such altruism seemed almost too good to be true. Mo Xiaoyu then entered the chat room. Indeed, he noticed a multitude of unfamiliar faces in the chat. Chung Dongli. Whereas that Mo Xiaoyu you mentioned, he hasn't emerged yet? He hasn't perished in the dungeon, has he? Wu Zhong inquired of Chung Dongli. Nonsense. Brother Mo possesses extraordinary talent and formidable strength. How could he possibly fall in the dungeon? Chung Dongli quickly replied. Exactly. How could someone as capable as Mo Xiaoyu perish in a dungeon? Only you would perish in a dungeon. Your entire lineage could perish in a dungeon. Others chimed in, some even harshly rebuking Han Tianqing. Calm down, everyone. Wu is only concerned for everyone's well-being. Have you all considered how long we've been here? It's been over half an hour. Do you truly believe that your esteemed Mo Xiaoyu could still be alive in the dungeon after all this time? Even if, hypothetically, he were alive, why hasn't he emerged yet? Let us not forget that our district's novice dungeon is classified as difficult. The dungeon boss is the 3-headed demonic carp, a 3rd-tier water demon. At this moment, Han Tianqing also stepped forward. His words indeed served to calm the crowd. After all, most players had exited the dungeon within mere minutes, at most 10 minutes. Yet Mo Xiaoyu had been inside for an entire hour. The mere mention of the 3-headed demonic carp sent shivers down their spines, making them hesitant to provoke such a creature. I must inform you all that if we fail to complete the dungeon quest, we will not receive the sect construction order. Surely you don't believe that your esteemed Mo could catch that 3-headed demonic carp and obtain the sect construction order, do you? I advise everyone to stop waiting. It's nearly noon. If everyone does not set off with us soon, we shall fail to reach our sect's stronghold, and with only a handful of us, we cannot possibly fend off the multitude of water demons. Han Tianqing observed that the crowd was entranced and hastily reiterated his warning. This time, he invoked the urgency of time and the menace of the water demons. It must be said, this fellow had quite the talent for persuasion. The mention of time made the crowd uneasy, while the thought of water demons instilled in them a sense of dread. The vivid image of countless serpentine creatures relentlessly battering against their defenses surged back into their minds, sending shivers down their spines. Meanwhile, he cast a glance at the man and woman standing beside them, both of whom understood precisely why they were waiting for Mo Xiaoyu. Are you all foolish? Han and Wu, the esteemed masters of the 4th and 5th tiers, are here. Why not cling to their coattails? For the sake of a few spirit stones. You choose to wait for Mo Xiaoyu? Is Mo Xiaoyu even a 4th-tier angler? Come nightfall, will he possess the power to protect you? Do you comprehend the advantages of joining the sect? Allow me to enlighten you. The sect can directly enhance your attributes. Master Wu's 3rd-tier sect granted me an increase of 30 points in strength, 30 in endurance, and 5 in speed. A man stepped forth, addressing the crowd once more. To their astonishment, he was the same individual who had earlier berated Mo Xiaoyu. Joining a sect can indeed augment one's attributes. An immediate boost of 30 points in strength? Upon hearing this, the crowd was stirred. After all, upon advancing to the first tier of anglers, they had only managed to enhance their strength by a mere 100 points. This handsome fellow speaks the truth. Even I, a celestial maiden, have joined under Master Han. His sect is a 4th tier one, increasing my strength and endurance by 40 points each. I can now not only stand to fish but feel as though the oppressive heat has abated. Are you certain you wish to continue waiting? Are you certain that Mo Xiaoyu will return? The little celestial maiden chimed in. The two had already been shunned by Mo Xiaoyu and isolated by the others. Thus, when they witnessed the sect masters from other regions recruiting disciples, it was akin to grasping a lifeline. Even if they did not exchange spirit stones, they would join these sects without hesitation. At this moment, they certainly felt compelled to rally for their newfound sect. Wu Zhong and Han Tianqing had initially dismissed them, seeking true anglers rather than ordinary folk like them. However, to better persuade the crowd, they reluctantly accepted the two into their ranks, considering it a worthwhile investment. It must be said, at this juncture, their presence proved quite effective. Indeed, their few words held more sway than the lengthy discourse of Han Tianqing and Wu Zhong. What? 40 points in strength? 40 points in endurance? The crowd was utterly captivated. In this perilous world, they could choose not to trust Han Tianqing or Wu Zhong, but they could not disregard strength. It was their greatest assurance of survival. Not only them, but even Mo Xiaoyu at this moment felt a flicker of temptation. Joining a sect could indeed enhance attributes. However, his yearning was not to join these sects, but to quietly retrieve the sect construction order. Previously, he had not considered establishing a sect, as it demanded vast resources. As for Wu Zhong and Han Tianqing's assertion that gathering everyone would help fend off the water demons, that was their approach. Mo Xiaoyu had no need for such tactics. Without a sect, he could easily consolidate his forces and employ over a dozen caves to form a defensive perimeter capable of repelling the water demons' assaults. He truly could not fathom the benefits of constructing a sect in this regard. However, that was not how Mo Xiaoyu viewed it now. He produced the construction order and began the establishment process. Meanwhile, the chat room fell into silence, leaving only the voices of Wu Zhong and his companions, particularly the man and the little celestial maiden. Look, it's been 3 or 4 minutes. Your esteemed Mo Xiaoyu has not returned. Ha ha ha, a bunch of fools. Did you truly believe your Mo Xiaoyu could handle those 3 demonic carps? Ha ha ha, how utterly foolish. Mo Xiaoyu bribed you with a few spirit stones. Are those stones worth more than your lives? At this moment, they not only waved their banners for their sect, but also erupted into laughter, reveling in a sense of vindication. The fellow Mo Xiaoyu would never return. They no longer needed to envy those who could trade spirit stones and spiritual springs with him. Mo Xiaoyu could offer such exchanges to countless others, but not to them. That fellow deserved his fate. Yet, just then, at the height of their revelry, a prompt resonated in their ears. Ding! Sect Master Mo Xiaoyu of the Wenyangong invites heroes from all corners to join the Wenyangong. It was akin to a resounding slap across their faces. In response to their taunts, Mo Xiaoyu refrained from retorting. He merely sent a single message in the chat room. For that one message sufficed. Even the previously silent crowd erupted into excitement once more. Wenyangong, Mo Xiaoyu? Ha ha ha, the esteemed Mo Xiaoyu has returned. In an instant, it was as though they had found their anchor. Those who had hesitated before now felt no uncertainty and promptly joined the newly established sect of Mo Xiaoyu. Even though his sect was just founded, undoubtedly at the 1st tier, in that moment, they cared not for Wu Zhong's 3rd tier or Han Tianqing's 4th tier. At that instant, they regarded Mo Xiaoyu's newly established 1st tier as superior. Meanwhile, they fervently challenged those who had previously mocked them in the chat room. Did you not claim that Mo Xiaoyu could not return? What is happening now? Come forth and explain. Wu Zhong and Han Tianqing exchanged glances, standing there in stunned silence. What could they possibly say now? They had asserted that Mo Xiaoyu would not return, yet here he was, not only back, but also having constructed a sect. Most crucially, Mo Xiaoyu had completed a difficult level dungeon in merely a day or 2. In contrast, their initial novice dungeon, a mere ordinary one, had taken them over a month. Only the little celestial maiden continued to flaunt her superiority. What is so remarkable about that? Our sect is 4th tier, granting us an increase of 40 points in strength and endurance. However, just then, a barrage of messages countered her claims. Is that so? Is increasing by 40 truly remarkable? Our strength has surged by 80. Ha ha. Our endurance has also been augmented by 80. Our speed has increased by 20. An increase of 80? How is that even possible? You must be boasting. How could a newly established sect, merely a level 1 sect, possibly gain such an increase? Chapter 38 had led me to believe that 80 was the limit, yet it turns out to be the base value. How could a level 1 sect possibly acquire such an abundance of attributes? The little fairy questioned the crowd. She would rather be struck down than believe that those who joined the Winting sect could gain such substantial attributes. However, in response to her inquiries, the others were quite eager to answer. Because we are a first-rate sect. A first-rate sect? What do you mean by that? The little fairy questioned once more, while she checked her own sect. Han Yun's own, second-rate sect. Level 4, at that moment. She comprehended that sects are not only categorized by level, but also by first-rate and second-rate. Yet, she remained unconvinced. Even if you are a first-rate sect, so what? We are a second-rate sect, merely one step behind. Why should you, being a level 1, be able to gain 80? We have reached level 4 and only received an increase of 40. Just as she was reveling in her protest, a resounding slap struck her fiercely. Damn it. Shut your mouth. Do you want the whole world to know that Mo Xiaoyu's Winning sect is a first-rate sect? Do you wish for everyone to understand just how excellent and formidable a first-rate sect truly is? Han Tianqing slapped her away with great force. This woman is utterly foolish. If she continued to ask such questions, it was likely that not only would the people here lose interest, but he might even lose members from his own sect to join the Winting sect. After all, joining and leaving a sect is entirely voluntary. Having been slapped away, the little fairy finally settled down. There was no choice. Such a woman was naturally deserving of a slap. However, just as she quieted down, the voices of the crowd rang out once more. Our sect has leveled up. Ha ha. Our attributes have increased again. What? Increased again? How much this time? Although her face still throbbed from the slap, the little fairy could not help but inquire. An additional 80, combined with the previous increase, brings our strength to 160, endurance to 160, and speed to 40. Once again, the crowd was quite pleased to answer her questions, and their pride was palpable. 160. Does this mean that once your sect reaches level 4, it will amount to 320? The little fairy lamented. Though she knew that speaking such words might provoke another slap, she could not suppress the bitterness within her heart. She had originally believed that 80 was merely a generous increase for a first-rate sect at level 1. Who could have known that 80 was merely the base value? They could gain an additional 80 with each level increase. Such a sect was one she could have joined, yet due to her arrogance, she had foolishly missed the opportunity. However, this time she did not receive another slap, for Han Tianqing was too weary to strike her again. It appears that our hopes of recruiting anyone here are utterly dashed, Han Tianqing remarked to Wu Zhong. Not only are we unable to recruit anyone, but there is also a possibility that news could return to our own sect. Whether we can safeguard our own members remains uncertain. As Han Tianqing glanced at the few individuals standing behind them, he noted that none of them had even reached the first level of fishing. Resolutely, he leaned into Wu Zhong's ear and whispered, "Then let us ensure that they cannot relay any news back. Old Han you cannot be serious." "Fine, I never intended to recruit these fellows anyway. They are merely passers-by." Han Zhong had been somewhat hesitant. After all, there were still several individuals behind them, including a few rather attractive women, though not including the little fairy. However, upon considering that if news were to leak back, his own sect's disciples might flock to Mo Xiaoyu's place, he steeled his resolve and decided to take action against these individuals on the road. I originally intended to invite everyone to join my Lingyun sect in a grand endeavor. Who knew everyone would find a better home? Ha ha. Just as Wu Zhong and Han Tianqing were plotting how to eliminate witnesses, an elderly voice rang out in the chat room. However, this time, our visit is not in vain. Little Mo, our fishing friend, did you not wish to trade a batch of caves? Have we all forgotten? Upon this reminder, the other sect leaders suddenly recalled. Indeed, Elder Fan is correct. We may not be able to recruit anyone, but we can exchange for caves, can we not? How could we have overlooked this? Little Mo, can you trade us a few sets of your caves? Little Mo. In an instant, the visiting sect leaders began to call out to Mo Xiaoyu. Even Han Tianqing and Wu Zhong, who had been discussing murder and silence, paused their conversation. There was no choice. The blueprints for constructing caves are exceedingly rare. They only appear in certain special novice dungeons. Do not be deceived by these individuals claiming to be level 4 or 5 fishers. Do not be misled by the fact that they took months to complete the first kill of a dungeon and establish their sect. Their novice dungeon was merely of ordinary difficulty. The challenge is incomparably simpler than the lost sect that Mo Xiaoyu managed to complete. A simple novice dungeon yields far less reward compared to a challenging dungeon. The highest tier of rewards is likely only a B grade. The cave blueprints are something they have never even laid eyes upon. They know that the blueprints for these dungeons can only be acquired once by an individual. Although they are unaware of why Mo Xiaoyu possesses so many caves for sale, they do understand that not even the most powerful level 9 fishers or the masters of fishing can produce a single set of caves. There is no alternative. The cave construction blueprints are simply too precious. They only appear in certain challenging special dungeons, and specifically in challenging novice dungeons. Not only is it rare for ordinary individuals to possess them, But even if luck strikes and one is found, few would be willing to exchange it. After all, a cave comes equipped with a barrier that can withstand any attacks from water demons below level 2. That offers far greater safety than gathering a horde of expendables to protect oneself, though the cave does require a significant investment of resources. Esteemed guests, I indeed possess a batch of caverns that I wish to sell, totaling around 50 or 60 sets. At this moment, Mo Xiaoyu finally stepped forward and addressed the assembly. After all, everyone had come to attend to their own business. If he remained silent any longer, it would truly be inexcusable. Yet, scarcely had his words left his lips when the entire chat room erupted once more. What? 50 or 60 sets? How is that possible? Was it not stated that the blueprints for the caverns only appear within special high-difficulty novice dungeons? Is it not true that one can only acquire them once? Are we not traversing the same world? Or is it that you, esteemed one, are in fact the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, sent here to engage in real estate? Chapter 39. Our sect leader conducts business with integrity. Whether originally from District 9485 or from elsewhere, upon hearing that Mo Xiaoyu possessed 40 to 50 sets, they could hardly believe their ears, particularly those from outside, who had seen a fair bit of the world, yet had never heard of anyone capable of producing such a quantity of cavern blueprints. Isn't it better to have more? With more, we could exchange for several back home. Little fishing friend Mo, may I inquire what conditions must be met to exchange for these caverns? At this juncture, Elder Fan once again stood up to address the crowd. Others, upon hearing this, hastened to inquire. Elder Fan is correct. With more, we could purchase several more sets to bring back. Little Taoist Mo, please disclose how many spirit stones one cavern costs. How much indeed? Mo Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, fell into contemplation. Just yesterday, he had requested 3 items of C grade or above. However, that was yesterday. He was unaware that although these cavern blueprints were merely C grade, they could only be obtained through specific dungeons. Moreover, it seemed that a fisherman could only acquire them once. Reflecting on this, Mo Xiaoyu thought it might indeed be the case. Although he had entered the dungeon twice, aside from that one occasion where he had obtained 30 blueprints at once, he had not acquired any further dungeon blueprints. If he were to request only 3 C-grade treasures, would that not be a bargain for these individuals? Yet if he asked for more, he feared that the price he had set yesterday would cause them to become irate and leave. After all, they had already recruited some from District 9485 into their own sect. He certainly could not keep this a secret. However, to adhere to the previous pricing felt quite unsatisfactory to Mo Xiaoyu. In the end, he steeled his resolve and declared to the assembly, as for the price, it is neither exorbitant nor unreasonable. 5 medium-grade spirit stones, or 5 items of the same C-grade quality will suffice. What? 5 items? Did you not say just yesterday that 3 would suffice? Indeed. Scarcely had Mo Xiaoyu's words fallen when the very individual who had berated him earlier stood up to expose him. Yet it was only this person who dared to speak out. The others seemed disinclined to further offend Mo Xiaoyu. Even the little fairy had retreated into silence, leaving only this person to continue their tirade. However, his words were soon drowned out by the clamoring crowd. Yes, yesterday it was 3 items. But let us not forget that yesterday's 3 were directed at us from District 9485. It is not as though we are trading with our own people now. What harm is there in raising the price a little? Indeed, when our District 9485 engages in trade, it is domestic. When you outsiders buy, it is an export. One must ask, which export is not priced higher than domestic goods? Our sect leader has only just managed to reserve these caverns for you from yesterday to today. And raising the price by 2 items is already quite generous, is it not? This convoluted reasoning even made Mo Xiaoyu feel somewhat embarrassed. As for the claim of domestic versus export pricing, the reason such goods are more expensive in export is due to shipping costs and tariffs. Yet here, there were no tariffs to speak of, and they had come to his doorstep to engage in trade. Especially the phrase that our sect leader was already being quite generous made Mo Xiaoyu blush. Nonetheless, even so, the requests for transactions continued to pour in. You have received a trade request from Fan Jizhong, 50 medium-grade spirit stones for 10 caverns. You have received a trade request from Li Wan, 15 medium-grade spirit stones, plus 20 C-grade items for 7 caverns. You have received a trade request from Wu Zhong. In the blink of an eye, Mo Xiaoyu found himself inundated with over 10 trade requests. The highest offered 10 sets, while the lowest bid for 3 or 4. Some even proffered spirit stones along with C-grade rewards. Clearly, they had emptied their coffers in hopes of acquiring several more sets to take home. Witnessing all this, Mo Xiaoyu was both astonished and somewhat regretful. Is it truly this sought after? I was just worrying whether they would discover the price and leave in a huff. Had I known you would react this way, I would have asked for more. However, it was certainly too late for that now. Mo Xiaoyu began processing each trade request one by one. Agreed. Yes, agreed. Wu Zhong. Wasn't he the one who had caused the most ruckus earlier, claiming that I had already perished in the dungeon? And he had also recruited that fellow who berated me this morning. Declined, rejected, and blocked. Mo Xiaoyu remarked as he reviewed the incoming trade requests, nearly accepting all of them. Yet upon seeing Wu Zhong and Han Tianqing, he did not hesitate to send them a rejection along with a block. Ha ha, I have succeeded. I have acquired 5 caverns. With this protective barrier of 5 sets, our sect's disciples need no longer fear attacks from aquatic demons at night. What of your 5 sets? I acquired 7. Ha ha, is this the cavern's barrier? I just tested it with my 7th tier Fisher strength. Even at full power, it merely trembled a few times. Though we did not recruit new disciples this time, we have secured caverns. This journey has not been in vain. The various sect leaders who secured caverns were naturally ecstatic. Some could not contain their excitement and directly activated the cavern barriers to test their sturdiness, even sharing videos in the chat room. Meanwhile, Wu Zhong and Han Tianqing remained bewildered, asking in the group, why? Why was our trade request rejected, and why were we blocked? Ha. Why? You've been infected. Upon hearing these two, the crowd responded in unison. Infected? What do you mean by that? Wu Zhong and Han Tianqing questioned, bewildered. Ha. Those two were already blacklisted by our sect leader yesterday. Did you not know? You have certainly caught their infection now. Ha. The crowd responded gleefully to the two, who had become the most despised of all. Although others have also come to Zone 9485 to hunt for prey, sharing the same objective, none compare to these two individuals. Upon their arrival, they audaciously proclaimed that Mo Xiaoyu would never return, and even recruited 2 individuals whom Mo Xiaoyu despises most. It is not merely that Mo Xiaoyu would not exchange with them. Even if he were to do so, no one would dare to intervene. Just as the crowd rejoiced that Mo Xiaoyu had not bestowed any cave dwellings upon Wu Zhong and Han Tianqing, that discordant voice echoed once more. Is that so? I have been blacklisted by Mo Xiaoyu. Our sect leader has also been affected by me. But so what? At least our sect leader is willing to pay a hefty price to exchange for some cave dwellings to protect us, ensuring we won't suffer attacks from water demons at night. And what of your esteemed Mo Xiaoyu? Your revered leader only has eyes for resources and spirit stones, preferring to trade away cave dwellings rather than allow you to use them. The 40th chapter of materials has been secured by your sect leader for you. He would rather exchange away cave dwellings than allow you to utilize them. The lives of so many of you are worth less than a few spirit stones and a handful of C-grade rewards. This is the Mo Xiaoyu you all idolize. You have eagerly awaited the return of your sect leader, yet, one must admit, the words of this fellow were indeed incendiary. Upon hearing them, the crowd fell into a profound silence. After all, no one knew how many cave dwellings Mo Xiaoyu possessed, or if he had reserved any for them. Observing the silence of the crowd, Mo Xiaoyu was about to step forward and declare, "Who says I haven't reserved any? I still have over 10. However, before he could speak, a voice exclaimed, I got it. Ha, I got it. The crowd, puzzled, turned to him and asked, you got what? Given the context, they were all engrossed in discussions about cave dwellings, the most crucial of resources, and could not comprehend why this individual was so jubilant. Cave dwelling blueprints. Let me tell you, our sect has a sect dungeon. Within that dungeon, there are numerous golden giant crucian carp. I just entered and tried my hand at fishing. And lo and behold, I fished out a cave dwelling blueprint. What? A sect dungeon? Cave dwelling blueprints? Goodness, how come you didn't mention this earlier? Upon hearing this, the crowd hurriedly flocked to the sect channel to check. Indeed, they discovered the sect dungeon and the teleportation array within the channel. They all surged into the sect dungeon. Meanwhile, those who had not joined the Wenyang sect exchanged glances, for they had thoroughly scoured the sect channel, yet found no mention of a sect dungeon, let alone a teleportation array. In this moment, it was not just the ordinary members who were perplexed. Even the most vocal and obstinate among them turned to Wu Zhong and inquired, Sect leader, shut up. Wu Zhong snapped, delivering a resounding slap to the individual. This slap was far more severe than the one Han Tianqing had delivered to the little fairy. Although the little fairy had her face swollen from the earlier blow, she managed to stand. However, this fellow, after receiving the slap, was left incapacitated. Half of his head was like a smashed watermelon, brains and blood splattered everywhere. It was now impossible for him to keep quiet. I got it too. Ha. I also got it. Soon, the chat room erupted with excited voices. After all, Mo Xiaoyu had just recruited 400 to 500 people, and nearly all of them were now flooding into the sect dungeon. Even though the golden giant crucian carp were not something an ordinary first-tier angler could easily catch, there were still some powerful and experienced individuals who could manage to reel them in, making the acquisition of a few blueprints entirely plausible. Only those with experience should cast their lines. Those without experience should hold off for now. Learn and communicate more with experienced anglers. The golden giant crucian carp here are not to be compared with the ordinary white strips or mudskippers, Mo Xiaoyu promptly reminded everyone. After all, the smallest of the golden giant crucian carp weighed over 100 pounds, with strength comparable to a 200 or 300-pound creature on Earth. Even at this moment, the crowd had mostly advanced to the first tier of anglers, far stronger than the ordinary individuals they once were. With the sect's additional attributes of over 100, they surpassed even the average second-tier anglers. However, catching such massive creatures required more than just brute strength. One needed to possess the skill to maneuver the fish. Relying solely on raw power could result in disastrous outcomes. Understood. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. At this point, Mo Xiaoyu opened his sect channel and began to examine it closely. To be honest, even he had not anticipated that this second-tier sect would grant attributes tenfold that of a typical second-tier sect and also possess a sect dungeon. As soon as he established the sect and witnessed the sudden influx of attributes, he was nearly overwhelmed with joy. Subsequently, he expended some resources to upgrade the Wenyang sect to level 2 without thoroughly investigating its capabilities. Sect chat, sect level, sect warehouse, sect contributions, sect dungeon. Indeed, within the final entry, there was a sect dungeon. Mo Xiaoyu quickly opened it, discovering a teleportation array. He promptly activated it. Before long, Mo Xiaoyu found himself in an ancient sect. Towering mountain gates, a vast martial arts arena, exquisitely crafted palaces, and a massive lotus pond greeted him. Was this what the lost sect looked like before its destruction? Although the mountain gates, martial arts arena, and the splendid palaces seemed somewhat unfamiliar to Mo Xiaoyu, he instantly recognized the immense lotus pond. However, upon closer inspection, he hastily shook his head. No. This is not the appearance of the lost sect from before. It is the restored visage. Mo Xiaoyu noticed that the 6 towering skeletons surrounding the lotus pond had transformed into 6 grand sculptures. The pavilion in the center of the pond had also morphed into a statue of 3-headed demon carp. Everyone, do not approach that statue of the 3-headed demon carp. Whatever you do, Mo Xiaoyu urgently warned the crowd. Although he had caught the 3-headed demon carp when it was severely injured and gasping for breath, it was still a formidable creature. However, Mo Xiaoyu was acutely aware that this fellow would not succumb so easily to demise. Otherwise, the presence of 6 grandmasters would have been sufficient to eliminate it outright rather than merely sealing it. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. Yet, despite this, Mo Xiaoyu remained somewhat uneasy and resolved to enlist 2 trustworthy individuals to keep watch. The blueprint was secured. However, the plethora of materials still required left him pondering when he might gather them all. What are we afraid of? Even if we cannot gather enough today, what about tomorrow? Surely we can manage by then. He reminded them not to forget that the rewards at the very least included B-rank prizes, which could yield 10 pieces of spirit gathering stones in one go. At this moment, 5 or 6 individuals had already obtained the cave blueprint. Yet they found themselves lamenting the materials needed for its construction in the chat channel. After all, their original bait was sparse, and they had already exchanged 10 portions with Mo Xiaoyu. The remaining bait they possessed could barely allow for a cast or 2. Most could only watch helplessly. However, upon hearing the concerns of others regarding their material shortages, Mo Xiaoyu hastily addressed them. Gentlemen, fret not about the materials. Hand over the blueprints to me, and I shall cover all the necessary materials for you. Chapter 41. This fellow is either insane or has a few screws loose. What? You will cover it? Not the sect leader. The crowd was taken aback by Mo Xiaoyu's declaration. After all, his Qingtian sect now boasted 400 to 500 members. If each were to construct a cave, how much material would be required? Not to mention the disciples of the Qingtian sect. Even the leaders of other sects shook their heads in disbelief upon hearing that Mo Xiaoyu intended to cover all the construction materials for his disciples' caves. Had he lost his mind? Or was he simply foolish? Why would he offer to bear the cost of materials for everyone's cave construction? They could not fathom why they would forsake their own fishing to traverse such a distance to Zone 9485, all in the hopes of recruiting a few expendables to fend off the water demon attacks, only to be utilized. Yet here was Mo Xiaoyu, who not only refused to exploit his sect's disciples for defense against the water demons, but was also proactively providing materials to help them build their caves. It was utterly incomprehensible. They could only suspect that Mo Xiaoyu was either deranged or incredibly naive. Of course, Mo Xiaoyu would not divulge to them that he possessed the tenfold critical hit talent, nor could he reveal that he had recently acquired a mysterious fishbone hook, elevating his tenfold critical hit multiplier to an astounding 100,000. Not to mention, even at the very least multiplier, the outcome would still yield 100 caves. Should he manage to trigger a quality multiplier of 10,000, it would surely surpass even the existence of the Fishing King. The potential benefits were beyond Mo Xiaoyu's wildest imagination. Sect leader, could you assist me in constructing one? Sect leader, how about helping me build one as well? Soon, Mo Xiaoyu began receiving requests from several sect disciples. In no time, he had collected 7 or 8 cave construction blueprints. With just 2 more, he could acquire at least 100 caves. The thought of obtaining 100 caves and the resources they could yield brought an irresistible smile to Mo Xiaoyu's face. I initially believed that the sect's assistance would be minimal, yet who could have anticipated such tremendous benefits? Thank goodness. Thank goodness I risked my life to complete this assassination task. With that thought, Mo Xiaoyu opened the upgrade channel, eager to elevate the sect's level further. Yet, upon inspection, he found Level 2. Upgrade requirements: 300 by Xian stones, 600 spirit gathering stones, 100 Xingling stones. Seeing these requirements, Mo Xiaoyu quickly closed the upgrade interface. Alas, the materials needed for upgrading the sect were simply too extensive. Moreover, he still had to assist the sect disciples in constructing their caves. His supply of materials was rapidly dwindling. Forget it. It seems I will have to upgrade the sect gradually in the future, Mo Xiaoyu mused. He then opened the sect warehouse. At that moment, the sect warehouse was remarkably clean and utterly bare. After all, even he, the sect leader, had yet to contribute anything, let alone others. With little to observe in the warehouse, Mo Xiaoyu made no further delay, closing it and turning to the sect contributions. Earth Spirit Jade, worth 10 contribution points. Baixian Stone, worth 1 contribution point. C-Rank Construction Blueprint, worth 100 contribution points. C-Rank Forging Blueprint, worth 100 contribution points. Mid-Grade Spirit Stone, worth 100 contribution points. A portion of bait, worth 1 contribution point. Level 2 Fishing Rod Upgrade Blueprint, worth 100 contribution points. A Cup of Spirit Spring, worth 2 contribution points. Within the sect contributions, various materials were assigned corresponding contribution values. Whether it was construction materials, spirit stones, spirit springs, upgrade blueprints, or construction blueprints, Mo Xiaoyu began to grasp that as long as individuals contributed items to the sect, they would receive an equivalent amount of contribution points. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. Did the contribution points correspond directly to the amount of items contributed by the disciples? However, what purpose did these contribution points serve? After all, while the sect provided immense benefits, human nature is inherently selfish. If contribution points offered no tangible advantages, few would be inclined to contribute. Perhaps I should test it myself? Mo Xiaoyu pondered. The spirit springs had just become available today. He promptly contributed 100 cups of spirit springs. Ding! You have contributed 100 cups of spirit springs. Congratulations, you have received 200 contribution points. As soon as Mo Xiaoyu contributed the 100 cups of spirit springs, in the next moment, he was awarded 200 contribution points. Simultaneously, a notification appeared in the sect's chat channel. Ding! The sect warehouse has received 100 cups of spirit springs. Those in need may redeem them promptly. The sect warehouse? Spirit springs? Upon hearing this, the crowd hurriedly opened the sect warehouse. After all, they had personally experienced the benefits of the spirit springs the previous day. That invigorating sensation could instantly dispel the sweltering heat, and 1 cup could keep them refreshed all day long. Many had survived thanks to a single cup of the refreshing spirit spring. The thought alone made their mouths water uncontrollably. Thus, they eagerly began to browse the warehouse. However, when they opened it, they were met with a cup of spirit spring. Requires 2 contribution points for redemption. Contribution points? What were those? Who could know? Perhaps we should consult the sect leader. He might possess the knowledge we seek, the crowd suggested in unison. Contribution points are awarded when we offer items to the sect, thus allowing us to accumulate substantial contributions. Mo Xiaoyu addressed the assembly. Upon hearing this, the crowd promptly accessed the sect's contribution portal. I see. I shall contribute 10 pieces of spirit gathering stones. One individual, initially intent on constructing a cave dwelling, realized that the sect leader had provided the necessary materials, rendering the white mystic stones superfluous. Thus, he decided to contribute 10 of them. A flurry of contributions ensued. In the blink of an eye, Mo Xiaoyu's offering of 100 cups of spirit spring was completely redeemed. Observing this, Mo Xiaoyu felt compelled to offer another batch. Naturally, the most frequently contributed items were construction materials. After all, these materials were solely intended for the construction of cave dwellings and sect infrastructure. Now that Mo Xiaoyu had already provided the materials for their cave dwellings, what purpose did they serve in retaining them? Consequently, everyone eagerly donated. Although each individual's contribution was modest, ranging from 5 or 6 to 1 or 2 pieces, with the highest being just over 10, the sheer number of contributors, totaling 400 to 500, amassed thousands. With such a bounty of materials, not only could Mo Xiaoyu elevate the sect, But he also had ample resources for his forthcoming cave construction. Isn't this sufficient for upgrading the sect? He mused with delight, watching the quantity of materials in the sect's warehouse grow increasingly abundant. The only aspect that irked him slightly was that even as the sect leader, he was required to expend contribution points to redeem materials from the warehouse. Nevertheless, the thought of constructing at least 100 cave dwellings reassured him. After reviewing the sect's contributions and warehouse, Imo Xiaoyu turned his attention to the sect's disciples. Sect disciples. Number 512. To his surprise, there were only 512 disciples, indicating that over 100 individuals had yet to join the Wenyang sect. Contemplating the disciple count, Imo Xiaoyu pondered. The 9485 district currently boasts 654 individuals. Even excluding the 20 or 30 I blacklisted, there remain over 600. Yet, the sect's numbers stand at a mere 512. However, after a moment's reflection, he quickly reconciled with the situation, acknowledging that each individual has their aspirations. He need not impose any pressure. Yet, upon reviewing the names of the sect disciples, he noted the absence of the Chung siblings. What could this mean? Why haven't the Chung siblings joined the sect? Imo Xiaoyu thought, concerned. Chung Dongli was open-minded, experienced, and possessed formidable strength. Chung Sini, who often claimed to be the most foolish since childhood, was in truth quite clever. If there were anyone Imo Xiaoyu wished to recruit into the sect, it would undoubtedly be this sibling duo. Meanwhile, on two floating islands, Chung Sini inquired, "Brother, are we truly not joining the Wenyang sect?" Chung Dongli replied, "Sister, you know my nature. I have always valued my freedom. If you wish to join, do so at once. I simply desire to remain a carefree rogue." Chung Sini contemplated this and agreed. Her elder brother, despite his affable demeanor, had never relished being constrained or engaging with others. Thus, he had always shunned laboring for others, preferring to conduct small businesses and fish in his spare time, enjoying a life of freedom. Now that they had traversed into a world he adored, the possibility of joining any faction was utterly out of the question. "Then if you aren't going, I shan't either. I will stay by your side," she declared. "But will he still grant us the experience from the dungeons he promised?" Chung Sini asked Chung Dongli. "Dungeon experience? If he wishes to bestow it, he shall. If not, then so be it. Consider it a gesture of friendship," Chung Dongli mused. After all, when they previously sought dungeon experience from Imo Xiaoyu, they had assumed he could not possibly complete the initial dungeon kill quest so swiftly. Little did they know that within the dungeon, a first-rate sect construction decree, a truly extraordinary treasure, could be obtained. Now, not only had Imo Xiaoyu accomplished the initial kill quest, but he had also obtained such a remarkable artifact. The value of his experience was beyond compare. At that moment, as Chung Dongli spoke, Imo Xiaoyu sent him a private message. "Brother Dongli, I recently checked the number of sect disciples and did not see you among them. What is the reason? Do you look down upon your brother?" Imo Xiaoyu questioned. "Oh, regarding that matter, to be candid, I am quite accustomed to my freedom," Chung Dongli explained. Given this admission, Imo Xiaoyu naturally could not press the issue further. They shared some light conversation before Imo Xiaoyu transferred the dungeon experience to Chung Dongli. "You truly are giving it," Chung Dongli exclaimed in disbelief upon receiving the dungeon experience. After all, should this information be disseminated, not only in the 9485 district, but even in the older districts rife with formidable competitors, it would undoubtedly incite chaos. Although the older districts had long surpassed the novice quest phase, they could still share this experience with the novice districts, completing the quests and reaping the rewards. Yet, Imo Xiaoyu seemed to have no hesitation in handing it over directly to him. "Wasn't this our agreement?" Imo Xiaoyu remarked. Despite Chung Dongli's desire to decline, the allure of the dungeon experience proved too strong. "I appreciate it, brother. I shall remember this favor," he replied, opening the experience to examine it. "No way. The three-headed magic carp transformed into a pavilion? It appears to be inviting us to investigate, willingly presenting itself to us, and its attacks are so ferocious. It requires spells, flying swords, and top-tier spiritual artifact Wutian hooks." The more Chung Dongli read, the more astonished and fearful he became. Even if Imo Xiaoyu had not shielded him with the third-tier cave-dwelling barrier, he would undoubtedly have perished under the three-headed magic carp's onslaught. After reviewing the experience, Chung Dongli found himself engulfed in despair. Forget it. An 8th-tier angler, a 5th-tier fishing rod, a spell of Songhai Strike, a low-tier spiritual artifact, 5 Elements Sword, a top-tier spiritual artifact, Wu Tian Hook. Each of these items is beyond my current reach. He marveled at how Imo Xiaoyu had amassed such a collection in just a day or two, lamenting the impossibility of completing the dungeon quest during the novice phase. One cannot help but marvel at Imo Xiaoyu's exceptional prowess, fortuitous luck, and extensive experience. Yet, He merely expressed his admiration and resigned himself to the circumstances. If it cannot be done, so be it. If success eludes him, then it eludes him. Life is too fleeting to not revel in its joys. Why concern oneself with trivialities? With this thought in mind, Chung Dong cast aside the experience points that Mo Xiaoyu had bestowed upon him into his storage. Subsequently, he sent a message in the chat room. I have a cave and wine. Do you have a story? He also shared a picture of himself and his sister. Chung Sini, upon witnessing his actions, did not intervene. After all, her elder brother had once been a recluse on Earth, preferring fishing over socializing, which had left him sunburnt and single well into his 30s. Now that he had the means, it was only natural for him to seek out suitable partners. Meanwhile, on the isolated island where Mo Xiaoyu resided, disciples from the sect were gradually gathering. It was already past noon, the hottest part of the day, and fishing had proven unfruitful. It would be wiser to convene and exchange fishing techniques face to face, as well as prepare to collectively fend off the aquatic demons that might strike at night. Naturally, upon arriving at Mo Xiaoyu's floating island, the disciples sought to pay their respects. However, upon reaching his abode, they found no sign of him. Instead, they encountered a cave with a sign that read, Business Matters. Do not disturb. Faced with this warning, the disciples hurriedly departed, hesitant to intrude on Mo Xiaoyu's solitude. Yet, some girls began to knock on the cave door, calling out, Knock, knock. Sect leader, please open the door. I have something wonderful to show you. Sect leader, it's me, Shaoqing. Do you remember me? If you hadn't given me that cup of spiritual spring back then, I wouldn't know where I'd be now. I can only repay your kindness with my devotion. Sect leader, please open the door. You've been so kind to us. We wish to repay you all at once. The heat outside was unbearable. Although their strength had increased since yesterday, and they had access to the spiritual spring for relief, the oppressive heat remained. Only Mo Xiaoyu's cave offered a semblance of coolness. Even standing beneath its protective barrier was a welcome respite. Mo Xiaoyu, hearing the commotion outside, felt a twinge of trepidation. There were at least 30 individuals knocking at his door, and they had come in a group. What chaos would ensue if he let them in? His cave would surely be overwhelmed. Even if the structure could withstand the influx, he personally could not. Forget it. Women will only hinder my fishing endeavors. I shall let them be. He shook his head, ignoring the persistent knocking, and instead poured himself a cup of spiritual spring, savoring its refreshing taste. What a delight! Alas, there was only a single sip. Even sharing it would be insufficient, let alone using it for bathing. Once more shaking his head, he opened his storage, which was brimming with various materials, crafting blueprints, spiritual stones, and more. Mo Xiaoyu did not bother to inspect the materials or the quantity of spiritual stones. He headed directly to the crafting blueprints section. He soon discovered a collection of cave construction blueprints. After a while, several individuals had acquired cave construction blueprints as well. Now, he possessed 12 in total, sufficient for a 10-fold critical success, potentially yielding 100 caves. Additionally, he had several blueprints for upgrading second and third-tier fishing rods. Though he had no use for them, they could be donated to the sect for those in need. Then came a plethora of forging blueprints. 8 for the 5-element sword, 12 for the heaven-shaking seal, 7 for the wind and rain flute, and 1 for the tracking bagua. Most of these blueprints had been exchanged by the sect leaders from other realms seeking to trade for caves. In total, there were over 100 assorted blueprints. Notably, the heaven-shaking seal blueprints numbered 10, while the 5-elements sword blueprints totaled 8. With this many heaven-shaking seals, it means I can obtain at least 100 of these low-grade spiritual artifacts. He chuckled to himself. If I could just acquire one more 5-elements sword blueprint, I might achieve a 100-fold quality critical success. With these thoughts, Mo Xiaoyu wasted no time and opened the forging channel to commence crafting. Forging success. You have obtained 1 heaven-shaking seal. Forging success. You have obtained 1 heaven-shaking seal. Before long, he had forged 9 heaven-shaking seals. Approaching the 10th attempt, he was greeted with a message. Forging success. As this is your 10th attempt, congratulations on triggering a 10-fold critical success, yielding a 100-fold quantity. Congratulations, you have obtained 100 heaven-shaking seals. 100 indeed. I've struck it rich. Mo Xiaoyu marveled at the abundant heaven-shaking seals. However, he lamented that they were merely low-grade spiritual artifacts, serving similar purposes to the Tianwu hook. Merely capable of being hurled with spiritual energy, yet lacking in might compared to the Tianwu hook. He had no use for them, and could only temporarily store them away while donating dozens to the sect, though no one could utilize them at present, after all. The most formidable among them, aside from him, were merely second-tier fishers, and to wield a spiritual artifact required at least 4th-tier fishing prowess. To advance to the 4th tier, one would need at least a medium-grade spiritual stone. With this in mind, Mo Xiaoyu decided to contribute dozens of medium-grade spiritual stones to the sect. Simultaneously, he posted a purchase notice in the sect, offering a high price for one 5 elements sword blueprint. He sent this message in the chat room, though in truth, he did not expect to acquire one immediately. After all, the sect leaders from other realms had already departed, leaving only the inhabitants of the original 9,485 district. Who would have thought that as soon as Mo Xiaoyu's news was released, private messages would flood in immediately? You have received a transaction request from Song Yado. A high price? Just how high? Moreover, what surprised Mo Xiaoyu was that the one messaging him was a girl. The third-level forging blueprint, classified as a C-grade treasure, typically commands a single spirit stone. I can offer you double, 2 medium-grade spirit stones. Mo Xiaoyu replied to her. I already possess a medium-grade spirit stone. I do not want that. What I desire is a low-grade spiritual weapon. Song Yadong countered. A low-grade spiritual weapon? No, my dear. You require the 5 elements sword blueprint. And even then, it can only forge a low-grade spiritual weapon. Don't you think that price is rather steep? Mo Xiaoyu responded to Song Yadong. You do make a valid point. Crafting spiritual weapons requires quality materials. How about this? I will provide you with 2 live broadcasts for free. No, let us make it 3. How does that sound? Song Yadong pondered for a moment, realizing that Mo Xiaoyu was indeed at a disadvantage, and spoke to him. Come on now, beautiful. I have a group outside waiting to team up, and I'm still figuring out how to deal with them. Mo Xiaoyu hastily declined. Back on Earth, he had never enjoyed watching live streams, and even when he did, it was merely to watch Deng Lian catch fish or Zheng Daping tackle challenging pits. Oh, I see. After reading Mo Xiaoyu's message, Song Yadong wore an expression of understanding. Then she added, You must need this. Don't worry. I, an experienced woman, understand the struggles of men like you. Rest assured, I have a recipe for a pill, although it's only a B-grade reward. It is undoubtedly what you need most at this moment. With that, she sent a transaction request to Mo Xiaoyu. A pill recipe? Now that is something intriguing. Upon hearing the term, Mo Xiaoyu became immediately interested and promptly agreed to the exchange. However, when he received the 5 elements sword forging blueprint along with the pill recipe, an ominous feeling surged within him. What the hell? A strengthening pill? No, my dear. Upon seeing the word strengthening pill, Mo Xiaoyu nearly choked with anger. How could he possibly need this when he didn't even have a girlfriend? Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that in this world, live streaming was ubiquitous, and there were often one-on-one sessions. If he succeeded in crafting this pill, it could very well have a lucrative market, so he quietly stashed it away. What? Isn't this exactly what you need right now? No need to thank me. If you really want to show your gratitude, come to my live stream tonight and support me. With that, she began advertising in the chat room. The Black Silk Beauty is online slaying demons, 8 p.m. tonight. Don't miss it. Chapter 44. How many resources must be exchanged? The Black Silk Beauty is online slaying demons, 8 p.m. tonight. Don't miss it. Upon seeing this message, Mo Xiaoyu remembered that the protective barrier for the newcomers had already vanished. This woman clearly hadn't joined the Wen Yangong, and hadn't exchanged cave dwellings with him either. What could she possibly stream? Could it be based solely on the low-grade spiritual weapon, the earth-shattering seal, that she had just acquired from him? The thought seemed implausible. After exchanging the blueprints, Mo Xiaoyu finally opened his cave dwelling. A group of girls surrounding the entrance quickly gathered around him. The sect leader has emerged. The sect leader has emerged. Their eager gazes nearly overwhelmed him. Yet, Mo Xiaoyu understood that what they craved most wasn't him, but the cave dwellings. After all, it was nearly 2 p.m., the hottest time of the day. He took out the 10 cave dwellings he had originally prepared for everyone and casually handed them to a few disciples. Place these cave dwellings on your floating islands. Encircle them, and let everyone in to cool off. Although 10 dwellings would provide one for each person, they would suffice for some respite and a midday nap. As the cave dwellings were distributed into their hands, the disciples were left wide-eyed. These could be exchanged for 5 C-grade treasures or 5 medium-grade spirit stones. He simply handed them over. It's worth noting that while they had shared considerable interactions with Mo Xiaoyu, this was truly their first face-to-face meeting. One brave disciple boldly questioned Mo Xiaoyu, "Sect leader, such precious items, and you just give them to us. Aren't you afraid we might run away with them?" In response to the disciple's inquiry, Mo Xiaoyu merely shook his head. "Run? I never said you couldn't." Upon hearing this, the disciple quickly shook his head. "I won't run. Only a fool would run." At this moment, not only would they not think of leaving, but even if Mo Xiaoyu were to urge them to go, they wouldn't budge. Whether it was due to the vast resources offered by Wen Yangong or the additional 160 points of strength and endurance gained upon entering the sect, it was needless to mention the advantage of having such a commendable sect leader like Mo Xiaoyu. Only a fool would consider abandoning a cave dwelling for that. The disciples busied themselves, promptly releasing the cave dwellings and entering them to cool off. Is this what a cave dwelling is like? It's incredibly refreshing. It's even better than an air-conditioned room. Of course, not everyone entered. Some stood outside Mo Xiaoyu's cave dwelling, glancing around. Once Mo Xiaoyu finished attending to everyone's needs, they hastily approached him to strike up conversations. Faced with those eager, pleading gazes, Mo Xiaoyu was so startled that he retreated into his cave dwelling and firmly shut the door. This is utterly terrifying. If they burst in, who knows what might happen? He had just forged an earth-shattering seal. With 8 more successful attempts, he could achieve a critical strike. Upon returning, Mo Xiaoyu quickly resumed forging. The reason he chose the earth-shattering seal was that, compared to it, what he truly desired was a superior-grade flying sword. Forging successful, you have obtained 1 earth-shattering seal. Forging successful, you have obtained 1 earth-shattering seal. Soon, 8 earth-shattering seals lay before Mo Xiaoyu. The moment came for the most exhilarating critical strike. 100 items. 100 items. The thought of potentially acquiring at least 100 spiritual weapons sent Mo Xiaoyu's heart racing. He began to forge with trembling hands. However, what Mo Xiaoyu never anticipated was that when the success notification echoed, it would far exceed 100 items. Forging successful. As this is your 10th attempt at forging the earth-shattering seal, congratulations. You have achieved a 1,000-fold quantity critical strike. What the hell, 1,000 times? Isn't that a bit excessive? Mo Xiaoyu gazed at the mountain of earth-shattering seals, hardly believing his eyes. These were spiritual weapons, though they were merely low-grade spiritual weapons. To comprehend the situation, one must recognize that his sect comprises merely over 500 individuals. Distributing 1 item to each would still leave half remaining. Perhaps it would be prudent to contribute 300 items initially? Although at this juncture, there isn't a single Tier 3 angler within the sect. To wield spiritual artifacts, one must possess spiritual power, which can only be attained after advancing to Tier 4 angler. Nevertheless, Mo Xiaoyu resolved to contribute 300 items. Heaven-shaking seal, worth 150 contribution points. Upon contributing the heaven-shaking seal, he would earn 150 contribution points. In essence, this meant that Mo Xiaoyu's contribution would yield a staggering 45,000 points. Just imagine the wealth of resources he could exchange for. The mere thought ignited a surge of excitement within him. He was on the brink of fortune. However, after some reflection, Mo Xiaoyu pondered whether those 150 points might be a tad excessive. Of course, this was not due to any lack of acumen on his part. It was simply that he harbored other considerations within his mind. Could he perhaps adjust the price? With a click, he selected the 150 contribution points. Instantly, an admin option appeared. After clicking on it, a series of options unfurled before him. Remove, modify value, post-purchase information. Ha. He could indeed make modifications. This realization filled Mo Xiaoyu with elation. He hastily adjusted the price from the initial 150 to 120. This figure had been meticulously calculated, slightly below the cost of a blueprint and the materials needed to forge a low-grade spiritual artifact. With that, he contributed 300 items. Ding! The sect's warehouse has received 300 low-grade spiritual artifacts. Heaven-shaking seal. No sooner had Mo Xiaoyu made his contribution than a notification echoed throughout the sect, prompting everyone to rush to the warehouse to inspect. Heaven-shaking seal. Exchange requires 120 contribution points. Spiritual artifacts? What are spiritual artifacts? Can they truly be unaware? Magical treasures used by cultivators, and they don't know this? Goodness, this is far too inexpensive. Just a single C-grade forging blueprint, and some materials would suffice. This is practically a giveaway. What cost? It barely scratches the surface of actual cost. Who would bother forging themselves in the future? Why not simply exchange directly from the warehouse? Yet, why would the sect leader offer such a low price? What could be his ulterior motive? The disciples of the sect were utterly astounded by this revelation. They immediately resolved to cease forging spiritual artifacts themselves, opting instead to exchange blueprints within the sect's warehouse. The price Mo Xiaoyu had set was insufficient even to cover the basic costs. Little did they know, Mo Xiaoyu had only utilized 10 blueprints and materials for those 300 heaven-shaking seals, with half still remaining. Should he consider opening a spiritual artifact shop? He was uncertain if there were any towns or gathering points nearby. As he observed his peers discussing their intent to contribute blueprints to the sect, Mo Xiaoyu's heart swelled with joy. He even contemplated whether he should establish a spiritual artifact store. Chapter 45. The exquisite spiritual artifact, the Night Phantom Sword. After all, it was likely that disciples throughout the entire Wenyanggong would contribute their blueprints to the sect. At that point, he would have an inexhaustible supply of blueprints for crafting spiritual artifacts. The numbers would continue to grow. Ultimately, he would need to find a means to exchange them for other resources. He resolved to inquire with those who exchanged cave dwellings with him earlier. They seemed to know one another. Perhaps they had a gathering point specifically for trading and sharing information. Mo Xiaoyu tucked away the remaining heaven-shaking seals and resumed his forging endeavors. Beyond the 1,000 heaven-shaking seals, what he truly desired was a high-grade flying sword. After all, in this perilous world, no amount of resources or wealth could substitute for the strength needed to protect oneself. Forge successful, you have obtained a 5-element sword. Forge successful, you have obtained a 5-element sword. Before long, Mo Xiaoyu had forged 8 5-element swords, including the one he crafted previously, that made 9. And this would be the 10th. A critical quality boost. He fervently hoped for a quality enhancement this time. Mo Xiaoyu clutched the blueprint and materials, his heart racing in anticipation. Forge successful. As this is your 10th forging of the 5-element sword, congratulations, you have received the 5-element sword with a 10,000-fold quality boost, the exquisite spiritual artifact, the Night Phantom Sword. Quality. Indeed, it was quality, and a staggering 10,000 times at that. Although Mo Xiaoyu had longed for a quality boost, the actual occurrence left him nearly leaping with joy. To his astonishment, not only had he achieved a quality boost, but it was also his first time attaining a 10,000-fold enhancement. He had merely sought a high-grade spiritual artifact, and yet he was rewarded with an exquisite one. A sword shimmering with cold light materialized in his hands, its entire body a deep black, emanating an endless chill. Truly, it was an exquisite spiritual artifact. Just gazing upon it made him feel as though his very soul might be drawn in. He even sensed that with this sword, he could cleave even a 3-headed magic carp in twain. Yet, there was still one matter that perplexed him. This couldn't be right. According to previous estimations, a 10-fold enhancement would yield a mid-grade artifact, a 100-fold would result in a high grade, so an exquisite artifact should only be attainable at 1,000-fold. Mo Xiaoyu mused. His fixation on high-grade flying swords stemmed from the belief that, post-talent upgrade, the minimum yield should be 100-fold. Thus, each tier of enhancement should indeed correspond to a 10-fold increase. However, now he had inexplicably produced a 10,000-fold enhancement, yet it merely resulted in an exquisite artifact. Mo Xiaoyu couldn't shake the feeling that his talent had deceived him, promising him a 1,000-fold enhancement and instead delivering a 10,000-fold. Nevertheless, upon meticulously examining the attributes of the Night Phantom Sword, his doubts swiftly dissipated. Night Phantom Sword consumes 80 less spiritual power when casting spells, doubles control time, halves cooldown time, increases power by 100-fold, can unleash low-level illusions to confuse enemies, and all attributes double at night. Incredible. An 80 reduction in spiritual power consumption, a 100-fold increase in power. Moreover, control time doubled while cooldown time was halved, all attributes doubling at night. This revelation left Mo Xiaoyu with no lingering doubts about the quality of this exquisite spiritual artifact being a mere 10,000-fold of a low-grade artifact. Setting aside other considerations, the mere fact that control time was doubled while cooldown time was halved was enough to send Mo Xiaoyu into a state of unbridled joy. This meant he could unleash his Sea Strike every half a minute, with the resulting stun duration stretching to a full minute. In just a minute and a half, he could incapacitate his foes at least once. And let us not forget the even more exhilarating attributes that awaited him. Thus, during the night, all attributes are doubled. The duration of stun effects will once again double, extending to 2 minutes. Meanwhile, the cooldown period is halved, reduced to a mere 15 seconds. Additionally, at night, the consumption of spiritual energy is only 10 points. Consequently, even if Mo Xiaoyu currently possesses only 500 points of spiritual energy, he can almost be considered capable of casting the Sea Strike infinitely while simultaneously keeping his enemies in a state of bewilderment. As for the lower-level illusions, Mo Xiaoyu does not concern himself with them. No, such an extraordinary treasure must not be used lightly. I shall reserve it as a trump card. It must not be employed unless in a critical situation. Given the potency of this exceptional spiritual artifact, Mo Xiaoyu hesitates to wield it carelessly. After all, in this perilous world, it is prudent to keep valuable items concealed. He is aware of the adage that possessing a gem may lead to ruin. Mo Xiaoyu carefully stowed the Night Phantom Sword. Following its forging, he proceeded to the sect's warehouse to exchange for additional materials, upgrading the sect to level 3. Ding! Upgrade successful. This resulted in an additional 80 points to his attributes. Thus, the sect alone has augmented Mo Xiaoyu's attributes to 240 in strength, 240 in endurance, and 60 in speed. The only attribute that has not increased is spiritual energy. Mo Xiaoyu suspects that, akin to the angler's realm, the enhancement of spiritual energy attributes will only manifest when the sect reaches level 4. With this thought, he resolved to exhaust all means to elevate the sect to level 4. He hurriedly checked the materials required for this upgrade. Upgrade requirements: 600 white Shin stones, 1,200 gathering spirit stones, 200 blue spirit stones, 100 yellow spirit stones, 10 superior spirit stones. However, upon seeing the required materials, Mo Xiaoyu was compelled to abandon the endeavor. The materials needed for the level 4 upgrade were beyond his reach. Even if he were to sell everything he owned, he could not procure them. The first 3 materials were manageable, but he had yet to hear of yellow spirit stones, let alone the 10 superior spirit stones. Currently, he possessed only 1 superior spirit stone. Even if he had 10, they would be better utilized for upgrading to the 8th rank angler, which would yield greater benefits. Reluctantly, Mo Xiaoyu closed the sect upgrade interface and proceeded to construct the caves for a few individuals who had provided him with the blueprints. The time had already reached 3 in the afternoon. Mo Xiaoyu hurried to rest on his stone bed, for he had not taken a break since morning, aside from sipping a few cups of spiritual spring water. Moreover, he had to continue night fishing later. Ding! Urgent alert. A massive wave of colossal creatures and water demons is approaching your location. Mo Xiaoyu was jolted awake by an ear-splitting alert. This warning was several times louder than any he had previously encountered, even though Mo Xiaoyu's strength had now reached the 8th rank angler. Making his physical form far superior to that of an ordinary person, he still felt a resonating buzz upon hearing the sound. Simultaneously, the chatroom erupted in panic, a massive wave. What does that mean? The dense swarm of eel-like creatures from last night was already terrifying enough. Could there be something even more dreadful? Surely not. Last night, there was no urgent alert, nor was there mention of a massive wave, and the sound was not this overwhelming. Indeed, just moments ago, I was sleeping soundly and was abruptly awakened, not to mention those who had yet to join the sect. Even the disciples of the Wenyang sect, who had formed a defensive barrier, were beginning to feel uneasy. Yet, at that moment, another advertisement appeared in the chatroom. Tonight at 8 o'clock, a sultry black silk dominatrix will be online to slay demons. Do not miss it. Wow, is she really going to livestream? This woman is truly something else. Is she out of her mind? I must go and support her tonight, even if it costs me my life. Chapter 46. She is still alive. I must see for myself. Everyone rushed to comment in excitement after seeing the advertisement. Even Mo Xiaoyu found himself intrigued. Although this time the fiery maiden had transformed into a seductive dominatrix, his curiosity remained unabated. The question lingered. What gives her the right? Does she believe it is solely due to the heavenly seal she just acquired from me at noon? Mo Xiaoyu mused that it was improbable. Perhaps he should go and see for himself tonight. It was not merely the allure of the seductive black silk dominatrix that piqued his interest, but rather his desire to understand her true capabilities. In the distance, the sky erupted in a fiery sunset, crimson like blood, staining the heavens. It seemed to foreshadow a night of carnage in these waters. Suddenly, colossal waves surged into the air, as if intending to engulf the entire sky, sweeping upwards. The previously rosy sky was instantaneously shrouded in darkness. The fiery clouds, along with the remnants of the setting sun, were completely obscured by the towering waves, which now dominated the sky. Enter the barrier. Quickly, everyone, into the barrier. Mo Xiaoyu commanded urgently. What about our floating islands? A group of disciples from the Wenyang sect inquired anxiously upon hearing his orders. As they gathered, they naturally brought their floating islands along, forming a vast cluster near Mo Xiaoyu's island. However, the caves he could conjure could only create a defensive perimeter around this cluster, rendering it impossible to shelter all the floating islands within. These islands represented everything they had. Without them, they would have nowhere to call home in the future, and leaving this place would become problematic. As they witnessed another massive wave crashing down, followed by yet another rising ominously closer, they saw monstrous creatures lurking within the waves, each measuring at least 10 to several dozen meters in length. They swam menacingly through the swells, their blood-red eyes gleaming with ferocity, their jaws filled with razor-sharp teeth. In that moment, no one cared about the floating islands any longer. They hurriedly dove into the protective barrier. Even Song Yadong, who had just been advertising, wore a serious expression on her face. Damn, what terrible luck. After traveling so far to District 9485, I thought tonight would bring great rewards. Instead, I encounter a tidal wave of monsters. With that, she hastily conjured a cave and, feeling it insufficient, summoned another. If Mo Xiaoyu were present, she would undoubtedly recognize it at a glance, for it was precisely what she had exchanged for those incoming sect leaders not long ago. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that this was indeed the item she had traded to that elder, Fan, who was the first to propose an exchange for his cave dwelling. Mo Xiaoyu. Oh, Mo Xiaoyu. My sister is taking such immense risks, all for your sake. Tonight, I shall secure you. With that, she retrieved the Earthshaker seal, which Mo Xiaoyu had just bestowed upon her. However, after a brief glance, she hastily shook her head. No, under ordinary circumstances, The Earthshaker seal would suffice to deal with a few initial stage water demons, but tonight, they would certainly face late stage, or even peak, first-tier water demons. The Earthshaker seal would undoubtedly fall short. Saying this, she tossed the seal back into the storage and drew forth 2 massive axes. Have all entered the barrier? Mo Xiaoyu inquired of the crowd. Yes, yes. Everyone replied in unison. Mo Xiaoyu counted the number of people and, upon confirming that all had entered, finally felt a sense of relief. At that moment, she exhaled deeply, gazing at the towering waves that surged towards them. One wave after another came crashing down upon them, accompanied by countless water creatures, as if a legion were charging recklessly towards their floating island. The waves struck mercilessly upon Mo Xiaoyu's floating island, shattering it into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Some floating islands could not withstand the tremendous impact and were obliterated, sinking to the depths below. That was my floating island. My floating island. As they witnessed their floating islands swept away and reduced to splinters, the fishers were consumed with despair and heartbreak. That was their sole refuge. Several individuals even recklessly dashed towards the outside, only to be forcefully restrained by their companions. Don't be foolish. Without the floating island, you can still accompany us to fish. If you go out now, you will lose your life. At this moment, everyone finally understood why the sect leaders had warned them earlier that without a sect, few would survive the night. No, at this point, they even had to question whether joining those sects at noon would guarantee their survival. For those sects lacked the more than 10 cave dwellings Mo Xiaoyu had provided to form a defensive perimeter to protect them. The waves showed no signs of abating. Suddenly, there was a deafening roar. Another bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Following that, the rain began to pour down in torrents, drumming violently upon the waters. Soon after came the fierce winds. In an instant, a terrifying scene of apocalyptic chaos unfolded. Gale-force winds, torrential rain, and monstrous waves all converging upon Mo Xiaoyu and her companions, as if intent on swallowing the entire world. In the face of such horror, even Mo Xiaoyu found herself losing focus on fishing, despite possessing thousands of bait. Originally prepared for a grand night of fishing, surely that woman wouldn't dare to stream now, would she? I wonder if she is alive or not. Mo Xiaoyu pondered anxiously. Yet, the very next moment, an advertisement reappeared in the chat room. Tonight at 8, the seductive black stocking-clad goddess will be live slaughtering demons. Countdown 543 madness. That woman must be insane. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Even those who had just sworn to risk their lives to support her were now cursing vehemently. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaoyu's confusion deepened. She was still alive. I must see for myself. Chapter 47, Blood Moon Annihilation. Has my little brother Mo Xiaoyu arrived? Has he arrived? Upon entering the live stream, Mo Xiaoyu found the woman in a frenzy. I'm here, he replied. Only then did he take in her appearance. High heels, black stockings, a minuscule skirt, and a white shirt adorned with a petite tie. She resembled a petite streamer dancing provocatively in the live stream. A veritable delight for the lecherous, especially the white shirt, which was drenched, whether from rain or sweat, clinging to her form, outlining her figure tantalizingly. However, one must not overlook a crucial detail, the pair of massive axes in her hands. Yes, a pair of gigantic axes. They were even larger than those wielded by Li Kuei in Water Margin, and that was not even the largest. Behind her loomed a shadowy figure, towering 3 to 4 meters high, identical to her, wielding a pair of axes 3 times her size. With both hands raised high above her head, she brought the axe down fiercely against the incoming monstrous waves. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed. The 2 axes flew from her grasp, and even the axes in the shadow's hands were released. The thunderous sound rivaled the roars of the tempest above. Mo Xiaoyu then witnessed the once towering waves, dozens of meters high, being cleaved in 2. Within them lay several massive sea creatures, each over 10 meters long, also severed in half. You have slain a first-tier water demon, blood-tailed swallow, and received a D-grade reward. Premium Spirit Stone 1. You have slain a first-tier water demon, tiger-headed catfish, and received a D-grade reward. Medium Spirit Stone 100. How brutal. Where was the promised seduction? Where was the alluring goddess? She was more akin to a female Li Kuei, Mo Xiaoyu thought in disbelief. However, what captivated his attention even more was the towering shadow behind her. And to think there were rewards for slaying water demons. How was that? Sister's powerful move was quite miraculous, wasn't it? After striking down another wave, Song Yadong asked Mo Xiaoyu. Before he could respond, she swung down at another towering wave with great force. The next moment, the massive wave, again measuring over 10 meters, was cleaved in 2, along with several other colossal creatures. Excellent, excellent. Let's give a round of applause for the lady. Mo Xiaoyu exclaimed to Song Yadong. Applause is worthless. You should say, great job, here's your reward. and casually toss a few premium spirit stones, honorably becoming the sister's #1 supporter. Song Yadong scoffed. Mo Xiaoyu glanced at her livestream and retorted, "It seems you don't even need a premium spirit stone. Any A-grade material could make you the #1 supporter, right? Are the men in your area so lacking in vision? It's just a fish tide. What's so impressive? It's not as if no one has died before. Yet you're afraid to miss the opportunity to watch my livestream." Song Yadong exclaimed with fiery anger, as if it were the fault of everyone else for not tuning into her live broadcast out of fear. Nevertheless, she mentioned the Great Fish Tide, which piqued Mo Xiaoyu's interest. "Pray tell, what is the Great Fish Tide, my lady?" Mo Xiaoyu inquired. Song Yadong initially intended to respond, but she paused midway and asked Mo Xiaoyu, "Does this count as a one-on-one live stream?" She then boldly sent Mo Xiaoyu a request to join her broadcast. Mo Xiaoyu, not considering herself an unseemly sight, did not decline her invitation. My lady, this is quite." Mo Xiaoyu found herself at a loss for words, thinking, this rogue woman is undeniably formidable, yet insists on playing the part of a scoundrel. However, there was something that rendered Mo Xiaoyu even more speechless. "Ha. Are you implying that a beauty like you has fallen to such a lowly profession? Thank you for the compliment." Song Yadong remarked upon seeing Mo Xiaoyu's exasperated expression. Those words were yours. And are you certain that's a compliment? Isn't calling someone a beauty a compliment?" Song Yadong replied, brimming with self-admiration, as she put away her imposing axe and vigorously rubbed her strikingly beautiful face. "All right, I concede. Let us discuss what the fish tide is." Realizing she could not win an argument with this woman, Mo Xiaoyu swiftly shifted the topic. It wasn't that she was inept with words, but rather that this woman was utterly shameless. Yet, she was still unwilling to let Mo Xiaoyu off the hook. "Fine, you must pay first. 1 hour of companionship for 1 medium-grade spirit stone. To play along, it's 10. To share a bed. Enough. Seeing this woman becoming increasingly outrageous, Mo Xiaoyu hurriedly interrupted her and rewarded her with a medium-grade spirit stone. This was met with an even more fervent expression of gratitude. "Thank you to the top supporter for the medium-grade spirit stone. Such generosity. May you marry 1,000 wives." Observing the woman in her frenzy, Mo Xiaoyu thought to herself, perhaps you should raise that axe again. Such words would seem far more appropriate. However, after receiving Mo Xiaoyu's spirit stone, Song Yadong did not act improperly. After a few more playful remarks, she genuinely began to explain. The fish tide is categorized into small, medium, and great tides. The small tides appear almost every night in every district. The medium tides are considerably rarer, occurring roughly once every 3 days. And not every district is fortunate enough to experience them. As for the Great Fish Tide, it only appears once every 10 days, and among 100 districts. Only one will encounter it. To be frank, your district is quite lucky. Not only did you encounter the medium tide on the first night, but the exceedingly rare Great Fish Tide appeared on the second night. So that was the medium tide last night. No wonder there were so many people fishing. But are you sure this is lucky? Mo Xiaoyu questioned Song Yadong. He strongly suspected that this woman never spoke a single sensible word. Isn't it lucky enough? What if you hadn't encountered the medium tide on the first night? What if you couldn't muster more than a dozen caves to form a defensive system tonight? After hearing Song Yadong's words, Mo Xiaoyu pondered and for the first time found some inexplicable logic in her reasoning. If they hadn't encountered the medium tide on the first night, without any protective barriers, it was likely that very few would survive in their district. Not to mention the Great Fish Tide they faced tonight. In truth, the emergence of the medium tide on the first day, presenting a difficult challenge in the novice dungeon, and the appearance of the Great Fish Tide on the second day, all stemmed from you. From me? What do you mean? Just as Mo Xiaoyu began to see merit in her words, he was soon reminded of her penchant for nonsensical chatter. Because you are so extraordinary. If you weren't so exceptional, how could such phenomena manifest in your district? And how could I have traveled such a distance to arrive here? So, what do you think of me? Would you consider being my consort? Song Yadong once again directed her words at Mo Xiaoyu. Mo Xiaoyu felt a wave of frustration wash over him once more. He truly wondered what kind of absurd things this woman had consumed online before her transmigration. However, he knew that what she said might very well be true, and that she might indeed have come because of him. Yet, before Mo Xiaoyu could fully process this information, Song Yadong continued, in fact, above the Great Fish Tide, there exists an even more terrifying phenomenon known as the Blood Moon Cataclysm. Blood Moon Cataclysm? Mo Xiaoyu echoed, feeling an unsettling gravity in those 4 words. However, Song Yadong did not respond, but instead asked him, have you seen the moon in this world? Chapter 48, Blood Rain. Cities, who isn't cannon fodder? Have you seen the moon in this world? The moon? Mo Xiaoyu recalled, realizing he had not seen the moon last night. As for tonight, with the raging winds, towering waves, and torrential rain, seeing the moon was even less likely. Yet, Song Yadong remarked, not having seen it is just as well. Because in this world, the moon appears only once every 3 months. 3 months? How could that be possible? If the moon only appears once every 3 months, how can there be day and night? Mo Xiaoyu asked incredulously, unable to fathom this concept. In his understanding, or rather, in the understanding of Earthlings, day and night occur because the moon orbits the Earth, obscuring sunlight. However, Song Yadong chuckled and said, what is impossible about it? Do not forget, in this world, even catfish can grow over 10 meters long and weigh dozens of pounds. According to the native tribespeople, this world once resembled our Earth, with mountains, rivers, deserts, and basins. There was also a moon that orbited their world, responsible for the cycle of day and night. Yet, everything changed after a continuous downpour lasting 49 days 100,000 years ago. The flood submerged nearly all land. The original moon vanished without a trace, replaced by a blood moon that is 1,000 times larger than the original. Each time it appears, it brings forth tidal surges 100 times more powerful than tonight's storm. It also unleashes a blood-red rain that dwarfs tonight's by 100-fold. Blood moon. 1,000 times larger blood moon. Tidal surges 100 times greater than tonight. Mo Xiaoyu was engulfed in profound shock. Each piece of information far exceeded his comprehension. It struck at the very core of his soul. He found it utterly inconceivable to imagine the spectacle that would unfold when the blood moon, 1,000 times larger than the original moon, graced the sky. Would it evoke an overwhelming sense of dread? He could not fathom whether such a colossal moon revolved around this world, or if it was the world that revolved around it. Or perhaps, they were both oblivious to what they were spiraling around. As for the blood-red tempest, intensified 100-fold, and the tidal waves, Mo Xiaoyu could hardly bear to contemplate it. He simply could not envision how one might survive such an apocalyptic scene. Yet, Song Yadong once again presented him with an even more terrifying revelation. Do you know why the aquatic creatures here can grow to lengths of over 10 meters and weights of dozens of kilograms? Song Yadong inquired of Mo Xiaoyu. Is it because of the blood moon? He replied, indeed, the torrential blood rain is imbued with immense spiritual energy. These aquatic beings undergo continuous mutations due to the absorption of this vast spiritual essence. Even formidable predators like the sharp-mouthed catfish and the fierce whale's catfish have transformed into powerful water demons. Even the less imposing species, like the white strips and loaches, can reach weights of dozens of kilograms. Thus, each time the blood moon rises, it heralds a day of revelry for the aquatic creatures in this realm. They become more frenzied and aggressive than usual. At that moment, what you will witness will not merely be first-tier or second-tier water demons, even fourth-tier beings, rivaling the might of the fishing kings, may emerge from the depths of ancient, unfathomable pools amidst the ravages of the blood rain. At this moment, Mo Xiaoyu's expression turned ashen. Despite his innate bravery, having fished at graveyards under the cover of night, using wreaths as umbrellas and coffins as fishing platforms, he found his legs trembling uncontrollably. If it were merely a district, there would indeed be no avenue for survival. However, we have cities above our district. With the collective strength of the city, although the losses are considerable each time, we have persevered through the cataclysm of the blood moon time and again. Otherwise, you would not have had the fortune of meeting me, Song Yadong remarked, adjusting her posture to flaunt her considerable assets. I understand. Mo Xiaoyu replied to Song Yadong. His suspicions were confirmed. This world indeed possessed cities for trade and interaction. However, he felt no joy at this revelation. What do you comprehend? It was now Song Yadong's turn to be puzzled. The cataclysm of the blood moon will eventually pass. Those water demons will also reach their limits of gluttony. So, my dear, you have come seeking cannon fodder this time. Mo Xiaoyu responded. Must you phrase it so harshly? Although I did come seeking cannon fodder, those who can compel me to take action are certainly not ordinary cannon fodder. I am in search of cannon fodder from the central urban area. Central urban area? Mo Xiaoyu inquired upon hearing the term. Indeed, as long as you are willing to join our demonic alliance, not only you, but even your disciples can become cannon fodder in the central urban area. When the cataclysm of the blood moon descends, at the very least, those water demons must consume the outermost 3 tiers of cannon fodder before they will turn their attention to us. By then, they may have already gorged themselves. Song Yadong explained. Mo Xiaoyu shook his head, replying, but isn't that still cannon fodder? Yes, it is still cannon fodder. In this damned world, who isn't cannon fodder? A city, a regional nation, a dynasty. Even the grandmasters, fishing kings, or fishing emperors. Who can say that one day they won't become cannon fodder? Moreover, do not presume that being cannon fodder in the central urban area is an easy feat. Take those fellows from this morning. Although they strut about like peacocks, do you know what their status is within the city? They can only reside outside the city, lacking even the qualification to enter and establish a base. They must rely on the sects within the city, surrendering 1/3 of their daily harvest to those sects. After hearing your introduction, it seems I truly have stumbled upon a great opportunity. Mo Xiaoyu mused, finding a strange logic in her words. Yet, he pondered, where in the world is there such a thing as a free lunch? Surely, there must be something I should offer in return for such benefits? I cannot simply become a live-in son-in-law for this beauty, can I? Although I must admit, I do consider myself rather handsome. Aside from being a bit dark, Mo Xiaoyu remarked, being dark is inconsequential, as long as you possess a well-defined chest, firm abs, and great strength. However, aside from these requirements, there is one additional minor request. Assist our demonic alliance in securing a position among the top 3 in the upcoming leaders competition in 10 days, Song Yadong stated. Leaders competition? Indeed, the leaders competition. The city of Anping where I reside is the sole city in this vicinity. It was established collaboratively by 8 master-level leaders. Naturally, the city lord is elected from among the 8 leaders. The leaders competition occurs every 3 years. Of course, they cannot personally participate in the competition. After all, for beings of their immense power, finding a suitable arena for their match is a challenge. If they were to truly unleash their power and suffer injuries, it would affect their ability to contend with the impending cataclysm of the Blood Moon. Thus, each alliance typically dispatches 3 contenders at the fishing realm and 3 masters for the competition. This determines who becomes the new grand leader, and thus, the city lord of Anping. So, what you're saying is, if leaders injure or kill each other, it's not worth it. But it's perfectly fine for us to do so, Mo Xiaoyu remarked after listening to Song Yadong's explanation. I told you, don't be so pessimistic. Furthermore, our demonic alliance this time has no intention of claiming the grand leadership. We only need to secure a top 3 position. This way, we can access the best fishing grounds and obtain superior resources. Moreover, as a member of our demonic alliance, once we acquire the finest fishing grounds, you too will benefit. Song Yadong asserted to Mo Xiaoyu. You do have a point. Mo Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. This marked the 3rd time he found her reasoning compelling. Despite her being a woman who indulged in all excesses and often spoke nonsensically. So, have you agreed to this arrangement? Song Yadong asked him. Yes, I agree. If all goes as planned, I will accompany you to your city tomorrow, Mo Xiaoyu confirmed. Once a decision has been made, he would no longer dither or procrastinate. Moreover, time was not on his side. After all, in merely 10 days, the grand tournament would commence. Not to mention, the ominous blood moon was looming on the horizon. He needed to swiftly enhance his power. However, speaking of strength, Mo Xiaoyu couldn't help but recall the ethereal shadow that had appeared behind that woman when she attacked those colossal creatures. From Mo Xiaoyu's perspective, that shadow had undoubtedly amplified Song Yadong's power by at least 10-fold. Was it a formidable spell? Or perhaps, the beauty. What was that shadow behind you just now? Mo Xiaoyu pondered, aware that inquiring about another's abilities in this perilous world could be somewhat impolite. Yet, he could not restrain himself from asking Song Yadong. Surprisingly, she did not seem taken aback, casually replying, "Oh, you're asking about the law of heaven and earth. Once you advance to the Master Realm, you will possess it too." The Master Realm? The law of heaven and earth. Mo Xiaoyu finally comprehended that this was a skill accessible to all upon reaching the Master Realm. No wonder she spoke of it so nonchalantly. He then recalled the towering skeletons, 5 or 6 meters tall, from the fallen sect. He inquired further, what about the Grand Masters? Can they manifest the shadows into reality? Indeed, she affirmed, upon reaching the Grand Master stage, one can cultivate the law of heaven and earth into an indestructible golden body. After all, the creatures we aim to catch will be no less than dozens or even hundreds of meters long. Our fishing rods must be at least several dozen or even 100 meters in length. If we remain at our current height, it would be akin to ants attempting to scale an elephant. This woman is quite the chatterbox, Mo Xiaoyu thought, unable to suppress a smirk. Yet, there was an undeniable logic to her words. All right, your time for conversing over a medium-grade spirit stone has come to an end. Would you care for an extension? There are hidden projects available. Upon noticing Mo Xiaoyu had no further inquiries, Song Yadong remarked, in this world devoid of clocks, Mo Xiaoyu could only speculate if the time truly had elapsed. However, he had to admit that despite being somewhat tricked into parting with a medium-grade spirit stone, he found it worthwhile. At the very least, he had gleaned some understanding of this world from Song Yadong's words. He hastily replied, no need, no need. As for the hidden projects she mentioned, Mo Xiaoyu felt a flicker of curiosity. After all, she possessed a stunning beauty that could cause chaos and had an exquisite figure. Moreover, her penchant for lively banter made her intriguing. Yet, Mo Xiaoyu genuinely feared that when he felt compelled to draw his weapon for some traditional craftsmanship, she might suddenly produce 2 massive battle axes, larger than that of a legendary hero. Would he not be terrified into a psychological trauma? The mere thought sent chills down his spine. Accompanying me for fishing? Today, dear sister is in a good mood. I shall only charge you 1 superior grade spirit stone. No. No. Mo Xiaoyu immediately responded, eager to exit the live stream. There's one more thing I forgot to mention. Tell your sect's disciples not to be too disheartened. The greater the storm, the pricier the fish. As Mo Xiaoyu prepared to leave, Song Yadong spoke once more. The greater the storm, the pricier the fish? Mo Xiaoyu paused and turned back to ask her. However, this time she did not attempt to keep him engaged, but simply replied, you will understand in due time. Very well. After hearing her words, Mo Xiaoyu exited her live stream. The storm's intensity had noticeably diminished compared to earlier. It seemed to be on the verge of subsiding. The rain was about to cease. It appeared preparations were in order. Mo Xiaoyu thought as he glanced at the group of disciples from his sect. At that moment, they were still engulfed in fear and sorrow over the loss of their floating island. Some were still shrieking in terror, while others knelt weeping helplessly. Particularly, the girls who had never seen much of the world were either crying pitifully or standing there in a daze, like soulless marionettes. Calm down. Everyone, please calm down. Mo Xiaoyu shouted to the crowd. Calm down, everyone. The sect master has something to say. Upon hearing his words, the crowd quickly ceased their uproar. Even those who had been weeping on the ground stood up, their eyes filled with anticipation as they looked at Mo Xiaoyu. The danger is about to pass. Everyone prepare yourselves. There may be opportunities ahead that could potentially compensate for our losses. Mo Xiaoyu addressed the crowd. What? Opportunities? Sect master, our floating island has been destroyed. What kind of opportunity could possibly make up for our losses? The disciples queried, their faces reflecting despair, especially those who had lost their floating island. Gazing at Mo Xiaoyu with vacant expressions, faced with their bewildered and hopeless eyes, even Mo Xiaoyu found himself at a loss for words. Just then, someone shouted, fish. So many fish. The crowd quickly turned their gaze towards the source of the voice, following the direction of his pointing finger. To their astonishment, they beheld a vast expanse filled with belly-up fish. Massive white fish weighing dozens of pounds, hefty bream tipping the scales at hundreds of pounds, and colossal carp exceeding 1,000 pounds were all present in abundance. At that moment, these fish appeared to have suffered severe injuries. The healthier ones struggled to float on the surface, gasping for air, while the severely injured had only half their bodies remaining, uncertain of their fate. Could this be what Song Yadong meant by the greater the storm, the pricier the fish? Would catching these half-dead fish yield rewards? Had they struck it rich? This sentiment was echoed not just by Mo Xiaoyu, but by everyone present. That vast white expanse, illuminated by their night fishing lights, was no longer a collection of half-dead fish. It was a bounty. It was spirit stones. It was forging blueprints. It was every resource they could possibly imagine. Do we need bait to catch such fish? Someone asked, staring at the vast sea of half-dead fish. Are you foolish? Fishing without bait. I think you're the one who is daft. They're on the brink of death. If you toss bait into their mouths, they won't even have the strength to swallow it. Then how do we fish? There is no way around it. Among this group of individuals who have traversed time and space, the majority are far from being seasoned anglers. In fact, many had never cast a line even once before their arrival here. Fortunately, there remain a few experienced fishermen who ultimately answered their queries. Use a fish hook for anchoring. Have you never heard of anchor fishing? Some have even begun imparting their knowledge to others. Make the hooks larger. Increase the size of your line setup. Hey, you over there, remove the float. What purpose does it serve at this moment? Alas, I find myself in a perplexing predicament. Back on Earth, I would have reported someone for anchor fishing. Now, here I am, not only engaging in it myself, but also instructing a group. Some have even tied 3 hooks together, modifying the triple hook design. Naturally, there are those who, not waiting for the rain to cease and the waves to calm, have already embarked on their fishing expeditions. At present, the danger is minimal, and Mo Xiaoyu has no intention of hindering them. He merely called out to everyone, act within your means, avoid the 1,000-pounders, and do not provoke the carnivorous species. Following this, he dashed forward. The first catch was a colossal blue catfish weighing over 3,000 pounds. You have caught a blue catfish, earning a sea-level reward, a blueprint for the Xian Yi armor forging. Next, he reeled in a massive red-tailed fish, its mouth large and filled with sharp teeth. You have caught a red-tailed carp, earning a D-level reward, a high-quality spirit stone. This is not merely Mo Xiaoyu claiming credit. He is targeting only the larger and more formidable species. Moreover, these creatures are indeed substantial and perilous. Most of his sect's disciples are novice anglers, many of whom have yet to reach the second tier. A mere flick of a tail could lead to their demise. Thus, Mo Xiaoyu's actions are not selfish. He is safeguarding everyone from danger, and the others are heeding his advice. Trailing behind him, and only engaging with those of smaller and less aggressive stature. There are even some greedy souls attempting to target the giants, prompting Mo Xiaoyu to shout, "Let go of that carp. Allow the sect master to take it." Nevertheless, even under these circumstances, they have made catches beyond their wildest dreams. Wow, I just received a sea-level reward, a blueprint for a Tier 2 rod upgrade. My fishing rod can be enhanced. Haha, I too have earned a sea-level reward. But mine consists of 10 spirit stones. I can upgrade to Tier 2 angler status now. Why do you get 10 stones when I, being so much more handsome, only receive 1? Haha, that's because mine are mid-grade spirit stones. Fish such as crucian carp, large carps, and even grass carps, species that are notoriously elusive in earthly waters, have been caught by them, one after another. Even those weighing over 100 pounds are considered small. Hundreds of pounds are commonplace. Mo Xiaoyu has even left behind those exceeding 1,000 pounds. Thus, they are guaranteed at least a B-level reward, with C-level rewards continuously flowing in. This entire experience feels surreal, prompting several individuals to slap themselves to confirm their wakefulness. There is no denying that had it not been for their current circumstances, such bountiful catches would have been unimaginable, even with their induction into the Wenyanggong sect, which has granted them over 200 points in strength and stamina. Their fishing rods simply do not permit them to contend with these massive creatures. Yet now, they are reeling in catch after catch. The most astonishing part is that they don't even require bait. It is as if they are collecting these treasures without any effort, truly a stroke of luck. What do we call this? It's said that those who survive great calamities are bound to enjoy great fortunes. The crowd exuberantly exclaims. Naturally, they are aware that their present fortunes are largely thanks to Mo Xiaoyu. We must also express our gratitude to our sect master. Had he not provided us shelter, we would have perished long ago, and none of this would have been possible. By the way, what of those who did not join the sect? Are they still alive? The crowd inquired in the chat room. In the end, only the Chung Dongli siblings responded. It seems we are the only ones still standing, Chung Dongli announced. Within the entirety of District 9485, he alone managed to exchange for a protective cave dwelling from Mo Xiaoyu, allowing them to endure the tempest. Alas, when the storm first struck, many were anxiously seeking to join the sect. We wanted to rescue them, but the raging waves made it impossible. Indeed, over 100 souls were lost. The group lamented. When the storm surged, Mo Xiaoyu noticed several individuals expressing their desire to join the Wenyanggong. However, at such a critical juncture, even he, willing to risk his safety to rescue them, knew they would likely not survive until his arrival. Therefore, he did not even approve their requests to join the sect. You have caught a duck-billed fish, and as it is your 10th catch, congratulations on receiving a D-level reward, a high-quality spirit stone multiplied by 1,000 spirit stones. Soon enough, Mo Xiaoyu had reeled in 30 to 40 formidable catches, with the largest weighing 4,000 to 5,000 pounds and the smallest still exceeding 1,000. The majority of these, weighing over 1,000 pounds, are ferocious carnivorous species. The treasures that emerged from this haul are nothing short of extraordinary. In particular, Mo Xiaoyu's latest catch yielded a staggering 1,000 high-quality spirit stones. With this, he could not only elevate to the 8th tier of angler status, but also advance to the 9th tier and upgrade the sect without a hitch. However, the sole source of his vexation lies in the fact that he still possesses 3,000 to 4,000 units of bait. Regrettably, aside from a brief session in the morning and some use in the dungeon, he has not employed it since. Initially, he anticipated utilizing it extensively by evening. But now he finds himself in this predicament. Alas, it appears that a significant portion of his bait will go to waste today. Yet, just as Mo Xiaoyu lamented the impending waste of his bait, he received a private message from Song Yadong. Do you still have plenty of bait? Yes. What is the matter? Mo Xiaoyu queried, puzzled. I discovered a massive school of silver carp in the deep waters. A massive school of silver carp? Are they alive or dead? Mo Xiaoyu asked Song Yadong. Among this throng of half-alive fish, there are indeed quite a few silver carp, but they are mostly alive. Of course they're alive. Otherwise, why would I call you if you aren't Team My Man? Song Yadong retorted. Mo Xiaoyu helplessly shook his head and hurriedly made his way towards the coordinates sent by the woman. How many did you bring? From a distance, Song Yadong approached Mo Xiaoyu. In reality, Song Yadong was even more stunning than she appeared in the live stream, and she seemed to have foregone any beauty filters. Over 4,000. Mo Xiaoyu replied to her. Over 4,000. Did you collect everyone's bait? Song Yadong asked in utter astonishment. Mo Xiaoyu had mentioned that he still had quite a bit of bait, but she never anticipated it would amount to such a staggering quantity. Earlier this morning, everyone was short on spirit stones, as you know, Mo Xiaoyu explained to her. Oh, I see. Song Yadong nodded in understanding. This woman was quite perceptive, not inquiring why Mo Xiaoyu had so many spirit stones to exchange with everyone after traversing here together. After all, In this world, who doesn't he harbor a few secrets? Where are the silver carp? Mo Xiaoyu inquired. Over there. Keep it quiet. You know how cautious these creatures are by nature. Song Yadong instructed Mo Xiaoyu as she led him towards the west. After I spotted them, I was afraid of startling them. So I didn't dare to get too close, she added. Following the direction of her finger, indeed, enormous silver carp were gracefully swimming on the surface of the water. Each one measured at least 10 meters in length and weighed thousands of pounds. Are they really that large? Mo Xiaoyu said in disbelief as he gazed at the gigantic creatures. On Earth, silver carp were notorious for their size and strength. It was no wonder so many people were captivated by fishing for them. Furthermore, during Double 11, their sales alone surpassed 100 million. Hence, Mo Xiaoyu was somewhat prepared for the silver carp in this world. Just moments ago, he had caught a few. However, witnessing that group of majestic silver carp gliding through the water still left him astounded. Otherwise, what did you expect? Do you think they are like the ones you just caught? If that were the case, the fish in this area would be extinct after a single feeding frenzy. And how could they survive the blood moon cataclysm? Song Yadong remarked to Mo Xiaoyu. You have a point. Mo Xiaoyu nodded, finding the woman's reasoning quite sound. Hand it over. Song Yadong extended her hand towards Mo Xiaoyu. What should I hand over? Mo Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. The bait. As your fishing companion. You can't expect me to provide my own bait, can you? Song Yadong said to Mo Xiaoyu. Miss. My bait was exchanged for spirit stones. Besides, I didn't ask for a fishing companion. Mo Xiaoyu replied. Nevertheless, he decided to share 1,000 portions of bait with Song Yadong. After all, with such promising news, she was also willing to share the fishing spot with him. If he were unwilling to share some bait, allowing her to watch him catch fish, how could he expect a second chance? All right, sister has taken advantage of you this time. Next time, let you take advantage of me, all right? Song Yadong said as she accepted the bait and glanced at Mo Xiaoyu's dantian. Mo Xiaoyu understood her implication. To be honest, it was hard to resist the allure of such a beautiful woman who constantly teased him. Even though he was usually composed, he found himself reacting. However, upon glancing at the distant, colossal silver carp weighing thousands of pounds, Mo Xiaoyu resolutely suppressed his desires and gave himself a firm slap. Damn it! As a fisherman, how could I think of women in the presence of such magnificent creatures? Am I still a man? After saying this, Mo Xiaoyu quickly took out his fishing rod and assembled the line. How deep do you think it is here? Mo Xiaoyu asked Song Yadong. What? Are you trying to find the bottom? I suggest you save your effort. Even my rod can't reach the bottom, Song Yadong replied, retrieving her fishing rod. It was over 30 meters long and as thick as a bowl. Standing there, it resembled a towering pillar rather than a fishing rod. Seriously? Aren't you only at the master level? How can it be so long and thick? Has your fishing rod reached level 20? Mo Xiaoyu said incredulously as he observed Song Yadong's rod. It wasn't that Mo Xiaoyu lacked experience. He had used a 36-meter fishing rod back on Earth. However, in his understanding, level 5 rods were 9 meters long, level 6 were 10 meters, level 7 were 11, level 8 were over 12, and level 9 maxed out at 16 meters. Yet, the rod she presented was over 30 meters long. Thick? Not only thick, but also sturdy. Why don't you feel for yourself? Song Yadong teased Mo Xiaoyu. This infuriating woman. Could she not be so provocative? Mo Xiaoyu shook his head and chose to ignore her, hastily beginning to cast his line and prepare his bait. Fishing for silver carp required a substantial amount of bait to attract them. However, at this moment, Mo Xiaoyu lacked nothing in that regard. He immediately used large hooks and thick lines, throwing down 10 to 20 portions of bait with each cast. In just a short span, the water surface turned crimson, creating a vast area of fog. Song Yadong also began to cast her line. Moreover, she didn't take advantage of her longer rod to fish farther than Mo Xiaoyu. Instead, she formed an inner V with him, casting into the same spot. Sister, and you are fishing in the same spot. Does that count as fishing together? It does. Mo Xiaoyu nodded. Conceding this time was not a loss. A real man knows when to bend. Then it's settled. 3 mid-grade spirit stones per hour. Oh no, look. A fish. Damn it. Mo Xiaoyu, you inconsiderate man. You caught a fish before me. Song Yadong exclaimed. To be honest, even the experienced Song Yadong hadn't anticipated the silver carp to enter the spot so quickly, initially intending to tease Mo Xiaoyu. She was taken aback when he had already caught a fish after just 10 casts. In the end, Mo Xiaoyu had indeed caught a fish after just 10 casts. Song Yadong dared not be complacent any longer and shouted that she would compete against him, frantically casting her line. Oh no, the silver carp is so powerful. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaoyu was firmly gripping the fishing rod, beginning to reel in the catch. Using magic? Are you really intending to let it slip away? Song Yadong shouted at Mo Xiaoyu. I want to give it a try. Mo Xiaoyu replied with a smile. It must be said that the strength of the white bass is tremendous, especially after this realm absorbed spiritual energy and the fish underwent mutation. Mo Xiaoyu felt as though he were not reeling in a fish, but rather a nuclear submarine, one that was frantically darting about. Unlike the white bass on Earth, which, while powerful and explosive in its bursts, soon exhausted its energy after a few fierce thrusts, the white bass in this world exhibited no such limitations. Time and again, it surged forward with a fervor that seemed inexhaustible. After enduring 4 or 5 rounds, Mo Xiaoyu realized that he could not tire it out in a short span of time. Moreover, if he delayed too long without reeling in the line, the fish would scatter. Even after hooking the fish, he quickly pulled it out of its lair to avoid startling the others. However, he still dared not tarry for long. The white bass was attracted to misty bait. If he failed to draw the fish from the spot for too long, the entire school would disperse. Thus, Mo Xiaoyu swiftly executed a technique, Ocean Strike, directing it toward the depths below. He opted for the 5 elements sword instead of the shadowy night illusion sword. Although Song Yadong did not seem malevolent at present, Mo Xiaoyu was wary of revealing his exquisite spiritual weapon. Nevertheless, even the 5 elements sword appeared to have amplified in power significantly, perhaps due to enhancements from the sect. Even without an increase in spiritual energy, its strength and endurance seemed to have escalated. Mo Xiaoyu felt that this strike's potency was at least double what it had been before. With a resounding crash, the water erupted in a crimson splash. Fortunately, luck was on Mo Xiaoyu's side, as he managed to stun the white bass, dragging it forcibly to the surface. Is it really this large? Even though Mo Xiaoyu had mentally prepared himself for the size of these massive white bass, having encountered them before, he still found it hard to fathom their enormity when viewed beneath the surface in the dim glow of the night fishing lamp. Now, pulled from the depths, he could see it clearly, 7 to 8 meters long and over 3 meters wide, with a plump, snow-white belly and a thick back. The sheer size of its pectoral fin alone measured half a meter in width. It was no wonder these creatures seemed to possess limitless strength. Yet even so, they could not withstand Mo Xiaoyu's ocean strike, which had rendered them senseless and forcibly pulled them from the water. You have caught a giant white bass, earning a sea-level reward, a blueprint for a level 3 upgraded fishing rod. Truly, this giant white bass, weighing several thousand kilograms, had yielded a sea-level reward on the first catch. Mo Xiaoyu exclaimed in delight upon hearing the reward. Although he could not utilize the level 3 fishing rod blueprint at present, he could contribute it to the sect, allowing others to benefit from it. Wow, amazing. You've caught a big white bass so quickly. Boss, you're incredible. Keep it up. Boss, you're the best. How about a little dance from Tong Tong to cheer you on? Just 1 medium-grade spirit stone will do. As Song Yadong clapped her hands, she called out excitedly, jumping up and down, her chest bouncing rhythmically. What a shameless woman. Does she really think of herself as a fishing companion? Always trying to trick me into giving her spirit stones. Mo Xiaoyu felt a pang of irritation, quickly biting his tongue to regain his composure. He dared not let this woman perform her dance. Who knew when she might pull out 2 massive axes? Mo Xiaoyu anticipated that seeing anyone perform such a dance in the future would leave him with a psychological scar. Shaking his head, he tried his best to ignore her and cast his line again. Ah, hee sisters caught a fish too. Mo Xiaoyu, watch as I bring it straight to shore. Song Yadong exclaimed. In the next moment, Mo Xiaoyu saw a massive white bass, weighing thousands of kilograms, being effortlessly lifted by this woman, soaring over his head. It seemed that her earlier splashes had been deliberate, drawing his attention to remind him of her prowess. Otherwise, this enormous creature might not have made a sound as it broke the surface. Such a display of strength was unfathomable, had he not witnessed it firsthand. He would never have imagined that a female angler could achieve such a feat. Even more astonishing was the fact that this same woman had just pretended to be a fishing companion, asking for a medium-grade spirit stone to perform a celebratory dance. How about that? Sister is fast, isn't she? But don't you dare learn from me. Men shouldn't be too quick, Song Yadong remarked, looking at Mo Xiaoyu with wide, astonished eyes. This woman would surely perish if she were to drive. Absolutely, Mo Xiaoyu thought to himself, yet he couldn't help but raise a thumbs up in admiration. Impressive. Truly a master. After this exchange, Mo Xiaoyu noticed that his own bobber seemed to move slightly. However, just as he tightened his grip on the rod and prepared to strike, the bobber, which had been moving, suddenly stilled. Then, it began to jolt erratically. With no choice but to wait, Mo Xiaoyu bided his time for a clear bite before lifting the rod to strike. Soon enough, he observed a distinct dip. The bobber plunged down sharply. He swiftly lifted the rod to set the hook. Yet, this time, only a brief splash echoed, followed by a sudden slackening of the line. The hook had come loose. No way. That was such a clear bite. Mo Xiaoyu muttered in confusion. Just then, Song Yadong's rod bent sharply, and in the next moment, Another colossal creature was hoisted effortlessly into the air by her. This one was even larger than the last, exceeding 3,000 kilograms and reaching over 4,000. Yet, in her hands, it soared as easily as if it were a mere whitebait, without even a sound of splashing water. It was as if this woman had activated some cheat, pulling one massive fish after another in rapid succession. In just a few minutes, over 10 whitebaits, each weighing over 1,000 kilograms, flew into the air. Meanwhile, Imo Xiaoyu struggled to catch even a single fish, with every attempt resulting in either a missed hook or a frantic escape. Song Yadong's laughter rang out, brightening her face. "What's wrong, little brother? Is your rod too soft?" She then began to sing cheerfully. "You are perpetually too soft indeed. This woman, this dog of a woman. I cannot fathom what she must have been consuming in the vastness of the internet before her transmigration to this world." Imo Xiaoyu silently cursed. Alas, the white carp's mouth is inherently gentle. Though the white carp in this realm boasts impressive size, its characteristics remain unchanged, and perhaps even surpass those found on Earth. Imo Xiaoyu was acutely aware that it was due to his rod's excessive softness that he was unable to strike true, or if he did, it was merely a matter of snagging a fish. Yet, his rod was only at level 5, while this woman was undoubtedly a master. Her strength and speed unfathomable in comparison. How could he contend with that? If only he possessed a blueprint to upgrade his rod to level 6. At that level, not only would the rod extend by another segment, but its pulling power would also double, and its hardness would surely increase significantly. Imo Xiaoyu lamented in his heart. At that moment, witnessing Song Yadong's successive catches, his mood plummeted even further than the emptiness of his fishing endeavors over the past fortnight. However, in the next instant, he suddenly recalled something. "No, wait. It seems I need not upgrade my rod to enhance its strength," Imo Xiaoyu thought to himself. Retrieving an ancient rune that emanated a faint glimmer of spiritual energy, exuding an aura of understated antiquity. Yet, the moment he brandished the rune, Song Yadong's gaze became riveted to it, as if her eyes were nailed to his hand. She fixated on the rune with such intensity that she neglected the multiple large black floats that had been biting. A defensive rune for the fishing rod? A treasure of regulatory nature? Good heavens, good heavens. Why must this wretched man possess such fortuitous luck, even acquiring a treasure of regulatory nature? Chapter 53 demands resilience. What is it that makes a fisherman enraptured? Firstly, the piercing sound of the water being sliced. Secondly, the mesmerizing sight of the large black float. Yet now, Song Yadong appeared oblivious to even the floats, her gaze solely locked onto the rune in Imo Xiaoyu's hand, her expressions filled with an insatiable craving. This woman, what does she intend? Surely she does not harbor thoughts of murder and thievery? She has a history, Imo Xiaoyu anxiously pondered. His suspicions regarding the origin of her cave abode intensified, suspecting it had been pilfered from old Fan. "Give it to me. Quickly, my dear. Just hand it over now. You shall be my beloved man." Yet, the woman's yearning expression lasted but a fleeting minute before she suppressed it, resorting to verbal seduction, her fervor reigniting. Nevertheless, upon witnessing her frenzy, Imo Xiaoyu felt a sense of relief wash over him. Regulatory treasures? What precisely constitutes a regulatory treasure? With a newfound boldness, Imo Xiaoyu inquired of Song Yadong, though his hands remained busy, affixing the rune to his fishing rod. Instantly, he perceived a remarkable increase in both weight and hardness of the rod, despite its dimensions remaining unchanged. "Very well. If you do not wish to be my beloved, then I am not interested either. I cannot comprehend how you fishermen think, rejecting an exquisite treasure in exchange for a stunning beauty. They claim women only hinder your fishing prowess?" Song Yadong cast a disdainful glance at Imo Xiaoyu. Nonetheless, she proceeded to elucidate the nature of regulatory treasures. A regulatory treasure embodies a principle unto itself, one that remains unbound by any constraints. For instance, the 5-element sword you just wielded, which purportedly reduces spiritual energy consumption by half. This is merely because your current spells are limited to the fisherman rank. When you ascend to master rank, your spells will undoubtedly grow in ferocity, consuming even greater spiritual energy. Can you truly expect a low-grade spiritual weapon to have your energy expenditure? Let alone the formidable Grand Master and Fishing King ranks, at which point relying on it to lessen energy consumption will be laughable. It might very well implode under the strain of a Fishing King spell, but this rune is different. If it promises to double your strength, it will indeed double it, regardless of whether you are at Master, Grand Master, or Fishing King ranks. It is merely your handsome visage that compels me to refrain. Otherwise I, as a Fishing King, would surely have subdued you by now, Song Yadong remarked to Imo Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Imo Xiaoyu was understandably alarmed. He had initially worried that revealing his exquisite spiritual weapon might incite the woman's avarice. Yet now, Casually presenting a rune had turned out to be a treasure capable of enticing even a fishing king. Realizing this, Mo Xiaoyu hastily attempted to detach the rune from his rod, unwilling to risk being murdered for a mere artifact. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, it seemed firmly lodged, as if it had fused with the rod itself, leaving behind indelible marks. Enough, enough. Do not remove it. If I intended to seize it, I would have acted long ago. Furthermore, this rune can only be recognized when not affixed. Once attached, it becomes imperceptible, gradually melding into the rod until it leaves no trace. Song Yadong reassured Mo Xiaoyu. However, despite her reassurances, Mo Xiaoyu remained anxious. How long is not long? An hour? A day? Or perhaps a month, a year? You have never utilized a regulatory treasure. Why not gift me one? And after your trial, you can enlighten me? Oh. Mo Xiaoyu quickly shook his head. I knew you lacked one. Regulatory treasures are exceedingly rare. You, a mere 7th-tier fisherman who has only recently transmigrated. Encountering one is akin to striking gold after generations of burning incense. Song Yadong replied. What she did not realize, however, was that Mo Xiaoyu indeed possessed one, his exquisite anti-bite line set. No, he even suspected that the premium bait stone might qualify as well. After all, these 3 items had been obtained upon completing a dungeon's first kill quest from 3 treasure chests. Yet, Mo Xiaoyu dared not voice this. Nor did he allow even a flicker of expression to betray his thoughts. The joys of fishing. All your fault. Mo Xiaoyu chuckled softly. Bring forth some treasure of rule. Yet I do not wish to be the cherished man of my elder sister. Alas, my sister has not even struck a single significant catch. Tonight, she shall surely find no rest, and you must accompany her, Song Yadong remarked to Mo Xiaoyu. One could not discern whether she meant to accompany or to compensate, or perhaps both meanings intertwined. In any case, this woman would surely perish if she did not drive for a moment. Such was her desperation. Mo Xiaoyu seemed accustomed to this, responding to Song Yadong. I kindly implore you to keep this secret safe. This time, he refrained from addressing her as beauty, and genuinely called her sister. After all, when one seeks a favor, a touch of sweetness in speech is imperative. Indeed, for you are the favored son-in-law of my sister. Should you fall victim to murder and treasure theft, she would be left to endure a lifetime in solitude. How could she possibly bear it? Song Yadong replied, her agreement resolute. Whether her words held truth, Mo Xiaoyu could not ascertain. He was left with no choice, as he had no knowledge of what he had directly brought forth. Alas, it seemed his strength was insufficient. Clearly, he must enhance his abilities post-haste. With formidable might, how could such worries ever arise? It was evident that caution was now paramount. He should avoid fishing alongside those who surpassed him in strength. Mo Xiaoyu pondered these thoughts and quickly took action, seizing his fishing rod and casting it with fervor. Only by catching more fish could he elevate his prowess at a swifter pace. After several casts, a tantalizing tug manifested before his eyes. Mo Xiaoyu promptly yanked upward with vigor. In the next moment, the sound of water being sliced echoed as he felt the gratifying sensation of a firm hook. Indeed, it seems that catching the bighead carp requires a robust approach. Mo Xiaoyu thought with exhilaration. This time, he did not attempt to coax the fish. He executed a decisive strike that sent a surge of crimson into the waters. Though it did not succumb to dizziness, the massive white carp, severely wounded, struggled only briefly before Mo Xiaoyu drew it from the depths. The entire ordeal took but a single round, lasting a mere minute. You have caught a giant white carp, earning a C-grade reward, yellow spirit stone. Another C-grade reward. Moreover, it was a material for upgrading his sect. Mo Xiaoyu rejoiced and swiftly stored the yellow spirit stone in his inventory. Subsequently, he began to reel and fish one after another. While not every cast yielded a bite, he needed only to cast 2 or 3 times to entice a fish. With the defensive talisman affixed to his fishing rod, he no longer suffered from the rod's softness that would lead to missed catches. Almost every time a fish approached, Mo Xiaoyu would raise the rod, and moments later, the sound of water being disturbed would follow, leading to swift captures. Of course, he could not match Song Yadong's speed, for she was a master in her own right, a full realm above his own. Yet, the disparity did not seem as pronounced. Additionally, Mo Xiaoyu possessed an ample supply of over 3,000 bait portions, thus he was not frugal with their use. Each bait he deployed was often larger than that used by Song Yadong, sometimes even double or triple in size. Consequently, while Song Yadong may have been slightly swifter in catching fish, the difference was not significant. She could reel in 3 while he could manage 2, and during lean moments, it was entirely possible for him to surpass her by a fish or 2. What a brash man. He shows no consideration for a lady, Song Yadong remarked. Observing Mo Xiaoyu's catches, her tone tinged with mild reproach. Surely, she felt some discomfort. After all, no angler relishes being outdone in their shared fishing spot. especially when employing the same bait. Furthermore, this angler was considerably weaker than herself. Yet, her annoyance did not impede her driving. You have caught a giant white carp, earning a C-grade reward, medium spirit stone. You have caught a giant white carp, earning a C-grade reward, green spirit stone. You have caught a giant white carp, earning a D-grade reward, level 4 fishing rod upgrade blueprint. Soon, Mo Xiaoyu had reeled in 8 giant white carps. Each of these carps had at least yielded C-grade rewards, with several instances even resulting in D-grade rewards. Just as Mo Xiaoyu prepared to cast again, a wave of nerves washed over him. After all, this would mark his 10th cast, and a chance for a critical strike. Can you hear the alert for the treasures I have garnered? Mo Xiaoyu inquired of Song Yadong. Although he had yet to hear her response, he felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that she might overhear. After all, when he achieved a critical strike, the sound was markedly different. What if she discovered his unique alert and thus unveiled his talent? However, to his surprise, upon hearing his question, she turned to him and asked, "What? Are you afraid of revealing your talent?" How did you know? Mo Xiaoyu replied, taken aback, staring at her in disbelief. Who could have foreseen that she would respond, "Ha ha ha, because I possess one too. If I lack talent, how could I possibly join the Monster Alliance? How could I have been dispatched by the leader specifically to entice you, young Mo Xiaoyu?" "Ah, I see." Mo Xiaoyu exhaled with relief, realizing that his talent was not as unique as he had believed. It was common within the Monster Alliance. Just as he felt a wave of relief, Song Yadong pressed him further. "Tell me, are you 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 10,000? Hearing her words, Mo Xiaoyu's tension resurfaced. "I will not answer. Could it be that you are 1 in 100,000, just like me? It appears my sister's intuition remains as sharp as ever. Truly, you are the little son-in-law she has chosen." Faced with Song Yadong's probing, Mo Xiaoyu dared not utter a word. He had no choice, for he was the sole possessor of an SSS grade talent among the myriad anglers of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In that moment, Mo Xiaoyu could only remain silent. Fortunate that her inquiries ceased at that point. The question of Mo Xiaoyu's innate talent was never posed. Nevertheless, despite this uncertainty, Mo Xiaoyu felt a twinge of trepidation. After all, should he happen to score a critical hit concerning quality, it could be attributed to mere fortune. However, what if he were to strike a quantity? It is worth noting that, in this world, all anglers seem to be limited to a single item per catch. How wonderful it would be if the items could directly be transferred to the warehouse. Mo Xiaoyu mused silently. He refrained from casting his line just yet, and instead opened his warehouse to inspect its contents. He wondered if items could be directly deposited without appearing before Song Yadong. Smart deposit. Once configured, all items will automatically be stored in the warehouse without the angler's intervention. Ha ha, this feature indeed exists. I must say, the system settings in this world are remarkably advanced. Mo Xiaoyu quickly located the smart deposit configuration and set it up. Once completed, he equipped his fishing rod with bait and cast his 10th line. Surely, it would yield at least a C-grade reward, perhaps even a D-grade reward on occasion. What treasures might he unearth this time? Mo Xiaoyu pondered. However, as he cast his line, the float remained still. Mo Xiaoyu remained unfazed. After all, fishing for silver carp does not guarantee a bite with every cast as one might expect with ordinary fish. One must also bait the spot. Before his bait could fully dissolve, he promptly lifted his rod and recast. 1 cast, 2 casts, 3 casts, 4 casts, 5 casts, yet still no bites. "Are you getting any bites?" Mo Xiaoyu inquired of Song Yadong. "None. If you aren't getting any, how could I?" She replied. "Could it be that we fished them all out? That's impossible. I just saw at least 100, and we've only caught fewer than 20 between us. Perhaps they've moved to deeper waters," they reasoned together, dismissing the idea that they had been fished out. The only plausible explanation was that the fish had descended into deeper layers. "What are we waiting for? Adjust the float deeper and give it a try," Song Yadong urged. Mo Xiaoyu lifted his rod and adjusted the depth by a meter. Indeed, that single meter made all the difference. The float finally settled. A crisp sound echoed, and a large black float appeared before his eyes. Chapter 55, Quality Critical Hit 1,000 times. Mo Xiaoyu had anticipated this moment. Gripping the rod tightly, he yanked it upward. Suddenly, a cacophony of splashes erupted beneath the surface, akin to thunder. The overwhelming force bent Mo Xiaoyu's rod, the tip plunging into the water. This was the first time that his rod, reinforced with a defensive charm, had been pulled underwater. "This is enormous. Far larger than the last. Be cautious. Steady now. We must not snap the line," Song Yadong shouted excitedly from the sidelines, her exhilaration surpassing even that of landing a fish herself. Mo Xiaoyu was acutely aware that this catch was significantly larger than the previous one, the strength transmitted through the rod offering him profound insight into its size. Thus, he steadied the rod, gradually lifting the tip from the water's depths. He refrained from using any spells, as both the line and rod seemed to be nearing their limits. At that moment, should he unleash the sea strike, it would be fortuitous if the creature were to be stunned. If not, the colossal beast might lunge forward in pain, leading to a tug-of-war that would leave him with no option but to sever the line. Therefore, Xiaoyu remained judicious, slowly extracting the rod's tip from the water. As the rod arched back into a mighty bow, he had gained sufficient distance to absorb the strain before executing the sea strike, thrusting downward into the depths. Additionally, he readied the Wu Tian hook, swiftly following it with the five-element sword, plunging towards the lurking giant. Indeed, Xiaoyu's intuition proved correct. Upon being attacked, the great beast below, unperturbed by the stunning blow, began to thrash violently. However, with the distance he had created, Xiaoyu tightly gripped the rod while leaning to the right, pulling the thrashing behemoth sideways. Then, he leaned to the left, quickly dissipating the explosive force that had surged from the creature's pain. Once again, he steadily lifted the rod, forming a grand arc. At this moment, Xiaoyu finally had the opportunity to scrutinize the surface. Streams of blood had already turned a considerable area of the water crimson. Through the vivid red, the silhouette of a massive creature emerged before him. It measured a staggering 7 or 8 meters in length and weighed no less than 5,000 pounds. Was this truly the fabled bighead carp of this world? It hardly seemed that large. Xiaoyu gazed at the colossal figure in disbelief. Even after spending considerable time in this realm, and having previously caught fish that far exceeded their earthly counterparts in size, witnessing this enormous flower carp left him utterly astonished. Flower carp. Bighead. Goodness, I've spent the entire night catching silver carp. How is it that you managed to snag a bighead on your first try? Song Yadong exclaimed, her voice rising in frustration as she beheld the immense flower carp beneath the surface, as if she had suffered an immense loss. Aren't we fishing together? Besides, you caught more than I did. Xiaoyu shook his head, perplexed by her comments about having fished all night while he had merely cast once. I don't care. You caught a bighead, and I did not. Therefore, you owe me a reward. Hurry up and give me a reward. Song Yadong pouted at Xiaoyu, employing an entirely unreasonable demeanor. Xiaoyu, however, would not be swayed. This was his 10th catch, and it might yield something extraordinary. Furthermore, in this world, once a fish is caught, there is no need to net it, alleviating any concerns about this woman interfering with his line. So, Xiaoyu chose to ignore her pleas and steadily reeled in the line. Once the cooldown for the sea strike elapsed, he executed another powerful thrust towards the creature. This time, fortune smiled upon him, and he struck the giant with sufficient force to render it unconscious, enabling him to haul it from the depths. Congratulations on catching a giant silver carp. As this marks your 10th fish capture, you are awarded the D-grade recipe for the Spirit-Enhancing Pill with a 10,000-fold quality critical hit. Spirit-Enhancing Pill, a second-tier elixir that increases the success rate of advancing to master rank by 10%. 10,000 times. Once again, 10,000 times. A second-tier elixir recipe. Xiaoyu nearly burst into laughter upon hearing the notification. What about the treasure you obtained? Surely it's too precious to have simply been stored away in your inventory? Song Yadong inquired. No, it's nothing much. Just a D-grade material. Xiaoyu attempted to downplay it casually to Song Yadong. However, he ultimately revealed too much. I believe you. If it were merely a D-grade material, the smile tugging at your lips wouldn't be so hard to suppress, Song Yadong observed astutely. Indeed, Xiaoyu's smile was more difficult to contain than AK's. Yet, he wished it were not so. The crux of the matter was that the item he had just received was extraordinarily valuable. A 10,000-fold quality critical hit was enough to send him into a frenzy of excitement. Not to mention, it was a recipe that could enhance the success rate of advancing to master rank. Merely obtaining it would elevate the success rate by 10%. Most importantly, the recipe was unlike forging or building blueprints, which were one-time use items. After being utilized, they would vanish, necessitating new blueprints for future crafting. Conversely, this recipe could be used indefinitely. Having already examined the potency-enhancing pills that Song Yadong had exchanged for him, Xiaoyu realized that as long as he could acquire sufficient materials, he could concoct the elixir 10, 20, 30, or even 100 times. At that point, he would not only be able to create a substantial quantity of spirit-enhancing pills, but he might also trigger quality critical hits, yielding even greater enhancements in success rates for his elixirs. Who knows? He might even concoct pills with a success rate of 1,000 or even 10,000 times. Especially considering his current baseline critical hit was already 100-fold. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Xiaoyu could hardly resist the urge to examine the recipe in detail right then and there. However, the timing was clearly not right. Not only because Song Yadong was nearby, and he feared her discovering his excitement, but also because the silver carp had come in droves, and he needed to seize the moment to continue fishing. You have caught a giant flower carp. You have obtained a spirit flower. Chapter 56. This was a stroke of luck, and he nearly laughed out loud again. A spirit flower. The very name suggested a connection to the spirit-enhancing pill. Soon, Mo Xiaoyu caught another giant silver carp, which yielded yet another spirit flower. Simultaneously, Song Yadong also reeled in a catch, and to her surprise, it too was a spirit flower. However, the moment she held the spirit flower, she cast it into the water without a second thought. Huh, what a worthless item, she exclaimed. Mo Xiaoyu, perplexed, asked her, what are you doing? This is a D-grade reward. Even if you are already at master rank and have no need for the spirit-enhancing pill to boost your advancement, it could still be exchanged for other materials. He simply could not fathom why she would so carelessly discard it into the depths. Observing Mo Xiaoyu's bewilderment, Song Yadong began to question him. You didn't just catch a spirit flower, did you? She asked. Yes, so what? Mo Xiaoyu replied. Ha. Finally, I feel a sense of balance. Song Yadong laughed heartily. Wait, is it really necessary for you to be this pleased just because I caught a spirit flower? Mo Xiaoyu questioned her, puzzled. Absolutely. Although the spirit flower is a primary ingredient for crafting the spirit-enhancing pill, do you know what conditions are necessary to obtain the recipe for it? Song Yadong inquired. Mo Xiaoyu thought he knew the answer. Isn't it simply to catch a giant flower carp and then trigger a quality critical hit? Of course. He would never say that aloud. It requires an I-grade reward. Do you know what type of fish is needed to obtain an I-grade reward? At the very least, it requires a third-tier water demon, she asserted. A third tier? So far, even the so-called Grand Masters in Onping City flee at the sight of them. She continued. Do you really think anyone will craft a pill from your spirit flower? She asked. Mo Xiaoyu nodded. That three-headed magic carp is a third-tier water demon. The sect master of the fallen sect and several elders are Grand Masters. They can only seal a three-headed magic carp. What about the fishing king? Surely someone at that level must possess one? Mo Xiaoyu asked again. Yes, certainly. However, within 100,000 miles of this waterway, there is only one fishing king. Do you think they would help a mere insignificant fisherman like you craft a spirit-enhancing pill? Song Yadong pressed further. You do have a point. But they could still pass the recipe on to others for crafting. Mo Xiaoyu countered. Well, that does make sense. But what is the big deal about that? Why are you shouting so loudly? Song Yadong retorted, raising her voice. While Mo Xiaoyu's argument seemed valid, the fact remained that despite her years in this world, she had yet to witness anyone successfully crafting a spirit-enhancing pill, at least not in any of the places she had visited. Mo Xiaoyu initially wanted to argue that he hadn't raised his voice, but upon seeing the spirit flower in the water, he quickly acquiesced. Oh, I was wrong. Could you possibly give me that spirit flower? Take it. Take it. Since you've admitted your mistake so sincerely, I'll generously gift it to you, Song Yadong said, waving her hand in a magnanimous manner. In her mind, no one would bother to craft it, and even if she took it back, it would be a waste of space in her inventory. However, what she did not expect was that when she caught another giant silver carp, it yielded yet another material for the spirit-enhancing pill. You have caught a giant silver carp, receiving a D-grade reward, a Millennium 9-leaf grass. Oh my goodness. Another ingredient for the spirit-enhancing pill. Have you struck a vein for spirit-enhancing pills today? If you have the ability, why not bring forth a recipe for me? Song Yadong exclaimed, seizing the Millennium 9-leaf grass, preparing to toss it into the water again. Mo Xiaoyu quickly intervened. Wait. Take it. Surely, you do not intend to keep it, waiting for the day you can concoct a spirit-nourishing pill? Song Yadong remarked to Mo Xiaoyu. What if one day, my luck skyrockets and I truly encounter a third-tier water demon? Mo Xiaoyu retorted. Then, sister shall be left to guard an empty room, Song Yadong replied. For in her heart, not only did she believe that Mo Xiaoyu would not encounter such a creature, but even if she did, it would merely be a futile sacrifice of life, let alone the prospect of capturing a third-tier water demon to obtain the formula for the pill. Thus, in the days that followed, each time they procured materials for the spirit-nourishing pill, she casually tossed them to Mo Xiaoyu, persistently saying, take it. Since you enjoy collecting rubbish, I shall indulge you. Consequently, during this period, Mo Xiaoyu not only amassed a considerable amount of materials for refining the spirit-nourishing pill, but also received all that Song Yadong obtained. This is quite the bargain. I nearly laughed aloud. It seems this 1,000 portions of bait were not given in vain. Mo Xiaoyu mused to himself. You have caught a giant flower silver carp, receiving a D-grade reward, one spirit-nourishing flower. You have caught a giant flower silver carp, receiving a D-grade reward, one Millennium 9-leaf grass. Before long, Mo Xiaoyu had caught 7 or 8 giant silver carps, none weighing less than 5,000 pounds. As he continued fishing, a sense of trepidation began to creep in. He even retrieved the safety rope, Even though this item was also drawn from a treasure chest, Song Yadong would likely become envious upon seeing it. Mo Xiaoyu felt compelled to take it out. However, once he produced the safety rope, Song Yadong did not react as she had previously. Mo Xiaoyu surmised that this item was probably not a treasure governed by rules. Simultaneously, he had also acquired 3 9-leaf grasses and 5 spirit-nourishing flowers. Far more than what Song Yadong had given him. After all, she was a master-level practitioner. Even if her fishing luck did not match Mo Xiaoyu's, she could still reel in 5 or 6,000 pound giants. Moreover, the majority of the materials she caught were casually tossed to Mo Xiaoyu, leaving him with little room for discontent. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaoyu approached the thrilling 10th cast. The last time yielded a 10,000-fold quality critical hit. What would this time bring? Surely, it could not always be a 10,000-fold. Mo Xiaoyu pondered. With this thought in mind, he did not harbor great expectations for this cast. Nonchalantly, he let the line drop, awaiting the outcome. Soon enough, the float began to slowly sink beneath the water's surface. Observing the float's gradual descent, the bite was anything but decisive, further diminishing Mo Xiaoyu's anticipation. Yet, what he could not have anticipated was that when he yanked the rod with all his might, a terrifying force surged through it, one even greater than that of the previous catch, doubling its strength. In an instant, the tip of Mo Xiaoyu's fishing rod was pulled underwater, followed by the rod's body and grip. He dared not hold on any longer. If he persisted, it would not merely lead to the rod breaking, but he would surely be dragged into the water. Thankfully, he had secured the safety rope moments ago. Chapter 57, 10,000-fold, yet another 10,000-fold quality critical hit. What ferocity! What on earth have you hooked? Song Yadong inquired, seeing Mo Xiaoyu's rod being thrust into the water. Who knows? Mo Xiaoyu shook his head. This was the second time he had employed the safety rope while fishing. The last was against that 3-headed demon carp. He swiftly maneuvered the floating island to follow. Hey, do you need assistance? Song Yadong called out as she watched him drift further away. Not necessary. You continue to gather the bait. Do not scatter it. I will notify you if needed, Mo Xiaoyu shouted back. This was not only because Song Yadong's presence would disrupt the gathering, but also because he wished to find a secluded spot to test the power of the Night Phantom Spirit Sword. Thus, Mo Xiaoyu gradually trailed the rod, while the immense creature below seemed in no hurry, slowly pulling the line further into the depths. As it swam more than 10 miles, the creature suddenly appeared to sense something amiss, furiously thrashing about. It created towering waves over 10 meters high and leaped from the water, wreaking havoc. At last, Mo Xiaoyu caught a glimpse of its true form. 4 to 5 meters in length. Not to mention the recently caught giant flower silver carps. Even the last giant white carp paled in comparison. Despite its smaller size, its strength dwarfed that of the previous giant flower silver carp by an unknown magnitude. Simultaneously, its appearance was exceedingly peculiar. It was a snow-white flower silver carp. Indeed, snow-white. In all his fishing endeavors, Mo Xiaoyu had neither seen nor even heard of a white flower silver carp. Yet, he could not deny that it was indeed a flower silver carp, for it possessed a large head and was adorned with mysterious patterns. However, the patterns on its body differed from those on typical flower silver carps. The usual patterns were black or brown, and Mo Xiaoyu had even seen some well-cared-for specimens exhibiting golden or red markings. Yet this one was entirely different, displaying blue patterns, reminiscent of the hues found on blue and white porcelain. A snow-white body with blue markings, it appeared both noble and enigmatic under the night sky. Could it be a variant? Transformed into a water demon? Mo Xiaoyu thought, his expression growing grave. Although most water demons he had encountered recently were aggressive carnivorous fish, he could not forget the 3-headed demon carp from the fallen sect, which was an omnivorous species. Thus, he harbored serious doubts that this creature had indeed mutated into a water demon. The primary distinction between a water demon and a giant creature is that the former, upon encountering a fisherman, would actively attack, while the latter would merely struggle violently. With this in mind, Mo Xiaoyu hastily unleashed his 3rd-grade cave dwelling. Once the protective barrier was established, he further readied the Night Phantom Spirit Sword, waiting for the creature to tire from its thrashing before delivering a decisive blow. However, to Mo Xiaoyu's astonishment, after a period of struggle, the creature unexpectedly ceased all movement, fixating its gaze squarely upon him. With a ferocious charge, it collided headlong into Mo Xiaoyu. The speed was so astounding that it was hardly any slower than the 3-headed magic carp encountered in the dungeon. After all, the silver carp's swiftness was inherently superior to that of the bottom-dwelling carp. Mo Xiaoyu barely had time to register the blurring motion before he was forcefully hurled against the barrier of his cave dwelling. The world around him spun violently. Although the barrier remained unscathed, the floating island was sent reeling backwards by the impact. Mo Xiaoyu even felt that the force was considerably greater than that of the 3-headed magic carp, at the very least. The floating island had not been pushed back during their previous encounter. Truly, this was a water spirit. He was relieved to have released the cave dwelling. Mo Xiaoyu thought to himself with a sense of gratitude. Simultaneously, he thrust the nightshade illusion sword fiercely towards it. With a satisfying thud, the exquisite spiritual weapon pierced through the head of the blue-patterned silver carp, emerging directly from its tail moments later. Almost immediately, a foul, nauseating odor wafted through the air as a large mass of entrails fell from its abdomen. A gaping wound stretched from its head to its gills, then down to its belly, and finally to its tail, nearly cleaving it in two. Was this the sheer power of an exquisite spiritual weapon? It was utterly terrifying. Mo Xiaoyu found it hard to believe his own eyes. After all, this was a mutated giant silver carp, undoubtedly a water spirit. Its physical resilience was far beyond that of ordinary colossal creatures. Who would have thought that with just one strike, Mo Xiaoyu could nearly sever this creature in half? Yet, astonishingly, the injured blue-patterned silver carp showed no signs of struggle whatsoever. Could it be that it had been slain by a single blow? Mo Xiaoyu mused, but quickly shook his head. Fish are not like other animals. After being caught, they often thrash violently when thrown into a pot. This creature was merely stunned. With this realization, Mo Xiaoyu wasted no time and once again wielded the Nightshade Illusion Sword, launching it towards the creature. With the enhancement of the Nightshade Illusion Sword, Mo Xiaoyu's Sea Strike had a cooldown of only 30 seconds, while the stun duration lasted a full minute. Moreover, since it was currently night, the cooldown was further reduced to merely 15 seconds, and the stun duration extended to a remarkable 2 minutes. By the time the blue-patterned silver carp regained its senses, Mo Xiaoyu had already unleashed 5 or 6 strikes. At this point, it was not just struggling. Its entire body had been mercilessly cleaved into several pieces, teetering on the brink of being reduced to mere fragments. Not to mention, during this time, it was certainly still reeling from the stunning effects. Consequently, as Mo Xiaoyu delivered his 7th strike, a prompt echoed in his ears. Congratulations! You have captured a mid-tier water spirit, the blue-patterned silver carp. As this is your 10th catch, you are awarded an E-grade reward, the 1,000 Mechanisms Pill Recipe, with a 10,000-fold quality enhancement. Quality, yet again, and this time, a 10,000-fold enhancement. Mo Xiaoyu could hardly believe his fortune. The good tidings truly came in pairs. Once more, he had attained a quality enhancement. And this one seemed even superior to the last. After all, this time he had caught a water spirit of the first stage, whereas the previous catch had merely been a colossal creature. Thus, the initial reward was an E-grade. Mo Xiaoyu surmised that this reward must surpass the quality of the spirit-nourishing pill. Eagerly, he opened the recipe to examine its contents. 1,000 Mechanisms Pill contains extremely pure spiritual energy. Consuming just one allows the angler to advance to the 2nd tier of the Master Realm. Required ingredients: 10 stalks of Millennium 9-leaf grass, 1 Spirit Shadow Fruit, and 1 Mystic Transforming Spirit Stone. So, this was a pill meant for those above the Master Realm, and just one would suffice to elevate one to the 2nd tier. No wonder it was of a higher grade than the spirit-nourishing pill, Mo Xiaoyu thought excitedly. Although the ingredients for the 1,000 Mechanisms Pill were indeed quite precious. Thus far, Mo Xiaoyu had only encountered the Millennium 9-leaf grass, and even then, he needed 10 stalks. However, he still had time to gather materials, as he was some distance from reaching the Master Realm. Besides, even the spirit-nourishing pill was scarce due to the lack of recipes, and the materials were almost non-existent. How much more elusive would the higher quality 1,000 Mechanisms Pill be? It was entirely possible that it would be even less valuable by then. Hastily, Mo Xiaoyu tucked away the recipe. Should he return now? After putting away the recipe, Mo Xiaoyu found himself in a quandary. Logically, he should hasten back. As the fish were biting well, every additional catch was an advantage. However, what if Song Yadong questioned him about how he had managed to finish so quickly? Wouldn't he that risk revealing the existence of his exquisite spiritual weapon? Perhaps he could tell her that the fish were simply larger this time, thus allowing for a swift catch? Mo Xiaoyu contemplated. Yet, he soon shook his head again. No, that woman had far more experience than he did. She might have already guessed that he was dealing with a water spirit. With that thought, Mo Xiaoyu abandoned the idea of returning immediately. He lingered in the area for a good 20 minutes before finally returning to his original spot. However, even after his rapid return, Song Yadong was still astonished and asked, "How could you be back so soon?" That was a mid-tier water spirit. Indeed, the woman had discerned that he had encountered a water spirit rather than just a colossal creature. Fortunately, Mo Xiaoyu had waited a bit before returning. By this time, nearly half an hour had passed. Mo Xiaoyu had prepared some excuses. Oh, was it really that much effort? But don't forget, I'm a 7th-tier angler, and I have the backing of a first-rate sect. After hearing Mo Xiaoyu's words, Song Yadong fell silent. Whether she truly believed him, Mo Xiaoyu could not ascertain. Here, Take these, and please give me more of your bait. Song Yadong produced over 10 spirit-nourishing flowers and 6 stalks of Millennium 9-leaf grass, handing them to Mo Xiaoyu. He gratefully accepted them, smiling, of course. It's the least I could do. He then shared half of his remaining bait with Song Yadong. After all, catching silver carp was exceedingly bait-intensive. Otherwise, one could easily sell 1 billion worth of silver carp on a day like Double 11. Not to mention, in this world, silver carp were even more demanding. Each cast required over 20 portions of bait to yield a single catch. Moreover, not every cast guaranteed a fish. Given this, Song Yadong had already managed to catch 3 or 4 fish. Using 1,000 portions of bait was hardly unreasonable. Even so, Mo Xiaoyu had used even more. He hadn't caught as many as others, and it was even more unnecessary to mention that the flower carp they later caught, most of which had been given to Mo Xiaoyu. Initially, he thought that over 4,000 portions of bait would be more than sufficient. Yet, it appeared that after just a little over an hour of fishing, they would soon run out. Mo Xiaoyu shook his head, his expression growing somewhat anxious. If we run out, we run out. In a little over an hour, we might stop catching fish anyway. Song Yadong thought Mo Xiaoyu was worried about not having enough bait due to his lack of experience in fishing for hidden species. No, that's not what I'm concerned about. I'm worried about what we will do for bait after tomorrow, Mo Xiaoyu replied to Song Yadong. The reason everyone was willing to trade bait with him today was that their strengths were relatively weak. Tomorrow would be a different story. Nearly all disciples from his sect would be at the first or second tier of fishing, and with the substantial catches from tonight, it was likely that even third-tier fishers would emerge. Furthermore, with the attributes provided by the sect, they would be stronger than even fourth-tier fishers, aside from lacking spiritual power. Who would still be willing to trade bait with him then? Ha, I thought you were worried about something serious. Turns out you were merely concerned about tomorrow's bait. Song Yadong said to Mo Xiaoyu reassuringly. Rest assured, when we reach Omping City, you can have as much bait as you desire. Is there someone who can produce bait in Omping City? Mo Xiaoyu asked in astonishment. No. It seems that bait in this world is controlled by the laws of heaven. No one can produce it. Song Yadong shook her head. Then why will there be bait in Omping City? Mo Xiaoyu inquired once more. Song Yadong did not answer but smiled enigmatically. This matter cannot be explained in just a few sentences. You will understand when you arrive. All right. Since she was unwilling to elaborate, Mo Xiaoyu did not press further. In the following time, Mo Xiaoyu continued to catch 30 giant flower carps. He experienced 3 critical hits. But there were no more quality critical hits after that. The highest he achieved was a single 1,000-fold quantity critical hit, yielding 1,000 spirit flowers. The rest were all 100-fold quantity critical hits, including one instance of 100 Millennium 9-leaf herbs and another of 100 spirit fruits, which provided Mo Xiaoyu with ample materials for spirit elixirs. He was just one material short of completing the materials needed for the 1,000 mechanisms elixir. Song Yadong caught even more, managing to reel in 40 to 50 fish, surpassing Mo Xiaoyu by over 10. Yet, in terms of yield, it was uncertain how many times less her haul was compared to his, especially since most of her materials ended up being given to Mo Xiaoyu. Goodness, tonight, I've truly stumbled upon the nest of elixirs. I've been working for you the whole night. The thought nearly drove Song Yadong to the brink of exasperation. Mo Xiaoyu genuinely feared that one careless step might lead her to stomp on his fishing rod, resulting in catastrophic consequences. I'm done fishing. What day is it today? Didn't you check the calendar before going out? Song Yadong said angrily. Not fishing anymore. I still have some live bait here. If you don't use it, it will refresh tomorrow, Mo Xiaoyu remarked, feeling somewhat reluctant. Then by all means, fish if you wish. But I have no intention of accompanying you any longer. Song Yadong responded. At this moment, it was already approaching midnight. The peak fishing period had long passed. Had they not just furiously baited the spot, the flower carp would have likely fled. Let me try again. I haven't fished with live bait before. Mo Xiaoyu said to Song Yadong. Do as you please. But you better hand over a couple of your loaches and prawns. Song Yadong replied. Weren't you just saying you wouldn't fish? Mo Xiaoyu asked her. Live bait is different from regular bait. I only have 5 loaches and 5 prawns. You're asking for half of my catch. Can I use them to roast and eat? Song Yadong said. Before Mo Xiaoyu could respond, she began to take action and claim the bait. Seeing her rush over, Mo Xiaoyu quickly called out, Stop. I'll give it to you. Is that all right? There was no way around it. She was a master while he was merely a 7th-tier fisher. He certainly did not want to offend Song Yadong over 2 loaches and 2 prawns. You do have some sense, Song Yadong said to him. Having taken the prawns and loaches, she began to prepare them with precision. Soon, 2 loaches over 2 meters long and prawns over 1 meter long were ready. Then, she unleashed a fire-type spell to begin roasting. What astounded Mo Xiaoyu was that this woman not only brought along salt and other seasonings, but even cumin and chili powder. Where did you get the cumin and chili powder? Mo Xiaoyu asked in disbelief. Of course, they grow in this world. Do you think I brought them from Earth? Song Yadong replied. There isn't any land in this world. How could cumin and chili grow? Mo Xiaoyu asked again. Who said that chili and cumin can only grow on land? Can't they mutate and grow in water? Song Yadong replied, displaying a look of disdain for his ignorance. Mo Xiaoyu pondered for a moment. In a world where even small fish could grow to dozens of pounds, what else was impossible? Perhaps not only could chili and cumin grow in water, but maybe even tigers and lions could as well. I advise you not to waste such good things. Why fish with such splendid ingredients? Especially when there are no fish biting. Song Yadong laughed at Mo Xiaoyu. With that, she shared one of the large prawns she had roasted with him. The prawn sizzled with oil, its shell a bright red, slightly crispy, yet tender inside. Furthermore, it was uncertain whether it was due to the spiritual energy absorbed by the spices of this world or some other reason. But the aroma was far superior to anything on earth. Just looking at it and smelling it made one salivate. Taking a bite, he experienced a spicy and savory explosion of flavors that nearly made his eyebrows singe off. Delicious. Truly exquisite. I never expected you to possess such exceptional culinary skills. Mo Xiaoyu praised as he savored the dish. Is it delicious? Then marry me. I'll cook for you every day. Song Yadong responded playfully. Song Yadong smiled at Mo Xiaoyu and picked up a large shrimp to eat. If only there were a cold beer right now, Mo Xiaoyu remarked while eating. No cold beer. How about some Daughter S Red? Song Yadong suggested, revealing a jar of Daughter S Red. You still keep such a thing? Mo Xiaoyu asked. Glancing at her, it was surprising, considering this woman had discarded even the D-grade reward spirit flower without a second thought. Who would have imagined she would keep this ungraded Daughter S Red in her storage? This is what life is about. Hurry. Fetch a bucket of your spirit spring to chill it. Song Yadong said nonchalantly, insisting that Mo Xiaoyu retrieve a bucket of spirit spring to cool the Daughter S Red. I don't have a bucket available. I only have half a bucket left. Mo Xiaoyu replied. It wasn't that he was unwilling to share. Rather, he had contributed a significant amount of spirit spring to the sect's storage earlier in the afternoon for the disciples' use. Half a bucket will suffice. Quickly bring it out. Song Yadong urged. Reluctantly, Mo Xiaoyu complied. However, witnessing Song Yadong steeping the ungraded Daughter S Red in the spirit spring, he felt a twinge of reluctance. Sister, isn't this a bit extravagant? Extravagant? You might be right. It does seem somewhat wasteful. How about this, later? I'll share a bath with you using the spirit spring infused with Daughter S Red, she suggested. Well, half a bucket might not be enough for both of us. You'll have to settle for watching while I bathe, Song Yadong added. Mo Xiaoyu thought to himself. Wouldn't it be better if I soaked myself? Yet, he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. With a mouthful of large shrimp, a bite of loach, and some chilled Daughter S Red, both Mo Xiaoyu and Song Yadong were enjoying their meal immensely. Perhaps due to his enhanced abilities or the fact that he hadn't eaten for 2 days. Mo Xiaoyu polished off the more than a meter-long shrimp and the over 2-meter-long loach in less than 10 minutes. Together, they also drank a jar of chilled Daughter S Red. Song Yadong consumed just as much as Mo Xiaoyu, if not more. After all, girls tend to eat delicately, unlike Mo Xiaoyu, who devoured his food ravenously. Consequently, she left the fish bones cleaner than he did. Nevertheless, the two seemed still unsatisfied, feeling as though they hadn't eaten enough. Half an hour had passed since they finished their meal. Mo Xiaoyu's float in the water remained utterly still, as if it were placed in a fish tank. It appeared that there would be no bites tonight. Mo Xiaoyu shook his head in resignation and was about to lift his fishing rod to remove the large shrimp from the hook and roast the remaining live bait. But just as he raised the shrimp halfway out of the water, he suddenly felt the fishing rod plunge downward. What is going on? There's a fish. A fish is biting, and it's quite substantial. Mo Xiaoyu quickly tightened his grip on the rod, leaning it to the right. Damn, what kind of luck are you having? To still catch a fish at this hour? Be careful, you must be cautious. At this time, fish either refuse to bite, or if they do, they're usually water demons. And not just any water demon. Chapter 60, Second-Order Water Demon Tiger Striped Catfish. And not just any water demon. Song Yadong exclaimed in disbelief. According to her experience, once the giant creatures in this world passed their peak feeding period, they would stop biting. It was rare for fish to take the bait. However, it wasn't impossible. During the quiet feeding cessation period, if a fish did bite, it was likely not an ordinary giant creature, but rather a water demon that was infinitely more cautious than the giants. Yet, before Song Yadong could finish her words, Mo Xiaoyu witnessed a massive abyssal giant mouth catfish leap from the depths, soaring into the air. Over 10 meters long, its gaping maw was 2 to 3 meters wide, filled with sharp teeth. Mo Xiaoyu thought, isn't it just an abyssal giant mouth catfish? How impressive can it be? Little did he know, in the next moment, he sensed something was amiss. The abyssal giant mouth catfish seemed to be terrified of something, repeatedly leaping above the water's surface. barely touching the water before launching itself into the air again, as if desperately trying to escape. It was fleeing. What kind of monster lurked beneath the surface to frighten even the typically bold and gluttonous abyssal giant-mouth catfish into a frenzy of escape? Song Yadong's expression grew serious as she observed the scene, even drawing two massive battle axes. Mo Xiaoyu, not daring to take any chances, quickly deployed several defensive formations. Although he didn't use a third-order formation, he deployed 4 or 5 sets, creating a robust defense. Could it be a second-order water demon? Mo Xiaoyu inquired of Song Yadong. That's a possibility. She nodded in agreement. The two exchanged tense glances, their eyes fixed on the surface of the water. In that moment, neither felt fear. Instead, they were intently focused, harboring a hint of anticipation, even a thrill of excitement. You handle the fishing. I'll take care of the attack. Song Yadong instructed Mo Xiaoyu. All right, we'll split any treasures we obtain. Mo Xiaoyu replied firmly, gripping the fishing rod. Could you lend me your Tianwu hook once more? Song Yadong asked. Of course. Mo Xiaoyu nodded, handing her the Tianwu hook. After she infused it with spiritual energy, it floated before them. In the next instant, as they prepared, a colossal figure erupted from beneath the water's surface. Then, in a flash, both the abyssal giant-mouth catfish that had just leaped in a panic and the mysterious figure vanished without a trace. The only thing Mo Xiaoyu could see was the distinct tiger stripes. A tiger! Mo Xiaoyu exclaimed in disbelief. Suddenly, a ferocious sound of slicing through the water erupted. In an instant, most of Mo Xiaoyu's fishing rod was dragged into the depths, leaving only half the handle remaining. He didn't even dare to resist. He simply released the fishing rod and deployed the safety line. Although he couldn't discern the identity of that figure, he had clearly seen those tiger stripes. Just moments ago, he was questioning whether lions or tigers could possibly emerge from the water, and now he finds himself staring at a magnificent display of stripes. However, Song Yadong addressed him, saying, "Where would a tiger come from in the water? This is a water tiger striped fish." Water tiger striped fish? Are you implying that it is a mutated striped fish? Mo Xiaoyu incredulously inquired of Song Yadong. Indeed. Be cautious. This creature is a genuine mid-tier second-grade water demon. Even I find it somewhat troublesome to encounter it alone, Song Yadong replied to Mo Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoyu's expression turned gravely serious. On Earth, striped fish are often referred to as water tigers, the fiercest species in freshwater. They are sometimes even dubbed the kings of freshwater fish. In terms of both strength and speed, they far surpass ordinary freshwater carnivorous fish. One must not forget that in this realm, where spiritual energy has infused existence, such beings have undergone mutations. At this moment, neither dared to let their guard down, closely following the line of the fishing rod. Unlike the previously caught blue-spotted catfish, the speed of the tiger-headed striped fish was incomparably swifter. Mo Xiaoyu exerted every ounce of strength to maneuver the floating island, yet he could only trail closely behind it, ultimately being dragged along. Fortunately, Mo Xiaoyu's fishing line was remarkably resilient. Otherwise, he would have lost his rod entirely. And there he was, merely watching helplessly. Beast, where do you think you're going? Song Yadong, being a master-level practitioner, was able to keep pace with it. She swiftly closed in, brandishing a pair of massive axes and striking down into the water. Boom. The surface erupted in towering waves reaching 20 meters high. The impact of her strike likely bore a force exceeding 10,000 pounds. It was inconceivable that even the three-headed demon carp would be cleaved in two by such a blow. However, to Mo Xiaoyu's astonishment, he saw no blood rising from beneath the surface. Instead, a colossal barrier emerged from below the water, enveloping the surface above. Although it differed from his cave's barrier, it was capable of withstanding Song Yadong's full-force strike, exhibiting defensive strength surpassing that of a first-grade cave. What is this? Mo Xiaoyu asked incredulously. This is the protective aura of this creature. It seems we are indeed experiencing a stroke of luck, Song Yadong explained to Mo Xiaoyu. Protective aura? A stroke of luck? Mo Xiaoyu queried, somewhat perplexed. Indeed. Upon reaching the second grade, water demons can cultivate various divine abilities. This protective aura is one such manifestation. Should we successfully capture it, there exists a possibility of acquiring a technique pertaining to the same grade of protective aura, Song Yadong elucidated to Mo Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoyu finally understood the source of her excitement. It turned out that it was possible to cultivate an aura that even second-grade water demons might find insurmountable. Although this protective aura could not rival the defensive power of Mo Xiaoyu's third-grade cave, it was undoubtedly far more versatile. It could be unleashed almost instantaneously. Unlike a cave that required retrieval from storage and adequate space for setup. In this perilous world, Mo Xiaoyu couldn't always rely on a third-grade cave for protection, especially in bustling places like Anping City. Should he face an ambush, Possessing this protective aura would allow him to activate it at the slightest hint of malice. Chapter 61. The Axe-Wielding Warrior. I understand. Mo Xiaoyu nodded. No wonder Song Yadong was so exhilarated. It was indeed possible to obtain such a remarkable treasure. The only disappointment was that this catch was not from the 10th rod. Hence there was no chance for an extraordinary quality drop that might yield even more precious treasures. However, reflecting on his current status as merely a 7th-tier angler, acquiring a protective aura capable of withstanding the attacks of master-level practitioners seemed sufficient. Hold it steady and buy me some time. Song Yadong called out to Mo Xiaoyu. Just moments ago, she had attempted to strike twice. And whether it was her massive axe or Mo Xiaoyu's celestial hook, they merely caused the protective aura to tremble violently. Thus, Song Yadong realized that without employing some extraordinary measures, it would be quite challenging to breach the protective aura. Leave it to me. Mo Xiaoyu responded to Song Yadong. Though holding off a second-grade water demon, the tiger-striped fish, would be incredibly taxing and perilous for him alone. At this juncture, Mo Xiaoyu would not dare to retreat. With determination, he lifted the fishing rod and began to confront the creature head-on, with the rod firmly in his grasp. A piercing, slicing sound erupted as the water was disturbed, followed by a violent reverberation. In an instant, the fishing rod bent into a magnificent arc. The immense force surged through the rod, crashing upon Mo Xiaoyu like a tidal wave. He felt as though the grip of the rod was about to rend his hands apart. Yet, he clung to it tenaciously, gradually dragging the tiger-headed striped fish away from Song Yadong's vicinity. Upon feeling a sharp pain in its mouth, the tiger-striped fish finally took notice of Mo Xiaoyu. It cast a disdainful glance at him, abandoning its struggle to attack Song Yadong, and instead charged fiercely at Mo Xiaoyu. Realizing the imminent danger, Mo Xiaoyu hastily maneuvered the floating island to evade. However, how swift was a second-grade water demon? He barely managed to move half a meter when a bolt of lightning collided violently with the layers of barriers he had erected. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding crashes echoed in Mo Xiaoyu's ears. He then witnessed the 3 barriers shatter like glass, and simultaneously, 3 of his cave defenses were obliterated into dust. Damn it. Thank goodness I set up 5 or 6 layers. Mo Xiaoyu roared. At that moment, he had no time to lament the destruction of his defenses. Instead, he hurriedly erected several more barriers and unleashed the 5 elements sword toward the tiger-striped fish. Although he understood that with his current strength, he could not hope to harm the tiger-headed striped fish, he decided to exploit its instinctive weaknesses, just as he had done with the 3-headed demon carp. This time, the attack was once again directed towards the eyes of the tiger-headed fish. Indeed, upon noticing the 5 elements sword hurtling towards its eyes, the tiger-headed fish instinctively ceased its assault and veered aside. Even though it possessed a protective energy shield, which the 5 elements sword struck upon without causing even a ripple. This momentary distraction afforded Mo Xiaoyu a fleeting window of opportunity. It was just enough time for him to evade the range of the tiger-striped fish's attacks. With determination, he forcefully lifted his fishing rod, bending it once more. This had become Mo Xiaoyu's sole means of inflicting harm upon the creature. The injured tiger-striped fish emitted furious roars, chasing after Mo Xiaoyu once again. Meanwhile, Song Yadong retrieved a medicinal pill, glancing at it with a tinge of reluctance before steeling her resolve and swallowing it whole. Instantly, the ethereal figure behind her, merely 2 or 3 meters tall, began to swell dramatically. 4 meters, 5 meters. Ultimately, it doubled in size, reaching 6 meters in height. Not at all shorter than the colossal skeletons Mo Xiaoyu had previously witnessed in the Lost Sect. I'm ready. Leave it to me. Song Yadong bellowed at Mo Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, he hurriedly dashed towards her. During this interval, the tiger-headed fish had already shattered 5 or 6 of his hiding places. At this moment, the only means he had to inflict damage upon the creature lay in the hook of his fishing line. Even the attack from the 5-element sword had become futile, as the tiger-striped fish had developed an instinct to evade it. Simultaneously, Song Yadong raced towards Mo Xiaoyu, once again raising her enormous axes to strike fiercely at the protective energy shield of the tiger-striped fish. Before the axes even made contact with the shield, Mo Xiaoyu unleashed his heavenly Wu hook. Crack! This time, the protective energy shield merely quivered twice before a resounding crack echoed as it shattered into fragments, resembling tempered glass. The 2 gigantic axes continued their descent upon the tiger-striped fish, striking it forcefully until it was cleaved in twain, the force finally expended. Such grievous wounds would have rendered any ordinary creature incapable of further struggle. However, fish are inherently resilient, capable of flailing even when submerged in boiling oil. Moreover, this was a water demon that had absorbed spiritual energy and mutated in this world. Although severely injured, it was not slain. Simultaneously, the heavenly Wu hook wielded by Song Yadong accurately pierced through its massive jaw. Then, under her command, it was drawn upward into the air. Is there truly such a use for the heavenly Wu hook? Mo Xiaoyu exclaimed in disbelief. The tiger-striped fish, now severed in half, found its strength to struggle diminished significantly. Now, with the heavenly Wu hook drawing it aloft, Mo Xiaoyu felt considerably relieved. At the very least, he was no longer in a passive position as he had been moments before. He had now attained the qualification to contend with the tiger-striped fish. At the instant the creature was lifted into the air by Song Yadong, he exchanged a glance with her. Then, with a sudden motion, Song Yadong retracted the heavenly Wu hook, while Mo Xiaoyu forcefully pressed his fishing rod downward. In the next moment, the tiger-striped fish, which had been resisting against Song Yadong's force, abruptly lost the upward pull and crashed violently onto the water surface. It plunged beneath the surface. Before it could react, Mo Xiaoyu yanked it back up with great force, causing it to choke on several mouthfuls of water. With each gulp of water, its strength to struggle waned further. At this juncture, Song Yadong's second assault came sweeping towards it again. The pair of axes descended upon it with ferocity. Upon seeing the axes approach, the already weakened tiger-striped fish realized it could not withstand this blow with mere flesh. Under Mo Xiaoyu's control, evasion was out of the question. It could only hurriedly summon its protective energy shield once more. Yet, the shield, already worn, was insufficient to withstand Song Yadong's strike, let alone the hastily conjured barrier. This time, the protective energy shield crumbled effortlessly under the might of her axes, reduced to mere fragments. The two axes landed squarely upon its massive head. Done! Song Yadong exclaimed, clapping her hands. In the next instant, the gigantic fish head was cleaved in half. However, after speaking, Song Yadong collapsed to the ground. What is happening? Mo Xiaoyu exclaimed in alarm, neglecting his fishing rod as he rushed towards her. Yet, Song Yadong called out, "Don't come over. I'm fine. It's just a side effect of the medicinal pill." Chapter 62. You're so foolish. What if I win? I'm fine. It's merely a side effect of the medicinal pill. Keep going. Be cautious. The rest is up to you. Song Yadong said to Mo Xiaoyu with a smile. Rest assured, it cannot escape. Mo Xiaoyu replied with a grin. At that moment, a small portion of the fish head remained on his hook. The creature seemed to be on the brink of death. Both of them felt considerably at ease. Even though Song Yadong had lost her combat capability due to the pill's side effects, Mo Xiaoyu was confident he could reel it in. He once again gripped the fishing rod tightly, summoned the five-element sword, and even called back the heavenly Wu hook that Song Yadong had just borrowed. Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Xiaoyu attacked the tiger-striped fish with the returned heavenly Wu hook. The five elements sword drove fiercely into the fish's forehead, while the heavenly Wu hook fiercely snagged its lower jaw. However, when Mo Xiaoyu attempted to command the heavenly Wu hook to hoist the creature into the air as Song Yadong had done, it remained completely inert. Mo Xiaoyu did not panic. If it wouldn't work, then so be it. He speculated that Song Yadong must possess some unique technique. Why can you attack and still control the heavenly Wu hook, while I cannot? He inquired of Song Yadong. Yet, she did not respond. Instead, she shouted at him, "Hurry! Run! Run!" Mo Xiaoyu asked in confusion. He couldn't comprehend why she had called him to flee when just moments ago everything had seemed fine. However, before he could await her explanation, a golden light began to rise behind him. A vast expanse of water had been suffused with a golden hue, encompassing not only him, but also the pallid and terror-stricken visage of Song Yadong. He swiftly turned his head, only to discover that the once partially decapitated striped catfish was now enveloped in radiance. Within the golden light, two ethereal golden fish phantoms emerged, their bodies adorned with shimmering golden stripes. One of the phantoms appeared exceedingly frail and damaged, while the other remained remarkably intact. They entwined like serpents, spiraling around one another. As the phantoms continued their circular dance, the weakened silhouette began to recover rapidly, regaining its strength in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, the dismembered flesh, previously shattered, began to converge towards it, visibly mending at an astonishing pace. I was mistaken. This is no ordinary striped catfish, but a dual-soul entity. Song Yadong shouted at Mo Xiaoyu. Witnessing this, Mo Xiaoyu no longer cared for the concept of dual souls, nor did he ponder why a dual-soul striped catfish could revive despite its injuries. With a flick of his wrist, he dislodged the hook from the fish's mouth, neglecting to retrieve his five-elements sword and Tianwu hook, and hastily fled into the distance. Yet, just as he had barely escaped, he abruptly halted, for it seemed Song Yadong had not followed. He turned back, racing towards her. "What are you coming back for? Go, hurry and leave," Song Yadong shouted at him, now struggling to stand, raising her massive axe once more. "You didn't leave either," Mo Xiaoyu replied with a nonchalant smile. "I didn't leave because I misjudged the situation. I was meant to perish. I only wanted to buy you a little time. Why did you come back?" Song Yadong questioned again. Who knows? Perhaps I'm just as foolish as you. Mo Xiaoyu chuckled, his expression remaining serene. Seeing him so composed, Song Yadong found herself at a loss for words. In this perilous and ruthless world, she too pondered why she had chosen to stay. Despite suffering from the side effects of the elixir, her speed as a Master Realm practitioner far surpassed that of Mo Xiaoyu. Even if they were to become prey for the striped catfish, he should have been the first to perish. Yet, without a second thought, she had remained. Fine. If we are back together, then we shall not die in separate places. We shall count as those who cannot share the same bed in life, but can share the same grave in death. I only hope that when this creature decides to consume us, it does not crush us to pieces first. I truly fear pain. Song Yadong said with a bitter smile directed at Mo Xiaoyu. Even at this juncture, she jested. Initially, she intended to help Mo Xiaoyu fend off for a while, allowing him a chance to escape. Who could have known that upon seeing her lag behind, he would turn back? By now, that creature had fully recovered, and she could only afford to hold off for a minute or two at most. A duration far too brief for Mo Xiaoyu to evade the pursuit of a second-tier water demon. Even if the dual-soul striped catfish's strength diminished after healing, it would still be equivalent to a second-tier early-stage water demon. However, its speed would remain several times that of a seventh-tier angler. Once caught, Mo Xiaoyu would have no means to defend himself. They were both destined not to return that night. Just as despair settled within Song Yadong, Mo Xiaoyu slowly took the two axes from her hands. Do not worry, we shall not perish. He then produced a cave dwelling, which dwarfed a first-tier cave in both size and splendor. Yet, that was not the most crucial aspect. The significance lay in its formidable barrier, far more resilient than that of a first-tier cave dwelling. Is this a second-tier cave? Song Yadong asked incredulously. Mo Xiaoyu shook his head, replying no. It is a third-tier cave. At this moment, he no longer cared about revealing the existence of a third-tier cave. Although Song Yadong had only known him for less than a day, the moment she chose to let him escape while she stayed back to hold the line, he had resolved to disregard any reservations. Even if he exposed too much, she might well turn against him. You truly have endured much. You just shattered 5 or 6 cave dwellings, and yet did not hesitate to bring this one out. Song Yadong smiled at him. She bore no resentment towards Mo Xiaoyu for his concealment. After all, in this treacherous world, one must be exceedingly cautious to survive. I had not intended to reveal it, but seeing your foolishness, I decided to take a gamble. What if I win? Mo Xiaoyu chuckled. After saying this, he also produced the Night Phantom Spirit Sword, a top-grade flying sword. You possess a top-grade flying sword? Chapter 63. Is it too late to think of fleeing now? Song Yadong gazed at the sword in Mo Xiaoyu's hand, her disbelief evident once more. A third-tier cave had already left her in shock. Who could have anticipated that he would also produce a top-grade flying sword? She could not fathom how many hidden cards Mo Xiaoyu possessed. A third-tier cave and a top-grade spiritual weapon. If only. She likely intended to say that had Mo Xiaoyu revealed these sooner, they might have already dealt with the striped catfish. However, as she began to speak, she swallowed her words. After all, if their positions were reversed, she a tier 8 angler and he a Master Realm practitioner, would she have revealed such treasures? Yet, it seemed Mo Xiaoyu had understood her unfinished thought. He smiled and said, now that they have been revealed, it may not be too late. With that, he took out dozens of high-grade spirit stones. What are you planning? Song Yadong once again looked at Mo Xiaoyu in disbelief. It possesses a dual soul. It can recover in battle. Does Mo Xiaoyu not have the potential to advance during a crucial moment? Mo Xiaoyu replied with a smile. What do you mean? Are you truly considering advancing to the Master Realm? Absolutely not. Have you forgotten your promise to assist the Demon Alliance in this grand competition? Let it be. Even if we cannot capture it this time, there may be another opportunity. If you ascend, the Demon Alliance will lose its chance. Song Yadong implored Mo Xiaoyu, believing that he was on the verge of advancing. However, Mo Xiaoyu shook his head and reassured her, fear not, to confront it. I need not ascend to the Master Realm just yet. He promptly began refining the spirit stones. Song Yadong initially intended to persuade him further, but upon witnessing his unwavering confidence, coupled with the fact that Mo Xiaoyu possessed a third-grade cave dwelling, she became disinclined to argue. She silently mused. You underestimate the Master Realm. Meanwhile, the tiger-striped fish had regained its composure. Yet, at this moment, it refrained from attacking Mo Xiaoyu and his companions, instead casting a disdainful gaze in their direction. Even as Mo Xiaoyu absorbed the spirit stones and ascended from the 7th to the 8th level, and then swiftly to the 9th, the creature continued to regard him with contempt, as if to say, I await your transformation from mere ant to worthy adversary. Consuming you will be far more amusing. However, in the next instant, it became unsettled, a flicker of panic igniting within it, even feeling an urge to flee. For after Mo Xiaoyu's ascension to the 9th level, his strength surged uncontrollably. What is happening? Did you not say that once you reached the 9th level, you would cease to advance? Even Song Yadong, witnessing Mo Xiaoyu's escalating prowess, could hardly believe her eyes and questioned him. Have you forgotten? I still possess a first-rate sect. Mo Xiaoyu chuckled. Just moments ago, he had acquired a considerable amount of materials. While not abundant, it was sufficient for him to elevate his sect's rank. Thus, upon upgrading his sect, he gained an additional 80 points in strength, 80 in stamina, and 80 in speed. Moreover, he had surmised correctly. Upon reaching the 4th level, his spiritual power also increased by 80. Mo Xiaoyu opened his attributes panel to assess his progress. Angler, Mo Xiaoyu. Realm, Angler 9th level. Strength, 1, 038, 320. Physical strength, 1, 065, 320. Speed, 21, 360. Stamina, 856, 320. Spiritual power, 700, 100. His strength and physical prowess had surpassed 1,300, with stamina exceeding 1,001. Even his spiritual power had reached 800. Although he was uncertain how much strength one could gain from the transition between the Angler and Master realms, he estimated he was not far from it. Rising to his feet, Mo Xiaoyu brandished his fishing rod and charged toward the tiger-striped fish. The creature, witnessing the exponential growth of Mo Xiaoyu's strength, felt a twinge of fear. Despite appearing recovered and possessing a complete form, it had merely utilized its dual soul secret technique to forcibly merge its body. Its strength could barely maintain at the early 2nd tier, comparable to a 1st-tier master realm. Thus, it harbored a genuine fear of Mo Xiaoyu's potential ascension to the master realm. However, upon seeing Mo Xiaoyu halt and remain at the Angler realm, the creature, which had contemplated fleeing, now felt a sense of relief, its previously disdainful gaze resurfacing. When it observed Mo Xiaoyu retrieving his fishing rod, it let out a series of roars, as if offended by an ant. Roar, roar. Particularly, upon noticing that the barrier around Mo Xiaoyu's floating island had diminished to a single layer, it grew increasingly arrogant, charging directly at Mo Xiaoyu. As it collided with the barrier, its mouth gaping wide, it recalled previous encounters where it had shattered 3 or 4 layers of barriers with a single blow. In its mind, this time, a mere tap would suffice to shatter Mo Xiaoyu's defenses, sending him hurtling into its jaws. Yet, to the tiger-striped fish's astonishment, bang. When it collided with Mo Xiaoyu's barrier, the anticipated shattering did not occur. Instead, a resounding echo reverberated as the barrier merely rippled slightly. The creature itself was flung backward, losing a significant number of teeth due to its open mouth. But that was not the most infuriating part. Most vexing was that Mo Xiaoyu's fishhook had somehow lodged itself in its throat. Whoa! This collision finally jolted it awake, and it comprehended why Mo Xiaoyu, a mere angler, had dared return after fleeing. The barrier alone was enough to render Mo Xiaoyu invincible. Thus, how could the creature dare linger any longer? It dove into the water, attempting to escape. Yet, behind it, Mo Xiaoyu's laughter rang out. Haha, now you choose to flee? Do you not think it is too late? Meanwhile, the fishing rod in Mo Xiaoyu's hands had bent into a magnificent arc, though the tip still gradually bent downwards, being pulled beneath the water's surface. The tiger-striped fish exerted all its strength to struggle, yet ultimately failed to break free from Mo Xiaoyu's line. Desperate to escape, it found itself firmly ensnared beneath Mo Xiaoyu's fishing rod. Roar, roar, roar. Whoa! The tiger-striped fish unleashed another furious roar, channeling its strength into its tail, pectoral fins, dorsal fin, and abdominal fins, its struggling power doubling. Simultaneously, a ghostly blue flying sword shot towards it. Chapter 64, Unexpected Delight. As a streak of azure light surged toward it, the tiger-striped fish dared not exhibit any carelessness and promptly ceased its struggles, unleashing its protective energy. Whoosh! Bang! The next moment, the Phantom Knight Spirit Sword collided with its protective energy, which successfully blocked the attack. At last, the tiger-striped fish exhaled a sigh of relief, letting out an exhilarated roar. Roar, roar. Observing this, Song Yadong shook her head in resignation. Alas, you remain merely an angler, unable to traverse the vast chasm between the Angler and Master realms. Yet, Mo Xiaoyu merely smiled and replied, no rush. Allow the flying sword to soar a while longer. The next moment, he retracted the flying sword, executing a spiral maneuver before once again launching it toward the tiger-striped fish's protective energy with great speed. The ethereal blue light, this time, was evidently magnified beyond measure, emanating a dizzying aura that seemed to beckon one into the depths of an abyss with just a single glance. Did you, just now, refrain from casting a spell? Song Yadong could hardly believe her eyes. She had initially thought that the previous strike was the culmination of Mo Xiaoyu's full power. Little did she know, Mo Xiaoyu had merely been testing the waters, not even utilizing a spell. It was entirely possible that he had not unleashed the full might of the Night Phantom Spirit Sword. Indeed, in the next moment, Song Yadong witnessed the once indomitable protective chi shatter beneath the Night Phantom Spirit Sword as if it were mere paper, cracking apart with a resounding snap. Compared to the earlier encounter, it was effortlessly subdued. Although the power of the striped tiger fish had diminished by at least 100-fold since their first clash, it was imperative to remember that she had forcibly enhanced her strength through the consumption of a potion. What a prodigy! Song Yadong could not help but exclaim in admiration. Despite their so-called prodigy alliance boasting numerous talented individuals, and despite having activated a minuscule fraction of her own innate potential, witnessing Mo Xiaoyu dismantle the protective chi of the striped tiger fish with such ease left her feeling profoundly powerless. Fortunately, she had restrained her greedy impulses and refrained from antagonizing him. At the very moment the protective chi was breached, the striped tiger fish's eyes were filled with despair, unleashing a frantic roar of desperation. There was no longer any excitement or disdain in its voice, only a deep-seated hopelessness that resonated within its very soul. It was likely that its greatest regret now was not fleeing while Mo Xiaoyu was preoccupied with increasing his strength, instead of watching from a distance with scorn. Yet, despite its realization, its roars were abruptly silenced, for the Night Phantom Spirit Sword had already pierced through its flesh. With a crisp sound, it felt its hard-won flesh cleaved in two, followed by an inexplicable dizziness that rendered it utterly immobile, unable even to open its mouth or move its gills, let alone struggle to escape. It could only watch helplessly as Mo Xiaoyu methodically dismembered it, the crimson blood staining the vast waters, with pieces of flesh floating away, gradually receding from view. You have captured a second-tier aquatic demon, the twin-soul striped tiger fish, and received an E-level reward, Protective Chi. You have obtained an E-level reward, Blood Ignition Breaking Boundary Pill Formula. How could there be two rewards? Mo Xiaoyu was taken aback by the unexpected announcement of two prompts. In addition to the Protective Chi technique, he had also acquired a formula for a pill. Although this formula had not been attained through a 10-fold critical hit, it was still an E-level reward, a prize of equal caliber to the Protective Chi, undoubtedly significant. So, have you obtained the Protective Chi? Song Yadong rushed over to inquire as soon as she saw Mo Xiaoyu's success. Yes, I have. Wonderful. Please share the technique with me, she exclaimed with palpable excitement. Actually, besides the Protective Chi, there is also. Mo Xiaoyu began to reply, intending to mention the pill formula as well. It was not that he was being secretive, but rather that he feared Song Yadong's vast experience would see through his attempt to conceal it, leaving him in an awkward predicament. However, before he could finish, he was cut off by Song Yadong. Enough? I don't care what else you obtained. I only need you to share the Protective Chi with me, and I shall be satisfied. Given that if it weren't for Mo Xiaoyu's timely intervention, she might not only have failed to acquire the Protective Chi technique, but could have also met her demise at the jaws of the striped tiger fish. Very well. Mo Xiaoyu conceded, producing the technique for Protective Chi and sharing a copy with Song Yadong. She eagerly took it and began to examine it. But before she could even finish half of it, she collapsed. Mo Xiaoyu rushed over, intent on catching her, but was halted by Song Yadong's firm command. Stop. Do not come any closer. With that, barriers sprang up around her floating island, and she clutched her clothing buttons tightly with one hand while pressing down her short skirt with the other. What was she thinking? Did she fear that he would take advantage of her vulnerable state? No, wasn't she always eager to seduce him? Did she not prefer being the one in control? Mo Xiaoyu mused inwardly. Fine, if she wanted to avoid being passive, so be it. He shook his head and halted his advance. At this moment, he was far more captivated by the technique of Protective Chi and the recently acquired pill formula than by the nearly unconscious Song Yadong. Settling into a cross-legged position, Mo Xiaoyu immediately began to cultivate the Protective Chi. Protective Chi, dropped by the second-tier aquatic demon, the twin-soul striped tiger fish. Upon casting, it forms a barrier that can withstand any attack from aquatic demons below the peak of Tier 2. Spirit power consumption, 500. Do you wish to learn it immediately? No way. It requires 500 spirit points to cast once. Mo Xiaoyu was taken aback by the revelation. It was worth noting that when he had been fishing at the 7th tier, his spirit power had only been 500 points. If he used this technique, would he not deplete his spirit power entirely? However, considering its ability to resist any attack from aquatic demons below the peak of Tier 2, he felt a sense of relief. The power was indeed impressive. After some contemplation, Mo Xiaoyu promptly embarked on his training. Training successful. In the next moment, the notification of successful training resonated in Mo Xiaoyu's ears, and the myriad details regarding the Protective Chi flooded into his mind. From how to channel spirit power through his meridians to how to manipulate the Protective Chi with finesse, it all felt as if he had always known it. The knowledge not only ingrained itself deeply into his mind, but seemed to form a muscle memory. With a mere thought, a shield of protective chi enveloped him. Though not as expansive as the barriers, it encircled him within a radius of nearly 1 meter. Yet, it effectively shielded Mo Xiaoyu, moving with him wherever he went. And he could even control the flow of the protective chi around him. Once an attack is directed at a certain position, Mo Xiaoyu merely needs to concentrate, and the targeted area will immediately become remarkably solid and resilient. At its utmost limit, it can even coalesce into a luminous shield. Haha, how delightful to discover such an ingenious application. Fortunately, that striped tiger fish did not employ this technique. Otherwise, we might not have been able to breach its protective aura. Mo Xiaoyu chuckled heartily before retrieving the newly acquired alchemical formula. Blood-boiling breakthrough pill. Upon consumption, it causes the blood to boil, allowing for a temporary breakthrough in cultivation, enhancing one's strength by 1 to 5 realms for a duration of 1 hour. Side effects. Following the boiling of blood, severe dehydration occurs, necessitating the replenishment of fluids. This was not merely a moment ago. No, it was different from just now. Chapter 65 seems to be quite convoluted. No. Upon reading the description of the pill, Mo Xiaoyu instantly recalled the pained expression on Song Yadong's face moments ago. Although she did not voice it, Mo Xiaoyu was acutely aware that the pill she had just consumed was undoubtedly of immense value. After all, this woman could nonchalantly cast aside a D-rank reward into the water. While it is true that the discarded D-rank reward did not include a formula, it was still a D-rank reward nonetheless. What astonished Mo Xiaoyu even more was the potency of this pill. It had seemingly doubled Song Yadong's capabilities, enhancing her power by an indeterminate number of times. Yet now, he found himself in possession of such a formula. Upon consumption, it could elevate an individual by a staggering 1.5 realms. The most crucial aspect was that the efficacy of Song Yadong's pill was fleeting, lasting only a few minutes, perhaps less than 10. Furthermore, there were severe side effects. Had Song Yadong not been resilient, she would have likely succumbed to unconsciousness long ago. In contrast, the formula Mo Xiaoyu had just acquired not only extended its efficacy to an entire hour, but also had a side effect that merely involved rapid fluid loss. This could be easily remedied with a bit of hydration, rendering it almost negligible. If she were to discover that I had obtained such a superior formula without offering it to her, I wonder if she would seek to confront me. With this thought, Mo Xiaoyu felt a twinge of guilt. He hastily stowed the formula away and secured it with a tether to Song Yadong's floating island, dragging her toward the shallow waters. Ha! We have struck it rich. Truly, those who survive great peril are destined for fortune. This time, we have genuinely prospered. Before they could even reach the shallow waters, Mo Xiaoyu was met with a chorus of cheers. The nearby water's surface, teeming with half-alive colossal creatures, had been entirely harvested by the crowd. At this moment, everyone had congregated, exuberantly celebrating. Even those disciples who had lost their floating islands no longer wore the despondency that had previously clouded their faces. One could only wonder if anyone was selling floating islands. If so, I must acquire one. They were even contemplating ways to procure a floating island, which speaks volumes of the bountiful harvest they had reaped. Naturally, with the danger now past, and after experiencing such a fruitful haul, thoughts turned once more to Song Yadong. Oh no! Oh no! Suddenly, someone cried out. What do you mean, oh no? The repeated exclamations of oh no drew everyone's attention. Did we not just pledge to support the sexy, stocking-clad livestream goddess in her demon-slaying endeavors? How could we have forgotten about it? Indeed, before the calamity struck, I had even entered her livestream to take a glimpse. Damn! She was truly stunning. Let us hurry and check it out. Upon the reminder, everyone chimed in eagerly. However, just as they were about to enter, they were interrupted. There's no need to go. She has already finished her broadcast. I just checked in. It seemed others had already been privy to her stream. Yet, just as the crowd began to feel disheartened, they beheld Mo Xiaoyu slowly approaching, dragging a floating island toward them. And on that floating island was none other than the sexy goddess they longed to see. That is not sexy. The crowd gazed at Song Yadong, lying unconscious on the floating island, disbelief etched on their faces, rendering them speechless. It was indeed. Our sect leader is remarkable. He has managed to render her unconscious so swiftly. Isn't that so? It seems we not only lag behind in fishing, but also in courting women, as we cannot keep pace with our leader. Hearing these remarks nearly drove Mo Xiaoyu to exasperation. He quickly interjected, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you all plan to neglect your training? Moreover, it is still night. The water demons could strike again at any moment. Where is the vigilance? How is it that there are no sentinels? The male disciples, startled by Mo Xiaoyu's admonition, quickly dispersed, although they cast lingering glances at Song Yadong's enchanting figure. Even if they had tenfold the courage, they would not dare to vie for her against Imo Xiaoyu. However, a few young women seemed to see an opportunity. Instead of leaving, they began sending private messages to Imo Xiaoyu. Leader, do you still need someone? I assure you I won't faint. Leader, I guarantee that if you wish for me to faint, I shall, and if you wish for me to awaken, I shall do so immediately. Upon seeing these messages, Imo Xiaoyu realized he could not explain himself. Looking once more at Song Yadong, he felt a pang of loss. Most importantly, this woman had fallen unconscious right on her floating island, and he would have to stand guard over her. There was no helping it. Who could blame her for being so beautiful? It was not just the male disciples who might harbor ulterior motives. Even the water demons might set their sights on her. Have you not slept all night? Song Yadong slowly opened her eyes, spotting Imo Xiaoyu guarding her floating island from a distance. She was aware that Imo Xiaoyu possessed a third-grade cave abode. In this vicinity, there was nothing that could threaten him, be it water demons or fishermen. Yet now, he had not retreated to the cave to rest, clearly wishing to keep watch over her. A sense of warmth inexplicably surged within her heart. After all, while she was indeed beautiful and drew admirers wherever she went, it was rare to find a man who would not only avert his gaze, but also go out of his way to ensure her safety after she had fainted. No. After enduring so much yesterday, I simply couldn't sleep. Imo Xiaoyu mused. This woman truly has a vast heart, knowing her own beauty. She still dared to consume such a pill. However, he did not voice this thought, instead masking his vigilance over her with the pretext of sleeplessness. However, what Imo Xiaoyu never anticipated was that, in the next moment, the woman's vehicle would come rumbling back. Is that so? Then why don't you seek solace with your sister? I assure you, you will find comfort in her embrace and drift into a deep slumber. Imo Xiaoyu was utterly speechless. Compelled to retort, wasn't it a matter of not wanting to make it too easy for you, thus satisfying your desire for conquest? Song Yadong continued to chuckle, her laughter imbued with an exuberance she had never before experienced in her life. Even she herself was bewildered as to why she felt such joy that morning. Imo Xiaoyu could only respond with exasperation once more. All right, I shan't tease you any longer. The sun has risen. We should set off post-haste. Song Yadong urged Imo Xiaoyu. With Omping City still half a day's journey away and several perilous locations to traverse along the way, they needed to reach Omping City before nightfall. Yet, Imo Xiaoyu countered, no rush. Let us wait a moment. I still need to contact their siblings. Chapter 66, The Great City Wall. I still need to contact their siblings. Siblings? Have you taken a mistress outside? Song Yadong inquired of Imo Xiaoyu. He chose not to respond to her question, uncertain of what further revelations this woman might make. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to remain silent. Brother Dongli, have you arrived? As one of the two surviving members of Zone 9485, had it been anyone else, Imo Xiaoyu would never have lingered for them. However, the Chung Dongli siblings were different. Yes, I can see your floating island. Chung Dongli quickly sent a message. Soon, Imo Xiaoyu spotted the siblings' floating island. However, upon their arrival, Chung Dongli promptly declined Imo Xiaoyu's invitation to join his sect and travel together to Omping City. Brother Dongli, are you still certain you do not wish to accompany us to Omping City? Even after I have warned you of the dangers that lie ahead. Chung Dongli steadfastly refused. Young Imo, I greatly appreciate your kindness. I have lived a carefree life for so long. I prefer the freedom of being a solitary cultivator. Chung Dongli replied to Imo Xiaoyu. After saying this, he gently pushed Chung Sini, who had been hiding behind him, forward. However, while I may not join the Wenyangong, my little sister still needs your assistance moving forward. I will follow you for all my days. Wherever you go, I shall go. Chung Sini hurriedly asserted to her brother. Be obedient, little sister. It's not that I don't wish to take you with me, but the places I am heading to will be exceedingly perilous. I may not possess the ability to look after you then, Chung Dongli said, patting his sister's back. The two siblings had traversed into this world together and were fortunate enough to end up in the same zone. In truth, this was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. However, Chung Sini understood that her brother's carefree nature was accompanied by a significant secret. He indeed needed to venture into dangerous territories. She had intended to assert her bravery, but was immediately silenced by her brother's stern gaze. Be obedient. Do you wish to become a burden to your brother? Hearing this, Chung Sini fell silent, tears streaming down her face like pearls from a broken string. Why do you seem like the villain forcing these siblings apart? Song Yadong whispered to Imo Xiaoyu, observing the scene. Is that truly the case? Imo Xiaoyu found it hard to believe. However, he refrained from further persuading Chung Dongli, and instead inquired, Brother Dongli, what are your plans moving forward? I intend to explore and enhance my strength before returning to Zone 9485 to see if I can complete the instance quest like you, Chung Dongli replied. He did not disclose his destination, and Imo Xiaoyu surmised that he too harbored secrets. Oh, I see. Mo Xiaoyu then conceived a new idea. I wish to concoct some elixirs, particularly the spirit-nourishing and thousand mechanisms pills, which will require a plethora of rare materials. It would be far more advantageous to enlist your help rather than relying solely on my own efforts. Then we must keep in close contact. Mo Xiaoyu declared to Cheng Dongli, simultaneously sending him some private messages detailing the materials needed for the elixirs. Brother Dongli, should you encounter any cities, please keep an eye out for these materials. Thank you. Rest assured, I shall remember it well, Cheng Dongli replied after receiving the message. After bidding farewell to Cheng Dongli, Cheng Sini wept even more profusely. Mo Xiaoyu had initially intended to comfort her, but regrettably, he had little experience in dealing with girls, and his interaction with Song Yadong the previous night had been his most extensive. Lacking the knowledge of how to console a girl, he opted to dismiss the matter and simply shook his head, saying to Song Yadong, "Let us proceed." Thus, accompanied by the members of their sect, they followed Song Yadong towards Omping City. Over 500 individuals, having endured the tempest of the previous night, had lost over 100 floating islands. Nevertheless, with more than 300 islands remaining, they journeyed forth, led by Song Yadong, in an impressive procession. Song Yadong's speed far exceeded theirs. According to her, she could reach the destination alone in merely an hour, and even with Mo Xiaoyu in tow, it would take at most 2 hours. However, with a multitude of Weniangong disciples, the strongest among them barely at the 3rd level and the weakest at the 1st, their pace was considerably slowed. It was not until dusk that they finally glimpsed the grand silhouette of Omping City. Omping City. Is this truly Omping City? It is magnificent beyond measure. From a distance, the towering walls elicited gasps of awe from the crowd. Even Mo Xiaoyu, gazing at the towering walls that soared hundreds of feet high, could scarcely believe his eyes as he turned to Song Yadong and asked, "Did you not say that Omping City was constructed less than 20 years ago? How could it possibly be so grand? What is so strange about that? Without these walls, we would have long since perished within the bellies of water demons. Thus, we gather here with a singular purpose, to fortify these walls with unwavering resolve." Song Yadong spoke with a casual air. At that moment, they had drawn significantly closer to Omping City. Mo Xiaoyu could already discern a throng of individuals bustling atop the city walls, seemingly engaged in the transport of various items. Like a colony of ants, they swarmed in numbers so vast that one could scarcely fathom how many thousands were present. Are they all engaged in repairing the city walls? Mo Xiaoyu inquired once more of Song Yadong. Indeed, Song Yadong nodded in affirmation. And what of us? Must we also partake in the wall repairs? Mo Xiaoyu hastily posed another question to Song Yadong. As a fisherman, he had relished the art of angling in his previous life on Earth, even having managed to dismiss several employers in pursuit of his passion. At this juncture, with the myriad benefits of fishing, he was reluctant to abandon his beloved pastime for the arduous task of wall construction. Yet, Song Yadong did not respond directly. Instead, she remarked, "Did I not tell you? Upon our arrival in Omping City, you need not fret over bait. It will be provided by them." Them? Mo Xiaoyu echoed, his confusion deepening. "Yes, those bound as city builders." Song Yadong reiterated. "Some are captives from rival factions whose sects have been vanquished. Others are fishermen who have fallen into ruin. There are even those who, fearing the risks of fishing, willingly sell themselves into servitude, becoming city builders. Once they become city builders, they are condemned to labor on the walls for life, earning resources merely to sustain their cultivation, never to fish again. Beyond their toil on the walls, they must contribute daily to the supply of bait, which affords them shelter within the city during the Blood Moon Cataclysm." "What?" Mo Xiaoyu exclaimed, astonished. "There are those who willingly sell themselves into slavery?" He could not comprehend why someone would forsake the life of a fisherman for such a fate. However, Song Yadong replied, "What is so remarkable about that? On Earth, did we not have countless laborers? Do they not toil for meager resources to survive?" Mo Xiaoyu pondered this and realized the truth in her words. The laborers on Earth seemed to share similarities with these city builders, perhaps even faring worse. While earthly workers earned but enough to sustain their lives, those here garnered resources that could enhance their cultivation, augment their strength, and even grant them longevity. Indeed, were Earth's laborers given the choice, most would likely dismiss their employers and flock here to construct walls. That could be a fair exchange, he mused. After all, when the Blood Moon Cataclysm arrives, they could seek refuge within the city and avoid the peril of battling water demons. Mo Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Yet, Song Yadong interjected. "What are you thinking? They merely gained the opportunity to enter the city during the Blood Moon Cataclysm. Who said they would no longer have to contend with the water demons? My warning about the risks pertains only to the time before the Blood Moon arrives. Then why would they choose to sell themselves into slavery?" Mo Xiaoyu asked incredulously once more. "Why? Just look beneath the city walls, and you will understand." Song Yadong urged him. Mo Xiaoyu quickly glanced down at the base of the city walls. In the next moment, he beheld a vast expanse of floating islands, stretching for hundreds of kilometers. As night fell, more and more floating islands converged towards their location, the numbers ever increasing. Do you see? If they do not sell themselves into servitude, they must remain outside the city. Do not be deceived by the current throng of thousands of sects here. When the blood moon cataclysm strikes, 95% of them will perish. And those who manage to survive will most likely have to sell themselves into slavery. Unless their sect leaders can attain the master realm before the cataclysm arrives, Song Yadong explained to Mo Xiaoyu. Such a lofty requirement? Mo Xiaoyu could hardly believe his ears. Though he had achieved the 9th rank of fisherman in just 3 days, he understood that without his unique SSS grade talent and the myriad trials he had overcome, he might not even have reached the 3rd rank. Let alone advancing to the master realm within 3 months, many might not possess even that much time. Now do you grasp how fortunate you are to have been chosen by your sister to become her little consort, allowing you to enter Anping City directly with her? She teased. Perhaps this evening, you should clean yourself and express your gratitude by visiting her chamber. Mo Xiaoyu shook his head, though he felt a genuine sense of gratitude towards her. Soon, they arrived at the foot of Anping City. The towering city walls, reaching heights of several hundred feet, now appeared even more majestic, like an insurmountable mountain standing resolutely before them. Simultaneously, Mo Xiaoyu discerned the materials used to construct these fortifications. They were indeed floating islands, transported and hewn into square stones, meticulously stacked to form the walls. Moreover, he observed numerous fishermen employing fire-based spells to meld the joints together. Others were inscribing ancient runes upon the walls, runes that bore a resemblance to the defensive runes on his fishing rod, yet were entirely distinct. Mo Xiaoyu surmised that these runes were intended to reinforce the walls. It was evident that these individuals were not mere fishermen but masters of a higher rank. Yet they too had fallen into the plight of city builders. How many floating islands must have been sacrificed to erect such an imposing fortress? A disciple of the Asking Sky sect marveled at the towering walls. No one knows. Some were originally owned by these city builders. Others sold themselves after their fortunes collapsed. However, the majority are the remnants of fishermen who perished when the blood moon cataclysm descended, Song Yadong replied. Look, that floating island is left with only a small fragment. Following her pointed finger, the others could indeed see a floating island reduced to mere remnants, a mere meter or two in width. As the crowd, including Mo Xiaoyu, stood in contemplation, a pressing question loomed in their minds. How many floating islands still existed, having not been utterly shattered into fragments? One could only imagine the countless islands that had succumbed to the relentless tempest of calamities. Look, another sect has entered the city. At that moment, while Mo Xiaoyu and the others were still pondering the toll of lives that had been sacrificed to construct the formidable city walls, little did they know that they had become the subjects of astonishment themselves. Over 300 floating islands. Moreover, some of these islands harbored more than a single individual. This sect was certainly not insignificant. Why had they not heard of it before? Who could tell? Could it be that they were newcomers from a new area? What nonsense! What newcomer could ascend to the master realm within just 3 months? Such a grand display of over 300 floating islands was indeed a rarity in this region, igniting a flurry of speculation. Some even dared to question whether it was a new area. However, those doubts were swiftly dismissed. Yet, amidst the crowd, a few individuals recognized Mo Xiaoyu. Mo Xiaoyu? From Zone 9485? Good heavens, it truly is a newcomer. Among them were not only the sect leaders from the previous day, who had sought to recruit fresh talent from Zone 9485 as cannon fodder, but also individuals from Zone 9485 who had joined these sects just yesterday. At this moment, they gazed in utter astonishment at the floating islands and the figures atop them, especially those from Zone 9485, whose emotions were a tumultuous blend of regret and disbelief. They had originally believed that all they had lost was merely an opportunity to trade with Mo Xiaoyu. Little did they know, they had not only missed the chance to join the Wenting sect, but had also forfeited direct entry into Anping City. If they had foreseen this outcome, they would have resolutely refrained from cursing Mo Xiaoyu in the chat room, even at the cost of their lives. They lamented. At this juncture, they were no longer the oblivious newcomers they once were, having endured the harrowing experiences of the previous night. Those fortunate enough to survive were acutely aware of what it meant to gain entry into Anping City. But what purpose did such musings serve? It was all far too late. I have made up my mind. Once they enter, I shall sell myself as a city-building slave. One man despaired. His hopelessness was not an isolated sentiment. Fortunately, we still have one last avenue to pursue. Once they enter, we shall go together. A few among them had met me before. We mustn't allow them to recognize us. Others chimed in. Little Mo, fishing friend. Fishing friend. Wait. As Mo Xiaoyu prepared to enter the city, an elderly man hurriedly approached him. Though Mo Xiaoyu had never encountered the elder before, his voice bore a hint of familiarity. "Elder, who might you be?" "I am Fan," the elder promptly replied. Mo Xiaoyu realized that this was the very same Fan who had been the first to trade for a cave dwelling with him the previous day. He glanced at Song Yadong beside him. Noticing this, Song Yadong replied nonchalantly, "What are you staring at? Those cave dwellings were all willingly given to me." "Indeed, indeed. All voluntarily offered to the fairy," Fan hurriedly echoed. Mo Xiaoyu thought to himself, how could one not offer willingly? Setting aside his affiliation with the demonic alliance, merely the sight of your master realm cultivation would compel anyone to submit, deeming themselves unfortunate. Would anyone dare to demand you to take action personally? That would be courting disaster. Nonetheless, while Mo Xiaoyu grumbled, he certainly had no intention of playing the role of a benevolent benefactor by questioning Song Yadong or assisting Fan in reclaiming his cave dweller. Instead, he addressed Fan, "Elder, do you wish to purchase another cave dwelling?" "Unfortunately, I do not have any to sell to you at the moment," Mo Xiaoyu informed Fan. He had only a handful of cave dwelling blueprints remaining, and after last night's losses to the tiger-striped fish, he truly had nothing to offer. However, before Mo Xiaoyu could finish his sentence, Fan interjected, "How could I dare? How could I dare? Now that the fishing friend has entered Anping City, how could this old man possibly covet the treasures of the fishing friend?" As he spoke, he glanced nervously at Song Yadong beside Mo Xiaoyu. Mo Xiaoyu observed that the woman displayed an unmistakable expression of intimidation. Though she remained silent, Fan's face turned pale with fear. "This old man merely wishes to lead my disciples and seek refuge under the protection of the fishing friend. Rest assured, I shall generously offer an additional 10% in tribute." "No, 2 more percent," Fan implored Mo Xiaoyu again. Mo Xiaoyu, feeling perplexed, turned to Song Yadong. After all, Song Yadong had mentioned that those who sought refuge in his sect would have to contribute 30% of their sect's daily earnings. Yet this old man suddenly offered an additional 2%. That amounted to 50%, half of everything. Seeing Mo Xiaoyu looking at Song Yadong, Fan hastily added, "I kindly request the fairy to speak a few good words on my behalf. I am willing to offer an additional 10% to the fairy." Mo Xiaoyu became even more bewildered. He could not fathom why this elder was so eager to pledge allegiance to him even before he had formally entered Anping City. It was important to note that, publicly, he had yet to reach the Master Realm, while Fan himself had already attained the 7th stage of the Angler Realm, seemingly not too far apart in strength. Yet, despite this, Song Yadong still appeared somewhat reluctant. "Enough, enough. I cannot stand your pitiful expressions any longer. The matter is quite simple. Once you enter Anping City, you will be granted a portion of the authority to guard a section of the city wall. Naturally, the first sect to seek refuge under your protection would want to station themselves near the city wall you guard." Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoyu finally grasped the situation. Setting aside everything else, just the mere presence of those hundreds of kilometers of floating islands proved that, even if they could not enter the city, being stationed beneath the city wall would be infinitely safer than being outside. The violent storms of the previous night would never reach them. The anglers outside had long since shielded them. Not to mention, when the blood moon descended, those who stood a chance of survival outside the city were likely to be those stationed beneath the city wall. Nevertheless, Mo Xiaoyu still did not immediately agree to Fan's request. Instead, he regarded Fan and remarked, "Given your level of cultivation, you will likely soon advance to the Master Realm. Correct?" Fan, realizing he had been seen through by Mo Xiaoyu, dared not conceal the truth. "Daring not to deceive my fellow anglers, I must confess that if I were to secure a stable base, even if I cannot ascend to the Master Realm before the next blood moon heralds destruction, I possess unwavering confidence that I will achieve that elevation before the subsequent blood moon arrives. The meaning of my fellow angler is..." After speaking, he turned to Mo Xiaoyu and inquired, "Do you not understand my meaning?" Mo Xiaoyu replied with a smile, "I understand. I understand. Even if fortune favors us and we gain entry into Anping City, I am willing to contribute 1/10 of the spoils acquired by our sect to continue supporting my fellow angler." Old Fan hastily made a new promise to Mo Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoyu cast another glance at Song Yadong. After all, this was his first visit, and he remained uncertain about the true cost of the first allegiance he was to form. This price seems fair. After all, once they enter the city, their strength will increase, and their harvest will be greater, potentially exceeding the 30% typically offered by average sects when outside. However, you must assign someone to monitor them. None of these individuals are trustworthy, Song Yadong remarked to Mo Xiaoyu. After hearing this, Mo Xiaoyu consented to Old Fan's proposal. Ecstatic at Mo Xiaoyu's agreement, Old Fan returned to his sect, simultaneously gathering today as offerings for Mo Xiaoyu and Song Yadong, while addressing the newly inducted disciples from District 9485. "You need not sell yourselves into servitude anymore. our young friend Mo has agreed to let us establish ourselves beneath the city walls of the Wenyang sect. We merely need to offer him 60% of our daily harvests as tribute. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into joyous exclamations. Really? Splendid. Truly splendid. This means we shall no longer have to fend off the assaults of those aquatic demons every night, nor shall we serve as cannon fodder any longer. Chapter 69. The refugee camp at the bottom of the well. Unavoidably, they had gone an entire night without sleep the previous evening. Upon arriving beneath Awakens City, they had hoped to finally enjoy a restful slumber. Instead, they were thrust into the role of cannon fodder, aiding in the defense against aquatic demons throughout the night. If this pattern were to persist, not only would they risk being consumed by the demons, but even if they survived, they would soon be unable to endure, let alone have the energy to fish and enhance their powers during the day. Yet, despite their excitement, a thorn remained lodged in their hearts, a constant reminder of their missed opportunity to enter the city alongside their peers. This scene was equally apparent to the disciples of the Wenyang sect, who lamented, "Damn it. They say choice outweighs effort. I never believed it until now. Now I truly comprehend how crucial our choices were." Thankfully, Brother Ching Dongli urged us to wait. Otherwise, we might be enduring the same misfortunes as them. Alas, it is a pity for Brother Ching Dongli. He waited for the sect leader to return. Yet he himself did not join. While expressing gratitude towards Mo Xiaoyu, they also found themselves reminiscing about Ching Dongli. Had it not been for his insistence in the chat room for everyone to wait for Mo Xiaoyu, many among them would have been deceived and would now stand among those envying their position. Not only they, but even Cheng Sini, who had cried all day, found her tears stifled at this moment. "I must inform my brother of the current situation. Brother, the circumstances are dire. Should you not hurry here?" Cheng Sini implored Cheng Dongli. Hearing the gravity of the situation, Cheng Dongli was taken aback. What? To enter the city requires such exorbitant conditions? Even old Fan is willing to sacrifice over half of their sect's income to become a vassal of young brother Mo. However, he ultimately shook his head and responded to Cheng Sini. "Elder brother is aware. I still wish to take my chances." As the only other individual in District 9485 who had activated their talents apart from Mo Xiaoyu, Cheng Dongli harbored his own sense of pride. Moreover, Mo Xiaoyu had entrusted him with the task of gathering certain materials. Is this Awakens City? Surely it is too diminutive. Is this truly the inner city for which everyone has endeavored to gain entry? It resembles a mere refugee camp. At last, they passed through the towering city gates and entered the city, just as the high walls appeared formidable from the outside. The residents inside seemed only able to behold the towering walls as well. Within the city, there was no solid ground as they had envisioned. It remained a vast expanse of water. Floating islands were haphazardly arrayed across the water, forming residential areas, with a central waterway serving as the streets of this city. There were no fixed structures, and due to the necessity of the floating islands frequently departing Awakens City for fishing, the living spaces were either overcrowded or in disarray. Even the so-called 8 great leaders merely had floating islands that were slightly larger than the others, accompanied by a few smaller islands seemingly designated for administrative purposes. The area was not extensive, merely spanning a few dozen miles, housing only a couple of tens of thousands of people. There were no shops or entertainment venues. To describe it as a city would be misleading. It felt more like a gathering of individuals fleeing calamity in a makeshift refugee camp. Coupled with the towering walls encircling the area, it bore an even stronger resemblance to a group of lives confined within the depths of a well. To be frank, not just anyone, but even Mo Xiaoyu felt a pang of disappointment at this sight. After all, he had hoped to establish a shop to sell the treasures he anticipated discovering in the future. However, in its current state, with no shops available, to whom could he sell? "What is it? Are you feeling disheartened?" Song Yadong inquired of Mo Xiaoyu. "To be honest, I am indeed somewhat disappointed. I expected it to be bustling and vibrant. Yet, there is not a single shop in sight," Mo Xiaoyu replied with a smile. "In this realm, everyone has expended all their efforts merely to survive. How could they possibly waste energy constructing a prosperous and lively city?" Song Yadong remarked to Mo Xiaoyu. After reflecting on her words, Mo Xiaoyu found merit in her perspective. Nevertheless, he still asked Song Yadong, "What of trading? Surely, there must be a need for transactions among everyone." In terms of trading, internal transactions typically occur through the chat channel. Additionally, each alliance has a trading center where you can procure the items you need. If they are unavailable, you may issue a request. If someone possesses the items or knows of their whereabouts, they will fulfill your request and deliver the items to you. Furthermore, you can also accept tasks posted by others at that location, Song Yadong elucidated to Mo Xiaoyu. "Oh, very well," Mo Xiaoyu nodded. Although this did not fulfill his aspiration of opening a shop, at least there was a venue for trading. Mo Xiaoyu refrained from voicing further objections. "This section is where you will be stationed in the city. Furthermore, your disciples may establish a presence beneath this expanse. Song Yadong gestured towards a body of water and the city that loomed above it, addressing Mo Xiaoyu. And what of those city-building slaves? Mo Xiaoyu inquired, pointing at the laborers. They too belong to you. Song Yadong replied. Ah, they belong to me. The prospect of possessing thousands of slaves is undeniably exhilarating. However, a shadow of discontent clouded Mo Xiaoyu's countenance. Despite the apparent diligence and docility of the laborers, numbering around 3,000 to 4,000, the reality persisted. These slaves were relegated solely to the task of construction. Moreover, 3,000 to 4,000 mouths necessitated a considerable bounty of resources for sustenance. Are you apprehensive about the cost of their upkeep? Song Yadong reassured him. Rest assured, those below the master realm require merely a low-grade spirit stone daily. For those above the master realm, a high-grade spirit stone each day suffices to maintain their basic cultivation. The bait they provide will ensure your profits, yielding gains rather than losses. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of relief illuminated Mo Xiaoyu's expression. Now that is more agreeable. These individuals require only the essentials for their cultivation, and their contributions in bait, especially from 3,000, constitute a substantial return. Should I find it surplus, I can offer it to the sect for the disciples' use. With this thought, Mo Xiaoyu felt a sense of equilibrium restored within him. Yet, just as Song Yadong was about to lead him upon the city walls, a middle-aged man hastened towards them, blocking their path. What are you doing? He demanded. What do you mean? Uncle Yang, kindly make way for this section of the wall. I have something to discuss. Song Yadong attempted to explain. However, before she could finish, the man interrupted. On what grounds should this segment of the wall be relinquished to him?